Title: Daily light-hearted redemption of multiple female protagonists through the narrative. Zhang Chen was merely an ordinary student, a high-achieving scholar who had dominated the college entrance examination rankings for years. Having grown weary of endless examinations, he found his once smooth-sailing life to be utterly mundane. Thus, he resolved to indulge in the vibrant joys of campus life. He spent sleepless nights online, dozing off in class, and embraced late-night escapades. He relished experiences he had never savored before. However, one fateful day, after an all-nighter, he suddenly collapsed and found himself transported into a narrative. His arrival coincided with a scene where the female protagonist was cornered in an alley, subjected to bullying. How could such a pitiable girl be treated so harshly? Truly, a despicable lot. Unaware of his peculiar situation, he merely chastised the group of ruffians in his conscience. Not wishing to meddle to his astonishment, he was informed that he was, in fact, the leader of these ruffians. Did that mean he was the head of a gang? Following this revelation, the once unremarkable Zhang Chen found his reputation at school undergoing a remarkable transformation. Teachers murmured, "Zhang Chen? That kid who barely scored 200 points? Turns out he was manipulating the scores." The principal exclaimed, "What? You mean our students topped the provincial exam? One of my students scored over 700 points?" Various female protagonists began to intertwine their fates with his due to his sudden change. Bai Xiruo, whom he had bullied, Nan Xingwan, whom he had harmed, the aloof Xia Xintong, and the spirited Nian Nanhan. The plot gradually veered towards an uncontrollable direction, diverging from the original narrative. Chapter 1. Am I the head of a gang? Forgive me, I'm a rabbit, and you're all just vegetables. Strange voices echoed in his ears as Zhang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Wasn't I just pulling an all-nighter? In the blink of an eye. Zhang Chen surveyed his surroundings and discovered several intimidating delinquents cornering a girl in an alley, engaging in bullying. What was happening? Could it be that I died from lack of sleep? Here I was, a proud provincial champion of the college entrance examination, having earned millions from my efforts, yet I found myself meeting an untimely demise in such a careless manner. Damn it, the thought nearly made Zhang Chen spit blood. After years of hard work, striving to help my school secure the top spot, I finally earned enough and had begun to enjoy life. And yet, a single sleepless night led to my downfall. How could I not feel a surge of frustration? In turmoil, Zhang Chen glanced at the girl crouching on the ground, noticing she was cautiously picking up her lunchbox. Her long hair concealed her face as she looked down. Her wrinkled school uniform and worn shoes were clean, yet her slender frame and quiet sobs evoked sympathy. She appeared to be the kind of girl that boys would adore, so why was she being tormented by a group of delinquents? Did I tell you to pick that up? Lost in thought, the nearby delinquent escalated his actions, stomping on the girl's lunchbox to prevent her from retrieving it. The girl was clearly startled, freezing in place, her hands suspended in midair. Zhang Chen, drawn by the commotion, turned his gaze towards the delinquent, noticing his long hair obscuring his eyes and his frame resembling that of a lanky monkey, though his bravado suggested he was no novice in this realm. What a disgrace! Zhang Chen mentally berated them, casting a glance at the surrounding group, cursing them silently as well. Though he felt pity for the girl, he had no desire to involve himself in this mess, preferring to distance himself from trouble. He needed to understand his current predicament. Thus, he turned to leave this treacherous place, hoping to remain an unseen observer, but I saw nothing. It's none of my business. May Buddha bless me. But at that moment, a boy with a striking hairstyle approached him. The others immediately directed their eager gazes at Zhang Chen. Suddenly, he felt a wave of anxiety. What was happening? Why were they all looking at me? The boy with the spiky hair whispered to Zhang Chen, "Brother Chen, is it done?" Zhang Chen, perplexed, blinked and replied, "What? Is it all right for Bai Xiruo like this? What did you just call me? Brother Chen?" Zhang Chen squinted, unsure. "Yeah, Brother Chen. What else would I call you?" The boy looked at Zhang Chen with confusion. "Then, what's the situation with her? Are you asking me if it's okay?" Zhang Chen pointed at the girl in the corner, the very Bai Xiruo the boy mentioned. Didn't you tell us to bring her to the alley, to take action?" The boy responded incredulously, pointing at the girl. "So am I your leader?" Zhang Chen muttered softly to himself. "Of course, you're our leader," the boy affirmed. "Then, does that mean I just accused you all of being a disgrace, while I am the head of the disgrace?" Chapter 2. Bai Xiruo. Oh, so I'm the leader, huh? That's a relief. The name Bai Xiruo struck a familiar chord within Zhang Chen, though he could not quite recall where he had heard it before. Abruptly changing his tone, he declared, "In that case, you all can leave. I wish to speak with her privately." It dawned on him that he had inadvertently found himself among them. I've traversed through time and become the leader of the yellow-haired gang." The thin monkey and the boy with the piercing gaze exchanged puzzled looks, but refrained from pressing further. They bid Zhang Chen farewell, stating, "We'll take our leave, brother. Call us if you need anything." Zhang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Once the group exited the alley, Zhang Chen turned his attention back to Bai Xiruo, who remained huddled in the corner, too fearful to rise, exuding an air of helplessness. He approached a food container that had been knocked over, its lid marred by a grimy shoe print, and carefully picked it up. The contents had spilled everywhere, creating a mess that was now dust-laden. Clearly, the meal was beyond salvage. Though he had just arrived in this new world, it was evident from the girl's reaction that a meal like this held immense value for her. Zhang Chen, having never experienced such hardship, felt a pang of sympathy. In his previous life, despite lacking familial affection, his parents having abandoned him early on, he had never faced the struggles of hunger or neglect. Thus, he found it utterly lamentable that a girl, who clearly cherished her meager meal, was subjected to such bullying at school. Carrying the food container, Zhang Chen approached Bai Xiruo, kneeling down to inspect her closely. She sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, her head bowed in distress, her fair skin marked with dirt and what appeared to be bruises. Avoiding eye contact, she dared not reach for the food container. Feeling at a loss on how to console her, Zhang Chen, despite being an academic prodigy, had little experience in comforting girls, particularly in moments of distress. His popularity with the opposite sex had always stemmed from his studies, leaving him with scant opportunities to engage in romantic pursuits. The recent awakening of his youthful spirit had led him into the realm of gaming, far from the intricacies of adolescent romance. "Have you eaten?" he ventured, holding the empty food container amid the chaotic remnants of the spilled meal, sincerity etched on his face. Bai Xiruo sniffled, avoiding his gaze, her fear compelling her to respond quietly. "No?" She shrank back further, overwhelmed. "I'll take you out for a meal," Zhang Chen offered, placing the lid back on the container, striving for a gentle tone. Yet, how could Bai Xiruo possibly accept an invitation to dine with someone who had tormented her? She instinctively sought to decline, but her tears only flowed more freely at the thought. Her glistening eyes, akin to a river bursting its banks, cascaded down her cheeks. Sniffling, she gazed up at Zhang Chen, her voice almost pleading, "Please, don't bully me anymore." Zhang Chen was taken aback, bewildered by the intensity of her distress. Yet, he had only just arrived, utterly unaware of the circumstances. Casting a wary glance behind him and finding no one in sight, Zhang Chen quickly bowed, imploring, "Please, don't cry. I won't bully you, I promise. I just want to take you for a meal." Although he grasped little of the situation, the fragments of conversation painted a clear picture. Bai Xiruo had likely been bullied by him more than once. Her sobs persisted as she defended herself. "I really didn't mean to provoke Suyu. I truly didn't Suyu. I'm sorry, I really didn't know. I didn't mean it." Bai Xiruo continued to apologize, trembling in fear of Zhang Chen's reaction. Feeling a wave of guilt wash over him, Zhang Chen chastised himself internally for the plight of Bai Xiruo. Observing her vulnerable state, he cautiously set the food container aside and distanced himself, understanding that his proximity might only exacerbate her anxiety. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a handful of crumpled bills, a small fortune in this context. "Here, take this for your meal," he stated, placing the money atop the food container before stepping back. "I won't bully you again, I assure you." Zhang Chen bit his lip, fully aware that Bai Xiruo might not believe him, yet the gradual cessation of her tears suggested his words had some effect. "They won't bully you either. As for Suyu, I'll find out what is going on. You need not worry." After laying out his intentions clearly, Bai Xiruo fell silent, her sobs tapering off to soft sniffling, still too frightened to meet his gaze. Realizing he should not linger and impose further pressure on her, Zhang Chen slowly rose to his feet, noting how she flinched at his movement. He understood that trust could not be restored through words alone. "I'm leaving now. Remember to eat something," he said, turning to depart. "Wait." The money, Bai Xiruo's timid voice called out from behind him. "What about the money?" he inquired. "There's too much," she replied, still seated, her glistening eyes casting a quick, fearful glance at him before darting away. She reached out to grasp the crumpled bills, rising to approach Zhang Chen, offering the money back to him. "Here, take it. I don't want it." "What will you eat then?" he countered. "I can manage with steamed buns." "That is not acceptable." Bai Xiruo remained silent, her hand still extended towards him, refusing to withdraw. Zhang Chen felt a mix of frustration and compassion. He did not wish to coerce her, yet her pitifully obstinate demeanor tugged at his conscience. "This is compensation for your dinner. Rejecting it would imply disdain for me." Although he had just sworn not to bully her, Her reaction indicated that the spilled meal had held significant value for her. She likely had no means to afford other food, even if he was responsible for the mess. It was only fair to atone for his actions. Upon hearing his cold tone, Bai Xiruo trembled, instinctively frightened into silence. Take the money and eat. I swear I won't bully you. You can trust me. Zhang Chen softened his tone, sighing. You won't need all of it, she cautiously replied, glancing at him. Not convinced he would uncharacteristically bestow such a sum upon her. After all, they were merely students. While a few dozen yuan was not an exorbitant amount, it was hardly insignificant either. Even treating a classmate to a bottle of water earns one the label of a wealthy individual in this age. Suddenly handing over tens of dollars, especially when the person in question has bullied you. Bai Xiruo whispered, her head bowed. I will return the remaining money to you later. Zhang Chen glanced at Bai Xiruo's tear-streaked cheeks and reddened eyes, remaining silent. After a moment of hesitation, he awkwardly inquired, how many times have I bullied you? Bai Xiruo, with a dazed expression, lifted her head, her glistening eyes meeting Zhang Chen's through her bangs. It appeared she had been waiting for him. And as if having made a solemn decision, she numbly lowered her head and shook it, replying, none. Zhang Chen's eyes widened. That is not what I meant. Chapter 3. So, I've entered a novel? At Sweet City High School, during evening self-study, through the melding of memories, Zhang Chen finally comprehended his situation. He had entered a novel. No wonder Bai Xiruo and Su Yu's names sounded so familiar. This was a contemporary tale, narrating the male lead's quest to rescue various female leads. If memory served him correctly, the male protagonist was named Yi Fan, an appellation that suggested extraordinary potential. However, he had been preoccupied with the female leads, leaving the male protagonist somewhat unremarkable in his mind. Among them, Bai Xiruo was seemingly one of the male lead's harem. As for himself, he was the quintessential antagonist, scarcely appearing throughout the narrative, and whenever he did, it was merely to serve as a stepping stone for the male lead's romantic pursuits. For instance, whenever Yi Fan appeared, he would mete out punishment for Zhang Chen's bullying of Bai Xiruo and then rescue her, completing her redemption, a classic tale of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Ultimately, his fate seemed to involve being relentlessly tormented before Yi Fan, leading to his utter ruin and the obliteration of his family. Such was the consequence for daring to challenge the destined child of heaven. The specifics of the journey had become somewhat hazy to Zhang Chen, yet he retained clear recollections of the female lead stories. If he remembered correctly, Bai Xiruo's family circumstances were dire. Both her parents had passed away, leaving her with only a grandmother living in the countryside. Due to her schooling, she had to live with her uncle, facing the discomfort of being a guest in someone else's home, a sentiment Zhang Chen understood all too well, having experienced a similar fate. This shared plight had drawn him to the novel, as the stories of the female protagonists resonated deeply with him, igniting a desire to assist them, perhaps as a means to aid his former self. Perhaps this was the reason he found himself in this narrative. Bai Xiruo's uncle treated her poorly. He had children of his own and was exceedingly harsh towards her, relegating all household chores to her and not even allowing her to sit at the dinner table. Meat and other delicacies were virtually unseen. Occasionally, when visiting her grandmother in the countryside, she would receive some eggs or a free-range chicken to take back to her uncle's home, serving as both a thank-you gift and a means to nourish Bai Xiruo. After all, there was no blood relation between her uncle's family and her grandmother's. Her grandmother thought that a whole chicken would at least provide Bai Xiruo with some broth. However, once back at her uncle's house, Bai Xiruo would gain nothing from it. Yet, Bai Xiruo bore no grievances. She felt grateful just to be residing with her uncle. As for why Zhang Chen bullied Bai Xiruo, that memory surfaced as well. In the story, it stemmed from Su Yu inviting Bai Xiruo to dinner, only to be rebuffed multiple times, leading Su Yu to inform Zhang Chen. Su Yu was the girl Zhang Chen had admired and pursued for over a year. Thus, conflict ensued, and Zhang Chen took it upon himself to torment Bai Xiruo. This incident even escalated to the office, resulting in his long-standing violations of school rules leading to expulsion. Yet, even after his expulsion, he remained undeterred, blaming Bai Xiruo for his troubles and becoming increasingly reckless, often lurking by the school gate to confront her. It wasn't until the protagonist Yi Fan appeared that he rescued Bai Xiruo from the depths of despair. If memory served correctly, Zhang Chen had nearly driven Bai Xiruo to the brink of suicide, with relentless bullying at school compounded by her oppressive home life. Reflecting on this, Zhang Chen glanced at the neatly organized change Bai Xiruo had returned to him, then turned his gaze toward her in the third row. She sat upright, diligently working on her assignments, showing no sign of the frailty she had exhibited in the alley. She resembled a resilient sapling, enduring life's storms without being crushed. quietly and earnestly growing. After observing Bai Xiruo, Zhang Chen shifted his focus to Su Yu, seated by the corridor window in the second row. A girl with a low ponytail, clad in transparent framed glasses, possessing fair skin and a sweet countenance that exuded a hint of tranquility. She was the one who had incited him to bully Bai Xiruo. At first glance, it was hard to believe that such a charming girl was the orchestrator of campus bullying. Yet, Zhang Chen, privy to the truth, knew her nature was far from virtuous. Not only did she manipulate Zhang Chen, but she also conspired with other girls to isolate Bai Xiruo. A significant reason the majority of girls in the class refrained from engaging with Bai Xiruo was due to her influence. The rationale was Bai Xiruo's lack of makeup and her simple attire, despite being more attractive than Su Yu. Added to this was Bai Xiruo's impoverished background and her demeanor that made her an easy target. Su Yu had offered Bai Xiruo numerous chances to join her, forming a clique centered around herself, thereby indirectly elevating her own status. However, Bai Xiruo was engrossed in her studies, showing no interest in the frivolities of her peers, leading to Su Yu's disdain for her. Zhang Chen frowned slightly, his gaze steady. It must be said, Su Yu was indeed quite attractive, which explained his previous infatuation. Yet, now that he was aware of her true character, any lingering interest had dissipated. At that moment, Zhang Chen felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, donned in a classic pair of black-framed glasses, a floral shirt, and a black jacket, holding a steaming thermos filled with yellow-green tea leaves. Instantly recognizing the individual, Zhang Chen knew he was the homeroom teacher. "Zhang Chen, come to my office," the teacher, Deng Xianbing, said in a hushed tone. In the otherwise quiet classroom during evening study, even in a whisper, his words did not go unnoticed by the surrounding classmates. "Oh, all right." Zhang Chen rose without a hint of trepidation, unfazed by the curious stares of his peers. After all, in his previous life, he had been in positions of much greater authority. Such trivial matters did not faze him in the least. However, he was uncertain why he had been summoned to the office, as the narrative provided little insight into this aspect. It was a real world after all. Even without explicit details, the characters continued on their paths. Yet, he was apprehensive about the protagonist's potential intervention. Upon entering the office, Deng Xianbing remained silent. Taking a seat at his desk, placing the teacup on the surface, and regarding Zhang Chen with a grave expression. Zhang Chen understood that students like him, called to the office, rarely found themselves in favorable circumstances. Was it possible that the original owner of his body had committed some transgression before his arrival? "What have you done tonight?" Deng Xianbing sighed deeply, his brow furrowed, his demeanor a mixture of anger and disappointment. "Me? I haven't done anything," Zhang Chen replied, bewildered. "Nothing?" Deng Xianbing's eyes widened in shock, his expression a terrifying interrogation. "What did you boys do to Bai Xiruo when you dragged her into the alley at the school gate? Why was she crying when she came out?" Chapter 4. Expelled on the first day? Clearly, an eyewitness had seen Zhang Chen bullying Bai Xiruo and reported it to teacher Deng. As a responsible educator, Deng had a good relationship with the protagonist Yi Fan in the original story and cared deeply for Bai Xiruo. Although he shared the common bias of most teachers towards students with good grades, he had not given up on troubled students like Zhang Chen, offering him multiple chances to reform. However, unbeknownst to him, these opportunities indirectly enabled Zhang Chen to continue tormenting Bai Xiruo. The original narrative did not delve deeply into Bai Xiruo's bullying before the protagonist's arrival, merely glossing over her tragic circumstances later on. Yet, the few lines that touched upon her plight weighed heavily in reality, suffocatingly oppressive. Zhang Chen calculated that he was still in the early or mid-stages of bullying Bai Xiruo, at least not yet at the point of expulsion, which would coincide with the protagonist's entrance. "Silent now? Did she provoke you?" Deng Xianbing found Zhang Chen's rare silence peculiar. Previously, before Deng could even question him, Zhang Chen would dismissively pull up a chair and lounge about, showing no respect for authority. Yet now, he stood obediently, without fidgeting or a defiant expression, which made Deng feel somewhat disconcerted, prompting his tone to soften slightly. Instead of instructing Zhang Chen to call his parents and pack his things to go home, he coldly inquired, "What happened?" Interrupted by Deng's query, Zhang Chen snapped back to reality. I didn't do anything." "Didn't do anything?" Deng repeated, exhaling heavily. "Did she cry for fun? Tell me. Why did you pull her into the alley? What does she have to do with you?" Deng was not inclined to believe Zhang Chen's words. The evidence of his bullying was glaringly apparent, and his attempts to deflect were futile. However, as the homeroom teacher, he needed to understand the situation to resolve the conflict between the two students and, more importantly, protect a good child like Bai Xiruo from Zhang Chen's malignance. I asked her to dinner," Zhang Chen confessed. Asked her to dinner? Does she even have food? You're offering? She really doesn't tea. Stop with the nonsense. Deng slammed the table, spilling a few drops of tea. Zhang Chen, do you realize you are under probation? Do you dare bully other students? What did Bai Xiruo do to deserve this? Don't you know her family is in a difficult situation? Deng was genuinely furious, admonishing Zhang Chen while also earnestly recounting Bai Xiruo's hardships, hoping to dissuade him from adding to her suffering. Such discussions are a common experience during student life, typically lasting through an evening study period. By the time the dismissal bell rang, Zhang Chen had yet to return from Deng's office. Brother Chen is in trouble again, huh? The buzz of curiosity erupted from the crew of students nearby, particularly from a stout boy sitting next to Zhang Chen. The two girls seated in front of Zhang exchanged glances, intrigued by the gossip surrounding Zhang, which provided a welcome distraction from their daunting high school lives. The stout boy turned to another student known as the Skinny Monkey, who had been with Zhang Chen earlier that afternoon. Li Junhao, what is up? He asked. Upon hearing this, many curious classmates turned to Li Junhao. Given his close association with Zhang Chen, he would surely be the first to know any news. Li Junhao glanced at the stout boy dismissively, then sauntered over to him, resting an arm on his shoulder, gesturing toward a direction. Look. The stout boy understood and turned to glance at Bai Xiruo, prompting the two girls sitting in front of him to respond with equal curiosity. As a result, the students who had been captivated by the Skinny Monkey's antics shifted their attention to Bai Xiruo. Although most were oblivious to the unfolding events, the stout boy whispered, You should check it out. Li Junhao nodded, visibly frustrated. Damn, she dared to report him. Meanwhile, Bai Xiruo, feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon her, bit her lip, instinctively sensing that Zhang Chen's summons to the office was due to the incident from the afternoon. Yet she had not reported him. If Zhang Chen faced punishment from the teacher, he might very well take his frustration out on her. Her hand trembled as she gripped her pen, her thoughts spiraling into turmoil. Suddenly, a classmate called out from the doorway, Bai Xiruo, to the office. The words piqued the curiosity of her classmates, who had been subtly observing her. Among them was Su Yu, the instigator of the entire affair. Xiao Yu, don't you know what Zhang Chen did? Everyone understood Zhang Chen's infatuation with Su Yu, and so they assumed she must be aware of his actions. Yet Su Yu shook her head, her eyes glued to her book, distancing herself from Zhang Chen. I don't know. Meanwhile, as Bai Xiruo pushed open the office door, she was met by a strikingly beautiful girl of similar age, who rose from her seat, her brow furrowed in distress, her eyes pleading with Bai Xiruo. Before Bai Xiruo could announce her presence, Deng Xianbing called her over in a gentle tone. Xiruo, come here and close the door. Okay. Bai Xiruo obediently complied, crossing the space between Zhang Chen and the unfamiliar girl to stand beside Deng. Teacher, please give Zhang Chen another chance, the unfamiliar girl implored earnestly. Whether there's a chance or not, that's not for me to decide. It's for the victim to determine, Deng replied coldly, then turned to Bai Xiruo, his tone shifting entirely. Xiruo, did Zhang Chen pull you into the alley today? Did he do anything to you? As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xiruo glanced at Zhang Chen and the girl beside him, noticing Zhang Chen's furrowed brow and dark expression fixed on her. The unfamiliar girl appeared exceedingly anxious, her pink lips pressed together until pale, casting worried glances at Bai Xiruo. Am I really going to be expelled on my very first day? Zhang Chen pondered, feeling the absurdity of the situation. Shouldn't his expulsion occur only after the protagonist Yi Fan arrived? He remembered that his own expulsion would lead to a complete severance from his childhood friend, a so-called act of love. With no remorse for bullying Bai Xiruo, all for Su Yu. Meanwhile, Nan Xingwan, the girl standing beside him, would be thoroughly disappointed, ultimately abandoning him. According to the original narrative, this would be the moment he would begin to lash out, refusing to accept Nan Xingwan's kindness and telling her to leave. After shattering her heart, he would embrace his expulsion, and they would become strangers. It seemed that reality diverged slightly from the narrative. Yet, at this moment, the prospect of expulsion just hours into his arrival felt overwhelmingly final. Watching Bai Xiruo's hesitant demeanor, Zhang Chen's brow furrowed as he awaited judgment. Resembling a defendant awaiting sentencing, utterly powerless. In the midst of abundant talent, Zhang Chen found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Yet, at that moment, the anticipated judgment of his demise did not materialize. To his astonishment, Bai Xiruo refrained from divulging the details, contrary to his expectations. Xiruo, do not fear. Whatever transpires, I shall advocate for you, he reassured her. Hearing this, Deng Xianbing furrowed his brow, directing a more furious gaze towards Zhang Chen. How could he possibly believe that nothing had transpired? This could only indicate that Zhang Chen had issued some form of threat. Zhang Chen felt unjustly accused. He had done nothing wrong. Wait, could it be that because he had treated her to a meal and casually inquired about her troubles, she had taken it to heart? Chapter 5. I can study properly. Confronted with Deng's concerned inquiry, Bai Xiruo confidently replied in the negative. This left Deng Xianbing feeling powerless. With all his anger directed at Zhang Chen. I am unaware of how you have coerced Xiruo, he said. Fully aware of Zhang Chen's character and his propensity to bully Bai Xiruo in private. This suspicion was not unfounded. However, with the victim herself denying any bullying, he found himself without just cause to expel Zhang Chen. Nevertheless, to ensure Bai Xiruo's safety and protect her from further intimidation by Zhang Chen, he ordered Zhang Chen to stay home for 2 days. I shall grant you a brief respite, but you must reflect on your actions at home. If you do not study, I shall call your father to take you home. Typically, this was a mutually accepted form of punishment between them. As the class teacher, he need not worry about Zhang Chen causing further trouble at school, which would adversely affect other students and tarnish his record. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen, free from constraints, could act as he pleased, blissfully ignoring the teacher's presence. His father, Zhang Haojuan, had long since given up on him and could no longer discipline him. Ironically, even when he called for a parent, it was often this girl, Nan Xingwan, who came to his aid. This young lady, it seemed, was a top student from the prestigious 7th high school. As a high school class teacher, Deng had seen her name among the top scorers in citywide exams. Yet, she had repeatedly come to Zhang Chen's rescue, cleaning up his messes. How could two individuals of the same age have such a profound disparity in character? Upon hearing the punishment, Zhang Chen hesitated but ultimately remained silent. After all, the allegations of bullying by Xiruo were true, and considering his previous infractions, he felt fortunate not to be expelled this time. He had not anticipated that the contact number in the teacher's notebook would connect him to Nan Xingwan. In the original narrative, whenever Zhang Chen found himself in trouble, it was she who came to his aid, and it seemed that her name had been listed as an emergency contact by his class teacher. Unbeknownst to him, this was not the first time Nan Xingwan had shielded him from consequences. In the original story, their relationship deteriorated over time, culminating in a complete rupture during the expulsion incident. Although Nan Xingwan had pleaded on his behalf, Zhang Chen had only been consumed by his own desires. Oblivious to her kindness, he not only accepted the school's expulsion but also cruelly rejected her, hurling hurtful words that reduced the proud girl to tears. Following that, she vanished from his life entirely. As Zhang Chen maintained his silence, preparing to accept the punishment from Deng, Nan Xingwan unexpectedly interjected earnestly on his behalf. Teacher, could you grant him another chance? It is already the second semester of his second year, and if his grades continue to decline, I must consider the welfare of my students. Do you not understand what kind of person he is? He is old enough to bear the consequences of his actions. Deng Xianbing retorted, his gaze fixed sternly on Zhang Chen. His poor grades are one thing, but he is also negatively influencing his classmates. Throughout this exchange, Nan Xingwan never glanced at Zhang Chen, yet she persistently nodded, acknowledging Bai Xiruo's apology and urging Deng Xianbing for another opportunity. Perhaps this was not the first time she had appealed to the teacher on Zhang Chen's behalf. Despite knowing that her efforts were likely futile, she continued to advocate for him. If memory serves, Nan Xingwan was quite popular at 7th High, academically gifted, and possessed a hint of pride. Zhang Chen watched this scene unfold in disbelief. A once prominent scholar now found himself in a position where a girl was pleading for his sake. Though the matter seemed only tangentially related to him, he felt a stir of emotions. Had the original Zhang Chen been in his place, he would have dismissed Nan Xingwan as meddlesome and hastily packed his belongings to leave. By the way, is Nan Xingwan not attending classes at 7th High this evening? He pondered silently. Teacher, please consider what Nan Xingwan just pointed out, she said, indicating Bai Xiruo. She has stated that Zhang Chen did not harm her. So perhaps you could refrain from punishment for now. If he has indeed committed an offense, then punish him later. Xingwan, do you truly believe he is innocent? Deng Xianbing sighed. While it was unexpected that there was no concrete evidence, it did not alter the reality of Zhang Chen's past actions. However, the subdued demeanor he exhibited was disconcerting. When had this boy become so uncharacteristically compliant? Was he to wait until he bullied another classmate before taking action? Deng Xianbing was resolute in preventing any form of bullying in his class. He aimed to eradicate such behavior entirely. Furthermore, do you believe he can focus on his studies in this current state? He is still distracted daily. Listening to Deng Xianbing's heartfelt and reasonable arguments, Nan Xingwan fell silent. She had attempted numerous times to tutor Zhang Chen, but had always been met with rejection, left standing outside his door. She wished for him to study diligently, not necessarily to achieve a prestigious university, but at least to attend college. Yet, Zhang Chen's mind was far from academia. Despite her reminders to avoid squandering time, if he refused to study, What could she do? Seeing Nan Xingwan's silence, Deng Xianbing turned to Bai Xiruo, saying softly, "You may return home now." Bai Xiruo nodded, her bright eyes peering through her bangs at the downcast Nan Xingwan before quickly glancing at Zhang Chen. She hoped that with her words, Zhang Chen would no longer bully her. However, just as she was about to exit, a voice broke the silence. "Teacher, I can study properly." Chapter 6. The bed agreement. Zhang Chen's declaration shattered the stillness of the office. This proclamation stemmed not from self-interest, but from witnessing Nan Xingwan's earnest plea on his behalf. He did not wish for her efforts to be in vain. Such a proud girl deserved to stand tall in the sunlight with a joyful smile, not to feel disheartened because of him. Without mentioning that I am a top student in exams, even if I am not, a dignified young man would surely stand up in such circumstances. A girl has gone to such lengths to plead for herself. How can a boy continue to hide behind her and accept everything so nonchalantly? Upon hearing Zhang Chen's sudden interjection, both individuals turned to him, their eyes filled with incredulity. Deng Xianbing spoke first, clearing his throat with a serious expression. "Can you genuinely focus on your studies?" Zhang Chen's reaction today was indeed unusual, leaving him perplexed, as he never anticipated such a surprising statement. Is this him softening his stance? Could this boy truly be yielding? As for Zhang Chen's insistence on studying diligently, Deng Xianbing dismissed it as a fleeting breeze, not taking it to heart. As a teacher, one naturally hopes for a wayward student to have an epiphany and return to the right path. After all, guiding a troubled student back to the proper course is a significant achievement for any educator. Yet, such instances are exceedingly rare. Moreover, the Zhang Chen before him was a source of constant frustration. Had it not been for his duties as a teacher, he would have long let Zhang Chen face expulsion without a second thought. Zhang Chen nodded, meeting Nan Xingwan's gaze filled with hope and concern, sincerely repeating, "Teacher, could you grant me another chance? I assure you, such incidents will never occur again." As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Xingwan felt a lump in her throat, her eyes reddening as she looked at Deng Xianbing and trembled. "Teacher, please see, this time he will change." She had waited so long for this moment, and finally, it was no longer a plea for her to mind her own business. Regardless of its truth, she was willing to believe. Zhang Chen echoed her words, insisting, "I will change." This exchange appeared somewhat comical. Deng Xianbing frowned, genuinely taken aback by Zhang Chen's words. When did Zhang Chen become so articulate, showing no signs of defiance? This left him momentarily disoriented. Previously, he had been infuriated by Zhang Chen's antics. Taking a sip of tea, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Chen, deep in contemplation. If this were another student exhibiting such earnestness, he might have relented, but Zhang Chen, was he scheming something? Recently, nothing significant had occurred. Could he be planning to bully Bai Xiruo one last time before his expulsion? This thought crossed Deng Xianbing's mind, and he suddenly found it highly plausible. He knew Zhang Chen's vengeful nature all too well. His sudden amiability felt utterly out of place. Moreover, how could one simply erase past misdeeds with mere words? Did he not consider the consequences before committing those wrongs? You claim you will change? Then why did you not do so before? Deng Xianbing spat out a mouthful of tea residue, setting down his cup with a stern refusal. When you were bullying others today, did you think about this moment? You can't just talk the talk. Go home, there's nothing more to discuss. Seeing this, Nan Xingwan was still unwilling to give up, imploring him desperately. But she was met with Deng Xianbing's dismissive silence as he closed his eyes to rest. Zhang Chen had finally softened, and she did not want to squander this opportunity. Regret washed over her, wishing she had attended the same high school as him. Perhaps she could have vouched for him with her good student status. Zhang Chen understood that merely uttering a few words could not alter his teacher's fixed perception of him. Nonetheless, witnessing Nan Xingwan's earnest plea weighed heavily on his heart. She truly was as kind-hearted as the original character. After a prolonged silence, Deng Xianbing showed no signs of relenting. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Chen stepped forward, gently urging Nan Xingwan to leave the office. But as they departed, he still sought to negotiate. "Teacher, what would it take for you to trust me just once?" Returning home for 2 days did not simply mean resting. It implied that if he wished to return to school, he would need the homeroom teacher's approval first. The duration of this absence would depend on the specific circumstances. Generally, being ordered home during high school would significantly impact one's academic progress, especially during the critical third year. Although Zhang Chen was currently only in the second year, this did not mean that a temporary withdrawal from school wouldn't have substantial consequences. However, for the Zhang Chen who had traversed into this world, a few days of absence would bear minimal impact. The crux of the matter was that, in Nan Xingwan's eyes, a break from school was a severe punishment that would greatly affect him. "I have given you countless chances. Deng Xianbing opened his eyes, irritation evident in his voice upon hearing Zhang Chen's words. It was precisely because he had extended too many opportunities that Zhang Chen had failed to appreciate them. Deng Xianbing moved his cup aside, pulling out a stack of practice papers in front of him, preparing to grade them. Observing this, Zhang Chen's mind raced with possible solutions. Suddenly, beneath the pile of practice papers, he spotted an examination schedule. The upcoming citywide joint examination was looming. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up as a plan formed in his mind. Teacher, the joint exam is next week, and I do not wish to miss this opportunity. How about this? Let me take the exam first. Upon hearing Zhang Chen mention the joint examination, Deng Xianbing leaned back in his chair, glancing at the schedule on his desk. You, a student with failing grades across the board, want to take the exam? Deng Xianbing found this utterly absurd, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It was akin to a 3-year-old child asking for leniency, promising to finish their chores first before facing consequences. Quite amusing indeed. If this statement had come from an exemplary student wishing to avoid jeopardizing their performance in such a critical examination, he might have believed it. However, the one making this claim was none other than Zhang Chen, the least likely candidate to utter such words. I will definitely pass this time, Zhang Chen replied, undeterred by Deng Xianbing's thinly veiled mockery, instead deliberately playing along to provoke him. Pass. Deng Xianbing shook his head, a scoff escaping his lips as he dismissed Zhang Chen's childish assertions. To him, Zhang Chen's impetuous nature and various impulsive behaviors were already signs of immaturity. Now, with this illogical statement, Zhang Chen had only reinforced that impression. Yet, this perception was precisely what Zhang Chen wished to cultivate. If I manage to pass, could we negotiate a different punishment? Please do not make me withdraw from school. Zhang Chen continued on this topic, quietly framing the entire issue on the premise that Deng Xianbing would agree to let him take the exam before imposing any punishment. Still caught up in his view of Zhang Chen's immaturity, Deng Xianbing paid little mind to this, conversing as one would with a child. His words intentionally simplified and lacking in serious contemplation. And what if you fail? Deng Xianbing retorted with a cold smile. If I fail, you may impose any punishment you see fit. Withdrawal, calling my parents, or even expulsion, Zhang Chen stated earnestly, locking eyes with Deng Xianbing. Nan Xingwan, overhearing this, quickly tugged at Zhang Chen's sleeve, her expression one of alarm. Originally, he was only facing a temporary withdrawal. Why was he now risking expulsion? She constantly worried for him. And now he dared to wager his academic future with such a bet. Deng Xianbing, observing this, found himself intrigued. Zhang Chen's behavior today was already odd. He was speaking with a respect that was not typical, and now he was making bets. Furthermore, he seemed quite confident in his stance, initially intent on dismissing the two. He was now captivated by Zhang Chen's inexplicable behavior. He certainly did not believe that a student with failing grades across the board, consistently ranked at the bottom of the class, could suddenly achieve passing marks, particularly in a notoriously challenging citywide examination. Such an exam typically required students who scored over 500 points in regular assessments to barely scrape a passing score of around 450. Passing all subjects would necessitate achieving this threshold. This implies that Zhang Chen must increase his score from over 200 to an astonishing 400. Such a feat seems utterly impossible for any student. Yet, Zhang Chen's past reputation is so dismal that this sudden transformation piques curiosity about his intentions. Let him take the exam. Regardless of the outcome, he can still be punished afterward. Moreover, he has boldly declared that he is ready for expulsion. As a teacher, there is no reason to dismiss a student's declaration of war. I am uncertain of your motives, young man, but if you are making such a bold claim, very well. If you manage to pass all subjects in the joint exam, not only will the punishment be reconsidered, but I shall grant you another opportunity. I can overlook all past transgressions, Deng Xianbing stated earnestly. However, I have one condition. You must genuinely commit to your studies and refrain from mischief. Do you dare? Dare. Zhang Chen quickly affirmed, fearing Deng Xianbing might reconsider. Meanwhile, Nan Xingwan, standing nearby, was sweating with anxiety, concerned for Zhang Chen. How could he be so audacious? Think clearly. I expect you to pass every subject. If you fail, I will take my leave, Zhang Chen declared, his determination unyielding. Excellent. Deng Xianbing pointed at Zhang Chen. Then produced paper and pen. Let us draft a written agreement to ensure you do not renege later. Very well. Zhang Chen stepped forward. But Nan Xingwan hastily held him back, worried he might act impulsively. Observing this, Zhang Chen softened his gaze and whispered, rest assured. He may lack confidence in many areas, but when it comes to exams, he is well prepared. He had been waiting for Deng's words. He swiftly pinned the agreement, signed his name, and pressed his thumbprint. Everything done in one breath. Deng Xianbing reviewed the document. If he fails the exam, he willingly accepts any punishment. This lad is quite serious. ISNTH. Chapter 7. Change begins with a haircut. Having completed the betting agreement to prevent Deng Xianbing from backtracking, Zhang Chen hurriedly exited the office with Nan Xingwan. For Zhang Chen, the punishment of suspension would extend only until after the joint exam. His objective had already been achieved. He merely wished to spare Nan Xingwan any distress. As for the exam, even if he were not a top student, what of it if he failed? Besides, he had no doubt he would pass. With his level of proficiency, taking such a trivial exam was akin to a seasoned warrior returning to a novice village to dispatch minor foes. Easily done. With nothing more to say. Thus, he remained entirely unconcerned about the upcoming joint exam in a week's time. Yet, Nan Xingwan did not share this sentiment. After leaving the office, she followed Zhang Chen with a worried expression. Although Zhang Chen's actions ensured he would not be suspended this week. What would happen after the joint exam? Given Zhang Chen's temperament, he would likely still face expulsion. Now that a contract was written, he could not even back out. Nan Xingwan remained silent, trailing behind Zhang Chen, grappling with many unspoken words, for Zhang Chen had always been averse to her meddling. Once they returned to the classroom, she observed Zhang Chen packing his bag. Curious glances from classmates fell upon Zhang Chen, then drifted to the familiar figure of Nan Xingwan outside the classroom. Zhang Chen's desk mate, Fatty, inquired, "Chenge, leaving again?" The evening study session at the first school comprises 2 periods. The first ends at 8 o'clock, while the second continues until 9:30. Since he had already been summoned to meet his parents, the remaining period became inconsequential. Zhang Chen shot a glare at Duan Qingsu. Though the book did not elaborate on these peripheral characters, he could feel their tangible presence. This fatty, Duan Qingsu, was a close friend, one who willingly endured Zhang Chen's whims. And what of Suyu? Duan Qingsu remarked, watching Zhang Chen pack his bag. Yet he had the audacity to take his books. What do you need those for? Lean Monkey Li Junhao approached quietly, asking, "Chengu, what did old Deng say?" Zhang Chen glanced at Lean Monkey and noted his peculiar hairstyle, but recalling his own reflection in the restroom, he stifled a smile. His own yellow hair was hardly better. Though these spirited youths might appear carefree, it did not imply they were ill-intentioned. "It's nothing." Zhang Chen shook his head, chuckling softly. "Did she report you?" "Damn," Li Junhao said coldly, casting a fierce glare at Bai Xiruo, who had just returned from the office. "TSK." Realizing the situation, Zhang Chen clicked his tongue, suddenly aware that he should remind them not to bully her later during the evening study session. "It's not her fault. She is not responsible." Zhang Chen warned. "Do not bully her. I am telling you, my fate now lies in her hands. If she is victimized, I am finished. Keep a close watch on her. She must not be harmed." Huh. Li Junhao's mind struggled to comprehend this. What does that mean? Previously, when rallying others to bully Bai Xiruo, Zhang Chen had not expressed such sentiments, even stating that being expelled meant freedom. Why now was his fate tied to Bai Xiruo? And he expected them to protect her? Did she pay a protection fee? Why are you concerned about that? Just do as I say, understood? Zhang Chen asserted seriously, offering no further explanation. "If I see her harmed or hear of anyone bullying her tomorrow." "Understood, Chengu, no worries." Li Junhao, sensing Zhang Chen's earnest demeanor, nodded in agreement. Refraining from further inquiries, though he echoed Duan Qingsu's question, "What about you tonight?" Zhang Chen paused, then turned to look at Suyu, who was conversing with her desk mate, catching a glimpse of Zhang Chen in her peripheral vision. In the original narrative, Zhang Chen and his entourage would escort Suyu home without fail each night. Even if circumstances prevented him from doing so, he would enlist Li Junhao and others to assist, under the guise of protection. However, such behavior was not merely that of a sycophant, it had elicited Suyu's disdain. As a high school girl, having a group of boys trailing her was hardly desirable. Thus, the Zhang Chen of today was not the same as before. "No more escorts," Zhang Chen declared solemnly. As the words fell, Li Junhao and Duan Qingsu exchanged astonished glances, wide-eyed. "No more? Is that for real?" Zhang Chen patted Li Junhao on the shoulder, hoisting his bag, eager not to keep Nan Xingwan waiting too long outside. "Let us go, do as I say." With that, he turned to Duan Qingsu, feeling an inexplicable urge to strike him, perhaps a remnant of his former self. Without hesitation, he extended his fist and playfully punched Duan Qingsu's fleshy arm. Thud. "Zhang Chen, you talk too much." "Ah." Duan Qingsu clutched his shoulder, grimacing in pain. Even the antagonists in the story have genuine friends in reality. Amidst Duan Qingsu's lamentations, Zhang Chen exited the classroom. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Suyu looking back at him as he left. For once, he did not bid her farewell. Typically, As the evening study session concluded, he would write her little notes or approach her desk to speak, even if she ignored him while chatting with her desk mate. This time, she continued her conversation, perhaps hoping he would come over to her. Given the incident with Bai Xiruo, she had a reason to engage with him, curious about what he had said in the office. However, since Zhang Chen has chosen to forego this opportunity, it is his own loss for missing the chance to deepen his relationship with her. Upon reflection, the homeroom teacher did not approach her, suggesting that Zhang Chen likely did not disclose her presence. Suyu turned around and cast a glance at Bai Xiruo, who was diligently working on her assignments, her expression inscrutable. Meanwhile, outside the school, Zhang Chen walked along the familiar street, inhaling the liberating air. It must be said that the atmosphere beyond the campus felt refreshingly invigorating. At this moment, Nan Xingwan could no longer contain her impatience and urgently inquired, "What will you do about the joint entrance exam next week?" Zhang Chen took a deep breath, shrugged, and met Nan Xingwan's gaze, which had been furrowed in concern since she had exited the office. Just like her name, her eyes sparkled like stars in the night, even when clouded with discontent. It was perplexing how someone as captivating as her could be overlooked in favor of Suyu. Uncertain about the current state of their relationship and whether it had reached a breaking point, Zhang Chen refrained from directly answering Nan Xingwan's question and instead turned his attention to a nearby barbershop. He asked, "What do you think about me changing my hairstyle?" Nan Xingwan looked at him skeptically. With the joint entrance exam looming, and given his current academic performance, if he failed to meet the teacher's expectations, expulsion would be a real possibility. How could he appear so unfazed? Seeing her reaction, Zhang Chen chuckled, tooling his tousled yellow hair, and feigned indecision. "You have good taste. You choose one for me." Chapter 8. I have a favor to ask. Although Zhang Chen is depicted in the book as having yellow hair, his appearance is not lacking. He remains undeniably handsome. Standing at an impressive height of 185 meters with a well-proportioned physique, he could easily embody the role of a campus bully. And his prowess in the narrative is formidable, even able to hold his ground against the male lead for a few rounds. Nevertheless, he ultimately falls short. Upon entering the barbershop, Nan Xingwan followed suit. The stylist warmly inquired who was there for a haircut and proceeded to ask Zhang Chen how he wished to style his hair. "How should I cut it?" the stylist asked. Zhang Chen turned to Nan Xingwan with a smile. "How would I know?" Nan Xingwan settled onto a nearby sofa, her tone laced with melancholy. At that moment, her mind was preoccupied with concerns about Zhang Chen's upcoming exam, leaving her little room to contemplate his hairstyle. She wanted to urge him to return home and study, but the words caught in her throat. If she pressed him at this moment, insisting that he skip the haircut and focus on his studies, he would undoubtedly retort that if she was so anxious, she could leave on her own. This was not the first time Zhang Chen had abandoned her on the roadside. Observing her, Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing that while they had not yet reached a point of irreparable conflict, there was still an undercurrent of resentment. If he were to act boldly in the name of love, advising her to mind her own business, they might very well have crossed that line. With a clearer understanding of their current dynamic, Zhang Chen felt somewhat reassured. He knew Nan Xingwan to be a girl who, despite her sharp tongue, harbored a kind and caring heart towards him, proud yet willful. Only in his presence did she carefully conceal her brilliance, fearful of saying something that might displease him. Yet, her lowered gaze did not diminish her unique attitude. She remained distinctly Nan Xingwan. The only change was the person she was facing. Now, with Zhang Chen possessing an omniscient perspective, he could easily discern her thoughts. For instance, though she sat on the sofa with her arms crossed, feigning interest in the outside world, her eyes met his through the glass door. Zhang Chen glanced at his reflection in the mirror. Although he could not compare to the appearance of Peng Yuan while reading this book, he certainly looked presentable. He then remarked playfully, "How about I shave my head?" "What?" Nan Xingwan exclaimed, turning to glare at him. With a teasing smile, Zhang Chen replied, "I'm serious about shaving my head. That is not allowed." Nan Xingwan countered. "Why not? The school doesn't permit shaved heads. The school doesn't allow dyed hair either, yet I've dyed mine," Zhang Chen retorted, twirling a strand of his hair. Well, Nan Xingwan hesitated, struggling to conjure a convincing excuse, ultimately muttering, "Regardless, it's not happening." Zhang Chen, observing her serious demeanor and her internal struggle between wanting to intervene and fearing overstepping boundaries, suggested, "If shaving my head is off the table, how about I dye it green? What do you think?" He playfully styled his hair upwards with both hands, his enthusiasm apparent. The mere thought of a green-haired Zhang Chen caused her cheeks to flush. "No way. Can't you just suggest a normal cut?" Nan Xingwan replied, her tone restrained. "I think it's perfectly normal. If you find it abnormal, why aren't you helping me choose?" Zhang Chen smirked, sensing the moment was right to steer the conversation back to his hairstyle. As anticipated, Nan Xingwan promptly declared, "Fine, I'll choose for you, but don't blame me." "Okay," Zhang Chen agreed. While Nan Xingwan perused the hairstyle catalog for options, Zhang Chen turned to the stylist and added, "And please dye my hair black afterward." Upon hearing this, Nan Xingwan lifted her gaze to Zhang Chen, a flicker of excitement igniting in her eyes. After selecting a hairstyle, Zhang Chen reviewed it, feeling satisfied, and promptly instructed the stylist to proceed. Throughout the haircutting process, Nan Xingwan waited nearby, observing as strands of yellow hair fell away, replaced by a sleek black style that restored Zhang Chen's original appearance, sunny, cheerful, and handsome. It must be said that Nan Xingwan's taste matched her beauty. Zhang Chen admired his new haircut in the mirror. The absence of yellow hair eliminated the previous aura of rebellion, leaving him looking bright and youthful, truly the visage of a typical high school boy. Without the male lead, he would be the quintessential protagonist himself. What was that term? A face as smooth as a flat plane, with sharp brows and starry eyes. He was now a completely different person than the one who had entered the barbershop. Indeed, a hairstyle can transform one's entire identity. Zhang Chen gazed at his reflection, then at the pile of hair on the floor, shuddering at the thought of his appearance just an hour prior. "Enough staring, let us settle the bill," he said, picking up his backpack and addressing Nan Xingwan, who remained dazed on the sofa. "Huh, don't you have any money?" "I don't." "If you don't have money, why get a haircut? Isn't that why you're here?" Zhang Chen grinned unabashedly. Nan Xingwan's cheeks flushed as she turned her head away, refusing to look at him. "Just remember to pay me back." The total came to 141. After getting their hair done, Zhang Chen and Nan Xingwan headed home together. Their residences were not in the same vicinity. Zhang Chen rented a small apartment a few kilometers away in a residential building near the vegetable market, while Nan Xingwan lived in a nearby community close to her school, sharing a rental with others. Both of their families were well off, yet busy. Zhang Chen's parents operated a franchise in the Jiangbei district of Sweet City, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk, leaving little time or energy to care for him. With Zhang Chen's academic performance being less than stellar, they did not harbor high hopes for his achievements, merely wishing to save enough for him to secure a decent living, even if he did not attend university. In contrast, Nan Xingwan's parents held stable positions. Her father was a government official, and her mother was an exceptional teacher at another school. Due to their demanding jobs, they could not be present to support her. Thus, they rented a place for her near her school, allowing her to avoid boarding. With Zhang Chen carrying his backpack with one hand, Nan Xingwan walked ahead, and the two shared a comfortable silence. As a car honked incessantly nearby, Zhang Chen instinctively moved closer to Nan Xingwan, gently pulling her toward the inner side of the road. Nan Xingwan glanced back at the passing vehicle, then looked up at Zhang Chen, sensing something distinctly different about him today. Just as she pondered this, Zhang Chen spoke up. "Did you take a leave to come here?" Compared to the rigorous schedule at the 7th high school, it was impossible for students to leave before the official dismissal at 1st high school. Thus, Nan Xingwan's presence during evening self-study could only be explained by her having taken a leave. "Yes," she replied. Zhang Chen responded, "Great. You brought your phone to class." Surprised, Nan Xingwan remarked, "I didn't expect you diligent students to bring your phones to school. It's not the same. I only bring it to look up information. And the teachers are aware of it," she corrected, unlike some students who had their phones confiscated by the teachers. Zhang Chen couldn't help but think that it was a privilege he once enjoyed before this strange turn of events. "How long will it take you to get back?" he inquired further. "I take the bus. It only takes about 10 minutes, Nan Xingwan answered, spotting her bus, Route 209, waiting at a nearby stop. However, noticing that Zhang Chen was oblivious to this, she chose to remain silent. "I see," Zhang Chen mused, then asked, "What time is it now?" Looking at her white wristwatch, Nan Xingwan replied, "It's 9:13. "Is it already 9:13? "I haven't completed today's assignments," Zhang Chen muttered, frowning. Nan Xingwan remained unresponsive. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat. Nan Xingwan blinked in confusion, looking at him quizzically. "I have a favor to ask, and I need your help," Zhang Chen said, feigning a troubled expression. Nan Xingwan immediately sensed his intentions and stepped back, hands shielding her flat abdomen. "If it's about you wanting me to do your homework, forget it." "That's not it," Zhang Chen denied. "Am I that kind of person?" Nan Xingwan nodded, a hint of sarcasm gracing her lips. "Haven't you done enough of that already?" Cough. Cough. Zhang Chen waved his hand dismissively and resumed his solemn demeanor. "I would like to ask you to tutor me. I need assistance with my studies for next week's joint exam." "Does someone with your grades really need tutoring?" "Of course not. Yet." He felt compelled to make amends for the damages inflicted by the original character. In Nan Xingwan's eyes, Zhang Chen was a delinquent with poor academic performance. But she had never considered giving up on him, always wishing to pull him back. She had endured countless instances of his ungratefulness and had faced many grievances in her attempts to help him, including her recent plea to Mr. Deng for another opportunity. After all, she was Nan Xingwan, a bright star among the elite students of the 7th high school, resolute and unyielding. If she could gradually influence him to change for the better, it would be the greatest reward she could offer. Nevertheless, Zhang Chen was uncertain whether she would agree, as a rift had developed between them that could not be easily bridged. Nan Xingwan was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Chen's request for her help with his studies. In fact, she had been hoping for this very thing. Even if it was a slim chance, she did not want to see him expelled. Every little bit of assistance could help him improve, even if it was just memorizing a few formulas. Perhaps the teachers would take note of his progress and lighten his punishment or grant him another chance. Is that all right? Zhang Chen asked again, pulling her from her thoughts. I was thinking the same, Nan Xingwan replied calmly, her gaze fixed ahead. Had Zhang Chen not fussed with his hair, she might have already been at his home tutoring him. However, she had often faced rejection when attempting to tutor him in the past. Although the commute from 7th high school to 1st high school was only about 10 minutes, the round trip, including walking time, took at least half an hour. A precious resource for a studious individual like her. You agreed? Zhang Chen exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with delight as he raised an eyebrow. He had always liked Nan Xingwan's character, and after their recent interactions, he found himself liking her even more. Since the original story did not include this part, he had no prior description of her. Zhang Chen had thought she might not easily agree, given the past grievances. He expected her to demand something in return. To his surprise, in this critical moment, she understood the urgency without setting any conditions, choosing instead to extend a helping hand. He was aware that Nan Xingwan still held reservations against him, as she walked without looking at him or responding. Seeing this, Zhang Chen chuckled softly. Feeling a surge of joy, her silence was a sign of her acquiescence. Let us hurry back. Time is of the essence, he said, emphasizing the importance of studying. As per his recollection, Zhang Chen led Nan Xingwan to his modest single room in the residential complex near the market. She was familiar with this place, having visited before. Although it was a small room, it was adequately furnished. In the center stood a single bed, flanked by a wardrobe, with a window beside it and a desk cluttered with miscellaneous items. Outside the window was a small balcony, perfect for drying clothes. Upon entering, Zhang Chen immediately noticed his 2 pairs of shorts fluttering in the breeze. The bed was a chaotic mess. Not from tissues, but rather from a disheveled blanket and wrinkled sheets. As he stepped inside, Zhang Chen automatically switched to cleaning mode, while Nan Xingwan followed closely behind, glancing at surfaces to check for dust. However, she was not blind to the disorder in his room. She bit her lip in response to the untidiness but remained understanding of Zhang Chen's character. Yet, upon spotting his shorts fluttering in the breeze, she felt her cheeks flush and quickly averted her gaze, firmly seating herself at the desk, determined not to let her eyes wander further into the chaos of a typical teenage boy's existence. Once he managed to tidy up, Nan Xingwan didn't remain idle. She organized his cluttered desk and pointed to his backpack, asking to see his recent assignments and the month's examination papers. Although it was a perfectly reasonable request, it felt like an insurmountable challenge to Zhang Chen. Homework. He hadn't done any in ages. He had no idea what to present. He randomly pulled out a practice book from the few he had on hand and handed it to her. I seem to have misplaced the exam papers, Zhang Chen fabricated. In truth, the exam papers had long been lost in the chaos of his life. This was one aspect in which he and the original character shared a striking similarity. Are you only on the 2nd unit? Upon receiving Zhang Chen's practice book, Nan Xingwan immediately slipped into teaching mode. While gathering her hair into a bun with a hair tie, she observed Zhang Chen's progress on his homework. Her brow furrowed as she noticed that he had only completed the 2nd unit of the practice book, leaving all other units untouched. Logically by now, in the 2nd semester of the 2nd year of high school, the curriculum should be nearly complete, with students gearing up for comprehensive revision in their final year. How could Zhang Chen still be stuck on the 2nd unit, which they had already covered last semester? Zhang Chen approached his practice book and recalled that he had neglected his assignments entirely. It was not that he was incapable. Rather, he simply hadn't written any homework. Flipping through the pages, he found faint marks indicating he had briefly engaged with the material. You know I don't do my homework, he admitted. Nan Xingwan replied. Then how are we supposed to start? Should we begin with the 2nd unit? She felt a mix of embarrassment and concern, realizing that Zhang Chen's academic struggles were more severe than she had anticipated. He had essentially missed out on all the material, with the joint examination looming next week. How could he dare to make a wager with the teacher? Her tone was tinged with urgency and reproach. Yet her hands moved swiftly as she rummaged through Zhang Chen's backpack for the textbook, intending to start from the very basics. With her hair half up, she discarded the hair tie, allowing her locks to cascade freely over her shoulders, exuding a subtle scent of jasmine. Observing this, Zhang Chen scratched his head awkwardly, adopting a sheepish demeanor, refraining from countering her. Have you taken any notes? She inquired. I'll bring my textbook tomorrow, Zhang Chen replied, prompting a sigh from Nan Xingwan. All right, she nodded. Let us start with math and physics for now. As for language arts, I'll highlight a few classical texts and poems that may be on the exam. You can memorize those. Sounds good. What about the other textbooks? Bring them all. Zhang Chen glanced around and retrieved a large cardboard box from under the bed, filled with old textbooks. Do you have any notebooks? Never mind. I'll bring mine tomorrow. Okay, let us tackle some problems together. Do you know which answer to choose for this question? Zhang Chen glanced at the question, a straightforward physics problem regarding force balance. Choose A. Incorrect. What about B? Not right. Don't guess. This question tests the interaction of forces, so the answer is C. As she spoke, Nan Xingwan illustrated the concept on paper, explaining it in a clear manner. Her profile was round and delicate, with eyelashes that resembled tiny fans. And her earnestness, while explaining, drew Zhang Chen's attention. Leaning over the desk, he occasionally glanced at her. The faint aroma lingering in the air was refreshing. Do you understand? After finishing her explanation, Nan Xingwan asked, unaware of Zhang Chen's gaze. He feigned sudden realization. Oh, seeing his reaction, she encouraged, if you understand. Let us move on to the next question. All right, Zhang Chen replied, a smile playing on his lips. He had never been so engaged in a lesson, especially in a one-on-one setting. In a modest room, illuminated by a desk lamp, a young girl diligently explained the material to him. It was an extraordinary feeling. What should I choose? Choose A. Why? This is just like the previous question regarding interaction, right? Zhang Chen replied innocently. Nan Xingwan nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. Now, what about this one? C, correct. And this one? Still C. You've got it. Is it really that simple? Zhang Chen rested his chin on the desk, raising an eyebrow and grinning, seemingly yearning for more. Force interaction is that straightforward. Just remember it. Now, let us discuss acceleration and unbalanced forces, Nan Xingwan explained earnestly. Okay. Continuing with the same teaching method, Zhang Chen pretended to struggle, only to display an epiphany after her explanations. Most concepts clicked quickly for him, providing Nan Xingwan with a sense of accomplishment. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars when she smiled, and Zhang Chen enjoyed seeing her delight. Of course, Teacher Nan, your teaching is exceptional. Even someone like me, who struggles academically, can grasp it easily. Not at all, Nan Xingwan blushed slightly, shooting him a playful glare. You're not a poor student. You just need to focus. If you apply yourself, you can learn quickly. Zhang Chen's expression softened, and with a teasing smile, he earnestly stated, I will definitely study hard from now on. Nan Xingwan was momentarily taken aback by his serious tone, feeling a wave of unfamiliar emotions wash over her. He seemed different today. After blinking a few times, she turned her head away. Let us get through next week's joint exam first. All right, Zhang Chen nodded solemnly. Seeing his earnest demeanor brought a subtle smile to Nan Xingwan's lips as she continued to guide him through the material, feeling a surge of happiness. Chapter 10. Has she really overslept? Time flew by during their enjoyable study session, and before they realized it, it was already 11:30. I need to head back. I have classes tomorrow. Nan Xingwan began to pack up, feeling rushed since she had come empty-handed. I'll walk you home, Zhang Chen offered, rising to retrieve 200 yuan from the bedside table. No need. You have to wake up early too. Get some rest. And I'll come back tomorrow to help you, she said, continuing her earlier attempt to tie her hair up. With a hair tie in her mouth and both hands occupied with her hair, Zhang Chen stepped forward to assist her, deftly holding her hair back. Her hair was silky and smooth, reminiscent of strands of hand-spun silk, cool to the touch and immensely satisfying. Nan Xingwan froze momentarily, her earlobes turning crimson. Yet, realizing Zhang Chen was merely helping her, she blushed further as she secured her hair with the tie and approached the door. Really? You don't need to see me off. You should rest. You have an early morning, and you need to be well rested. As she prepared to leave, Zhang Chen followed closely behind. Nan Xingwan turned back, exasperated, furrowing her brow, her cheeks puffed out like a little ball. Why are you so insistent on seeing me off? You could use that time to memorize a few more vocabulary words. Despite her words, she felt a thrill in her heart knowing Zhang Chen wanted to accompany her. He, however, ignored her complaints and led her out of the residential building, through a narrow alley, finally reaching a bustling street adorned with lights. As they passed a small stall selling oden and noodles, Zhang Chen turned to Nan Xingwan and asked, Are you hungry? Let me buy you a bowl of noodles. Though she wasn't particularly hungry, the offer made her nod eagerly. Yes, please. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, one with green onions, egg, and sausage, and the other without green onions, but everything else the same. Before long, they were walking and eating, each with a bowl of noodles in hand. Nan Xingwan's bowl was the one without green onions. Are there any buses running at this hour? Zhang Chen finished his noodles in a few swift bites, even drinking the warm broth. The 209 bus passes Sweet City University, so it changes shifts at midnight. Nan Xingwan ate slowly, not only because she was female but also due to her aversion to green onions. She was pleasantly surprised that Zhang Chen had remembered her preference. Oh, Zhang Chen realized. That makes sense. It's considerate of him to cater to the late-night routines of college students. How thoughtful. The two individuals exchanged a few casual words as they swiftly made their way to the nearby bus stop. Given the late hour, the bus station was deserted. Nevertheless, Nan Xingwan urged Zhang Chen to return, assuring him that she could wait for the bus alone. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, Zhang Chen cast a sidelong glance at her, disregarding her plea and settling onto a bench beside the bus stop, silently conveying his determination to accompany her. Faced with this stubbornness, Nan Xingwan felt exasperated, yet secretly pleased, a subtle smile gracing her lips. They waited until 11:50 p.m., when the last bus finally arrived. After watching Nan Xingwan board the bus, Zhang Chen waved goodbye and leisurely made his way home. Once aboard, Nan Xingwan immediately chose a seat at the back of the bus, gazing out the rear window at the receding figure. Although it was late and the thought of walking alone at night unnerved her, she merely pretended to be strong. Zhang Chen, however, seemed to see through her bravado. The following day, Zhang Chen, sporting dark circles under his eyes, entered the classroom just in time for the assignment collection by the various class representatives. To his surprise, they all bypassed him, failing even to inquire about his homework. It was no wonder he had skipped doing it. The representatives had evidently chosen not to collect his work. This suited him just fine, as he had not completed his assignments anyway. After spending the previous night studying physics and mathematics with Nan Xingwan, he had reviewed a significant portion of his textbooks. Once he had sent her off, he tidied up his room and organized his materials, gaining a clearer understanding of his current academic standing. His Chinese scores hovered around the 70s, while his mathematics barely reached the 30s. Luck might grant him another 30 or 40 in English, and his combined scores in physics, chemistry, and biology barely exceeded 100, truly a dismal student. The tidying up was also an effort to avoid embarrassing himself in front of female classmates with his untidy appearance. After a shower and styling his hair, he found that it was already 2 a.m., with only about 5 hours of sleep before waking at 7 a.m. It was no wonder that high school students were prone to exhaustion. As Zhang Chen rested his head on the desk amidst the familiar classroom clamor, a sudden silence enveloped the room, signaling the arrival of their homeroom teacher. Lifting his head, Zhang Chen spotted Deng Xianbing placing his teacup on the podium, his hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the class with a stern demeanor. Thankfully, he refrained from uttering his usual line about how their class was the noisiest in the entire grade. When Deng Xianbing's gaze fell upon Zhang Chen, he paused momentarily, failing to recognize him at first due to his newly cropped black hair. The change in appearance made Zhang Chen seem unfamiliar. After all, the teacher had repeatedly urged him to cut his unruly blonde locks, which he had stubbornly ignored. Surprisingly, Zhang Chen had indeed gone to get a haircut after their recent wager. Deng Xianbing also noted with astonishment that Zhang Chen had arrived unusually early today. Typically, he sauntered in at the last possible moment, alongside a few other habitual latecomers. Checking the clock above the blackboard, Deng Xianbing was taken aback to find it was 7:25 a.m., confirming that Zhang Chen had not merely arrived on time, but had come early. Was this a sign of genuine reform? However, was it really productive to sleep at his desk instead of studying? Moments later, as the clock struck 7:30 a.m., the remaining habitual latecomers arrived right on cue, almost synchronously announcing their presence at the classroom door. Duan Qingsu, entering through the back door with a half-eaten pickled bun, was astonished to see Zhang Chen peacefully resting at his desk. What is going on? Morning, bro, is early today. But wait, what happened to the blonde hair? Who are you? Unbeknownst to Zhang Chen, a similar fervor was evident in Su Yu, seated in the front row. Upon entering the classroom and spotting Zhang Chen, she marveled at his early arrival. Not only had he dyed his hair back, but he had also adopted a fresh new style that nearly made her fail to recognize him. She then glanced at her desk, hoping to see what breakfast Zhang Chen had brought her, as he often placed breakfast on her seat while arriving just in time. Though she sometimes declined his offerings, her classmates often requested some, and she would graciously share, thereby enhancing her reputation among them. However, today, She rummaged through her drawer and scanned her desk, even checking with her 2 classmates, only to confirm that Zhang Chen had not brought her breakfast. What did this mean? Had he decided to forego the tradition? Or had the homeroom teacher or Bai Xiruo said something to him yesterday? Deng Xianbing, exasperated, shot a glare at the latecomers and sighed. He had already lectured them countless times, and he was truly weary of their antics. With an irritated frown, he instructed them to stand at the back and read. As the group of friends sauntered to the back of the classroom, they bore expressions that suggested they were unfazed by the reprimand. Those who had studied understood that while standing alone might feel embarrassing, doing so in a group of friends made it entirely different. Once they settled at the back, Duan Qinshu dropped his bag at his seat and playfully nudged Zhang Chen, who was still resting. How dare you betray the group? You deserve a punishment. Zhang Chen, already weary, nearly exploded in frustration but paused when he noticed another unexpected figure entering the classroom. Bai Xiruo, her face flushed and appearing as if she had just sprinted. Our reporting. Just as Deng Xianbing had dispatched the latecomers to the back, his prize student had now arrived late as well. The other latecomers exchanged glances, amused by the unfolding drama. In front of them, Deng Xianbing approached Bai Xiruo with genuine concern, his demeanor starkly different from how he had addressed the others. What happened? Why are you late? Bai Xiruo, her face flushed, lowered her gaze and muttered, I woke up late this morning. This admission was a straightforward acknowledgement of her mistake and hardly an excuse for a teacher to defend a student. Deng Xianbing, however, transformed her excuse into something more substantial. Were you up too late studying last night? He admonished, no matter how much you study, you must prioritize rest. You may go back now. Although the specifics of their conversation remained unheard by Duan Qinshu and the others, they sensed the preferential treatment being afforded to Bai Xiruo. As they retrieved their Chinese textbooks for the morning reading, they exchanged knowing glances, signaling their understanding of the favoritism shown by their teacher towards high-achieving students like Bai Xiruo, who seldom caused trouble. Indeed, in the eyes of Deng Xianbing, a good student like her deserved some leniency for occasional mistakes. Students like Zhang Chen, whose academic performance is abysmal and who perpetually disrupts others, can only be described as a combination of illiteracy and hooliganism. Even if his words contain a semblance of truth or logic, they are met with skepticism. The others were left speechless, constrained by their own limitations, and could only exchange subtle gestures of defiance in private. As Bai Xiruo returned to her seat, Zhang Chen contemplated casting a glance at Li Juanhao, who stood behind him. Last night, he had entrusted Li Juanhao with watching over Bai Xiruo. Surely nothing untoward had happened? A student of Bai Xiruo's caliber would seldom be late unless compelled by unforeseen circumstances. In the original narrative, there were accounts of him being expelled and subsequently confronting Bai Xiruo at the school gate. Yet now that he had traversed into this realm, such outcomes were rendered moot. Therefore, either someone had taken his place to confront Bai Xiruo at the school gate, or there was another possibility. Something untoward had transpired within her family. She resided with her uncle's family, who treated her poorly, denying her a place at the dining table and secretly consuming whatever delicacies were available. Furthermore, her uncle's family relegated her to undertake the more menial chores, and if she wished to remain at their home over the weekend, she was coerced into working part-time. If the latter scenario were true, it was probable that her uncle had forced her to labor late into the night, resulting in her tardiness for class today. Zhang Chen furrowed his brow, reflecting on the fact that Bai Xiruo hadn't reported him to old Deng yesterday in the office, and he pondered how he might assist her. But then he shook his head. Such situations were typically reserved for the male protagonist to resolve. If he intervened, what would become of the male lead? Moreover, he was ill-equipped to manage the situation. Was he to rescue Bai Xiruo from her uncle's household and share a room with her? That would be tantamount to courting disaster, vying for the affections of the destined one. It would be wiser to offer subtle support in minor ways. At the very least, to dispel any adverse impressions before the male protagonist intervened in vengeance. As for her family matters, perhaps they should be left to the capable hands of the male lead. Speaking of which class did he belong to? In truth, Zhang Chen had accurately deduced the predicament Bai Xiruo faced, albeit he remained unaware of the specific reasons for her punishment. Her aunt had discovered that she had secretly hoarded 2 eggs, which had been inadvertently spilled by Zhang Chen and his group the previous day. Had it not been for Zhang Chen's coercion to bring food, insisting on the inclusion of meat, she would never have resorted to such actions. Naturally, once her relatives uncovered this, they subjected her to a severe reprimand, particularly since they claimed that their meager earnings from selling vegetables were hard-won, only to be squandered by their own kin. This incident, involving just 2 eggs, was exaggerated to imply that all their struggles stemmed from her actions. Consequently, Bai Xiruo was forcibly made to work in the fields, awakened at 4 in the morning to toil at the market, and only had the opportunity to return home for a brief respite when her aunt took a break. However, that mere moment of rest was barely enough to prevent her from being late. As a further punishment, her lunch today was also sacrificed. If she was prone to thievery, then she would go hungry today. Should such behavior persist, the hunger would double on future occasions, and so forth. Upon settling back into her seat, Bai Xiruo rummaged through her backpack and found 2 steamed buns she had purchased from a breakfast shop that morning. She did not intend to consume them during self-study. As she had no lunch to look forward to, she planned to save them for noon. The 4th period of the morning was designated for physical education. The physical education teacher appeared neither ill nor absent, and the entire class assembled on the playground. Throughout the morning's recess, Zhang Chen's classmates, who enjoyed a camaraderie with him, took turns teasing him about his newly dyed hair. Yet, beneath the ribbing, it was evident that his new hairstyle was quite appealing. The jests were merely playful banter, as the golden locks had once been a symbol of Zhang Chen's pride. Until the conclusion of the morning classes, Zhang Chen paid little attention, choosing instead to organize his disheveled desk and drawer. For him, the questions posed were so elementary that even a mere glance would suffice, and genuine focus would only induce drowsiness. It was far more productive for him to assess his current academic progress, preparing for his evening rendezvous with Nan Xingwan. During his tidying, he unearthed a plethora of extracurricular books and comics, revealing that the original owner had spent their days engrossed in such material. Although the dates inscribed were as recent as April 2025, the style of the comics and the content of the books leaned heavily towards the aesthetics of the 2010s. In the original narrative, the world was depicted as possessing a technological standard akin to that of the 2010s. The author simply opted for the year 2025 for ease of remembrance. Even the mobile phone belonging to Nan Xingwan was merely a cumbersome smartphone, seemingly suitable only for playing simplistic games. Furthermore, within the established worldview, there existed none of the cultural nuances of the original world. The protagonist had merely built their reputation by appropriating literary works. If circumstances permitted, he could easily visit an internet cafe each night and publish the forthcoming literary sensation, penning the classic phrase about the cyclical nature of fortune. Writing in an internet cafe during the 2010s, as a high school student in this world, seemed serendipitously fortuitous. For now, Zhang Chen set aside these musings and joined his classmates on the playground. Despite it being merely April, the weather had already begun to warm, prompting Zhang Chen to shed his jacket and don a short-sleeved shirt. Following standard protocol, the physical education teacher led everyone through some warm-up exercises before announcing that they would conduct physical assessments. It was then that the students realized why the teacher had not been absent. Boys would run 1,000 meters, while girls would complete an 800-meter run. A chorus of groans filled the air. After completing the assessments, they would be granted a reprieve. Me. Let us go first. Everyone suddenly became exuberant. Sister Yu, let us go first. Can you ask Zhang Chen and the other boys to wait a moment? Observing the boys' heightened enthusiasm, the physical education teacher acquiesced and instructed the boys to prepare, while several girls pulled Su Yu aside, urging her to persuade Zhang Chen. Yes, Xiao Yu. Let Zhang Chen take the boys to play basketball first. What if we end up measuring our distance after class? Exactly. The cafeteria will be overcrowded, and we will have to wait for ages. The last physical education class of the morning often allowed those in the classroom to reach the cafeteria ahead of their peers, thereby avoiding the midday rush. Su Yu found the arguments compelling, yet she was reluctant to engage in conversation with Zhang Chen. Since last night, he had not uttered a single word to her. This was no longer just about his failure to bid her farewell as he departed or his neglect in bringing her breakfast. It was a deliberate ploy to capture her attention. His sudden aloofness was intended to unsettle her. The more he acted this way, the less she could afford to appear affected. Instead, she had to maintain an air of nonchalance. Even if she wished to run first, she would not concede. I can't. I'm afraid. Let the boys go first. Oh, there's nothing to fear. Xiao Yu, won't the cafeteria be a long line to wait in? Exactly. After eating, I want to return to the dormitory and wash my hair. It'll be fine. They'll finish quickly. Just wait a bit. Su Yu, resolutely avoiding any mention of Zhang Chen, sat cross-legged on the ground. The other girls recognized that Su Yu would not acquiesce. Soon, Zhang Chen, as part of the first group of boys, completed his run and began playing basketball on the playground. It must be said that the strength of this body far surpasses that of my former self, to the extent that even dunking is within my capabilities. Truly, a body forged through years of combat is undeniably more robust than that of a mere bookworm. The girls could only gaze enviously at their male counterparts as they reveled in their newfound freedom of movement. Soon, the second and third groups followed suit. And as time ticked away, half a lesson had passed while the boys were just finishing their assessments. Observing this, several girls besides Suyu finally rose to claim the first Group S position next to the physical education teacher. Meanwhile, Suyu chose to remain seated on the ground, ostensibly to appear unperturbed by her earlier comments, indicating her nervousness about participating. After exchanging glances, the girls proceeded with their tests without further discussion. Once the girls had departed, Suyu's eyes were drawn to a figure in the center of the basketball court, her brow furrowing in concern. She had not eaten breakfast that morning, initially intending to accept breakfast from Zhang Chen as a token of his support, only to discover he had not brought her anything today. It was one thing to forget breakfast. He hadn't even offered an explanation or spoken a word to her all morning. As noon approached, her stomach growled with hunger, leaving her anxious about how it might affect her performance during the upcoming run. She certainly did not wish for Zhang Chen to seize this opportunity to escort her to the infirmary. Was he not playing a game of push and pull with her? Very well, she could play along. If need be, she would simply avoid speaking to him in the future. Lost in her thoughts about the possibility of fainting from low blood sugar, she was suddenly jolted back to reality as someone collapsed on the track. The murmurs of her classmates filled the air. What is happening? Is that Bai Xiruo? As they gradually approached the fallen figure, they witnessed Zhang Chen exchanging a few words with the physical education teacher before swiftly carrying Bai Xiruo toward the infirmary. When he passed by Suyu, she froze entirely, while Zhang Chen did not cast a glance in her direction. Teacher, what is wrong with her? Upon reaching the infirmary, the nurse conducted a brief examination of Bai Xiruo. She is fine, just a bit malnourished and experiencing low blood sugar. She probably skipped breakfast. Zhang Chen glanced at Bai Xiruo resting on the bed and, hands on his hips, remarked, that is likely true. The nurse instructed him to fetch some food for her. Oh, okay. Zhang Chen turned to head toward the vending machine. But Bai Xiruo, still feeling weak, interjected, no need, I have food in my backpack. With that, she struggled to sit up despite her dizziness and weakness. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Chen observed her frail state, wondering if she might faint right there. However, seeing the nurse's nonchalant demeanor reassured him that it was not a grave issue. Then don't move, I'll go get it for you. He placed a hand gently on her head to prevent her from getting out of bed. Thank you. Bai Xiruo murmured, her head lowered, feeling both reluctant and embarrassed. After all, she did not wish to inconvenience Zhang Chen. It's nothing. He waved his hand dismissively before hastening out of the infirmary toward the teaching building. Upon returning to the classroom, he rummaged through Bai Xiruo's backpack to find the food she had mentioned, 2 cold steamed buns. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Was this her idea of food? In the original text, the depiction of Bai Xiruo's family struggles prominently featured steamed buns, given their low price of just 50 cents each. If it were anyone else, Zhang Chen would have thought, how much does she love steamed buns? But knowing Bai Xiruo, he surmised, could it be that her entire day's meals consist solely of steamed buns? With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen surveyed the surrounding tables and searched through Bai Xiruo's drawer and backpack. Indeed, he did not find the lunchbox from the previous day. Now convinced that Bai Xiruo had not brought a proper meal and that her sustenance for the day was likely just those buns, he took the 2 buns and began to eat them as he walked back. Upon his return to the infirmary, he found Bai Xiruo had somewhat recovered and was standing at the entrance, gazing toward the stairwell of the teaching building. Their eyes met across the corridor, and she stared in disbelief as he devoured her only 2 buns, swallowing the last bite right in front of her. Overwhelmed by a sense of injustice, she sank to the ground, burying her face in her hands and sobbing. This was all she had left to quell her hunger, and he had taken it from her. What was so delicious about steamed buns anyway? Why was she always being bullied? Wait, I brought you something else. Don't cry. Zhang Chen hurriedly retrieved his chocolate and some cookies from his bag, sliding to a stop in front of her. He lowered his head to check if she was truly crying, and upon confirming she was indeed in tears, he sighed inwardly, realizing she was the same emotional character as in the original story. Here, have some of this to fill your stomach. He waved the chocolate in front of her. Bai Xiruo, still sniffling, looked at the chocolate and cookies, knowing they were undoubtedly more expensive and tastier than her buns. Yet, she fought back her tears and, with quivering lashes, asked, why did you eat my buns? Why? What is so special about them? They're cold, hard, and even got stuck in my throat. He retorted, recalling nearly choking on them during his walk. However, if he didn't eat them, he would lack a legitimate reason to take her out for a meal. I'm just tasting it. You're so stingy. Zhang Chen tore open the chocolate wrapper and held it to her lips. Bai Xiruo hesitated but eventually opened her mouth slightly, allowing him to place the chocolate inside. The sweet flavor enveloped her taste buds, and she found herself more accepting of his offering. even as he had just consumed her buns. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, almost boasting, so, how does it compare to your buns? Bai Xiruo savored the chocolate delicately, reluctant to chew, and did not respond to his question. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen continued to open the cookie packaging, again feeding it to her directly. This time, however, she did not open her mouth, but instead reached out to take the cookie from his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Chen offered the treat to her, emptying his hands and patting them together. Noticing she remained seated with her head down, he leaned closer to observe her face. Seeing that she had stopped crying, he felt relieved and playfully inquired, "So, can we stand up now, Xiruo?" At his words, Bai Xiruo stood up robotically, silent. "Class is about to end. Shall we eat together afterward?" Zhang Chen asked. I brought my own lunch. Thank you, she replied slowly, munching on a cookie, gently rejecting his invitation. Did you really bring lunch, or are you just avoiding eating with me? Zhang Chen squinted, feigning suspicion. At his words, Bai Xiruo flinched, her gaze darting, and her movements paused. Your lunch is just those 2 buns. I saw them, he confessed. Don't try to deceive me. Or is it that you're unwilling to have lunch with me? I'm not. Bai Xiruo hurriedly waved her hands, having consumed half of the cookie. I don't stutter, Zhang Chen teased, well aware of her predicament as depicted in the original text. It was clear she didn't have money and was reluctant to trouble others. He, like many others, understood the complex feelings of not wanting to trouble others, yet grappling with an overwhelming sense of vulnerability and inferiority. I have consumed your breakfast and lunch, 2 steamed buns. The cookies and chocolate you hold now are merely breakfast. Thus, I still owe you a lunch, he stated. Just as Bai Xiruo was about to speak, she was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Chen. Do not speak nonsense, here. Your buns count as breakfast, and my cookie is also breakfast. Breakfast is simply breakfast. There is no differentiation in value. Do not tell me that lunch is more expensive. Your lunch is equivalent to mine, as both merely serve to satiate our hunger. Now that I owe you a lunch, I will compensate you according to my own standards. You must accept it. Not accepting it would mean you look down upon me. Do you disdain me? Zhang Chen's eyes widened as he raised his fist, resembling a large sandbag. I do not. Bai Xiruo shook her head repeatedly, bewildered by Zhang Chen's rhetoric. How could he articulate so well? Yet, faced with his blatant coercion, she felt she had no choice but to comply. Although uncertain of Zhang Chen's intentions, she recalled being carried to the infirmary and receiving cookies and chocolate from him. The menacing aura she once sensed from him had dissipated. If that is the case, then it is settled. Come with me shortly, Zhang Chen declared, pleased with himself. Hands on his hips. At that moment, Su Yu, also suffering from low blood sugar, was assisted to the infirmary by a classmate. Chapter 13. You need not inform me of such matters in the future. They do not concern me. Jiang Minghua, a solitary male student, along with 2 other girls who had also completed their tests, supported Su Yu to the infirmary, coincidentally passing by Zhang Chen and Bai Xiruo at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhang Chen outside, Jiang Minghua nodded in greeting. Zhang Chen recognized him. In the original narrative, Su Yu could not possibly have only one admirer, and Jiang Minghua was one of them, aside from himself. After his expulsion, the position of following Su Yu around the school naturally fell to him. Due to this, he would receive a thorough beating from Zhang Chen, though such matters would eventually be curtailed by Su Yu. He was merely a minor character, with this incident mentioned only briefly in the text. However, in the current memory of the original self, Jiang Minghua was far from insignificant. Zhang Chen recalled many past events involving him and Jiang Minghua, as if they were his own experiences. They had once shared the same class in middle school, where Jiang Minghua consistently outperformed him academically, leading to a subtle air of superiority on his part, until one day, unable to endure it any longer, the original self confronted him after school, and he thereafter refrained from flaunting his academic prowess. In high school, they found themselves once again in the same class, both enamored with Su Yu. Due to the original self's constant presence by Su Yu's side, Jiang Minghua generally refrained from asserting himself. However, whenever the original self was absent, he would seize opportunities to engage with her, positioning himself as a rival while the two remained at odds. Yet, outwardly, he dared not reveal his animosity, resorting instead to underhanded tactics. For instance, in this moment, he feared that Zhang Chen might misinterpret his actions as jealousy, hence he greeted Zhang Chen with a polite nod. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he observed the group passing by. Noticing Zhang Chen, Jiang Minghua halted, grandiosely explaining, Su Yu just fainted on the playground. So I brought her to the infirmary. Zhang Chen replied, why tell me this? Hearing his voice, Su Yu turned, slightly frowning in confusion, as she was assisted inside by the 2 girls. I feel it is necessary to inform you, Jiang Minghua began, perplexed. Previously, any attempt to converse with Su Yu would have been met with Zhang Chen's disapproving glare. What did this mean now? You need not inform me of such matters in the future. They do not concern me. Zhang Chen smirked. I am a man who values fairness. Am I not, Xiruo? Huh. Bai Xiruo, startled, hesitated, unwilling to meet Su Yu's gaze, slowly retreating. Jiang Minghua, equally confused, asked, what do you mean? It means precisely what it says. Zhang Chen asserted, seizing Bai Xiruo's collar as she tried to step back. In the future, how you pursue girls does not concern me. You need not fear I will harm you. I have reformed. I do not engage in violence any longer. Right, Xiruo? The previous day's thoughts echoed in Bai Xiruo's mind. Jiang Minghua, upon hearing this, glanced at Su Yu, who had already entered the infirmary, and then forced a nonchalant smile. What are you talking about? Boys must maintain some dignity when their crush is near. Zhang Chen refrained from exposing him, glancing at Bai Xiruo and stating, she has recovered. I will take her back to class. Without waiting for Jiang Minghua's response, Zhang Chen released Bai Xiruo and followed her towards the playground. Jiang Minghua stood momentarily stunned, watching Zhang Chen walk away before he finally entered the infirmary. Observing Su Yu sitting on the edge of the bed, he inquired, how are you? Are you all right? Su Yu glanced towards the door, surprised to see that Zhang Chen had not followed. The two accompanying girls shook their heads. She is fine. We are going to buy some candy for her. Please keep an eye on her. Jiang Minghua, seizing the opportunity to be alone with Su Yu, felt a surge of joy. All right. After the girls departed, he approached Su Yu with a glass of glucose water, cautiously offering it to her. What did you discuss with Zhang Chen earlier? Su Yu asked, refraining from drinking but probing instead. Jiang Minghua hesitated, momentarily at a loss. Nothing much. Why do you ask? How could he claim to have said nothing? Su Yu furrowed her brow, realizing that while she had fainted from low blood sugar, Zhang Chen had ignored her. She had deliberately feigned her condition to gauge his reaction. Yet, he exhibited no concern, not even a glance in her direction. What was he up to? Jiang Minghua, sensing her agitation, put on a thoughtful expression and after a moment of deliberation said, I noticed he seems to get along quite well with Bai Xiruo. He added, he merely stated that Bai Xiruo was fine and that he would take her back to class. Oh, he even grabbed Bai Xiruo by the collar? I had not realized their relationship was so close. What? Close? He grabbed her by the collar? How did he do that? Su Yu was taken aback by Jiang Minghua's words, recalling that just yesterday, Zhang Chen had vowed to teach Bai Xiruo a lesson. How could their relationship have progressed to such an extent? Jiang Minghua demonstrated, pulling up the collar of his shirt, like this. Did he truly say nothing else? Su Yu's eyes widened, her anger causing her chest to rise and fall. Well, he did say one more thing, but I am hesitant to share it. Jiang Minghua feigned reluctance. Speak. Su Yu was not in the mood for Jiang Minghua's games. Her intention in bringing him along was to provoke Zhang Chen. Yet she found herself infuriated instead. I mentioned that you also have low blood sugar, and I brought you here. However, he replied that I need not inform him of such matters in the future, as they do not concern him. Su Yu accepted this statement as truth, recalling that before entering the infirmary, she had indeed heard Zhang Chen say, why tell me this? Following that, his remarks about it not being his concern were entirely reasonable. Very well, Su Yu nodded lightly. It does not matter, I understand. Jiang Minghua, concerned, inquired, are you all right, Su Yu? Zhang Chen may have been in a bad mood due to a warning from the teacher yesterday. If he is in a bad mood, then so be it. Su Yu replied, lifting her gaze to Jiang Minghua. Would you like to have lunch with me? Huh, can I? Jiang Minghua exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight. What is there to prevent? Dining together among classmates is quite a normal occurrence, isn't it? Chapter 14. I apologize, Bai Xiruo. Please forgive me. Zhang Chen looked at Duan Qingsu and Li Junhao, spreading his hands and speaking earnestly. Such a statement would undoubtedly be acceptable in the context of other classmates. However, when it comes to you, Shengu, it raises significant concerns, Duan Qingsu remarked, pouting and shaking his head. Li Junhao, furrowing his brow, nodded in agreement. Both felt that Zhang Chen had suddenly transformed into an entirely different person. Even his approach to playing basketball had changed considerably. Now, not only was he not joining Su Yu for lunch, but he also intended to bring along Bai Xiruo, with whom Su Yu had a strained relationship, particularly for Li Junhao, who had just overturned Bai Xiruo's lunchbox the day before. This is a perfect opportunity for you to apologize to Bai Xiruo. You shall cover the lunch expenses, Zhang Chen declared, taking charge on behalf of Li Junhao and requesting the meal card. What? Chenggu? Li Junhao hurriedly shielded his pocket. Zhang Chen widened his eyes, a hint of menace in his gaze. Reluctantly, Li Junhao surrendered the card with both hands. Zhang Chen took it, fanning himself with it, and inquired, how much do we have? There should be over 100. Quite affluent, indeed. Just right. As the doctor mentioned, Bai Xiruo is slightly malnourished. Let us treat her to an extra couple of drumsticks at lunch, Zhang Chen said, waving the meal card as he headed toward Bai Xiruo. But bro? Drumsticks are $5 each. I can barely afford one. Li Junhao chased after him. Before the first bell rang to signal the end of class, a few students had already made their way to the cafeteria. Most of them were heading to physical education classes, while those still in the classroom could only watch enviously. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Zhang Chen didn't bother asking Bai Xiruo what she wanted. He simply ordered her meal directly. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and 2 large drumsticks, charging Li Junhao a total of $23. Li Junhao felt a pang of regret. Come on, serve it up, Zhang Chen called to Bai Xiruo. Can't you show a bit of initiative? Hearing him, Bai Xiruo timidly approached, holding a lavish tray, looking anxious as she waited by the side. With her head down, she dared not glance at Li Junhao. Observing this, Zhang Chen proceeded to order his own meal, also 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. But this time he used his own card. He handed the meal card back to Li Junhao and said, I'll sit with her. You come over later with the fat guy. All right, Li Junhao replied, visibly relieved as he took the card. Zhang Chen then found a corner in the cafeteria to sit with Bai Xiruo, while Li Junhao turned to the other cafeteria window where Nan Xingwan was. Once seated, Bai Xiruo, noticing that Li Junhao was absent, finally dared to look up and speak to Zhang Chen. Is this for me? Who else would it be for? Zhang Chen replied, already devouring his meal with abandon. Hurry up and eat. You're malnourished. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiruo's rigid posture became even more tense, and she hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. What's wrong? Zhang Chen asked, puzzled. Don't worry, you don't have to pay me back. Didn't he just knock over your lunch yesterday? This is his compensation. Eat comfortably. Bai Xiruo lowered her head, tightly gripping her school uniform. Feeling both wronged and saddened at the thought of yesterday's incident, she knew that Li Junhao would never willingly offer to pay for her lunch. This was clearly Zhang Chen's doing. Yet, she could not comprehend why Zhang Chen would act in such a manner. Previously, like most others, he had bullied her. Why the sudden kindness now? Seeing that she still wasn't eating, Zhang Chen guessed what was on her mind. Just as a small animal might remain wary after being mistreated, so too could a human. He wasn't in a hurry to shift Bai Xiruo's perception of him. Just as with teachers and Nanxing, he understood that changing ingrained impressions would take time. If you don't eat, you'll lack energy this afternoon. If you faint during class again, there won't be anyone to take you to the infirmary. Zhang Chen continued, exaggerating the severity of the situation. If you fall ill. Bai Xiruo disliked being a burden to others, especially in the case of illness. She had her grandmother in the countryside to care for. Becoming ill was simply not an option. Such words clearly had an effect. Bai Xiruo's body began to move, reaching for the chopsticks. However, just as her fingers brushed against them, Li Junhao and Nan Xingwan, having finished their own meals, approached, startling Bai Xiruo into withdrawing her hand. Zhang Chen sighed deeply at the sight. Chenggu, there's your favorite spicy rabbit at window 3. Nan Xingwan exclaimed excitedly as he sat down opposite them. What rabbit? Just thinking about food. Zhang Chen retorted irritably. Shut up, Nan Xingwan. Li Junhao, who was about to speak. The two immediately fell silent. Glancing at Bai Xiruo, who sat rigidly like a statue, Zhang Chen cleared his throat, calmly looking at Li Junhao across the table. He gestured with his lips, indicating for him to speak. Li Junhao still found it hard to let go of his pride. After all, he valued his dignity. Only when Zhang Chen kicked him beneath the table did he relent. Bai Xiruo, have you lost your voice? Can't you speak properly? Zhang Chen chided. Bai Xiruo sat stiffly, anxiously listening to Li Junhao. However, hearing Zhang Chen scold him, which in a way was defending her, caused her face to flush. Yet, her hair obscured her features, preventing anyone from noticing. I'm sorry for my actions yesterday and for bullying you in the past. Please forgive me. Li Junhao managed to apologize to Bai Xiruo after being chastised by Zhang Chen. Bai Xiruo remained silent, but her body trembled. Observing her reaction, Zhang Chen clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Who are you apologizing to? Speak properly. Li Junhao looked at Bai Xiruo again and earnestly said, I'm sorry, Bai Xiruo. I shouldn't have bullied you. Please forgive me. Bai Xiruo kept her head down, tears brimming in her eyes, the unjustified sorrow spilling onto her delicate hands. Zhang Chen, seated beside her, noticed the glistening tears fall from her hair to her hands, a pang of pain striking his heart. The feeling of being bullied is undeniably distressing, and facing an apology from the tormentor could easily bring one to tears. Zhang Chen furrowed his brow, casting an angry glance at Li Junhao across the table. Li Junhao, sensing that Bai Xiruo was indeed crying, timidly glanced at Zhang Chen, only to be met with a furious expression. What? We all participated in bullying her. You were the mastermind. Zhang Chen's voice was low and firm. What about in the future? What about then? Li Juanhao, like a machine receiving a reminder, responded. In the future, I absolutely will not bully you again. Who? Who will not bully whom? Bai Xiruo, I promise, this will never happen again. Li Junhao clasped his hands together, earnestly seeking forgiveness. What if it happens again? Li Junhao looked at Zhang Chen, licking his lips, somewhat confused and cautiously asked, What? What will happen? If she is bullied again, you'll be bullied in the same way. Li Juanhao gulped, rapidly agreeing. Okay, Chen Gu. Though feeling innocent. Under Zhang Chen's threatening gaze, he dared not speak further. He could only obediently accept this unexpected new responsibility assigned by Zhang Chen. Meanwhile, Su Yu and Jiang Minghua arrived slightly later than Zhang Chen and his group. Jiang Minghua, ever the gentleman, inquired about what Su Yu wished to eat and voluntarily offered to pay for her meal. As Su Yu gazed intently in a particular direction without any reaction, Jiang Minghua followed her gaze only to observe Zhang Chen and his companions enjoying a hearty meal together. Zhang Chen casually snatched a large chicken leg from Bai Xiruo's plate. Noticing this, Jiang Minghua couldn't resist casting a glance at Su Yu's reaction, then smirked with a hint of sarcasm. Their relationship certainly seems quite amicable. In Chapter 15, the question loomed. What warranted Nan Xingwan's concern for him? Little fish, what does Zhang Chen mean by this? The accompanying female friends witnessed the scene and, as Su Yu's close confidants, instinctively sided with her. Just yesterday, Zhang Chen had been eager to share a meal with Su Yu, yet today, he seemed indifferent. Dining with another girl, making his previous declarations of affection feel rather insipid. Did you have a quarrel with him? You were in the infirmary with low blood sugar. And he didn't even bother to check on you. Why is he suddenly with Bai Xiruo? Doesn't he realize our relationship with her is strained? Su Yu herself was bewildered by Zhang Chen's sudden change in behavior and wished to inquire further. However, under the probing of her friends, she maintained a calm facade and replied, It's nothing. I have no ties with him. He can dine with whomever he pleases. With that, she turned to take the tray from Jiang Minghua's hands. Seizing the moment, Jiang Minghua asked, So, where shall we sit? Let us sit over there. Su Yu indicated a spot directly in Zhang Chen's line of sight. She was determined to see if Zhang Chen would ignore her dining with Jiang Minghua after having seen them head to the infirmary together. Jiang Minghua, however, hesitated slightly, feeling a pang of apprehension. This was undoubtedly a direct provocation. While Zhang Chen might not confront Su Yu, he could very well retaliate against him. Jiang Minghua did not believe Zhang Chen's earlier words at the infirmary were sincere. This was a person known for his fickleness, often publicly apologizing and vowing to reform, yet failing to do so. Nevertheless, this was a splendid opportunity presented by Su Yu, and despite the risk of incurring Zhang Chen's wrath, he was unwilling to let it slip away. Thus, the group proceeded towards Zhang Chen's table, trays in hand. Duan Qinshu, facing the cafeteria window, was the first to notice Su Yu and her friends approaching. He promptly nudged Li Juanhao beside him. Upon seeing Su Yu, Li Juanhao immediately kicked Zhang Chen under the table. Zhang Chen, busy devouring the chicken leg he had pilfered from Bai Xiruo, looked confused and asked, What's up? Li Juanhao leaned closer to Zhang Chen, shielding his mouth and whispering, Sister-in-law. Zhang Chen furrowed his brow, glancing at Bai Xiruo, who was quietly eating with impeccable manners, the remaining chicken leg untouched on her plate. To her, such a delicacy was too precious to indulge in, especially during her stay at her uncle's house, where even chicken soup was a luxury. Seeing Bai Xiruo's lack of reaction, Zhang Chen furrowed his brow again and asked, What sister-in-law? Duan Qinshu bluntly revealed, Su Yu. Realization dawned on Zhang Chen, and he turned to look behind him, catching sight of Su Yu and her friends approaching with trays in hand. As Su Yu noticed Zhang Chen's gaze, she deliberately averted her eyes, maintaining a serene expression as she focused forward, contemplating, since he chose not to dine with her, she would share a meal with other boys instead. In stark contrast, Jiang Minghua felt a surge of anxiety, envisioning the scenario of being dragged into a narrow alley by Zhang Chen's group for a reprimand. He attempted to hide behind the girls, but his height made it impossible, leaving him to nervously make eye contact with Zhang Chen. Yet, Zhang Chen merely glanced at them before turning back, delivering a kick to Li Juanhao across the table, exclaiming, What sister-in-law? I don't know her. Don't ever say such things again. Ouch! Li Juanhao yelped, grimacing in pain. What do you mean? Duan Qinshu raised an eyebrow, sensing the gossip brewing. You're quite talkative, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Duan Qinshu wisely fell silent, quickly shifting his tray to the corner to avoid Zhang Chen's impending foot. Zhang Chen's eyes widened in surprise as Duan Qinshu playfully gestured and made a mocking face. All right. Zhang Chen turned to Li Juanhao, brother Hao. Take care of him. Li Juanhao complied, responding with a playful jab that caught Duan Qinshu off guard. As Su Yu and her friends passed by Zhang Chen's table, she cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xiruo, who remained focused on her meal, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Chen's banter and thus failing to notice Su Yu. However, Su Yu believed Bai Xiruo had surely seen her, but was merely too timid to meet her gaze. They settled 2 tables away from Zhang Chen's group, and it was only then that Bai Xiruo looked up to notice Su Yu, her heart sinking with unease. Li Juanhao scrutinized Jiang Minghua for a moment before turning to Zhang Chen and inquiring, Brother Chen, are we going to take care of this? Take care of whom? Zhang Chen replied, somewhat perplexed, before redirecting his attention to Bai Xiruo, reminding her to eat the chicken leg. Jiang Minghua, isn't he challenging your authority? Li Juanhao expressed indignantly, gesturing behind him. Mind your own business. Zhang Chen retorted dismissively. I told you, she and I have nothing to do with each other. Just keep an eye on Bai Xiruo. A new sister-in-law? Li Juanhao's rusty brain seemed to finally catch up, though uncertainty lingered. Bai Xiruo froze in shock, her ears flushing crimson. Zhang Chen, exasperated, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What do you mean, sister-in-law? After evening study sessions concluded, Zhang Chen packed his bag and exited the school grounds, eagerly anticipating the moment he would see Nan Xingwan again. He then took out his phone to call her, inquiring about her whereabouts. At that moment, Nan Xingwan had just finished packing her bag, and her classmate Liang Jingna invited her. Xing, wait for me. Let's go together. Nan Xingwan shook her head. I have something to do today. Next time. This prompted Liang Jingna to pout, feigning tears. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchen, who had been waiting outside the classroom, seized the opportunity to follow her. Nan Xingwan, let's walk together. I have a question about a problem from class today. I want to know if my alternative approach makes sense. Nan Xingwan felt a bit conflicted. As the class monitor, she usually had no problem assisting. But today she was anxious to catch up with Zhang Chen. Thus, she reluctantly declined. I can't today. I have something to do. Oh, I see. Lu Yiqing felt a bit awkward, as he was used to communicating with Nan Xingwan this way, without facing any refusals. It's all right, we can talk while walking. It won't take much of your time. Nan Xingwan frowned, still feeling uneasy, but out of kindness, she eventually nodded reluctantly. All right. As they walked home, Lu Yiqing noticed that Nan Xingwan was heading in a direction that was not her usual route home, but towards the bus station. Aren't you going home today? He asked, seizing a moment while Nan Xingwan contemplated his question. Yes, Nan Xingwan repeated simply. I have something to do. Oh, you're not going back to Yizhong again, are you? Many in the class are aware of Nan Xingwan occasionally taking leave to act as a guardian for a boy at the first middle school. After all, she was in the same class as Zhang Chen during her junior high years. Although she now attends the prestigious 7th middle school, there are still classmates from her former school, such as Zhang Chen and Jiang Minghua. Consequently, news tends to circulate through various channels. It is not surprising that Lu Yuchen is aware of this. Nan Xingwan pursed her lips and remained silent. Observing her reaction, Lu Yuchen deduced he was correct and continued. I heard his grades are rather poor. How could he end up in the same class as you in junior high? His grades were quite good in junior high. Nan Xingwan replied, her eyes lighting up at the mention of Zhang Chen, though she wondered why he had changed so much since entering high school. If his junior high grades were commendable, he should have also been admitted to 7th middle school like you. Lu Yuchen raised an eyebrow, skeptical of Nan Xingwan's words. In response, her eyes dimmed once more. Just then, her phone rang, displaying the caller ID, Zhang Chen. I must take this call. We'll talk tomorrow, she said, returning her book to Lu Yuchen before hurriedly answering the phone and departing. Lu Yiqing could vaguely hear a male voice on the other end. He paused to watch Nan Xingwan's retreating figure as she gently spoke into the phone. I'm almost at the bus station. Okay, see you soon. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. What right did a boy who couldn't even get into 7th middle school have to receive such concern from her? Chapter 16. Nan Xingwan arrives. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Zhongxing Road. Please gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. After a brief ride of over 10 minutes, Nan Xingwan reached the bus stop, where Zhang Chen awaited her. He was still carrying his backpack, having just returned from the first middle school. Holding a box of freshly cut pineapple he had purchased from a fruit shop, he smiled as Nan Xingwan jogged over. Thank you. She graciously accepted the offering, skewering a piece of pineapple with a toothpick and popping it into her mouth. While savoring the sweet fruit, she inquired, You didn't forget the test papers and homework, did you? Rest assured, I have everything. Zhang Chen confidently raised his backpack. He was well prepared today and would not repeat the cluelessness from yesterday. Nan Xingwan nodded, enjoying the delectable pineapple, her eyes squinting in delight. Zhang Chen, observing her, couldn't he help but chuckle softly. It was just like what was written in books. When one eats something they love, their eyes naturally squint with joy. Nan Xingwan caught his laughter and turned her head, frowning at him. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Just thought of something happy, Zhang Chen replied, feigning seriousness as he touched his lips. Under her skeptical gaze, he quickly changed the subject. Is it sweet? Didn't you try any? She asked, puzzled. I had a piece when I bought it, but I'm not sure about the sweetness of the ones in the box. Upon hearing this, Nan Xingwan generously skewered another piece of pineapple and offered it to Zhang Chen. Here, a reward for your diligent studying yesterday. Zhang Chen laughed, taking the toothpick from her and promptly biting off the pineapple piece. Just as sweet as expected. But is that it? This reward seems a bit stingy. Nan Xingwan retrieved the toothpick, pouting playfully as she protectively cradled the remaining box of pineapple. One piece is plenty. One shouldn't be too greedy. But one shouldn't be too stingy either. After all, I bought it. Not sharing. Once you take it, it belongs to me. They exchanged playful banter. And as Nan Xingwan prepared to eat another piece, she suddenly remembered they were sharing a toothpick. Although neither had touched it with their mouths, and there was technically no direct contact, the mere thought made her heart race. If this had been before junior high, when she and Zhang Chen were close, such a habitual action would not have been noteworthy. After all, they had grown up together, sharing ice pops in their childhood. Yet now, their relationship had changed, and this familiar gesture, which had previously gone unnoticed, seemed to carry a different weight today. She glanced at Zhang Chen to ensure he hadn't noticed the detail and added, at most, I'll give you one more piece. Zhang Chen, carefree as ever, remained oblivious. He teased, you're so stingy. After Zhang Chen gladly accepted another piece of pineapple from her, Nan Xingwan suddenly felt lighthearted. Let us hurry back. I need to tutor you. Seeing her sprint ahead, Zhang Chen was bewildered. Why the sudden urgency? You're acting like a rabbit. Hurry up. It'll be 10 soon. And we want to have time to study, she urged, glancing back over her shoulder. All right, Zhang Chen acquiesced, quickening his pace to catch up. Despite having a firm grasp of the material, he found himself feeling an unexpected sense of urgency under Nan Xingwan's insistence. Their one-on-one tutoring continued until around 11:30. Glancing at the time, Zhang Chen, concerned about Nan Xingwan returning home too late, gently reminded her, it's almost 11:30. Just a moment longer. I'll finish 2 more problems and then head out, she replied, her head down as she meticulously explained her problem-solving approach to him. Today, she had brought nearly all her essential notes, outlining each subject's units and key points, establishing a comprehensive framework of knowledge. Fearing Zhang Chen might struggle to comprehend, she took the time to build the concept step by step, assisting him in forming a similar knowledge structure. Zhang Chen, also a top student, could plainly see Nan Xingwan's heartfelt efforts. The concept of a knowledge framework is something only fellow high achievers can truly appreciate. Students with average or even slightly above average grades often lack this understanding. They merely remember the specific knowledge points of question tests or the methods taught in class. However, possessing a knowledge framework changes everything. For top students, a single question can be approached from multiple angles, constructed within the confines of their framework, much like navigating a labyrinth in a memory palace. Even methods not explicitly covered in class can be discerned through their own reasoning. This is why some exceptional students seem to grasp concepts effortlessly. They excel in both what the teacher has taught and what has not been covered. Zhang Chen understood the challenge of helping a struggling student build a knowledge framework. Constructing such a framework necessitates a solid foundation of existing knowledge. If everyone could easily build such abstract structures, there wouldn't be so many failing students. Even Zhang Chen had never considered teaching a struggling student, like Nan Xingwan, in a hands-on manner. It felt as though he would have to cram knowledge into their mind. Realizing Nan Xingwan's noble intentions, Zhang Chen remained silent and continued attentively listening to her explanations. The next day, during class, as the teacher reviewed the homework assigned the previous day, Zhang Chen found himself dozing off. Chengge, did you go to an internet cafe yesterday? His desk mate, Duan Chenxiu, noticed Zhang Chen dozing off and felt a sense of relief. Zhang Chen had seemed so alert yesterday that it felt unfamiliar. Zhang Chen waved his hand dismissively, signaling Duan to leave him be. He couldn't quite understand why he remained alert while Nan Xingwan taught him, yet struggled to stay awake during the teacher's lecture. Even though he had gone to bed early after seeing Nan Xingwan home, his habit of dozing off in class had not changed. Just then, the math teacher, Jia Wei, suddenly called out Zhang Chen's name. Zhang Chen's homework was remarkably well done yesterday, with every answer correct and a clear line of thought. The entire class turned their attention to him, erupting in applause. However, Zhang Chen remained oblivious, dozing off. Duan Qinshu, sitting nearby, nudged him urgently. Chen-gu, the teacher is calling you. Slowly, Zhang Chen lifted his head, his eyes barely open, sounding somewhat dazed as he exclaimed, "Huh?" This prompted laughter from the class. In Chapter 17, Zhang Chen questioned whether such simple problems warranted copying. It seemed he had studied late into the night. Teacher Jia, a middle-aged man with a slightly plump physique, was also the homeroom teacher of the neighboring elite class. A mole between his brows added to his expressive demeanor when speaking. His voice boomed during class, and he would often feign shock to awaken dozing students, casting a playful glance their way, embodying a blend of humor and charisma. However, he had adopted a hands-off approach with Zhang Chen, only occasionally intervening. This time, upon grading the homework, he discovered that not only had Zhang Chen submitted his work, but he had also done so exceptionally well. The assignments were filled with problem-solving strategies and neat handwriting, indicating a serious effort, quite a departure from Zhang Chen's previous submissions, which he had scarcely glanced at. Thus, when he noticed Zhang Chen dozing off while discussing the homework, he decided to call upon him. "Come on, stand up and share how you solved question 9. Instead of rebuking him, Jia Wei smiled and invited him to respond. Zhang Chen furrowed his brow, slowly rising and running a hand through his hair. Duan Qinshu, struggling to contain his laughter, whispered from behind a book, "Chen-gu, do you know which page it is?" Zhang Chen, unfazed, flipped through his workbook, only to be met with exaggerated expressions from teacher Jia. "You haven't even opened the book?" This comment elicited further amusement from the class. Zhang Chen, feeling awkward, managed a couple of sheepish smiles before he finally spotted question 9. A straightforward one involving the monotonicity of derivatives, a concept typically taught in the latter part of the second year of high school, especially considering that even here, the teachers had already begun introducing third-year material. The topic of derivatives often posed challenges for students who had not firmly grasped the functions prior. What appeared to be a simple assignment could easily consume an entire evening study session, with the risk of not reaching a solution at all. Moreover, derivatives were known to feature prominently in college entrance examinations, typically comprising a challenging question with multiple parts. After a brief glance at the question, Zhang Chen promptly replied, "Derivative." "Of course." Jia Wei interjected, "I understand it's a derivative. I'm asking about your thought process." Zhang Chen frowned, glancing back at the question. It was so simple that he thought it hardly required a detailed approach. However, he noticed his notes beside the question, which he had diligently jotted down at Nan Xingwan's suggestion the previous night. Thankfully, he had that. He recited, "The derivative of f(x) is greater than 0, indicating it is a monotonic increasing function. Hence, the answer is A." His fluid response drew wide-eyed astonishment from Duan Qinshu and erupted into cheers and applause from the classmates. Zhang Chen, perplexed, furrowed his brow, questioning the applause. Was it meant to mock him? Jia Wei, satisfied with Zhang Chen's performance, nodded approvingly. Excellent. Zhang Chen's homework was exceptionally thorough and well documented, indicating genuine effort. While praising him, Jia Wei approached Zhang Chen and showcased his work to the class. Sometimes, those of you with higher grades should learn from those who struggle a bit. It's all about their attitude toward learning. As he commended Zhang Chen, he strolled around the classroom with the book, elevating Zhang Chen's status as if he had won a significant prize, which, in a way, was not far from the truth. However, as he completed his rounds, the pages fluttered in the breeze, revealing that aside from the 2 pages of yesterday's homework, the rest were entirely blank. This revelation caused several students to burst into laughter. "Teacher, why is the front empty? Yes, why is there nothing written at the beginning?" As Jia Wei turned the book towards himself, he discovered the pages were indeed blank. Narrowing his eyes, he shot a sidelong glance at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen quickly averted his gaze, thinking, "Don't look at me. It's not my fault. It's the original owner's negligence." At that moment, Su Yu, seated in the front row, questioned, "Did you really write this yourself?" She suspected Zhang Chen might have had Bai Xiruo complete the homework for him. Otherwise, given his usual performance, how could he suddenly produce such excellent work? With Su Yu leading the charge, others chimed in. "Did someone help you copy, Chen-gu? You know in your heart whether you wrote it yourself. You can fool your friends, but don't deceive yourself." While they might not typically dare to tease Zhang Chen, the dynamic was different with Su Yu's playful banter. Jia Wei approached Zhang Chen, returning the book and raising an eyebrow. "Did you genuinely complete this yourself?" His inquiry drew silence from the class, who were eager to witness Zhang Chen's response. They believed it was unlikely he had done it alone, suspecting the assignment was largely fabricated. Faced with the laughter of his peers and Jia Wei's questioning gaze, Zhang Chen smirked and replied calmly, "Of course, I wrote it myself. Why would I copy such simple problems?" His unexpected bravado left classmates momentarily speechless, and the classroom fell into an eerie silence. 3 seconds later, realization dawned on everyone, and the class erupted into chatter. Even Jia Wei, the teacher, was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained composure, signaling for quiet. He observed Zhang Chen with intrigue, his lips twitching as if he were at a loss for words. As a teacher, he gestured for Zhang Chen to come forward. Then, step up and show us. Zhang Chen shrugged. How do I prove that? You go first. Obediently, Zhang Chen left his seat and walked to the front of the class. Having often spoken before the entire school, he felt no nerves. Once he reached the podium, Jia Wei addressed the class. Solve the last question on the second page. This question is from last year's college entrance exam, and it's somewhat challenging. I mentioned yesterday that you could choose to attempt it or not. Turning his gaze back to Zhang Chen, Jia Wei noted, I saw that very few students even attempted it. However, Zhang Chen did, and he got it right. Now, I will let him use my new book to solve it again on the spot, to see if he can do it. If he can. You all must understand that one should not judge by appearances. Even a brief separation can change one's perspective. In Chapter 18, the mathematics class representative, Su Ting, flipped through the pages and glanced at the problem. She had also solved it the previous day, taking half a class period and writing out half a page of work. This problem required not only a solid grasp of derivative formulas and logarithmic rules, but also an awareness of the misleading traps in the defined domain. Had she not done enough practice and had a flexible mindset, compounded by her early preparations in the unit on derivatives, she would have struggled significantly longer with yesterday's question. Upon hearing Jia Wei's request for Zhang Chen to tackle the problem, fellow classmates Tan Jian and Huang Yiyuan, who also excelled in mathematics, exchanged glances with Su Ting. The three of them are currently the top mathematics performers in Class 8, often engaging in discussions with each other after completing their math assignments, sharing their unique insights and approaches to challenging problems. When Jia Wei asked Zhang Chen to solve a particular question, they were aware that only Su Tinghuan had managed to do so. As for the two of them, they only grasped the solution after reviewing Su Tinghuan's thought process. Now, hearing that Jia Wei had assigned such a question to Zhang Chen, and learning that Zhang Chen had indeed solved it, they couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and amusement. This question had stumped them for 2 entire evening study sessions. How could someone who typically scored in the 30s in math possibly solve it? Unless he had copied. No, even that was implausible, as the answer was merely a summary. He must have copied from someone else. All eyes turned to Zhang Chen at the podium, where he picked up Jia Wei's blank textbook and slowly wrote the character for solution on the blackboard. After glancing at the problem, he punctuated solution with a colon, an indication of his adherence to writing standards. Tan Jian and Huang Yiyuan exchanged glances as they realized he was struggling to find a starting point. They began to whisper, "This is it. He doesn't know how to write it. What does last night's work have to do with today?" Su Tinghuan, however, remained relatively unfazed, merely casting a glance at Zhang Chen's silhouette before returning to her own work. Su felt a bit surprised, but seeing Zhang Chen hesitating at the podium struck her as somewhat amusing. She glanced at Bai Xiruo, thinking to herself, if it comes to the worst, why not go help him? After all, Bai Xiruo is brilliant and would surely solve it. Just as most of the class was enjoying the spectacle, Zhang Chen began to write. The sound of chalk meeting the blackboard flowed like a graceful stream, uninterrupted from the moment he began. The previously amused Tan Jian and his peers turned their attention to the blackboard, eager to see what Zhang Chen would produce. Half a minute later, the laughter had faded into silence as Zhang Chen completed a full blackboard's worth of work and began on a second. He wrote faster than they could comprehend. A minute later, the smiles had vanished from Tan Jian and his friends' faces, replaced by confusion as they struggled to understand. 2 minutes in, their expressions were devoid of mirth, now filled with bewilderment as they awaited Jia Wei's explanation. The classroom was enveloped in the crisp sound of chalk as Zhang Chen wrapped up his solution. Turning around, he placed the chalk and book securely on the podium. He had employed a completely new method, one that differed entirely from what Nan Xingwan had shown him the previous evening. While the process might not have been easier, it was undoubtedly more comprehensible. The few seconds he had paused earlier were spent devising a new approach in his mind, ultimately opting for the most accessible one. This should be sufficient evidence of his diligence in completing the assignment, shouldn't it? As Zhang Chen turned, his classmates redirected their gaze to Jia Wei, who was comparing Zhang Chen's work with his textbook. "This isn't the method you used yesterday," Jia Wei remarked, surprised, as he smiled at Zhang Chen. This was the moment that truly changed Jia Wei's perception of Zhang Chen. "I just thought of this," Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly. "It's easier to understand." The class was left in disbelief. Su Tinghuan scrutinized his solution process, perplexed. "Could you possibly stop pretending to be so clever?" The entire class was left speechless by Zhang Chen's claim. Just moments ago, he had deemed the problem too simple. Yet now he was asserting that this method had just come to him. How could someone who typically scored in the 30s in math speak as though he could score 300? Su Tinghuan found Zhang Chen's assertion of greater clarity baffling. In fact, she struggled to understand several parts of his work. If she found it so difficult, it was safe to say others would be even more lost. Had the final answer not been correct, she might have suspected Zhang Chen was simply scribbling nonsense. At that moment, Huang Yuan voiced the question on everyone's mind. So, Teacher Jia, did Zhang Chen actually get this right? As Zhang Chen prepared to step down from the podium, he was intercepted by a smiling Jia Wei, who simultaneously addressed Huang Yuan's query. Of course it's correct, entirely accurate. This method is remarkably clever. He then requested Zhang Chen to also write down the method he had used in his assignment. Jia Wei spent the final moments explaining all of Zhang Chen's steps to the class. Thus, Zhang Chen began to outline the approach taught to him by Nan Xingwan on another blackboard, while Jia Wei elaborated on the steps already written. As the class bell rang, Zhang Chen returned to his seat just as Jia Wei concluded his explanations. It seems some students, if they apply themselves, can indeed be remarkable. Look at this difficult problem. He managed to come up with 2 solutions. If this were in an exam, wouldn't he secure 12 points effortlessly? Let us give him a round of applause. Jia Wei encouraged enthusiastically. The class erupted in applause. Brother Chen is awesome. Su Tinghuan, enlightened by Jia Wei's explanations, found herself genuinely admiring Zhang Chen's ingenuity. Su Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. All right, copy down these 2 methods, and anyone who doesn't understand should ask Zhang Chen. Class dismissed. Jia Wei, never one to prolong lessons, promptly declared the end of class and exited the room. As soon as Jia Wei stepped out, several classmates who were friendly with Zhang Chen called out affectionately, Brother Chen, are you leveling up? Starting to study seriously? Let me try to mimic Brother Chen's earlier tone. I just thought of this. It's easier to understand. Oh, for goodness sake, Zhang Chen retorted, playfully shoving them aside. During the break, Zhang Chen felt fully awake after the stimulating math class and stepped into the corridor for some fresh air. Suddenly noticing that Li Junhao had vanished after class, he turned to Duan Qingsu and asked, where's Huzzy? He's in the restroom with Wang Su and the others. Duan Qingsu replied, munching on spicy strips he had just bought from the vending machine. I asked him to help me find someone. Zhang Chen exclaimed. Duan Qingsu shrugged. How would I know? Zhang Chen clicked his tongue and nudged Duan Qingsu. Take me to find him. During lunch the previous day, Zhang Chen had asked Li Junhao to help locate a boy named Yi Fan. Indeed, this was the male lead. As they reached the upper floor, they found it filled with empty classrooms, as no students were attending classes, thus avoiding any teacher patrols. Duan Qinshu waited outside the restroom, while Zhang Chen ventured inside alone. Upon entering, several boys turned their gazes toward him, hastily concealing their cigarettes. Nevertheless, the air remained thick with the acrid scent of smoke. Recognizing Zhang Chen, they relaxed and greeted him warmly, with Wang Su, the first boy he had encountered, stepping forward to offer Zhang Chen a cigarette. I don't smoke. So you guys came here to smoke, huh? Zhang Chen frowned and declined Wang Su's offer. Hey, just one after class, Wang Su replied, expertly exhaling a plume of smoke. Coughing, Zhang Chen waved his hand, trying to dispel the noxious fumes, and asked Li Junhao, did you find the person I asked you to look for? Li Junhao quickly set down his cigarette and replied, Brother Chen, I couldn't find him. There's no one by that name. No one. How could that be? I checked with other classes. There's no one named Yi Fan. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Li Junhao gestured towards the other boys present. They were all leaders from various classes and had good rapport with Zhang Chen. However, in the original story, they were depicted as Zhang Chen's subordinates. Zhang Chen turned to Wang Su and the others. Indeed, this person does not exist. I have inquired with those in other grades that I know, and there is indeed no one by that name in our school. I even asked around the junior high department, but I heard nothing. I even went to the 7th middle school to ask, but found nothing. All of them gave the same response, which left Zhang Chen bewildered. How could this be? Does that mean there is no male lead? Are you all certain? What if I manage to find him? Zhang Chen scrutinized the group, suspecting whether they were merely speaking without truly searching. We really didn't find him, Brother Chen. We have exhausted all avenues of inquiry, Li Junhao said earnestly. Puffing on his cigarette, Wang Su and the others nodded in agreement, appearing sincere and innocent. If all else fails, we will continue searching. Has he offended you in some way, Brother Chen? Not at all. Zhang Chen shook his head, perplexed but ultimately choosing to trust them. All right then, keep looking. If you find him, do not instigate any conflict, and report back to me immediately. Cough, cough, cough. Why does this smoke smell so pungent? What are you smoking? Li Kun, isn't this your favorite? Other brands lack flavor. How about taking a drag? Zhang Chen shot them a disdainful glance, choosing not to say more as he exited the restroom. Wang Su and the others remained perplexed. Typically, Zhang Chen would smoke the most. Yet this time he had not taken a single puff. What has gotten into Brother Chen? Wang Su leaned closer to Li Junhao and inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Junhao assumed a contemplative posture, exhaling a cloud of smoke with a serious demeanor. Well, Brother Chen, it's a long story. What is it? Did he, suffer a heartbreak? Did his girlfriend play with another guy? It can't be that this Yi Fan is the one, right? Shoo. Do not use the term girlfriend so recklessly. Li Junhao warned the others. Brother Chen has indeed undergone some significant changes in the past few days. The group immediately encircled Li Junhao, eager to hear more. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Chen unexpectedly reappeared at the restroom entrance. Li Junhao, come out here. Huh, Brother Chen, what is up? The others scattered like birds. Li Junhao found himself exposed to Zhang Chen's gaze. Hurry up. Under the somewhat sympathetic looks from Wang Su and the others, Li Junhao took one last drag of his cigarette and exited the restroom, unaware that this would be his last taste of freedom. And you, with that hair, make sure to get it cut like mine tonight. It's covering your eyes. Are you trying to cosplay Sasuke? Not at all, Brother Chen. I can comply with the first request, but my hair is a matter of dignity. Li Junhao defended his hairstyle. Do I look like dignity to you? Zhang Chen coldly fixed his gaze upon him. Didn't I cut mine? Zhang Chen ran a hand through his own hair. Brother Chen, you can't play like this. Chapter 19, who just crashed into something and ran off. Oh, Zhang Chen from your class surprised me today. Returning to the office, Jiao Wei immediately recounted Zhang Chen's performance in class to Deng Xianbing. Typically, if a student like Zhang Chen were to be distracted in class, the subject teacher would report to the homeroom teacher. Conversely, if he performed well, they would share some light-hearted banter with the homeroom teacher. Upon hearing this, Deng Xianbing's body instinctively reacted, sitting up straight from his half-reclined position. What happened this time? Well, today in class he said that the homework I assigned was too simple, Jiao Wei reiterated. Is he disrupting the class again? I knew that wager I made with him wouldn't hold. Deng Xianbing sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Not at all. He completed today's homework exceptionally well. I had him come up, and he even demonstrated a second method on the spot, which was quite impressive, Jiao Wei praised. Oh, really? Deng Xianbing frowned, surprised to hear such praise for Zhang Chen from a subject teacher. The rarity of such commendation was almost akin to the sun rising from the west. As he pondered this, Lu Leshi, responsible for teaching English, suddenly turned and said, Hey, Zhang Chen, he also did excellently on his English assignment today, getting everything right. I was wondering why he submitted his homework today. Previously, I rarely even saw his work. Deng Xianbing responded, Is that so? I haven't graded the physics assignments he submitted yet, so I'm not sure if he handed in his work, but typically, he is not one to submit. At that moment, Sun Leshi, who was grading assignments, overheard Zhang Chen's name and chuckled. Zhang Chen? He actually submitted his work? Let me check if he turned in his chemistry assignment. Seeing this, Deng Xianbing curiously stood up and walked over to Sun Leshi. Before long, Sun Leshi found a workbook from the remaining stack. Hey, he actually submitted it. What is going on? Is the sun rising in the west today? Lu Leshi laughed. Let us hope he didn't copy someone else's work, Sun Leshi said, flipping open Zhang Chen's workbook. The front pages were blank, but the latest Unit S assignments were fully completed, with many questions annotated with relevant notes. Deng Xianbing pressed his hand on the workbook, observing the annotations, and noted that there were no errors. It indeed appeared as though he had put in genuine effort. This seems to be his own work, Sun Leshi remarked, glancing at Deng Xianbing, chuckling. You see it, so why are you looking at me? Somewhat surprised, Deng Xianbing patted Sun Leshi on the shoulder and returned to his seat, rummaging through the physics assignments he had collected today. Meanwhile, Jiao Wei continued sipping his tea, casually stating, he must have taken it seriously. He was able to come up with solutions on the spot. Wasn't he supposed to be bound by that wager with you, Deng Leshi, to study earnestly? Lu Leshi teased. Before long, Deng Xianbing indeed found Zhang Chen's workbook among a pile of physics assignments. The front pages remained blank, and he jumped straight to the latest unit. The 2 pages of homework assigned were also completely filled out, with various annotations. This kid. Deng Xianbing immediately sat down, pulling out the answer key to compare and grade. All correct. Just then, chemistry teacher Sun Laosher finished grading and expressed his astonishment. I told you, he did excellently, Deng Xianbing confirmed, finishing his grading in a matter of seconds. I got all correct as well. The teachers exchanged glances, then simultaneously burst into laughter. I can hardly believe it. What did he score on his last chemistry exam? Sun Leshi inquired, even as Jiao Wei, who had just finished a math class, vouched for Zhang Chen. Over 30 points, with physics being slightly higher at 50, thanks to my position as homeroom teacher. Biology was the lowest, only in the 20s, Deng Xianbing chuckled, equally skeptical. His English was only in the 40s, right? Lu Lishi raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wei suggested, if you don't believe it, you could quiz him in class and see if he truly knows his stuff or if he has been copying. At least I'm confident that his math is original, Zhao Wei added. With that, Deng Xianbing and the other teachers exchanged glances, realizing that the implication was that they had all been lax in their assessments, while only the math homework was genuinely completed. All right, the next class is mine. I'll check to see if he copied his English work, Lu Lishi noted, standing up as class was about to start. Remaining behind, Sun Laoshi and Deng Xianbing exchanged glances. Deng Xianbing, unfazed, sipped his tea and chuckled, "Old son, don't look at me. I'm the homeroom teacher. How could he dare to submit copied work to me?" Sun Lishi replied, "Let me see when your class is scheduled today. That kid shouldn't be so careless as to slack off in my class." Zhao Wei burst into laughter. "It's quite possible. If Zhang Chen has only copied from you today, then we'll be treating you to a meal." "Why is that?" Deng Xianbing interjected. "Zhang Chen doesn't even bother to complete your assignments. Do you understand? He should really reflect on his own reasons," Deng Xianbing concluded. Upon hearing this, Teacher Sun pondered deeply in his heart. It seems that there is indeed some truth to this. While all other subjects were written diligently, his work was merely copied. Was there some discontent directed towards him? This was dire. Not only could Zhang Chen make him lower his head in front of other teachers with his grades, but now he would also be unable to hold his head high in front of colleagues who similarly suffered under Zhang Chen's pressure. Throughout the day, Zhang Chen's once tranquil existence was thoroughly disrupted by several subject teachers. Almost every class, different instructors would call upon him to answer questions. So much so that as soon as he noticed a teacher entering the classroom and glancing in his direction, an all too familiar voice echoed in his mind. Danger. By the end of the day, his classmates seemed to have caught on to this intriguing pattern. They were puzzled as to why Zhang Chen was singled out by all the teachers today. Yet, whenever a subject teacher announced they would call on someone to answer a question, the entire class would conspicuously glance towards Zhang Chen. Even if he tried to shield himself with a book, he merely wished to take a discreet nap, yet it was always, "Zhang Chen, you come answer." Wasn't it so? However, after a day filled with such occurrences, the students also discovered a crucial point. Zhang Chen managed to respond correctly to every question posed by the teachers. This revelation utterly overturned their preconceived notions about him. Many classmates jest, could it be that Brother Chen was merely pretending to be mediocre? In truth, he is a master of points? Look, he consistently maintained scores above 200, a stable performer among the top. As evening self-study came to an end and school was dismissed, Zhang Chen opted not to attend the third evening study session. Typically, only students like Bai Xiruo and Duan Qingsu, who were exceptionally studious, or boarders like Su Yu, would attend the third session, which lasted until 10:30 at night. Even Nan Xingwan skipped the third evening study. Were they not all overachievers? After packing his bag, Duan Qingsu, with wide eyes, leaned over eagerly towards Zhang Chen, feigning nonchalance. "Brother Chen, you're leaving again? What? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Zhang Chen playfully smacked his face and disdainfully patted the shoulder that had leaned against him. Duan Qingsu, covering his cheek, finally revealed his true intention. "Can I borrow your homework to copy?" "You want a copy from me?" Zhang Chen questioned, suspecting he had misheard. Although Duan Qingsu trailed behind him, ranking at the top of the class, he had always been the one whose homework Zhang Chen copied before the class was divided. "Indeed, math is too challenging. I can't seem to write anything," Duan Qingsu said, patting the Golden Sun workbook assigned by Zhao Wei, his expression one of utter exhaustion. "I haven't written anything either." Zhang Chen had no time to engage him further. He had to meet Nan Xingwan. But just as he stepped out of the classroom, he was halted by Duan Qingsu. "So you're going to write it later?" "Yes," Zhang Chen replied. Of course, he would return to write it. After all, Nan Xingwan would check it. "Oh, then good luck, Brother Chen. I'll come to copy tomorrow," Duan Qingsu encouraged, raising his fist. "Nuisance." Zhang Chen shot him a glance before exiting the classroom. However, just a short distance from the door, a loud crash echoed from behind, followed by a cacophony of laughter from many classmates. Zhang Chen turned back, peering through the door to see Bai Xiruo had fallen to the ground, her desk overturned, and books scattered everywhere. Not a single classmate stepped forward to help her. Instead, they all stood around, watching with expressions of amusement. Duan Qingsu also stretched his neck, bewildered. Zhang Chen returned to his side, asking, "What happened?" "It seems someone ran by and accidentally bumped into Bai Xiruo, causing her to fall," Duan Qingsu replied, unable to see clearly. Setting down his backpack, Zhang Chen walked directly towards Bai Xiruo. At this moment, she had already squatted down, silently picking up her books from the ground. She neither cried nor made a fuss, merely aware of the many eyes upon her. Her face and ears flushed beneath her hair. She had endured such treatment before. She knew she was being bullied again. Yet she didn't even understand why she had drawn the ire of that boy earlier. The classmates continued to jeer. And the scene of scattered books and an overturned desk was not a common sight. They were merely intrigued, with no one willing to assist Bai Xiruo in collecting her belongings. But then, Zhang Chen unexpectedly appeared, and the crowd, previously caught up in their amusement, fell silent. He approached Bai Xiruo without uttering a word, merely furrowing his brow as he silently righted the overturned desk and began to help her gather her books. Together, they squatted on the floor, collecting the scattered items under the gaze of their peers. After a while, some students, feeling a sense of guilt, also knelt down to pick up the books that had fallen at their feet, handing them to Zhang Chen. He accepted them with a glance at the helpers before returning to his task. It seemed they were not entirely unaware of what constituted the right behavior. This was the first time Bai Xiruo experienced someone helping her. As she prepared to look up and express her gratitude, she realized that the person aiding her was none other than Zhang Chen. Her heart was suddenly stirred. The grievances she had managed to suppress surged to the forefront, and she lowered her head, softly whispering, "Thank you." Zhang Chen, however, maintained a serious expression, concerned as he asked, "Did you hurt yourself?" Bai Xiruo shook her head, remaining silent. In moments of distress, one is often most sensitive to the kindness of others. At this juncture, faced with Zhang Chen's concern, if she were to speak again, she might not be able to hold back her tears. Seeing her shake her head, Zhang Chen continued to focus on picking up her books, choosing not to speak further. Eventually, they gathered all the books and returned them to the desk. Bai Xiruo sat back down to organize her materials, while Zhang Chen brushed off the dust, seemingly concluding his actions. The onlookers believed this commotion had passed. Yet, Zhang Chen then rolled up his uniform sleeves and spoke loudly. "Who was it that bumped into Bai Xiruo? Who ran off after that?" Chapter 20. You, the one who bullied Bai Xiruo? Zhang Chen's sudden inquiry caused Bai Xiruo, who had been touched, to freeze entirely. His first question was about her injury. Now, it seemed he was stepping up for her. This was the first time anyone had helped her, the first time anyone had stood up for her. She looked up at Zhang Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief, her heart unable to settle. In response to Zhang Chen's question, the classmates present shook their heads, none daring to speak. Did no one see? Zhang Chen's gaze swept across those surrounding Bai Xiruo. "I do not believe it." The girl sitting in front of Bai Xiruo felt the intensity of his stare. "I really didn't see anything. I was bumped by the desk." Zhang Chen then turned to those at the podium. "You all didn't see either?" "No, I was wiping the blackboard, Brother Chen. I didn't see clearly." It seemed like it was Luo Hao. It was Luo Hao, right? Upon receiving this answer, Zhang Chen glanced at Luo Hao's seat, noticing his backpack still resting on the desk, indicating he hadn't left. In front of the entire class, Zhang Chen slowly walked toward Luo Hao's desk. Bai Xiruo's gaze followed in astonishment. She naively seemed to sense what was about to happen. And then, the next moment, crash. Luo Hao's books scattered as his desk toppled to the ground beside the trash can. Not a single student dared to intervene and stop Zhang Chen. "No one is allowed to pick up anything," Zhang Chen warned the crowd, his voice calm, yet resonating clearly in the classroom. "Whoever picks up any of it, I will overturn it again. Tell him to come back later, apologize to Bai Xiruo, and compensate for the damaged stationery. Only after Bai Xiruo forgives him will he be allowed to collect it. If he doesn't apologize or compensate every time he tries to pick it up, I will overturn it again. If he has any objections, let him come to me." After saying this, Zhang Chen rolled down his sleeves, walked back to his seat near the back door, and picked up his bag. He patted the awestruck Duan Qinshu on the shoulder. "Where's Li Juanhao? Didn't I tell him to keep an eye on Bai Xiruo? Where did he run off to after class?" Duan Qinshu shrugged innocently. "Tisk, really unreliable," Zhang Chen muttered, slinging his bag over his shoulder. As he was leaving, he reminded Duan Qingsu, "Keep an eye on things." Duan Qingsu nodded in understanding. Afterward, Zhang Chen did not linger and swiftly exited the classroom. As soon as he left, the icy atmosphere within the class was instantly thawed. The gazes directed at Bai Xiruo were now imbued with reverence, and no one dared to provoke her lightly any longer. Conversely, those who glanced towards Luo Hao's seat did so with a tinge of pity and a sense of regret. His classmates, who had enjoyed camaraderie with him, could only nudge his books slightly away from the garbage bin and jest among themselves. What expression will Luo Hao have when he returns? The sky has fallen, haha. Meanwhile, Bai Xiruo, hearing the banter around her, was not inclined to observe their glances. The depth of her emotions at that moment was known only to her. Tears glistened in her eyes as she continued to tidy her desk. In her childhood, she had the audacity to stand up against her classmates during disputes because she had the unwavering support of her parents. She was enveloped in love, regardless of the circumstances. Her loving parents would always stand by her side. A child nurtured in love, naturally, would not succumb to feelings of inferiority or weakness. However, from the very first day she moved into her uncle's home, stripped of her parents' protection, the narrative changed. When faced with such adversities, her uncle did not offer the same support her parents would have. Instead, he compelled her to apologize to those who bullied her. No one came to her aid, and she bore the brunt of these injustices alone. Her uncle was busy, often telling her that he had no time to clean up her mess at school. He warned her that if she caused any trouble, she would be cast out of his home. She dared not to inconvenience them further. She feared being a burden to anyone. Even when bullied at school, she never dared to fight back, only begging for mercy. She had grown accustomed to this life of being victimized. Yet today, Zhang Chen, who had initially joined the ranks of her tormentors, unexpectedly stepped in to defend her, to stand up for her. The sensation of being protected was one she had long forgotten. Just then, Luo Hao returned from outside, still cheerfully greeting students from other classes. It was only upon entering the classroom that he noticed his desk had been overturned. Who did this? I'll be damned, he cursed, storming towards his seat. Zhang Chen, came the direct reply from Jiang Minghua in the front row. What are you going to do about it? Zhang Chen Chengge? Why did he overturn my desk? Upon hearing Zhang Chen's name, Luo Hao's anger diminished by half, and his tone immediately softened. Men are capable of bending and stretching. Zhang Chen was still someone he dared not provoke. Yang Tianyu, his close friend, blocked his attempt to retrieve his books and gestured, "You need to apologize first. Or else." Zhang Chen said that each time you pick up your books, he'll overturn your desk again. Apologize? Luo Hao turned to look at Bai Xiruo, who was still organizing her desk. He recalled that he had collided with her when he burst out of the classroom. He had heard a loud crash as he exited and turned to see her desk flipped over. But he thought it was inconsequential to Bai Xiruo, so he had simply fled the scene. Yang Tianyu continued, "Not only do you need to apologize, but you also have to compensate for her stationery." That is what Zhang Chen said. "If you don't earn her forgiveness, your desk is going to be overturned again. Just ask Duan Go, he is watching you." Luo Hao sighed, frowning in reluctance. What a situation this was. Such matters were usually beyond a teacher's jurisdiction. Why was Zhang Chen suddenly meddling? Hadn't he also bullied Bai Xiruo? Luo Hao then turned to look at Duan Qingxiu by the back door. Just then, Li Juanhao returned, called over by Duan Qingxiu, and sat in Zhang Chen's seat to listen to him speak. Halfway through, he suddenly raised his eyes, locking a cold, piercing gaze on Luo Hao. Luo Hao's heart sank. The previous reluctance was instantly replaced with fear at Li Junhao's stare. He certainly did not wish to be cornered by Zhang Chen and his group of ruffians at the school gate. Consequently, he hurried towards Bai Xiruo's position to seek her forgiveness. However, Li Junhao was quicker, rising to berate him. "You bastard, you bullied Bai Xiruo, didn't you?" "Stop. Brother Hao, I didn't mean it. Damn you. I just left for a moment, and you caused trouble in front of Chengge. I'll make you pay." Zhang Chen was a scholar and maintained his civility, but Li Junhao was a rough character, unconcerned with such niceties. He was already irritated about Zhang Chen requesting him to get a haircut, and now Luo Hao had stirred trouble for Zhang Chen. If Zhang Chen was displeased, it would surely make him uncomfortable. Furthermore, Bai Xiruo was the very person Zhang Chen had specifically asked him to look after. "I'm sorry, Bai Xiruo. I only have 32 yuan. It's all yours. If it's not enough, I'll bring more tomorrow. Please forgive me." Luo Hao rushed to Bai Xiruo, bowing deeply with hands clasped, his eyes filled with sincere fear. Bai Xiruo did not accept the apology, having never accepted apologies before. She found herself at a loss in this unexpected situation. However, her refusal to accept signified her unwillingness to forgive. "Wait for me after school." Li Juanhao approached Bai Xiruo's desk, issuing a stern warning. "You better bring backup." "Brother Hao, please." Luo Hao turned to Bai Xiruo. "I truly regret it, Bai Jia. I didn't mean it. I was just in a hurry. Is the path too wide for you to navigate?" Li Juanhao pointed at the aisle. Noticing Bai Xiruo seemed to sniffle, he lowered his gaze to observe her condition. Although her hair was slightly long and partially obscured her eyes, it was evident that she was crying. "Damn it, she is crying. How am I supposed to explain this to Chengge? I'll make you pay." Chapter 21. If you score full marks, I won't worry about you at the Zhongxing Road bus station. When Zhang Chen arrived, a girl in a ponytail wearing the school uniform of No. 7 high school was already waiting. "Why are you a bit late today?" Nan Xingwan asked upon seeing Zhang Chen jogging over. "There was some bullying in class, so I acted heroically." Zhang Chen panted, He had practically sprinted from no. One high school. He then offered her a box of cut watermelon he had purchased. You acted heroically? Nan Xingwan raised an eyebrow in curiosity, accepting the watermelon and, as usual, poking a piece with a toothpick to pop it into her mouth. What is wrong with that? Shouldn't you usually be the one bullying others? Only to be rescued later? She teased, savoring the crisp sweetness of the watermelon as she offered Zhang Chen a piece. What nonsense. I always act with integrity. Zhang Chen bit into the watermelon on the toothpick. Nan Xingwan, upon hearing this, pouted, shameless. I'm merely stating facts. Oh, by the way, I received praise from the teacher for my homework today. As Nan Xingwan continued to enjoy her watermelon, she didn't forget to feed Zhang Chen. Oh? What did you get praised for? For writing well. All correct. I'll show you when I get home. Humph. You should consider who taught you. Nan Xingwan proudly tossed her hair back, releasing a faint fragrance. At this, Zhang Chen clicked his tongue, returning her jest. Shameless. It was clearly me who grasped it easily. Nan Xingwan widened her eyes, looking at Zhang Chen with an indignant tilt of her head. Who are you calling shameless? I didn't say anything, he replied, covering his mouth. Zhang Chen. The two continued their playful banter, reminiscent of their childhood, filled with joy and laughter. Upon returning to their rented room, Nan Xingwan immediately shifted into teaching mode, ceasing the joviality. She gathered her hair and adopted a stern expression befitting a teacher. In her presence, Zhang Chen instantly transformed into a clueless child, his eyes brimming with eagerness for knowledge, embodying a serious demeanor. The subsequent 2 hours were filled with immersive study. Zhang Chen organized his notes from the day, while Nan Xingwan tidied his desk. By the way, tomorrow is Friday. Are you going home? Nan Xingwan suddenly inquired. Glancing at Zhang Chen. Not yet in senior year, so we still have weekends off, he replied, momentarily taken aback by the question. The notion of returning home had not crossed his mind. In this world, he had parents. In the original text, Zhang Chen comes from a relatively affluent background, with his parents being longtime friends of Nan Xingwan's parents, which grants him the privilege of being her childhood companion. Although his parents often express disappointment in him throughout the narrative, their love for him runs deep. This is particularly evident when, after Zhang Chen is expelled, they feign indifference towards his well-being, yet they are genuinely concerned and eager to clean up his mess whenever he encounters trouble. A significant incident involves Bai Xiruo's grandmother. At that time, in their senior year of high school, Zhang Chen bullied Bai Xiruo, prompting his parents to approach her family for a private settlement. Unfortunately, this delay caused Bai Xiruo's grandmother to miss her appointment at the hospital, ultimately leading to her passing, which left Bai Xiruo unable to see her grandmother one last time. Consequently, the protagonist exacts comprehensive revenge on Zhang Chen's family, culminating in a tragic fate befitting a minor antagonist. Reflecting on this, Zhang Chen suddenly realizes he has parents. He turns to Nan Xingwan and inquires, Are you going back? I see you. Nan Xingwan, momentarily flustered, glances at Zhang Chen before continuing. I need to tutor you. If you don't return, then I won't either. I'll come over on the weekend to continue your lessons and aim to cover all the key points before the joint exam next Thursday. Zhang Chen remains silent, gazing softly at her. Noticing his intense stare, Nan Xingwan quickly blinks twice and averts her gaze. You should be able to make some progress, right? Just don't get expelled again. Zhang Chen chuckles lightly and asks, What score do you hope I achieve? Of course, I hope you pass all your subjects. Nan Xingwan blurts out, then pauses, turning her head to hide her embarrassment. Just passing all of them? Well, as long as you pass, it doesn't matter. If you don't, I'll have to plead with your homeroom teacher on your behalf. Nan Xingwan states, facing away from him. I suppose I won't require you to plead on my behalf at school again. Zhang Chen responds as he organizes his notes and places them into his backpack. Why not? I'm a grown man. It's not right for a girl like you to plead for me. Besides, under your tutelage, I feel I've unlocked my potential. Zhang Chen suddenly speaks in a light-hearted, joking manner. Nan Xingwan bursts into laughter unexpectedly. This time, I feel I can not only pass but excel and achieve a perfect score. Zhang Chen continues to exaggerate. It would be remarkable if you managed to pass. Nan Xingwan scoffs lightly, amused by his over-the-top assertions. If you do achieve a perfect score, I will. She trails off, suddenly caught off guard, staring blankly at Zhang Chen. What will you do? Zhang Chen asks, curious. Nan Xingwan shrugs. I want to have to come in every evening to tutor you. And you want to need to worry me. With that, she slings her backpack over her shoulder and turns toward the door. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen stands in contemplation. All right, I'm leaving now, Nan Xingwan announces. I thought you were going to offer me a reward. Zhang Chen quickly catches up. Wait, let me walk you out. I said it's unnecessary. She replies. Zhang Chen takes her backpack from her and puts it on his own. I'll meet you at the 7th high school tomorrow afternoon after school so we can head home together. Sounds good. You all finish earlier. And I need to grab something from home first, Nan Xingwan considers. If you come, that works perfectly. Deal. The next morning, Zhang Chen arrives at the classroom. Brother Chun is here. Duan Qinshu remarks, his tone oddly sarcastic since yesterday's math class. Can you act normal for once? Zhang Chen retorts, tossing his backpack at him. He then takes his seat, glancing at Luo Hao's desk, which has already been cleared, and then at Bai Xiruo, who is engrossed in her book. Everything all right? Zhang Chen raises his chin, directing his question at Duan Qinshu. Don't worry, all is well. Yesterday, Haozi gave Luo Hao a thrashing in the woods. So he is fine now. As he speaks, he rummages through Zhang Chen's backpack, discovering his math workbook filled to the brim, and gratitude washes over him. Upon hearing that Li Ju and Hao had beaten Luo Hao, Zhang Chen cannot help but smirk. Well, as long as everything is fine. Here, Brother Chun, have some breakfast. Duan Qinshu generously offers, pulling out a bag of steamed buns from his drawer, before returning to his homework. I've already eaten, Zhang Chen says. Though his hand reaches for the bag of buns nonetheless, pulling one out for a taste. Delicious. How is it? Tasty, right? A new bun shop opened near my house, and they're freshly made. Duan Qinshu raises an eyebrow. Zhang Chen gives a thumbs up in appreciation, then glances towards Bai Xiruo. She is probably having steamed buns again. Looking at Duan Qinshu's hefty figure, he suddenly snatches a bun from him. I'll take this. Hey, my bun. Duan Qinshu protests. Shocked. Hold on. After morning self-study, I'll buy you something from the vending machine, Zhang Chen promises as he strides towards Bai Xiruo. Watching his favorite bun being taken from him, Duan Qinshu feels heartbroken. Could it be that Brother Chun has developed feelings for Bai Xiruo? Bai Xiruo looks up in surprise as a bag of buns lands before her. I don't need it. I've already eaten, she protests. But Zhang Chen interrupts her with a stern expression. Eat. Bai Xiruo, feeling a bit intimidated by his demeanor, obediently bites into a bun after reluctantly taking one out of the bag. Seeing her compliance, Zhang Chen raises an eyebrow and casually asks, You're not having steamed buns for lunch again, right? No, I'm not, Bai Xiruo replies, swallowing her bite. I brought a lunch today. As she speaks, she leans slightly, revealing a corner of her lunchbox from her drawer as if to prove her point. That's good, Zhang Chen sighs in relief. Turning to leave, but not before adding, Make sure to finish it. I'll be watching you. Wait, Bai Xiruo suddenly calls out as he begins to walk away. What is it? He asks. Thank you for last night, she says nervously, clenching her fists as she struggles to articulate her gratitude. No need to mention it. Zhang Chen replies casually, his expression softening. After some reflection, he realizes that perhaps his previous bullying of Bai Xiruo had created an environment where even those willing to help her refrained from doing so. In that moment, only he, as the class bully, was in a position to assist her. Now, he feels as though he is atoning for his past misdeeds. Seeing Bai Xiruo still looking like she has more to say, Zhang Chen prompts her. Is there anything else? I want to thank you, she reiterates sincerely. Haven't you already done so? Zhang Chen raises his eyebrows in confusion. I want to treat you to a meal. Bai Xiruo's face flushes as she carefully articulates each word. Zhang Chen pauses for a moment, slightly taken aback. If he recalls correctly, she had no money for food yesterday, so why is she now insisting on treating him? Do you have the money? He asks, genuinely concerned. I received some money from Luo Hao yesterday, Bai Xiruo stammers, her nerves palpable as this is her first time trying to treat someone. Especially someone with Zhang Chen's notorious reputation. She pulls out the crumpled bills that Luo Hao had given her, revealing about 30 yuan. Oh, Zhang Chen realizes. Recalling the incident from the previous day, looking at the small amount of money she has, he wishes for her to keep it rather than treat him. Originally, there was little money to spare, subsisting on steamed buns daily. Yet, upon acquiring a fortune, the immediate thought was to repay. It is indeed a noble sentiment. But did you not bring your own lunch? Zhang Chen pretended to furrow his brow. I will treat you, but I shall not partake. Bai Xiruo shook her head earnestly. Zhang Chen was momentarily rendered speechless, caught off guard by Bai Xiruo's straightforwardness. He glanced at her twice, his heart in turmoil. Some individuals, upon receiving even the slightest kindness, feel compelled to reciprocate wholeheartedly. Bai Xiruo was evidently such a person, which perhaps explains why she garnered the most admiration among readers of the original work for her genuine kindness. After a while, Zhang Chen waved his hand, adopting a reluctant demeanor as he replied, Very well, how about lunch today? Upon hearing Zhang Chen's agreement, Bai Xiruo's eyes sparkled from beneath her bangs, and she eagerly nodded. All right, come with me at noon, Zhang Chen said decisively, turning back to his seat without a glance. Bai Xiruo. Feeling a weight lift from her shoulders, happily turned around, only to suddenly find Suyu standing at the classroom door, gazing at her with an expressionless face. She quickly averted her gaze and lowered her head to her book. Suyu observed her coolly, then shifted her gaze to Zhang Chen. Having learned of last night's events only after returning to class from the restroom, Zhang Chen had stood up for Bai Xiruo and even flipped over Luo Hao's desk. Now, upon arriving early in the morning, she witnessed the two conversing, and Bai Xiruo bore a rare smile. In this class, she had never seen Bai Xiruo smile before. She had assumed Bai Xiruo would only bury herself in books, completely devoid of laughter. Suyu passed by Bai Xiruo, her face devoid of warmth, and took her seat by the window. She felt compelled to have a conversation with Zhang Chen. Chapter 23. I said I would treat you to a meal, not to go online. During the break, seeing Zhang Chen, Li Junhao, and Duan Qingsu stroll out of the classroom with their arms around each other, Suyu quickly rose and followed them, calling out to Zhang Chen. Do you need something? Zhang Chen turned, furrowing his brows in confusion upon seeing Suyu. Li Junhao and Duan Qingsu, recognizing Suyu, hastily began to leave to avoid intruding upon Zhang Chen's world. What are you doing? Zhang Chen called them back. Does that mean I'm not included? The two exchanged glances. Suyu had now approached the trio. She glanced at Li Junhao and Duan Qingsu beside her, hesitating to speak. If you have something to say, say it. If not, we'll be on our way, Zhang Chen urged, his brow furrowing. Suyu felt a surge of anger at Zhang Chen's tone. After being summoned to the office that day, he had not spoken to her since. Now that she had made the effort to approach him, what was with his tone? It was absurd. She did not comprehend his intentions. But she took a deep breath and managed to suppress her frustration. I wish to talk with you. Could we do so at noon? No, he replied immediately. Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Had he just rejected her outright? Is there something else? If not, we're leaving. Zhang Chen's voice snapped her back to reality. What did you say? She retorted, her tone displeased. I said no. I have plans, Zhang Chen reiterated. With Bai Xiruo? Yes, how did you know? Zhang Chen asked, his guard rising. Suyu let out a cold laugh. So she is more important to you now? Zhang Chen was struck dumb. What was this line of reasoning? It sounded as if Suyu was feeling jealous. Hadn't the original text indicated that Suyu had never shown interest in him? After Zhang Chen's expulsion, their encounters had dwindled, and they only met when there was something for Zhang Chen to address. Seeing Zhang Chen's silence, Suyu assumed he was hesitating. After all, she had once cherished him dearly. Surely she still held greater importance. Her previous sense of superiority returned, fueling her confidence. Have you decided? Will you dine with her, or with me? Go eat with her. Don't speak to me again, Zhang Chen said, observing Suyu, who was attractive yet now appeared distorted by anger. He yearned to distance himself. Oh, fine, Zhang Chen replied with a slight smile. Fine. Suyu interpreted his response as an agreement to dine with her, thereby rejecting Bai Xiruo, her tense expression softening. Zhang Chen turned away, walking off with Li Junhao and Duan Qingsu, stating, I will never speak to you again. Upon hearing that, both Li Junhao and Duan Qingsu were left dumbfounded. Glancing back at Suyu as they walked away, Suyu remained frozen in place, her eyes wide, watching the trio depart. Moments later, she squatted on the ground, unsure if tears were streaming down her face. Chenggu, Suyu is crying. Really? Zhang Chen turned back to take a look, but quickly waved his hand dismissively. He would not feel pity for Suyu. In the original narrative, abandoning Zhang Chen was akin to discarding an animal. Had it not been for him, Zhang Chen would not have pursued Bai Xiruo and would not have ended up in such a dire situation. Although he could not fathom why he hadn't proactively engaged her today, she had approached him nonetheless. Yet Zhang Chen adhered to his principle, avoid entanglements at all costs. What if the protagonist appeared and he found himself at the mercy of fate? With that thought in mind, Zhang Chen turned his attention back to Li Junhao. By the way, have you found that person? No, I've inquired everywhere. There is no one by that name, Li Junhao responded. All right, Zhang Chen pondered. Oh, during the next few days after school, keep a close eye on Bai Xiruo. Suyu just mentioned her, and given her personality, she might stir up trouble. Li Junhao, upon hearing this, assumed Zhang Chen was referencing last night's events. Don't worry, Chenggu. That situation will not repeat. Let us hope so. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes, then ruffled Li Junhao's haircut. Can't you cut it any shorter? Are you aiming to cosplay as Sasuke? I've already had it cut. Li Junhao protested. I can't cut it any shorter. At noon, after classes, let us go. Chenggu, time to eat. Duan Qingsu, surprisingly light on his feet despite his size, was the first to rush out the back door. Zhang Chen barely had a moment to speak to him before he vanished. The rest of the class hurriedly squeezed toward the front and back doors, following the throng toward the cafeteria. Li Junhao, however, ambled leisurely to Zhang Chen's desk. "Chen, are we eating out, or at the cafeteria?" "You go with them. I have a date with Bai Xiruo," Zhang Chen stated plainly. "All right." Once most of the class had left, leaving only a few students who, like Bai Xiruo, had brought lunch, Zhang Chen finally stood up, making a sound. Hearing this, Bai Xiruo turned around, pulling out her lunchbox, looking somewhat guilty and stealthily following Zhang Chen. The lunch break was quite long, lasting until 2:30 p.m. Generally, students who had finished eating and participated in clubs would attend their activities, while those wishing to rest could return to their dormitories or classrooms. Students like Zhang Chen typically chose to visit internet cafes, taking advantage of the time to play computer games for a couple of hours. The pair exited the school, walking along the street toward the internet cafe in Baishan Park. Bai Xiruo, clutching her lunchbox, obediently trailed behind Zhang Chen, hesitant to inquire about their destination. It was not until Zhang Chen led her to the Baishan internet cafe that she suddenly realized what was happening. Turning to flee, she was caught by Zhang Chen. "What are you doing? You said you would treat me to a meal. But I never said I would treat you to go online." Bai Xiruo, clutching her lunchbox, looked up at him with tearful crescent-shaped eyes, as if brimming with unshed tears. "I didn't ask you to treat me to go online. Just take care of the meal," Zhang Chen chuckled, seeing her resemble a startled fawn. "I'm afraid not. The teacher said we can't go to the internet cafe." Bai Xiruo shook her head. Zhang Chen's expression darkened. Bai Xiruo froze in place, suddenly hesitant to move. Observing her reaction, Zhang Chen suppressed the upward curve of his lips and earnestly stated, "It's fine, just this once." With that, he took Bai Xiruo's hand and led her into the internet cafe. "Is it really okay to go in?" Bai Xiruo expressed her concern. "Don't worry. Everyone has their first time," Zhang Chen reassured her. "Wait, why do I feel like I sound a bit like a dubious stranger luring an innocent girl?" After booting up 2 computers, Zhang Chen guided the anxious Bai Xiruo to a corner. Bai Xiruo had no knowledge of computers. She didn't even own a mobile phone. So she obediently ate her meal while watching Zhang Chen play. She made sure to ask him, "What are you eating?" However, Zhang Chen was not actually playing games. Instead, he was researching information about music and films. His mobile data was limited, and its functionality was far inferior to that of a computer. Glancing at Bai Xiruo, he casually replied, "It'll be delivered soon, instant noodles." "How much is it?" Bai Xiruo quickly pulled out all her money and placed it neatly on the table. "Just 6 yuan, Zhang Chen chuckled softly, picking a 5 yuan bill and a 1 yuan coin from her pile. He then glanced at her meal and impulsively ordered 2 drumsticks from the internet cafe's supermarket on the desktop. Bai Xiruo blinked in surprise, finding this place much cheaper than she had anticipated. After all, at school, a single drumstick cost 5 yuan. Not wanting to disturb Zhang Chen, she quietly continued her meal. The internet cafe attendant soon delivered the noodles and drumsticks, which Zhang Chen carelessly tossed into Bai Xiruo's bowl while sternly urging her to eat. He himself quickly finished his instant noodles. After some research, Zhang Chen concluded that many things in this world were still unexplored. For instance, in the realm of online literature. Even though he had never written web fiction in his previous life, he noticed that the authors here seemed unaware of the potential. The most he had read were the popular emotional thrillers, which were similar to works like Dragon King with its unique charm. This indicated that the authors in this world were yet to realize their potential, having been accustomed to a life of financial comfort. The sudden transition to a cash-strapped high school junior was somewhat jarring for him. Unlike the protagonist in the original story, who effortlessly penned classic scripts and songs upon arrival in this world, Zhang Chen found himself at a loss. He had not only missed the cultural nuances of the 2010s, but also struggled with music theory, barely recognizing musical notes, and was not particularly skilled at singing. Writing scripts seemed utterly unrealistic. The only way for him, as a high school junior, to earn money appeared to be through writing, akin to the protagonist's method, albeit he would be crafting every word from scratch rather than merely copying. With a heavy heart, he began registering on the local author website, creating an account, and setting up his work. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Chen, halfway through the registration, noticed Bai Xiruo's wide-eyed gaze fixed on his screen and quickly shielded it from her view. Bai Xiruo had finished her meal and sat idly, unsure of what to do, simply observing him. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way," she said, blinking innocently as she picked up her lunchbox. "You turn on the computer?" "So it would be a waste not to play," Zhang Chen urged her. "I don't know how to play," Bai Xiruo said, glancing at the computer screen hesitantly. "Then learn. Aren't you good at picking things up?" "Can I type?" Bai Xiruo shook her head. "Come on, I'll teach you. Press WNO, that spells me. Pinyin is simple. Right?" Bai Xiruo's eyes lit up as she nodded. "Now you try the next one. What should I spell?" she asked. "Anything you like," Zhang Chen replied. "Xie," Bai Xiruo said, somewhat confused, pressing the letters in order based on her thoughts. Right? Zhang Chen observed as the pinyin displayed the first option on the screen. Thank you. Bai Xiruo pointed at the fifth character for thank you. Then press 5. That key, Zhang Chen instructed, assisting her in pressing it. You type out the pinyin. And if you want a specific character, press the corresponding number. If none match, you can form a word. For example, Xia. Zhang Chen typed out the pinyin. Thank you. See. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiruo mimicked him and successfully typed Zixi on the screen. The phrase appeared, and she eagerly added another character. Then it shows thank you. Now you press the spacebar. Putting it all together, she proudly exclaimed, I thank you. Chapter 24, just now. Did Zhang Chen imply I got 2 questions wrong? Due to it being Friday. The students at First High School were dismissed after the 3rd period, while South Star Evening at 7th High School had to wait until the 4th period to finish. As previously arranged with South Star Evening, Zhang Chen arrived at 7th High School. It was his first time visiting this school since their middle school graduation. South Star Evening had always been the one to come to First High to see him. Looking at the grand entrance of 7th High, which was entirely different from First High, he fell into contemplation. Compared to First High, it felt like the difference between a high-speed rail station and a bus terminal. One was large enough to be seen from hundreds of meters away, while the other could easily be overlooked even when passing by. First High was nestled in a small area surrounded by residential buildings, aside from the slightly different entrance. The teaching buildings looked almost indistinguishable from the residential houses. From a distance, one might mistake it for mere apartments. In stark contrast, 7th High was entirely different. The 2 stone lions at the entrance and the expansive parking lot drew attention from hundreds of meters away. Moreover, within the iron-fenced campus, one could immediately see the vast grounds, including a vibrant green football field. Those who have attended high school should understand the value of such facilities. Many universities lack a football field. Even Zhang Chen, who had attended numerous high schools, including provincial key schools, had never encountered a place as impressive as 7th High. He couldn't help but envy South Star Evening for studying at such a prestigious institution. As he watched students in uniforms streaming out of the teaching building, Zhang Chen quickly found a spot where he could see the entrance and leaned against the roadside to wait for South Star Evening. After approximately 20 minutes, he heard the official school bell of 7th High ring, followed by a wave of students emerging. Star, aren't you going to stay and study a bit longer? Liang Jingna asked as she walked out of the school alongside South Star Evening. The 2 were engrossed in discussing a test paper as they walked, with 2 boys trailing behind, equally absorbed in their reading. Zhang Chen instantly spotted them and muttered to himself, even walking requires reviewing. They truly are top-notch students. He approached the group. Typically, on weekends, South Star Evening preferred to stay in the classroom to complete more assignments, so that when she returned home, she would have less to do and could devote more time to other activities. Upon hearing Liang Jingna's question, she explained, well, I need to visit my mother this week. Oh, how's that going? Do you have any ideas about this problem? Liang Jingna nodded and then inquired. No, South Star Evening shook her head. Holding a mock exam related to a math competition. Even you lack ideas. This mathematical competition is truly exasperating, Liang Jingna lamented. Why must I also enroll in this contest? With my score of merely 120, am I not just cannon fodder? One cannot say that, as it is indeed the final problem of the fill-in-the-blank questions. Nan Xingwan consoled Liang Jingna. Her own mathematical results were not significantly better, consistently scoring above 130, with a fortunate chance of achieving full marks. I believe the Cauchy inequality might be worth a try, Lu Yiqing remarked from behind the 2. His overall score could not rival Nan Xingwan's, yet among the 4, he excelled in mathematics, generally maintaining a score between 135 and 140, and if the questions were simple, he could even reach 150. Indeed, that seems plausible. Nan Xingwan responded thoughtfully, her brow furrowing. Zhang Chen. At that moment, Wei Kongming, the boy beside Lu Yiqing, suddenly looked astonished at the approaching figure of Zhang Chen. Upon hearing his name, Nan Xingwan immediately lifted her head, and, seeing Zhang Chen striding toward her, her furrowed brow relaxed. Did you arrive so soon? Yes. I've been waiting for you for 20 minutes, Zhang Chen replied, raising an eyebrow as he stood before her. Oh, my apologies for keeping you waiting, Nan Xingwan said playfully. Bowing slightly to Zhang Chen's lips twitched slightly. Observing this, Lu Yiqing scrutinized Zhang Chen before quietly inquiring of Wei Kongming. Do you know him? He's a classmate from middle school, Wei Kongming replied softly. I've heard he's become quite a troublemaker at No. 1 high school. Nan Xingwan has been cleaning up his mess more than once. Oh, I see, Lu Yiqing said, realizing. Noticing Zhang Chen still donned the No. 1 high school uniform while he wore that of No. 7 high school, he puffed out his chest slightly. Nan Xingwan exchanged a few words with Zhang Chen before introducing him to Liang Jingna, as well as to Wei Kongming and Lu Yiqing behind her. Wei Kongming probably doesn't need an introduction, right? Nan Xingwan smiled at Zhang Chen. Kongming. Yes, I know. Zhang Chen nodded at Wei Kongming as a greeting. Wei Kongming reciprocated, though their acquaintance from middle school was not particularly close, merely a classmate relationship. And this is Lu Yiqing, our class's academic committee member. Hello, Zhang Chen greeted. Hello. I've long heard of your reputation. Lu Yiqing suddenly stepped forward, extending his hand. Zhang Chen was taken aback, shaking Lu Yiqing's hand. Since Nan Xingwan often took leave to attend number 1 high school, most of us in our class are familiar with you, Lu Yiqing said with a slight smile. Oh, is that so? Zhang Chen replied, sensing a hint of condescension in Lu Yiqing's tone. I haven't visited number 1 high school yet. I wonder how it compares to our school. Lu Yiqing continued. Certainly not as good as your number 7 high school, Zhang Chen answered candidly, feigning ignorance of Lu Yiqing's underlying implications. You're being modest. Being first in the entire number 1 high school is quite impressive. It's among the top 100 in our school. Lu Yiqing let go of Zhang Chen's hand. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, regarding the boy before him with a challenging gaze. By the way, what did you score on the last monthly exam? Lu Yiqing asked again. A little over 200, Zhang Chen replied honestly, curious about Lu Yiqing's intentions. Oh, I see. If I'm not mistaken, Nan Xingwan, you scored 643, right? Lu Yiqing turned to Nan Xingwan. Nan Xingwan frowned, feeling uncomfortable with Lu Yiqing's somewhat sarcastic remarks, and chose not to respond. Instead, she looked at Zhang Chen. It's fine. If you study diligently from now on, you will catch up. 3 times the difference. You need to put in more effort, Lu Yiqing chuckled. Indeed. What about you? What was your score? Zhang Chen smiled, acknowledging his shortcomings before countering with a question for Lu Yiqing. As for me, I scored 621, which is roughly 3 times yours, Lu Yiqing replied. Oh, impressive, impressive. No. In number 7 high school, a score of 600 is rather average, Lu Yiqing laughed. Wei Kongming and Liang Jingna, both scoring around 600, tilted their heads in disbelief. Who is considered average here? After hearing Lu Yiqing's words, Zhang Chen chuckled lightly and glanced at Nan Xingwan. So, it turns out there's a bias against scores. He feels the gap between himself and Nan Xingwan is so vast that he deems himself unworthy of being in their company. Indeed, he had once looked down on those scoring 600 as well, for even if he scored 150 points less in a subject, he could still achieve 580 or 590. A score of 600 is merely the result of skipping one subject, after all. Yes, indeed, quite average. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement with Lu Yiqing's assertion. Lu Yiqing's smile instantly froze. With a perfect score of 750, deducting 150 points means averaging a loss of 25 points per subject, allowing for a mere 75 in subjects like biology and chemistry. As Zhang Chen spoke, he shook his head. Lu Yiqing, upon hearing this, felt disenchanted. A person who barely scored over 200 brazenly claimed that those scoring 600 were average. His self-proclaimed modesty was simply a guise. And now Zhang Chen had managed to mock him. This made him lose interest in continuing the conversation with Zhang Chen, finding it beneath him. Turning his attention back to Wei Kongming and Liang Jingna, he once again redirected the topic to the mathematics competition questions. Wasn't that last problem solvable using Cauchy's theorem? What do you think? We should calculate it, Liang Jingna suggested to Nan Xingwan, then leaned closer to her, spreading out the paper. Since this was a problem Liang Jingna wanted Nan Xingwan to assist with, she discreetly signaled Zhang Chen to wait a moment. The 4 students from No. 7 high school began to brainstorm the solution. Zhang Chen, on the side, felt like an outsider, unable to penetrate their world of academic brilliance. Lu Yiqing, in the midst of it all, was like a peacock displaying its feathers, amplifying his voice to emphasize the stark difference in topics discussed between them. Before long, as they still hadn't reached a solution, Zhang Chen grew bored waiting and approached to see what problem was so challenging. Nan Xingwan held the paper, and he snatched it from her. Let me take a look. Are you going to try it? Nan Xingwan chuckled, teasingly allowing Zhang Chen to examine the test paper. Zhang Chen, unbothered by her teasing, grinned and replied, watch me ace it. Huh, what is your math score? Can you even comprehend this? Lu Yiqing openly mocked. Zhang Chen dismissed the jibe, calmly scanning the problems on the paper. The 9th question? Yes, Nan Xingwan nodded in response. After a moment of quick contemplation, Zhang Chen answered, it's either 1 or 3. Huh, why? Nan Xingwan's eyes widened. She seemed to have heard that answer in class before. Upon hearing this answer, Liang Jingna's eyes widened as she leaned in. Hey, yes, the answer is 1 or 3. How did you know that? Is the answer really 1 or 3? Louis Cheng raised an eyebrow. I heard it calculated by Shun Tianyi in class. He even asked teacher Yin about it, Liang Jingna explained. Zhang Chen frowned, deep in thought. In his previous world, he participated not only in college entrance exams, but also in numerous competitions, accumulating accolades. Such a question could only be classified as a city-level math competition problem. He had developed muscle memory, able to identify the answer at a glance. Just a guess, Zhang Chen replied, glancing at the other questions before returning the paper to Nan Xingwan, stating it was merely a fill-in-the-blank question. Nan Xingwan insisted, no? You must at least understand how to solve it. Realizing Zhang Chen had correctly answered the competition question, she took a lollipop from her bag. Impressive. Here's a reward for you. What is this? Are you trying to make a fool of me? Zhang Chen asked, bemused. Strawberry flavor, quite sweet, she said, continuing to ponder the problem. Louis Cheng, observing the scene, felt a pang of jealousy. You got lucky, guessing the right answer. Who knows? You might guess a few more correctly in the math competition and score well. Well, I have always been lucky, Zhang Chen remarked, catching the hint of envy in Louis Cheng's tone, and pointed to the paper in Nan Xingwan's hands. I believe the answers are like this, with 2 mistakes. Upon hearing this, Liang Jingna leaned over to her paper, scrutinizing her own answers. Really? I suppose you can dismiss my words as mere nonsense. Zhang Chen chuckled lightly. Nan Xingwan nudged Zhang Chen, saying, stop fooling around. Once we finish, we can leave. Oh, why are you still here? At that moment, Shin Tianyi from their class emerged from the school gate with a backpack, noticing the group lingering outside. Just in time. Quickly tell us how to solve question 9. Liang Jingna, spotting the math prodigy from their class, eagerly clung to him. Huh. Shin Tianyi took the paper, adjusting his glasses. Is it 1 or 3? Under Shun Tianyi's explanation, the group finally grasped the intricacies of the problem. Twists and turns, complex indeed. Zhang Chen, listening nearby, scrunched his face but refrained from interrupting, eager to conclude the discussion swiftly. After a considerable time, Nan Xingwan bid farewell to the trio and turned to leave with Zhang Chen. Shun Tianyi curiously inquired, who is this person? Are you too close? Zhang Chen, the one often seen with the class monitor Wei Kongming, came the reply. Oh, Shun Tianyi said, enlightened. Whose paper is this? Mine. Liang Jingna was about to take it, but Shun Tianyi retracted his hand, examining the paper further. A, C, D, C, A, C, B, C, D. You've gotten 2 wrong. Huh. Liang Jingna's eyes widened. I got 2 wrong? Yes, mine was graded by teacher Yin, and the correct answers are A, C, B, C, D for the 3rd and 5th questions, Shun Tianyi pointed out, returning the paper to Liang Jingna. Didn't that Zhang Chen just say I got 2 wrong? Liang Jingna paused, slightly taken aback. Chapter 25. Xia Xintong, Nan Xingwan's rented apartment, is located in the closest community to the 7th high school, Sweet Orange Community. Right downstairs is a bus stop, with 3 stops leading directly to the subway entrance. If she wishes to return to Jiangbei District, a single bus ride followed by an hour on the subway is considerably more convenient than Zhang Chen's route. Nan Xingwan led Zhang Chen directly home, marking Zhang Chen's first visit to her rented abode. Along the way, Nan Xingwan turned to Zhang Chen and said, don't take what Louis Cheng said to heart. I'm not familiar with him. Zhang Chen paused, chuckling softly. I didn't think much of it. I'm not close to him either. That's good, Nan Xingwan nodded. Stepping into the elevator with Zhang Chen, noting that he had been somewhat abrasive today. Zhang Chen mused. That was more than abrasive. If he were any more direct, he would have practically slapped the words not worthy on your face. Not wishing to delve deeper into that topic, Zhang Chen shifted the conversation, asking, is your roommate not home? She probably hasn't returned yet, Nan Xingwan replied. I'm not quite sure. Is it a male or female? Of course it's female. How could I possibly share a place with a guy? Nan Xingwan frowned, but as soon as she spoke, she glanced at Zhang Chen and fell silent. Initially, she and Zhang Chen had intended to cohabit in this place, given their family's familiarity and their shared upbringing, which would provide mutual support. However, for various reasons, that plan did not materialize. Reflecting on this, she suddenly recalled the matter. Oh, Zhang Chen, oblivious to the subtle shift in her tone, asked, is she from another class? Or is she a senior? From another class, the top student in the entire school. When discussing her roommate, Nan Xingwan succinctly encapsulated her. The top student in the entire school. Zhang Chen's eyes widened in surprise as the elevator reached their floor. They exited the elevator, rounding a corner to arrive at their door, which was adorned with cute stickers, clearly indicating a girl's residence. Indeed, she is quite impressive. Nan Xingwan remarked while unlocking the door. You need to be cautious when talking to her. A remarkable talent indeed, Zhang Chen mused, stroking his chin. reminiscing about his own past. Dare to provoke the top talent? Aren't you afraid my sect's ancestors will protect their own? Upon opening the door, a distinct feminine fragrance wafted through. From the entrance, one could see directly into the living room and balcony. Warm sunlight illuminated the green plants on the balcony, which featured 2 wooden stools and a small table. The living room was tidy and clean, with several plush toys on the sofa. Only a pair of clean white slippers occupied the entrance. Nan Xingwan slipped off her shoes and donned a temporary pair from the shoe cabinet for Zhang Chen. As 2 tidy female high school students, they avoided the scenario of a cluttered entrance filled with shoes and a disheveled apartment. This suggested that Nan Xingwan's roommate was also quite neat, as the floor gleamed brightly. It seemed nobody was home, Zhang Chen noted as he changed his shoes. Nan Xingwan, wearing her slippers, walked into the apartment with a light patter. Suddenly, a girl sprang out, startling Nan Xingwan. Ha! Xia Xintong laughed heartily, her shoulders shaking. You scared me to death, Xintong. Nan Xingwan playfully swatted the girl, and the two engaged in a light-hearted tussle, clearly close friends. After their playful exchange, Nan Xingwan asked, How did you get back so quickly? I just came back. It's Friday. No need to attend the competition club for extra classes. Oh, you didn't sneak out early from the last period again and slip back, did you? Nan Xingwan immediately saw through her. Hee, as if the teachers would notice. As she spoke, Xia Xintong finally noticed Zhang Chen standing at the doorway. Instantly, she stepped back, her demeanor shifting from joyous to serious. Like a cat startled by an intruder, fur bristling. Who are you? Zhang Chen stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. You didn't see me standing here all this time? Xintong. He is my friend. I came back last night while you were asleep and didn't mention him. He'll be leaving soon, Nan Xingwan quickly explained. Oh, your friend? Xia Xintong relaxed her guard slowly. Zhang Chen waved a friendly greeting. Hello. Xia Xintong stared at Zhang Chen blankly, without responding. She turned and returned to her desk to continue working on her problems. Zhang Chen, perplexed, turned to Nan Xingwan, shrugging. Is she upset? Nan Xingwan, unfazed, shook her head, whispering, It's fine. Xintong acts like this around strangers. There was a faint sense of social awkwardness. Zhang Chen nodded, understanding, and then inquired, Do you call her Xintong? What is her full name? Xia Xintong, Nan Xingwan replied, glancing at the living room. You can wait in the living room for a bit. I'll go tidy up. All right, go ahead. Zhang Chen, hearing that name, felt a jolt in his heart as he stealthily approached the living room. He cautiously observed Xia Xintong, who was busily writing at her desk. Xia Xintong, a member of the male protagonist's harem in the book, not only excelled academically but also possessed talents in various extracurricular skills, mastering them all. Her mother was a university professor, and coming from a single-parent household, Xia Xintong learned to be strong, gradually seeking to prove herself. Having faced high expectations from a young age, she adhered strictly to the principle of always being first. Whether in academics or in hobbies like music, chess, and painting, she believed that if one puts in effort, they must come out on top. Xia Xintong existed in a state of immense pressure from a young age. Eventually, such a state leads to crises. After failing to secure first place in an exam, she faced her mother's disappointment. In her despair, the male protagonist appears, aiding her in overcoming her shadows. The book consistently portrays the immense pressure she faces, leading Zhang Chen to perceive her as a quiet, melancholic girl with a hint of awkwardness. However, now it appeared quite the contrary. With her high ponytail, she cast furtive glances at him while doing her homework, and her earlier playful scare of Nan Xingwan did not suggest a high-pressure life. Instead, she seemed rather lively and charming. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, amused by the anxious expression Xia Xintong wore. Could she possibly be fearing that I might steal something? At that moment, Xia Xintong suddenly stood up and expressionlessly walked towards the kitchen refrigerator, hearing the sound of her rummaging through the fridge. I then saw her extract 3 ice creams. She unwrapped one, popped it into her mouth, and walked straight to Zhang Chen, holding the other 2. Here, have some ice cream. Ah, thank you. Zhang Chen, somewhat taken aback, accepted it with both hands. After handing one to Zhang Chen, she turned and headed towards Nan Xingwan's room, offering her another ice cream. Once she completed this task, she returned to her seat. Zhang Chen tore open the packaging and began searching for a trash bin. She stood up again, retrieved the bin from behind the sofa, and placed it in front of Zhang Chen. Ah, thank you. You could have just told me it was behind the sofa, and I would have gotten it myself. Zhang Chen felt as though she was like a robot programmed to execute commands. Oh, Xia Xintong replied, munching on her ice cream as she returned to her seat. Before long, Zhang Chen finished his ice cream while Nan Xingwan was still tidying up. Bored, he stood up. However, upon rising, he distinctly noticed Xia Xintong. who was deep in thought over her work, suddenly shiver. No, she really resembles a cat, doesn't she? On high alert around me, it seems. Not one to back down. Zhang Chen approached Xia Xintong to see what she was working on. As he neared, Xia Xintong, as if receiving an instruction, immediately stood up and walked back towards the kitchen. The sound of her rummaging echoed again. Zhang Chen couldn't help but smirk. She was indeed wary of him. But at that moment, he had arrived at her desk, leaning over to examine her work. What? These are competition math problems? Are we competing soon? Zhang Chen shifted her paper to inspect it, noticing she had drawn erroneous auxiliary lines on the diagram. He quickly picked up a pen and corrected her by drawing 2 new lines. After glancing at the other problems, he noted they were mostly correct. Well done. At that moment, Xia Xintong returned from the kitchen with another ice cream and handed it to Zhang Chen. I just had one, didn't I? Zhang Chen, bewildered, accepted it. Just one more for you. Oh, thank you. As he took the ice cream, Nan Xingwan emerged with her backpack. All right, Zhang Chen, let's go. Xintong, I'm leaving. See you next week. Goodbye, Xingxing. Xia Xintong exhaled a sigh of relief and waved to Nan Xingwan. Zhang Chen distinctly heard that sigh. You just sighed, didn't you? What does that mean? Is giving me ice cream a way to keep me seated on the sofa and not moving around? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Xia Xintong anew, his nostrils flaring in indignation. Seeing this, Xia Xintong averted her gaze, innocently glancing at the ceiling. How obvious. Fine, fine. This is not at all like the robotic interactions depicted in books. Xia Xintong, you are a bit too clever for your own good. After Zhang Chen and Nan Xingwan departed, Xia Xintong returned to her seat, pouting in dissatisfaction. Today, Zhang Chen had directly consumed 2 of her ice creams. Darn Zhang Chen. She quickly adjusted her demeanor and resumed her studies. Yet, she discovered 2 new auxiliary lines had appeared on her paper. Staring blankly for 2 seconds, Xia Xintong furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, suddenly feeling as if the entire diagram had transformed. It seemed she could cleverly divide the figure using the 2 lines. Strange. I shouldn't have drawn these lines. Could it be Zhang Chen helped me with this? P.S. Impressive. Chapter 26. Returning home, Zhang Chen did not expect that Xia Xintong lived with Nan Xingwan. In the original story, the immense pressure she faced stemmed from her mother, implying that she should be residing with her. However, it appeared that Xia Xintong seemed relatively lively, perhaps indicating that she only moved in with her mother after entering her senior year. After Zhang Chen and Nan Xingwan exited the subway, they headed directly to the Jingxiuxiu district where they both resided. Did you inform your parents that you were coming back? Nan Xingwan inquired, tilting her head towards Zhang Chen as they approached the entrance of the community. Oh, I had to tell them, Zhang Chen replied, looking dazed. Didn't you inform them beforehand? Nan Xingwan blinked in surprise. I completely forgot. Zhang Chen slapped his forehead, feeling embarrassed. Nan Xingwan could only roll her eyes in amusement. Never mind. Just come over to my place for dinner. My parents should be out. Zhang Chen knew that Zhang Lijun and Chun Juanru usually worked late at their franchise store. Previously, Zhang Chen seldom returned home, and only when he was truly out of money would he begrudgingly go home to ask for cash. Isn't that a bit inconsiderate? Zhang Chen pondered. Since starting high school, he had hardly dined at Nan Xingwan's home. Even when he occasionally encountered her parents, he merely greeted them with a casual demeanor, leaving a less than favorable impression. What's the issue? You've eaten at my house before, haven't you? Nan Xingwan frowned, disregarding Zhang Chen's reluctance as she pulled him upstairs. That was in the past, Zhang Chen muttered, but made no effort to resist as she continued to lead him up. Nan Xingwan lived directly above him, with only a ceiling separating their rooms. During their elementary and middle school years, Zhang Chen often went straight to Nan Xingwan's home for dinner due to his own parents' busy schedules. Since Nan Xingwan's father and Zhang Chen's father had been friends for many years, they often helped each other out. Occasionally, when Nan Xingwan performed well on her exams, Zhang Lijun would treat her family to dinner at the franchise. Despite their relationship deteriorating somewhat in high school, the bond between the 2 families remained strong, akin to that of extended family. Nan Xingwan did not allow Zhang Chen to leave his backpack downstairs, but took him directly to her floor and rang the doorbell. Soon, footsteps could be heard approaching. Coming. Open the door. A middle-aged man with a thick head of hair and black-rimmed glasses appeared, smiling widely at them. Dad, Uncle Nan. Oh, Xiao Chen, you're back today? Come in. Nan Sheffing expressed mild surprise at Zhang Chen's presence with his daughter, but quickly masked it with a welcoming smile. Zhang Chen followed Nan Xingwan into the house. Lu Ruame emerged from the kitchen carrying fresh duck soup, and, upon seeing her daughter with Zhang Chen, briefly paused. Oh, Xiao Chen? Aunt Lu, Zhang Chen politely nodded, addressing her as per his memory. Oh, put down your backpack and eat. Lu Ruame set down the soup and waved her hand with a warm smile. You haven't come over for dinner in ages. Zhang Chen scratched his head, grinning amiably as he placed his backpack on the sofa in the living room. Nan Xingwan returned to her room to drop off her backpack, then emerged with her hair down. Are your parents still at work? As they sat down at the dining table, Nan Xingwan motioned for Zhang Chen to take a seat, engaging in casual conversation. They should be. I didn't tell them I was back. Zhang Chen replied honestly. Nan Xingwan walked over and sat beside Zhang Chen, pouring a glass of orange juice for herself, and then for Zhang Chen and her mother as well. She didn't pour any for her father since he preferred alcohol. Oh, what is this? You came back with Xingwan this time? Are you two on good terms again? Nan Xingwan hastily poured himself a drink while taking advantage of Nan Xingwan's pouring. Nevertheless, during the process, he received a warning glance from his wife. Zhang Chen glanced at Nan Xingwan, unsure how to respond. Nan Xingwan raised an eyebrow, answering on Zhang Chen's behalf. We didn't have any arguments. So what is there to reconcile? Oh, who was it that got annoyed and threw Xiao Chun's trumpet down the stairs? Wasn't it me who picked it up for you? Lu Ruomei couldn't resist teasing. Trumpet? Zhang Chen cast a curious glance at Nan Xingwan, his mind racing with memories of the so-called horn, a rudimentary telephone crafted from paper cups and string. The two lived in adjacent apartments, and during their elementary school days, they had encountered relevant concepts in their textbooks. Inspired, they created their own horn and would often engage in conversations from their respective bedroom windows. However, due to the potential for one party to miss the other's words, they placed bells at each end, allowing the speaker to ring the bell twice before beginning to talk, signaling the listener to lean in and listen closely. This simple toy had brought them immense joy, with Zhang Chen even using it to serenade Nan Xingwan to sleep. Little did he expect that such a childhood trinket would be kept by her for so long. Had she even discarded it? Upon hearing her mother mention it, Nan Xingwan's face flushed crimson. Mom, why are you bringing this up? She exclaimed. All right, no more talking about it. Let us sit down for dinner. Upon witnessing this exchange, Lu Ruomei smiled and waved dismissively, her tone affectionate. The family of four engaged in lively conversation over dinner, casually inquiring about Zhang Chen's situation. They noticed a marked politeness in him, but both parents tacitly refrained from asking about his academic performance. After dinner, Zhang Chen took the initiative to help Nan Xingwan clear the table, then slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed downstairs. Nan Xingwan promised to join him after her shower to assist with his studies. Once Zhang Chen had left, the Nan family could finally speak freely. Xingwan, how did you reconcile with Xiao Chen? Lu Ruomei asked, her brow slightly furrowed with concern. You're not running off with him, are you? Mom, no. Zhang Chen has really changed this time. Look, he even dyed his hair back. Nan Xingwan quickly reassured her. What do you mean by changed? He dyed his hair bright yellow in high school and was always out causing trouble. You're not to follow his example, Lu Ruomei admonished. His parents are busy every day and hardly pay him any mind. He has gone astray. You need to keep a safe distance. Oh, Mom, Nan Xingwan pouted, cuddling her mother affectionately. Zhang Chen has genuinely turned over a new leaf. He is studying seriously now and even asked me to tutor him. I know you've been close since childhood, but you've seen how rebellious he has become in high school. No other child is like him. I understand, Mom. Nan Xingwan leaned her head against Lu Ruomei's shoulder, playfully seeking reassurance. Don't worry, I won't go astray. I just want to help him. Next week is the citywide joint exam. Are you prepared? You're going to help him study? Lu Ruomei's tone softened upon hearing her daughter's playful tone. Though she held reservations about Zhang Chen, she had watched him grow up and felt a sense of responsibility towards him. Yes, I'm doing well, Nan Xingwan replied, pursing her lips and blinking her jewel-like eyes. This time, I'll aim for the top 50. Hearing this, Lu Ruomei rolled her eyes. As a teacher herself, she was well aware of her daughter's capabilities. Nan Xingwan typically scored around 640, which could secure her a place in the top 50 or even 20 at her previous school, but at this new school, achieving the top 50 would be more challenging. The competition required scores of at least 650 or 660. As scores climbed to 640 or 650, it became increasingly difficult to improve, as students were already performing at their utmost. Just make sure to return early, before 10 tonight, Lu Ruomei said, pinching Nan Xingwan's cheek in a gesture of exasperation. Okay, Nan Xingwan responded cheerfully, closing her eyes in delight before heading to her room to grab clothes for her shower. Lu Ruomei then turned her attention to the steadfast Nan Jianfeng, who was engrossed in watching television. Aren't you worried at all about your daughter following Xiao Chen down a bad path? Oh, come on, the boy isn't malicious. He is just going through a rebellious phase in high school, Nan Jianfeng replied nonchalantly. Being a good friend's child, he was not overly concerned. Once the rebellious phase passes, he'll be fine. His parents are always busy, So it's no wonder he's gone a bit astray. He seems like a normal kid now. He even helped with washing the dishes. If your daughter truly goes astray, you'll have something to cry about. Lu Ruomei shot back playfully, punching Nan Xingwan lightly in the chest. Have a little faith in our daughter. She's kind and wants to do good. Besides, you've watched Xiao Chen grow up too. You wouldn't just abandon him, would you? And what about his dad? If things get tough, we can always reach out to him. Nan Xingwan chuckled. Such a lack of seriousness, Lu Ruomei replied. Chapter 27. A Kind Mother. A stern father as Zhang Chen stepped out of Nan Xingwan's home and descended the stairs to his own. He opened the door to be greeted by a beige Pomeranian that burst forth, wagging its tail excitedly. Hamburger, Zhang Chen exclaimed, scooping the dog up and securing the door behind him. The dog, affectionately named Hamburger, was one Zhang Chen had found during his middle school days. Once inside, he surveyed the familiar surroundings of his childhood home and made his way toward the closed door of his bedroom. It was already 7 p.m., yet his parents had yet to return. As per his recollection, they would not be home until around 10 p.m. Tossing his backpack carelessly onto the bed, Zhang Chen settled into the chair by the window, the very spot he had occupied as a child to do homework. After school, he and Nan Xingwan would connect their makeshift telephone through the window, allowing them to converse while completing their assignments. If he encountered difficulties, he could directly ask her for help. Sometimes, Nan Xingwan would even come downstairs to join him in his studies. As he reminisced, a faint smile graced his lips. Hamburger continued to wag its tail and whine playfully at his feet, seemingly sharing in the nostalgia brought on by the memories. Yet, due to his unique circumstances, he felt a disconnect from the two parents who would eventually return home. While he had sensed the love Nan Xingwan's family had for her during his visit, he had grown accustomed to such scenes. The concepts of parental love were no longer something he yearned for at his age. Next to his desk stood an old computer, plugged in and gathering dust. Zhang Chen powered it on, deciding to pass the time until Nan Xingwan emerged from her shower. He had no intention of studying, so he began to draft some ideas. After all, he needed to make some money, right? Previously, at the internet cafe, he had only outlined the book's title and synopsis. Now he could flesh out the characters and settings. What characters should he include? An idea struck him. Now that he found himself in a story, he could draw inspiration from his surroundings. Nan Xingwan, character, lively and adorable. Bai Xiruo, character, timid and gentle. For now, those names would suffice. He could revise them later. The setting would be urban, leaning towards daily life. About half an hour later, a knock resonated at the door. Zhang Chen guessed it must be Nan Xingwan, freshly showered, and hurriedly saved his draft before closing the webpage. He approached the door and opened it. Nan Xingwan stood before him, clad in a simple yet refreshing green nightgown. Her hair still adorned with droplets of water. Her collarbone was visible, and her arms were gracefully positioned behind her back as she tilted her head playfully. She resembled a charming white alpaca at the door, although Nan Xingwan, having just bathed, undoubtedly smelled far more delightful. Before she could step inside, Hamburger dashed over to her feet, excitedly jumping and tugging at her dress. Hamburger, Nan Xingwan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she knelt to pet him. Hamburger seized the chance to leap into her arms. You just showered, don't hold him, Zhang Chen said, swiftly grasping Hamburger by the scruff of his neck and pulling him back before allowing Nan Xingwan to enter. Nan Xingwan let out a light chuckle as she entered the room, shutting the door behind her. Are uncle and Annie not home? Zhang Chen replied, placing the hamburger aside to allow it to settle. What were you doing just now? Nan Xingwan inquired curiously as she approached Zhang Chen's room, immediately noticing the illuminated computer screen. Do you believe I was studying? Zhang Chen shrugged. While it's indeed fine to take a break during the holidays, your situation is quite special. Perhaps it's best not to indulge in distractions. With her arms crossed, Nan Xingwan turned to Zhang Chen and firmly insisted, all right then. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement and swiftly powered down the computer. Observing this, Nan Xingwan asked, shall we begin? What topic have you covered today? Spatial geometry, he replied. The two continued their studies until nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. When Nan Xingwan stood up to leave, the hamburger on the floor suddenly reacted, darting towards the door. Shortly after, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from outside. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Chen, Nan Xingwan greeted cheerfully as she stepped out of the bedroom. Ahead of Zhang Chen, he strolled out leisurely, gazing at the two middle-aged individuals before him, though he possessed the memories of his original self, making it difficult to feel unfamiliar with them. Past experiences rendered him somewhat hesitant to call them mom and dad. Fortunately, the original self had not shared a particularly close bond with them, so his silence was entirely understandable. However, Zhang Lijun and Chun Juanru's eyes widened in surprise, utterly unprepared for Zhang Chen's return. It had been over a month since he last set foot in this home after a heated argument. And why was Nan Xingwan here as well? Chen Junru first greeted Nan Xingwan before turning her attention to her son with gentle concern. Why are you back? You didn't let me know. I could have prepared some of your favorite dishes. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback by his mother-esque concern, his lips moving as he tentatively uttered, Mom? What's the matter? Are you out of money? Or has something happened while you were away? Chen Junru furrowed her brow, squeezing Zhang Chen's arm while examining him from head to toe. Experiencing a semblance of maternal affection for the first time, Zhang Chen took a deep breath and awkwardly shook his head. No, nothing's wrong. Look at you, spending your days outside eating junk food. You've lost weight. Tomorrow, I'll cook something delicious for you to take to school. Don't overexert yourself, she urged. Zhang Chen pressed his lips together, pondering how he could possibly be exhausted. He knows to come back after a day of wandering, Zhang Lijun remarked grumpily after exchanging a few words with Nan Xingwan. So, when you run out of money, you just come home? Hey, say a little less. Your son just got back. Chen Junru quickly admonished Zhang Lijun, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. And Nan Xingwan is still here. Turning her attention back to Nan Xingwan, she asked, Why are you here, star? Nan Xingwan, accustomed to witnessing Zhang Chen's reprimands, was unperturbed. I'm helping Zhang Chen with his studies. Their essay joint exam next week. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lijun raised an eyebrow as he settled onto the sofa. He can still do his homework? The moment he spoke, he received another warning look from Chen Junru. Nan Xingwan quickly clarified, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Chen has been studying quite diligently these past few days. With Nan Xingwan's official endorsement, Zhang Lijun fell silent, though his expression remained disapproving. Zhang Chen was unfazed, understanding that Zhang Lijun was all bark and no bite. Only Chen Junru openly expressed her affection, pulling Nan Xingwan aside for a brief chat, likely inquiring about Zhang Chen's well-being. For instance, she noted his previously uncut hair, which he had always refused to trim, and asked why he had suddenly decided to do so. Nan Xingwan, being forthright, chose to omit the incident regarding Zhang Chen being summoned by the school. Zhang Chen and Zhang Lijun, having nothing further to discuss, returned to their respective rooms, and Zhang Chen resumed his computer activities. Eventually, as the hour grew late, Nan Xingwan decided it was time to leave. She had promised Lu Ruime to return to the upper floor by 10 o'clock, so she bid farewell to Chen Junru. Before departing, she made a point to remind Zhang Chen to rest early, as she intended to return the following day. All right, I understand, Teacher Nan. I'll go to bed shortly, Zhang Chen replied. Nan Xingwan smiled, satisfied with his response, and turned to leave. Chen Junru accompanied her to the door, watching her ascend the stairs before closing the door and returning with a smile, continuing to praise Nan Xingwan. However, once the praise subsided, she turned her attention to her son. Based on Zhang Chen's demeanor towards Nan Xingwan earlier, it seemed he had undergone a significant change. After all, he had previously displayed a stubbornness towards everyone. It seems Star has a way of managing him, Chen Junru mused with a hint of delight. Not quite sure. Zhang Lijun responded, shaking his head. He did find Zhang Chen's behavior today somewhat unusual. He hadn't even informed them of his return. He probably ran out of money and came home to put on a show. But he didn't pretend when he needed money before, did he? Chen Junru tilted her head, sneaking a glance at Zhang Chen's room, where he was playing on the computer. Who provided him with money this time? Zhang Lijun frowned. Well, you should go. I still need to prepare some food for him. He hasn't been home in over a month, so he deserves a good meal. I never thought I'd hear someone say they had to watch someone's expression when giving them money. Zhang Lijun sighed helplessly. But he is your son. Can you really ignore him? Let us discuss it tomorrow. Today, just let it go. Quickly go. Your son is back, and you haven't even spoken to him. Be gentle with your tone, don't always scold him. Chapter 28. If I move, can the computer be moved as well? Zhang Chen continued typing away, uncertain of how to interact with his suddenly reappeared parents. He initially felt a sense of relief that they hadn't sought him out. Yet, shortly thereafter, Zhang Lijun knocked on his door. Zhang Chen closed the webpage and turned, feeling a bit flustered. What is the matter? You haven't been up to much at school lately, have you? Zhang Lijun stood at the doorway, slightly stepping inside, his tone noticeably softer than before. Zhang Chen dismissed Zhang Lijun's initial demeanor, feeling no inclination to argue as the original self had. Instead, he pondered whether being on the verge of expulsion counted as a significant issue. He calmly responded, nothing much. How are your grades? Around 200. That is fine. There are ways to manage 200. Zhang Lijun sighed. The atmosphere thickened with an awkward silence as one stood at the door and the other sat on the chair, both unsure of how to continue the conversation. Would you like to sit? Zhang Chen gestured to the bedside, speaking with great respect. All right. I've been standing all day, Zhang Lijun replied, taking the opportunity to enter Zhang Chen's room. What prompted your return this time? Oh, nothing much. Just came to take a look, Zhang Chen replied somewhat bashfully. Is your money still sufficient? If not, I can give you some more. It's enough. How about you and Star? Is she tutoring you? Yes. How is the tutoring going? It's all right. Isn't she living near the 7th middle school? How does she tutor you? She comes over in the evening to help, then takes the bus back. Isn't that a bit exhausting for her? A bit. I suggested you both stay in the old house, but you refused, making her run around like this. Zhang Chen murmured something about the old house. Make sure you don't bully her like before. I want tea. That's good. Another silence enveloped them. All right, get to bed early. I've left some money on your bed. Huh. Zhang Chen looked bewildered. If you need more, just come to me or your mom. If anything happens, let us know. I don't expect much from you, but just don't get into trouble outside. With that, Zhang Lijun left the room, leaving Zhang Chen to contemplate his thoughts. Zhang Chen scratched his head, perplexed by Zhang Lijun's aimless chatter upon entering, unsure of the underlying message he intended to convey. However, upon spotting a stack of cash on the bed, a flicker of realization washed over him. The following day, Chen Junru knocked on Zhang Chen's door, bringing a plate of freshly prepared fruit for the two diligent students engrossed in their studies. Xing, it's time for lunch. You both should take a break, she announced. All right. Thank you, Aunt Chun, Nan Xingwan replied with a smile as she accepted the offerings. Due to work commitments, Nan Xingwan's father was caught up in mandatory overtime, while her mother had returned to school to assist students in preparation for the upcoming joint examination. Hence, Nan Xingwan found herself having lunch at Zhang Chen's home that day. Chen Junru, aware that her son had not returned in quite some time, decided to close the shop and prepare some delightful dishes for Zhang Chen. Zhang Lijun took advantage of this opportunity to procure some ingredients, leaving the house only with Chun Junru and the two young ones. That morning, Chun Junru was astonished to find Zhang Chen genuinely studying with Nan Xingwan in his room, a sight she found hard to believe. Was it possible that, as others had said, the rebellious phase typical of high school had passed? Zhang Chen and Nan Xingwan emerged from the room, with Nan Xingwan thoughtfully assisting Chun Junru in the kitchen while Zhang Chen lounged on the sofa, propping up his legs and switching on the television. However, it was not long before Nan Xingwan approached him, insisting he join her in the kitchen to help with peeling garlic. Soon enough, a variety of dishes that the two young ones adored were freshly prepared. At the dining table, Chen Junru consistently served them more food. Xing, I heard from Zhang Chen that you go to his place after school to tutor him? She inquired. Yes, we don't finish our evening study session until 9:30. Nan Xingwan explained, praising Aunt Chen's culinary skills. Zhang Chen, eschewing trivialities, simply boasted about her cooking, the utmost affirmation of a chef's artistry. Isn't that rather late? Isn't it a bit dangerous? Chen Junru asked with concern, watching the two eat. Not really. Zhang Chen always comes to pick me up at the station, Nan Xingwan replied, glancing at Zhang Chen, who was engrossed in his meal. Oh, I see, Chen Junru said, slightly taken aback. Zhang Chen, why don't you and Xing move back to the old house? Upon hearing this, Nan Xingwan's eyes widened as she turned to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen slowly lifted his head, a duck leg in one hand and a bowl in the other, chewing his food as he replied, isn't it rented out? During the past year, Zhang Chen had refrained from moving back to the old house with Nan Xingwan, wanting to escape the confines of her watchful gaze and the pressure of her academic performance. Thus, Chen Junru and Zhang Lijun had decided to rent it out, believing it more prudent to collect rent rather than let it sit idle. Currently, the tenant occupies only the first floor. The second floor is still available, Chen Junru elucidated. Zhang Chen pondered this information. The old house, as Chen Junru referred to it, could be likened to a quaint villa, originally purchased to facilitate Zhang Chen's elementary education before the new school district was established. Given its location in the old city, close to rural areas, they deemed it more advantageous to acquire an older property rather than invest in newly constructed apartments. The cost was significantly lower, and with the remaining funds, they renovated it into a charming villa with a small garden. Unexpectedly, the city's planning integrated much of the old district, leading to the establishment of a new school district nearby and the relocation of the high school not far from the old area. Consequently, the value of the property surged. Just like many other older houses, due to their business commitments, Chen Junru and Zhang Lijun had yet to return. However, for Zhang Chen and Nan Xingwan, residing there would be convenient, as each school was merely a 10-minute walk away, eliminating the hassle of commuting. Noticing Zhang Chen lost in thought, Nan Xingwan took the initiative to speak up. Aunt, my lease isn't up yet, so I can't leave just yet, as it wouldn't be fair to my roommate. Upon hearing this, Chen Junru realized that Nan Xingwan was cohabiting with someone else and smacked her forehead. "Oh right. I forgot that you're sharing with someone. That does complicate things a bit. It's all right, Aunt. Let us not dwell on this." Nan Xingwan smiled gently. Returning to her meal, Zhang Chen, having concluded his contemplation, spoke. "I suppose I shall find a time to take a look. Is the tenant male or female?" I think it's a male," Nan Xingwan replied, while Chen Junru nodded, slightly taken aback. "Oh, that is good. Is he a student as well?" "I'm not too sure about that," she responded. "Oh, and what about the computer? If I were to move, could I take it with me?" Nan Xingwan exclaimed. "No way." After lunch, the two returned to their studies, with Nan Xingwan providing reasonable justifications for her earlier objections. "All right, once I pass, it won't be a problem, right? We'll talk about that once you've passed," she said, tapping the textbook and pointing at the knowledge points with a hint of pride. Zhang Chen scoffed, muttering, "Typically, when women say such things, they're not to be trusted." What did you say?" "Oh, nothing. Just asking if you want some frozen pears," he said, picking up a piece of frozen pear with a toothpick. Nan Xingwan narrowed her eyes momentarily before opening her mouth. Zhang Chen deftly fed her the pear and returned the toothpick to the fruit plate. As she savored the sweet pear, Nan Xingwan inquired, "Are you really going to live in the old house?" "I haven't seen it yet. I'll check it out first." "Why? Do you want to move in with me? Who would want to live with you?" She playfully pushed Zhang Chen's arm. Fine, if you don't want to. I'll find someone else to live with me," he laughed. "Who?" Nan Xingwan asked skeptically, her brows furrowing. "A rather unfortunate classmate," Zhang Chen pondered. "Is it a boy or a girl?" "A girl." "Oh," she responded, her curiosity piqued. "I'll manage on my own. I want to discuss it further." Over the weekend, Zhang Chen and Nan Xingwan remained focused on their studies. Although Nan Xingwan felt a bit annoyed by Zhang Chen's comments, she still diligently assisted him with his coursework. He explained that his so-called unfortunate classmate was merely a casual remark and that she might not even agree, which put Nan Xingwan somewhat at ease. Later, Zhang Chen accompanied Nan Xingwan to the old house for a brief visit, but the spacious residence seemed vacant. With only 2 locked rooms on the first floor and the kitchen and bathroom stocked with clean supplies, one could easily assume no one was living there. As for the second floor, after Zhang Chen's inspection, he selected a room for himself, firmly deciding that he would indeed move there. The ample space would surely be far more comfortable than his small studio. Despite her outward indifference, Nan Xingwan meticulously examined each room. Subsequently, Zhang Chen visited his family's franchise, which was essentially a hot pot restaurant. The business was thriving and kept him busy, and he eagerly assisted as a server and cashier. Fully immersed in the hustle, Chen Junru and Zhang Lijun urged him to return home and enjoy his computer, not even suggesting he go back to study. However, the more they insisted, the more Zhang Chen felt compelled to stay. On the day they returned to school, Chen Junru packed a variety of food into Zhang Chen's backpack. As he was about to leave, he asked Zhang Chen if he needed some milk or a few oranges, mentioning that there were still some mangoes in the fridge. Zhang Chen's eyes momentarily glistened with emotion as he waved goodbye to his mother. Upon descending the stairs, he encountered Nan Xingwan, who was also ready to head back to school. After returning to campus, Zhang Chen maintained his routine of dozing off during the day and being tutored by Nan Xingwan at night. Before long, the day of the entrance exam arrived. Zhang Chen glanced at the encouraging words "Keep it up" that Nan Xingwan had written on his arm, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of what anyone said about washing it off, it was her blessing, and he had promised to wait until after the exam to wash it away. In this day and age, who still believes in such things? With his abilities, he could easily surpass the so-called geniuses in school. Yet, he refrained from washing it off, understanding that Nan Xingwan might inquire about it later. The first exam of the day was Chinese, followed by mathematics in the afternoon. The full score for the main subjects was 150, with a passing score of 90. Zhang Chen aimed to control his score, neither standing out nor falling behind, striving to land within the range of around 90 points. When the time came, he submitted his paper satisfactorily. In the afternoon, it was time for mathematics, his strongest subject. As soon as the exam paper was distributed, he scanned it in an instant. The entrance exam is indeed tougher, Zhang Chen muttered to himself, as he could easily discern the complexity of the questions after practicing countless problems. However, this level of difficulty posed no challenge for him. What he needed to contemplate was how to cleverly and reasonably achieve a passing score of 90 points. Would this level of difficulty be a bit too daunting for those who typically performed well? If they all struggled to attain commendable scores, would his 90 points seem excessively high? After reviewing the multiple-choice questions, he flipped through the pages to tackle a few of the more challenging problems. He quickly filled in the answers for some of the simpler multiple-choice questions. Within half an hour, he had gone through most of the questions. leaving only a few demanding ones. As he prepared to formally write down his answers, a figure suddenly appeared outside the window. Li Juanhao had unexpectedly shown up at his exam room. Zhang Chen stared in bewilderment as Li Juanhao gestured to him, mouthing silently, "Brother Chen." Bai Xiruo seems to have been cornered by someone. Zhang Chen's eyes widened. Li Juanhao continued to gesture. "I didn't see her. She was here this morning, but seems to have vanished by noon. I heard someone say she was taken away by students from another school." Zhang Chen, upon hearing this, contemplated rising but then glanced at the encouraging words on his arm. He had already promised Nan Xingwan to aim for a passing score this time. Yet, he couldn't simply disregard Bai Xiruo. In that moment, Zhang Chen found himself torn. "Hey, which class are you from? Why are you here instead of taking the exam?" Li Junhao's gestures drew the attention of the invigilator, who promptly shooed him away. As he departed, he called out loudly, "Brother Chen, I'm going to find her." The other students in Zhang Chen's exam room were not particularly high achievers, and they all recognized him, casting brief glances in his direction before returning to their own distractions and naps. Seeing the situation, Zhang Chen checked the time. Only a few minutes remained until the 30-minute mark. There was no other option. He had to secure the remaining points within those few minutes, disregarding his earlier plan to control his score. Soon, the invigilator was casually chatting outside the classroom with other teachers overseeing the exams. Suddenly, a voice rang out from inside. "Teacher, I'm done." All the students turned to look at Zhang Chen, their expressions incredulous. Although their scores weren't remarkable, they certainly wouldn't submit their papers before the time was up. "Since we're here, we might as well write a bit." The invigilator, hearing the call to submit, frowned and walked into the classroom, asking, "Who is submitting their paper?" Zhang Chen raised his hand high, proclaiming, "Teacher, here. 30 minutes, and you're already done with the multiple-choice section?" The invigilator noted the time. There were still several minutes left before the half-hour mark. "Can I go to the restroom?" Zhang Chen attempted a different approach. "What do you mean, restroom? It's not even been 30 minutes. I really can't hold it any longer, teacher." The invigilator's expression soured, but he instructed Zhang Chen to wait a moment while he fetched the teacher responsible for monitoring that level. Before long, Jiao Wei arrived, having been summoned by the invigilator. He was in charge of overseeing students during bathroom breaks and had previously sent Li Junhao away. "You need to use the restroom?" Jiao Wei scrutinized Zhang Chen, hands on his hips, speaking sternly. "The time hasn't even arrived. Hold it in." Seeing that it was his own teacher, and knowing that Jiao Wei was the math teacher, Zhang Chen felt less inclined to adhere to formalities. His paper was already complete, and with Jiao Wei present, he was not concerned about it being confiscated over a few minutes. With Li Junhao absent from the exam and Bai Xiruo also missing, Zhang Chen thought to himself that he couldn't afford to lose his paper. If he didn't submit it, the entire class's average in math would plummet. "I really can't hold it, teacher. I'm going." Zhang Chen rose abruptly, feigning urgency as he dashed out of the classroom. "Hey!" Jiao Wei was left bewildered but hurriedly followed suit. If a student truly couldn't hold it, he had to accompany him to prevent any cheating. However, just as they reached the staircase, Zhang Chen turned to Jiao Wei and announced that he had already submitted his paper and that it was unnecessary for him to follow. With that, Zhang Chen sprinted downstairs. Jiao Wei stood there, bewildered. "What just happened? You submitted your paper?" Before he could process it, Zhang Chen had already covered a floor's distance. Finding no success in pursuing him, Jiao Wei returned to the classroom, where the half-hour mark had already passed. He walked straight to Zhang Chen's desk, narrowing his eyes as he examined Zhang Chen's exam paper. The invigilator approached, noticing that only Jiao Wei had returned, and inquired, "What happened? Where's the student?" "He said he submitted his paper," Jiao Wei replied, scrutinizing the exam. The invigilator, also a math teacher, had seen the paper before it was distributed. Upon hearing Jiao Wei's claim that Zhang Chen had submitted his work, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, lamenting, "These students nowadays, submitting papers before the half-hour mark. I just said he couldn't submit yet, and now he has disappeared to the restroom." Jiao Wei, however, paid no heed to the invigilator's remarks and continued to examine Zhang Chen's answers, his frown deepening as he noticed the answers bore a striking similarity to what he had seen beforehand. Seeing Jiao Wei so absorbed, the invigilator leaned in further, remarking, "This exam seems to be quite challenging. It appears to have been set by those teachers from the 7th middle school, playing with the student's psychology." "Indeed, it is quite challenging." Jiao Wei concurred with a nod. "Is there an issue with this paper?" "No, just take a look." Jiao Wei shook his head and passed the paper to the invigilator. "Wow, he completed it this quickly? All the multiple-choice questions correct?" The invigilator took the paper and scrutinized it carefully, not just correct. "It seems like he got them all right." Jiao Wei's expression turned serious. "What? Under 30 minutes, and he got every question correct on an exam of this difficulty?" The invigilator glanced at the name and candidate number on the desk. Zhang Chen. Which class is he from? Jia Wei crossed his arms, inhaling deeply, and with difficulty, replied. He is from my class. The invigilator was left speechless. Chapter 31. Searching for the missing Bai Xiruo. We searched the entire school. But there is no sign of her, Brother Chen. If she isn't here, then she must be outside the school. Zhang Chen wiped away the sweat and pondered. Should we go outside? Li Junhao lifted his head, gazing at the wall nearest to the crooked-necked tree, which was also a secret passage they often used to skip class. Yes, Zhang Chen nodded, and then took the lead in climbing the tree before him, mumbling as he ascended. This is my first time climbing a tree outside of school. Li Junhao, hearing this, exclaimed, Huh? Were you not the one who always let us out here before? Zhang Chen pouted slightly. I meant the purpose of this outing is quite different from before. It's still my first time. Before long, both successfully and skillfully scaled the wall. Suddenly, a short-haired girl ambled over to the crooked tree they had just traversed. She looked up at them, arms crossed, and spoke with an indifferent tone. Which class are you from? Run. As soon as the words left her mouth, the two leaped off the wall, leaving the girl standing beneath the tree without an answer. Li Junhao, confused, remarked, Chenggu, that girl seemed just like a student, not a teacher. Zhang Chen, however, was aware that this was indeed his first genuine act of skipping class, and he felt a tinge of excitement. Thus, when he heard the girl's voice from the other side of the wall, his body instinctively reacted, and he jumped down without even contemplating whether she was a teacher. I know, I'm just anxious to find Bai Xiruo. Have you noticed you've been speaking a bit too much? Zhang Chen urged. Quickly, let us search. Oh, to the Baishan Internet Cafe. You just stay put and don't move. We won't harm you. Once they finish their exams later, we'll let you go. The leader, a tall guy with green hair, said to Bai Xiruo while playing a game and smoking. Behind him, a few thugs were watching him play, effectively cornering Bai Xiruo against the wall. Hearing the green-haired guy, a curly-haired boy nearby turned around, cigarette in mouth. But that won't do, right? We can't just let it slide without putting on a show, can we? How about we slap her twice? Take a picture? The green-haired guy found this reasonable and proposed it. The curly-haired boy nodded in agreement. All right then, we'll slap you twice, take a couple of pictures. And this matter will be settled, all right? The green-haired guy whispered to Bai Xiruo. She lowered her head, too frightened to speak. Was this a discussion? If so, could she refuse? Clearly, it was not a negotiation but rather a notification. Whether she spoke or remained silent, she could not escape the impending punishment. She simply could not comprehend how they could frame such an act in such a grandiose manner, as if receiving 2 slaps was a privilege. At that moment, the green-haired guy spoke again. Time is almost up. He stretched lazily. Let us slap her twice, take 2 pictures, and this will all be over. He looked at Bai Xiruo. Don't be scared. It'll be quick. We haven't even really hit you yet. Who is going to do it? Asked the curly-haired boy, rising. I'll do it. You just take the pictures. All right. Excuse me. Have you seen a few thugs dragging a girl in a school uniform? She is about this tall, with long hair covering her eyes. Didn't he see her? Okay, thank you. Hello. Have you seen a girl in a school uniform similar to mine walking with a few boys? She is about this tall, with long hair covering her eyes. Chenggu. I haven't seen her. The two searched back and forth for nearly 2 hours without finding Bai Xiruo's whereabouts. Zhang Chen fell into deep thought. Are you sure the last time you saw her was at the school gate? Absolutely. She was still eating in the classroom at noon. I thought she would take a nap, but then she went to the school gate. Then during the afternoon exam, I found out she had been taken away. Zhang Chen furrowed his brow and sighed. What could she possibly want at the school gate? I don't know. Li Junhao shrugged. Zhang Chen replied. Unless someone called her out. Huh. Li Junhao looked at Zhang Chen in confusion. Who could have called her out? I don't know. Besides her family or teachers. Who else could call her out without seeming suspicious? Faced with Zhang Chen's sudden deduction, Li Junhao could only scratch his head in bewilderment. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes, a sudden realization dawning upon him. I could have called her out. If I could have called her out, then. Zhang Chen surveyed his surroundings. In the distance lay Baishan Park, the same path he had taken with Bai Xiruo before. Baishan Internet Cafe. Let us check there. At the front desk of Baishan Internet Cafe, he inquired. Excuse me, have you seen a girl wearing the same school uniform as us? Yes, she is over there. The receptionist had a vivid impression of Bai Xiruo, especially since she was accompanied by several thugs, dressed in a uniform that starkly contrasted with theirs. Zhang Chen, upon hearing this, dashed towards the indicated direction without even pausing to say thank you. Li Junhao stood frozen, unable to comprehend how Chenggu had deduced that Bai Xiruo would be at the Internet Cafe. He quickly followed. Meanwhile, the curly-haired boy was still speaking to Bai Xiruo. Close your eyes. We're just doing our job. Be understanding. I'll go easy on you. Bai Xiruo obediently closed her eyes, tilting her head to present one side of her face. Quickly, once we're done, we'll go get paid, the green-haired guy urged. The curly-haired boy raised his hand, and several boys surrounded the girl, making it impossible for anyone outside to see what was happening inside. This bizarre scene immediately caught Zhang Chen's attention as he rushed over. Hey, Zhang Chen shouted at the group. The green-haired gang turned in surprise to face him. The curly-haired boy, hands still suspended in the air, froze, caught off guard. Zhang Chen, the green-haired guy, smoothing his hair, responded with mild astonishment. Chapter 32. A ray of light shines in. Hearing the name Zhang Chen, Bai Xiruo, who had resigned herself to her fate, slowly lifted her head to look at the person outside. She could clearly see Zhang Chen not far from her, and it seemed he had also spotted her. A surge of intense survival instinct welled up inside her, and the calm and helpless look in her eyes began to ripple. Tears pooling in her eyes. She did not understand why, but upon seeing Zhang Chen, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. And Zhang Chen, indeed, saw her. However, given the current situation, he had to maintain his composure. Simultaneously, he quickly scanned his memory for the green-haired guy's identity. Within mere seconds, he recalled the relevant information. Cheng Hu, a local troublemaker known as Brother Hu. With a smile, Zhang Chen called out to the green-haired guy, Brother Hu, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Cheng Hu momentarily set Bai Xiruo aside and approached Zhang Chen. I thought your silhouettes looked familiar. Since the exams are over, I came here to go online. What are you up to? Zhang Chen feigned ignorance about the situation. Ah, just a little lesson for someone. And look, it's someone from your class, right? Cheng Hu handed Zhang Chen a cigarette, nodding towards Bai Xiruo. Zhang Chen, who didn't smoke, took it nonetheless. Calmly smiling at Bai Xiruo, ah, I see. Bai Xiruo, with tears streaming down her face, looked at him, causing his heart to ache. Feeling angry? Zhang Chen asked, his hands trembling slightly as he held the cigarette, pretending to be at ease. Cheng Hu picked up a lighter from the table and lit Zhang Chen's cigarette. Zhang Chen took a smooth drag, exhaling the smoke slowly. Seeing this, Cheng Hu curiously inquired, shouldn't you be the one doing this? Why is she here looking for me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen quickly deduced that it was indeed Su Yu's doing. Oh, I had a falling out with her. Huh. Women, what a hassle. Zhang Chen licked his lips, adopting a similarly carefree demeanor. Ha ha ha. Cheng Hu patted Zhang Chen on the shoulder. No wonder, you are right. Women can be troublesome. The two chatted casually for a while, and soon Cheng Hu waved his hand. All right, I won't keep you. I'm about to collect my payment from her. You go on with your business. With that, Cheng Hu turned to a few people and signaled that they could continue. Wait a moment. Hu Gu, Zhang Chen suddenly interrupted. Could you let her go? Zhang Chen nodded towards Bai Xiruo. Oh, why is that? Do you have some connection with her? Cheng Hu widened his eyes. Just a little. Mainly, I had a falling out with her and don't want her to succeed. Cheng Hu found himself in a dilemma. Zhang Chen, I've already received payment. It's not easy to handle. I understand, Hu Gu. How about this? Whatever she pays you, I'll give you double. Double? Hearing that Zhang Chen would offer more, the curly-haired guy behind him spoke first. Yes, double. Zhang Chen nodded. Li Juanhao's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time he had seen Zhang Chen protect someone in such a manner. Cheng Hu, however, wore a skeptical expression, still somewhat troubled. Theoretically, double isn't feasible, but since we know each other, I can make an exception. Zhang Chen smirked slightly, his heart coldly laughing. Yet he smiled and nodded at Cheng Hu. She promised 800, so you can take 1600. Or 1500 will suffice. The curly-haired guy was momentarily stunned. Didn't he remember it being 500? All right. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen immediately agreed. But I didn't bring much cash today. As he spoke, Zhang Chen pulled out several red bills from his pocket, thankful that he had replenished his funds over the weekend, allowing him to carry this extra cash. Here, S500. I'll pay the rest in a couple of days. Is that acceptable? Seeing Zhang Chen so straightforwardly agree, not only Cheng Hu was taken aback, but Li Juanhao was utterly stunned. 1500, what a substantial amount for a high school student. This must be more than a month's worth of living expenses for Cheng Gu, Li Juanhao thought. When did Bai Xiruo become so important? Such promptness. Then it's settled. Cheng Hu wasn't worried Zhang Chen wouldn't pay. After all, Zhang Chen was still a student. And there was a considerable difference between him and a hardened thug like Cheng Hu. Moreover, this 500 already equaled the earnings from his hard work that day. Not to mention the unexpectedly higher price. 2 days from now, I'll come find you. Yes, I'll call you on the weekend. All right, I await your good news. Cheng Hu raised an eyebrow in delight and waved to the small group behind him as they swaggered out of the internet cafe. Once they were out of sight, Li Juanhao finally spoke up. Cheng Gu, why didn't you confront him? We should have dealt with him. Zhang Chen looked worriedly at Bai Xiruo. Are you hurt? Did they harm you? Bai Xiruo sobbed silently, clutching Zhang Chen's shirt tightly, unwilling to let go. Zhang Chen continued to offer gentle reassurances. Chenggu, you could have taken him on. He had so few people with him this time. What is there to fear? You young ones only know to charge in without considering the consequences. Zhang Chen shot a glance at Li Juanhao. What if they had knives? What if you found yourself alone one day? Zhang Chen then turned to Bai Xiruo. There will be times when you aren't around, right? Chenggu, you're only a year older than me, Li Juanhao interjected. Zhang Chen scoffed inwardly. I'm certainly much older than this brat. Hey, are you two bullying her? Just then, a short-haired girl who had previously caught them climbing the wall appeared, coldly staring at the two. Chapter 33. The Pinnacle of Combat Power. Nian Nanhan. Zhang Chen was taken aback by the unfamiliar girl before him. Her world-weary expression, smoking, short hair, hat, and cargo pants. Could it be her? The Pinnacle of Combat Power. Nian Nanhan. Who are you? This is none of your business. Go away. Li Juanhao frowned, waving his hand dismissively. Zhang Chen's heart raced, and he widened his eyes, quickly trying to stop Li Juanhao. Wait, hold on, how's he? But before he could finish, Li Juanhao had already approached Nian Nanhan, glaring down at her. What are you looking at? Can't you understand when I tell you to go? With that, Li Juanhao made a move to shove Nian Nanhan. But the next moment, Zhang Chen watched in pity as Li Juanhao was taken down effortlessly. Hey, ouch. Seeing the brutal scene unfold, Zhang Chen instinctively shielded Bai Xiruo's eyes. Chenggu, help. Li Juanhao, pinned down and unable to move, called out to Zhang Chen in desperation. I told you not to be so impulsive and to fight everyone you see. Zhang Chen shook his head, lamenting. With that, he turned to Nian Nanhan, forcing a smile. You're Nian Nanhan, right? You know me? Nian Nanhan was slightly surprised that Zhang Chen could call her name. She took a calm drag from her cigarette, easily maintaining control over Li Juanhao, who had not even managed to drop his smoke. Oh, Sister Nian, how could I not know you? Zhang Chen smiled charmingly. She was indeed stronger than the male protagonist from the original story, a true powerhouse. Not only could she handle herself, but the male protagonist would also be easily subdued by her. With her assistance, the male protagonist could finally resolve the issue of Suyu bullying Bai Xiruo. But in the original story, Nian Nanhan had a congenital heart condition. It was this condition that transformed her from an academically excellent student into someone who indulged in hedonism. She neither attended classes nor studied, smoking and drinking, living life as she pleased. She was likely here after transferring from the neighboring city's third high school and had missed today's joint examination. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Li Juanhao, still on the ground, was utterly bewildered. You know her? Why didn't you say so? Can she let me go? I told you to wait a moment. Zhang Chen pouted. Looking at Nian Nanhan, you can let him go, but first, please release her. Seeing that Zhang Chen seemed to genuinely know her, Nian Nanhan's previously indifferent eyes softened, and she became more agreeable. Zhang Chen, noticing Bai Xiruo still clutching his arm, found himself empty-handed and felt his lips twitch. Who is letting who go? You should be the one asking her to release me, Zhang Chen said to Nian Nanhan, then gently comforted Bai Xiruo. After a moment, Bai Xiruo obediently released her grip. Seeing this, Nian Nanhan also lifted her foot off Li Juanhao, allowing him to roll over. Finally, Nian Nanhan stepped in front of Zhang Chen, sizing him up before glancing at Bai Xiruo. They bullied you? Bai Xiruo remained silent, still shaken from the earlier encounter. Seeing this, Nian Nan continued, It's all right. Just tell me. If they bully you, I will take revenge for you. Zhang Chen, listening from the side, was filled with trepidation. Such seemingly trivial words could inflict great harm. We truly did not bully her. Brother Chen and I came to rescue her. Li Juanhao grinned as he edged closer. Yet this time he chose to stand on the opposite side of Zhang Chen, distancing himself from Nian Nan. When he was subdued by Nian Nan earlier, he felt as though the world had suddenly spun around him, with several parts of his body aching violently, leaving his legs weak. By the time he regained his composure, he found himself firmly beneath her foot. The swiftness of the encounter had caught him completely off guard. The only thing that struck him was how astonishingly strong this girl was. She could undoubtedly handle him with one hand. Upon hearing his words, Nian Nan turned to look at him. Li Juanhao instinctively ducked behind Zhang Chen and continued, Really? Didn't you just see a guy with green hair? We saved her from him. To be precise, they had ransomed her for 1,500 yuan. Bai Xiruo paused, lifting her head slowly to gaze at Zhang Chen. She hadn't heard the exchange between Zhang Chen and the man earlier, but she had noticed that Zhang Chen seemed quite familiar with him. She never imagined that such a sum could buy her life. Yet, Zhang Chen appeared utterly indifferent, as if he had not a care in the world. Why are you so talkative today? Zhang Chen remarked, Sensing that Li Juanhao was spilling everything in front of Bai Xiruo, he quickly nudged Li Juanhao with his elbow, warning him to tone it down. Given Bai Xiruo's personality, she was likely to feel indebted and might foolishly inflict harm upon herself if she learned too much. This matter, to some extent, also involved him. After all, it was only right for him to help her. He then turned to Bai Xiruo, their eyes meeting momentarily. In that fleeting glance, Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she had indeed caught on to what they were discussing. Nothing happened, don't misunderstand. We were merely talking about game items. In an effort to alleviate her psychological burden, Zhang Chen hastily clarified his previous statement. I wouldn't spend an entire month's living expenses to help you. Otherwise, what would I eat for the rest of the month? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiruo lowered her head, pressing her lips tightly together. When Nian Nan heard about the green-haired individual, she pondered for a moment before recalling the group of delinquents she had seen at the entrance earlier, led by a person with green hair. She turned to Bai Xiruo and asked, is what they said true? Finally, Bai Xiruo nodded and quietly replied, they came to save me. See. Zhang Chen spread his hands as if to prove his innocence. At this, Nian Nan ceased her inquiries. By the way, Nanjia, how did you end up here? The group turned back towards the school. Despite the joint exam, classes, including evening study sessions, were still in session. I was following you too, Nian Nan said candidly. I noticed you both when you were climbing over the wall. Ah, Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. So it was her who had called out to them from beneath the tree. I had never climbed over the wall at school before. I only attempted it after seeing you two do it. Nian Nan spoke with satisfaction, having tried something new today. Zhang Chen, Li Junhao. Nian Nan then turned to Zhang Chen. You still haven't told me how you know me? Ah, Nanjia, your reputation precedes you. How could I not have heard of you? Zhang Chen replied with a sycophantic smile, while Li Juanhao raised an eyebrow, innocently leaning closer to Zhang Chen and asking, Brother Chen, why haven't I heard you mention this before? Zhang Chen, I must say, you have been particularly chatty today, haven't you? He pushed Li Junhao away with a playful shove, giving him a disdainful glance. Really? I've heard that your name has already traveled from Sanzhong to Yizhong. Nian Nan observed, her gaze flickering slightly, yet Zhang Chen's overly flattering demeanor made her skeptical. Of course. Otherwise, how could I have recognized you so quickly? Zhang Chen blinked, adding, when I visited Sanzhong, I heard them talk about you. Oh, what did they say about me? Nian Nan raised an eyebrow coolly. They said that you single-handedly defeated all of the Zhou family, and that they wouldn't even dare to look you in the eye at school. Zhang Chen fabricated with casual ease. The original text only mentioned Nian Nan's invincibility at Sanzhong without detailing her achievements. Zhang Chen had never been to Sanzhong and did not know anyone from the Zhou family. He merely conjured a name. Surely, Nian Nan would not remember the names of every person she had bested. The Zhou family? Nian Nan questioned, pondering for a moment without reaching a conclusion. She looked at Zhang Chen. I don't recall any formidable Zhou family member from Sanzhong. Perhaps you dealt with them so effortlessly that you simply forgot? Zhang Chen quickly sidestepped the topic. Nanjia, aren't you taking an exam today? I don't want to take it, Nian Nan replied, gazing straight ahead. Her tone nonchalant. What about you? Aren't you taking it either? We came to find Zhang Chen. He glanced back at Bai Xiruo, who had been silent behind them. Before turning to comfort her, it's just an exam. There will be another chance next time. Bai Xiruo nodded quietly, her head bobbing slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Chen sighed. He sensed that her little mind was troubled over something yet again. The group soon returned to the school, having missed the exam. Many students were already outside for dinner, and the appearance of the three in their uniforms did not seem out of place. I'll head off first. Nian Nan inquired about Zhang Chen's name, and then chose not to linger with them any longer. Nanjia, which class are you in? Let us hang out together sometime. Zhang Chen quickly attempted to cling to her. Nian Nan did not respond, walking quietly into the campus. She's ignoring you, Brother Chen. Li Juanhao remarked, watching Nian Nan's retreating figure. Zhang Chen, I know, no need to repeat it. He smiled, wrapping an arm around Li Junhao's neck. And didn't I mention you've been rather talkative today? I can't take her on, but I can certainly take you on. Wait, Brother Chen. I'm only standing up for you. Li Junhao pleaded as he was playfully choked, repeatedly asking for mercy. I'm sorry, Brother Chen. I want to do it again. Zhang Chen, let us go out for a meal. Use your card since I'm out of money. I brought my own lunch. You can have some. Bai Xiruo's voice was barely audible. I'm a carnivore. Your food is more suited for rabbits, so I'll pass. Zhang Chen waved his hand dismissively, pouting. Bai Xiruo wanted to argue further, but Zhang Chen had a point. Noticing her dejected expression, Zhang Chen had a sudden idea and pushed Li Junhao aside. He leaned closer to Bai Xiruo and whispered, if you want to repay me, Then don't attend evening study for the third period. Come with me instead. Bai Xiruo was taken aback. What? Is that too much to ask? After all, I did save you. I didn't mean to. Bai Xiruo's cheeks flushed as she was cornered. Then do you agree? Can I have some time to think it over? As she spoke, tears glistened in her crescent-shaped eyes, and she looked up at Zhang Chen with a forlorn expression. Her long bangs could not conceal the enchanting eyes beneath. And Zhang Chen felt his heart suddenly soften, as if struck. No, you don't get to think it over. Before tonight, you must go to the office and cancel your evening study session, then come with me. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chen cast a glance at Li Junhao, who was already at the stall buying pancakes, and asserted himself firmly. Faced with the pitiful expression that Bai Xiruo displayed, one that seemed to invite bullying from everyone, he suddenly understood why some people enjoyed picking on her. It was a sentiment that any boy might entertain. This simply wouldn't do. Her habit of appearing so vulnerable needed to be corrected. He could not afford to be soft-hearted. Leaving her in the care of Li Junhao, who was undoubtedly foolish, would only lead to further trouble in a matter of days. To be prudent, it would be wiser for him to escort her home himself. Moreover, to prevent her from being alone again, it was imperative that she walked with him after evening study sessions. Seeing Zhang Chen's serious demeanor, Bai Xiruo lowered her head, resembling a woeful little kitten, and uttered a soft "Oh." You make it seem as though I have done something terribly wrong to you, Zhang Chen remarked, slightly bending down to tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear. You haven't been crying, have you? Bai Xiruo, her eyes brimming with tears, stiffened as she met Zhang Chen's gaze. As long as you haven't cried, that's good. Let us go. I'll let you go now. But don't forget about evening study. This was the first time Zhang Chen had seen her face clearly, and upon witnessing her pitiful appearance, he couldn't resist pinching her cheek, leaving a fleeting imprint on her skin. Immediately, Bai Xiruo dashed back to the classroom like a startled deer. Li Junhao, who had just bought a fresh meat pie, strolled over when Zhang Chen was finished and handed him one. Chengu, why are you suddenly so nice to Bai Xiruo? He asked. Am I? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, taking a bite of the meat pie. She isn't even pretty. And she's as dull as a gourd every day. What is there to like about her? Li Junhao questioned, failing to comprehend. If I were to spend 1,500 to protect someone, wouldn't that count as being good? He dared to say that if he were ambushed by Cheng Hu's gang today, Zhang Chen would certainly not lift a finger to help him. Forget about 1,500. At most, he would pay $5, a fixed price. You can let her go. Or not. It's up to you. Upon hearing Li Junhao claim that Bai Xiruo was unattractive, Zhang Chen tilted his head to look at him, doubting his own ears. What did you just say? Bai Xiruo isn't pretty? Well, I think she's just average, Li Junhao said, chewing on his pie. While it is true that unless one looks like a celebrity, they wouldn't attract attention from the entire school, Bai Xiruo certainly did not fall into the category of unattractiveness. Nan Xingwan and Xia Xintong were undoubtedly the star girls at their school, yet in terms of looks, they were on par with Bai Xiruo, each possessing their own unique charm. Hearing Li Junhao's words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head and patting his shoulder. I told you to get a haircut. When did your eyes go blind? In the original text, Bai Xiruo was most often described as naturally beautiful. Despite her poor diet, challenging living conditions, and late nights followed by early mornings, she managed to be plump and fair-skinned, with bright eyes devoid of dark circles. Moreover, her figure was notably more developed than that of her pampered childhood friend. It is simply unfair how some people are blessed with such gifts. Envy is futile. Hence, the notion that Bai Xiruo is unattractive is utterly unfounded. As they conversed, they headed off for a meal. After dinner, Zhang Chen returned to the classroom with Li Junhao, preparing for evening study. Before Suyu arrived, Zhang Chen sat beside Bai Xiruo, watching her complete her application to cancel evening study and submit it to the office. Although Deng Xianbing was puzzled, he didn't inquire further, assuming that perhaps Bai Xiruo's family was busy, and promptly approved it. Once out of the office, Zhang Chen placed his hand atop her head. Observing her bewildered expression, he tousled her hair and drew a few lines on her face with a red pen. Throughout the process, Bai Xiruo offered no resistance, passively allowing Zhang Chen to play with her appearance. After applying a few strokes, he smudged it with his hand and wiped it with water, creating the effect of a broken and wounded visage. All right, just like that, Zhang Chen declared, satisfied with his artistic endeavor, clapping his hands with a smile. Bai Xiruo's ears turned crimson, completely unaware of her appearance. She only felt shy as she noticed Zhang Chen stifling a laugh at her. This way, she would feel that she had turned the tables, and it was unlikely that anyone would bother her again. Noticing her lingering confusion, Zhang Chen patiently explained his reasoning. Well, Bai Xiruo bit her lip, fully comprehending Zhang Chen's intentions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have obediently allowed him to draw on her face. Afterward, she started to walk toward the classroom. Wait, don't move. Your makeup is smudged. Let me touch it up a bit, Zhang Chen quickly interjected, laughing mischievously as he smoothly pulled off the pen cap and approached her with the red pen. Zhang Chen, are you bullying Bai Xiruo again? Deng Xianbing emerged from the office just in time to catch the two in the act. Huh, no. Old Deng, we were just playing around. Zhang Chen protested. Playing around? Why not draw on your own face instead? During evening study, Su Yu felt a wave of satisfaction upon seeing Bai Xiruo looking disheveled. Her money was well spent. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Chen had submitted his paper early and rushed to save Bai Xiruo earlier that afternoon. Nevertheless, despite her satisfaction, Zhang Chen still managed to irk her during class. How do you solve this problem? Do you have your notes? Can I borrow them? Zhang Chen shamelessly raided Bai Xiruo's study materials, even asking her for explanations. Bai Xiruo showed no resistance. In fact, she eagerly handed over her notes from other subjects. If you want it, take it all. You don't need to give me everything. Zhang Chen waved his hand, feigning reluctance, yet he accepted all of it without hesitation. This would make her feel a little better. From now on, why don't you just explain problems to me? Zhang Chen casually suggested. Okay, Bai Xiruo replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Wait, just a suggestion. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Do I really need another tutor when I already have a top student from the 7th school at home? However, he didn't rush to dismiss the idea. Instead, he smiled and asked, is that for real? How much will you charge me for one question? Bai Xiruo shook her head vigorously. No charge. Free tutoring? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. She nodded, stammering her response. Zhang Chen chuckled lightly, unable to resist teasing her. That's fine, but I already have someone teaching me, and her grades are better than yours. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiruo bit her lip, glancing at Zhang Chen, wanting to argue but suddenly feeling at a loss for words. Zhang Chen observed her, curious to see what she would come up with. What should I do? After a long pause, she finally blurted out, I'm free. Bai Xiruo's face flushed crimson, and she managed to say this one line, which made Zhang Chen nearly spit out the water he had just sipped. Uffed. He laughed heartily, wiping his mouth as he glanced at Bai Xiruo, who had buried her head in embarrassment. Even though she seemed to be hiding under the desk, it did little to conceal the bright redness of her ears. Seeing her like this, Zhang Chen decided to stop teasing her, gently saying, all right, we'll discuss this later. I'm not particularly keen on studying, you know. As a top student, he was already accustomed to having someone explain things to him at home. He certainly didn't need the burden of another tutor at school. With the time he had, he would rather spend it writing in an internet cafe. Bai Xiruo, upon hearing this, bit her lip again, ultimately responding obediently. She thought to herself that Zhang Chen's refusal was likely due to her not being good enough academically. After the second evening study session concluded, Zhang Chen stood up and called for Bai Xiruo to pack her bag. The entire class turned to gaze at Bai Xiruo, astonished to see her actually tidying up her belongings. Su Yu was slightly taken aback. What is going on? Is Bai Xiruo really not attending the third evening study session? Zhang Chen walked directly towards Bai Xiruo, swiftly taking her neatly packed backpack. He then calmly exited the classroom, with Bai Xiruo closely trailing behind him. This act served to inform the entire class that Bai Xiruo would be following him from now on, while simultaneously issuing an implicit warning to Su Yu. Whether Su Yu would continue her antics remained uncertain, yet it was evident that no one would dare bully Bai Xiruo again. Once the two exited the classroom, the remaining students erupted into animated discussions, casting furtive glances at Su Yu, who was often associated with Zhang Chen, uncertain about the events that had unfolded. Many recalled the last incident when Luo Hao, the victim of bullying, had been reprimanded by Zhang Chen for his treatment of Bai Xiruo. At that moment, Luo Hao experienced a sudden realization, his eyes narrowing meaningfully. No wonder. It turns out she is now under Zhang Chen's wing. Indeed, my previous suffering was not in vain. Upon leaving the school gate, Zhang Chen returned Bai Xiruo's backpack and handed her his own as well. From now on, you shall be my little brother, he proclaimed. It's common sense to carry your own things. How can I, the leader, be the one to haul your belongings? Bai Xiruo, burdened by both backpacks, resembled a walking hamburger. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, she obediently nodded. Oh, understood. Where do you live? He inquired. Over on Zhongxing Road. What a coincidence. I live there too. Perfect. You can carry my bag without taking a detour. It's quite convenient. They continued their conversation as they walked further away. By the way, what time do you leave in the morning? Zhang Chen asked again. 7 o'clock, Bai Xiruo replied, clutching his backpack, her pace somewhat sluggish. So early. How about you bring me breakfast on your way? Chapter 36. Are you trying to instill confidence in someone ranked last? Zhang Chen teased as he walked ahead. But Bai Xiruo took his words to heart, silently noting his request. Soon, they arrived at the bus stop on Zhongxing Road, where Nan Xingwan was already waiting. Isn't there an exam today? Why are you here? Zhang Chen smiled as he approached her, recalling she had said she wouldn't come to review. Nan Xingwan had planned to spend the night preparing for Zhang Chen's exam, neglecting her own studies in the process. She cast a glance at Bai Xiruo beside Zhang Chen, recalling the girl who had been bullied by him in the office. Why was she walking with him? Clutching his backpack? Nan Xingwan's eyes widened as she stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Chen. Did you bully her again? Huh. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Don't you have hands of your own? Nan Xingwan squeezed Zhang Chen's arm. Sensing her disapproval, Zhang Chen quickly retrieved his backpack from Bai Xiruo's grasp. Bai Xiruo stood there, momentarily dazed by the sudden emptiness before her. Honestly, I wouldn't dare bully her, Zhang Chen said, donning a playful grin. However, Nan Xingwan narrowed her eyes, adopting a serious expression. Tell me, did I bully you? Zhang Chen turned to Bai Xiruo, signaling her with his eyes. She obediently shook her head. No, not at all. See, Zhang Chen spread his hands. Then why are you carrying his backpack? Nan Xingwan furrowed her brow. Bai Xiruo glanced at Zhang Chen, and under his persistent signals, she naively replied, I'm his little brother. Exactly. Yes, my little brother, Zhang Chen chimed in. Little brother? Nan Xingwan looked at Zhang Chen incredulously. Didn't you bully her before? Let bygones be bygones. Zhang Chen interjected. We have reconciled. And she's with me now, right? Bai Xiruo nodded. Nan Xingwan, still skeptical, urged. So, where do you live? Just at the alley entrance, Bai Xiruo replied honestly. All right, you can head back. I'll visit your home some other day, Zhang Chen said, patting her shoulder in a brotherly manner. Remember, I live on the 3rd floor of that building. Don't forget to bring me breakfast tomorrow. Zhang Chen pointed in the direction of his home with a smile. Okay. Bai Xiruo replied obediently, silently noting the coordinates before preparing to leave. Wait a moment, Nan Xingwan interrupted. You're still going to bring him breakfast? Zhang Chen replied. Why not? Isn't it normal for little brothers to bring breakfast for their older brother? Nan Xingwan bypassed Zhang Chen and approached Bai Xiruo, gently taking her hand. Don't mind him. You don't have to bring him anything. Zhang Chen exclaimed. What? Previously in the office, I didn't even get to thank you. If you had identified me back then, I might have been expelled by now. Nan Xingwan expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Bai Xiruo. Bai Xiruo, feeling slightly dazed, responded, No. It's not like that. He truly didn't. I know he must bully you at school. Don't worry, if he bothers you again, just tell me. And I'll help you get back at him. Zhang Chen listened, intrigued by her fierce loyalty. How are you going to take revenge? He scoffed. With your airplane? Nan Xingwan's expression darkened, and she clenched her fist, pretending to throw a punch at Zhang Chen, who easily dodged. I'll tell Aunt Chen that you bully your female classmates. Nan Xingwan chased after Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. Was she resorting to such petty tactics? After a brief exchange, Nan Xingwan and Bai Xiruo learned each other's names, and Bai Xiruo bid them farewell as she headed deeper into the alley. Zhang Chen and Nan Xingwan walked along the lamplit street towards the residential area. At that moment, Nan Xingwan asked with concern, How did you do on the exam today? Zhang Chen feigned contemplation, furrowing his brow. It was a bit challenging. Which subject? Language or math? Both were tough. Nan Xingwan sighed. It seems passing is out of the question. Hey, can't you have a little faith in me? Zhang Chen frowned. But you're right. Both subjects were quite difficult. Especially math. I think to score 90 for a passing grade, you'd need at least 110 or 120 from your previous scores. Really that difficult? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Then doesn't that mean you'll only score around 100? Not quite. This time it's our teachers from the 7th middle school setting the paper, so we'll likely have a better grasp of the questions. From what I gather, I should only expect around 125, Nan Xingwan remarked. That statement somehow makes in the refrigerator, there remain some dried noodles. Just in time for you to cook and consume, thus preventing waste during the move. Zhang Chen spoke as he entered the kitchen. Nan Xingwan softly muttered an expletive towards Zhang Chen's retreating figure, then set down her backpack and followed him into the kitchen. Aren't you always eating instant noodles? What do you need dried noodles for? She inquired. Dried noodles are inexpensive, Zhang Chen replied, curling his lips slightly. A single bowl of instant noodles costs 5 yuan, whereas an entire bundle of dried noodles is also just 5 yuan, enough for numerous meals. You certainly know how to manage, Nan Xingwan remarked with a smile. Leaning against the doorframe as she watched Zhang Chen expertly tie on an apron, wash a pot, and boil water. I'll prepare you some egg noodles. Just right since we have 2 eggs left. Zhang Chen secured the apron, took the remaining 2 eggs from the refrigerator, cracked them into a bowl, and began to whisk the yolks with chopsticks. Nan Xingwan pouted in disdain. Yet her gaze softened as she observed Zhang Chen cooking. Don't you have anything left for me to eat? Oh, you complain about everything. If I hadn't forgotten to buy you food today, I wouldn't even have shared this bowl of noodles with you, Zhang Chen replied, widening his eyes as he poured all the dried noodles into the boiling water. You must finish eating before you leave. Nan Xingwan stood by the door, watching Zhang Chen intently, and huffed. That depends on how well you cook. Just look at who I am, Zhang Chen retorted. Growing up under the strict guidance of Zhang Lijun and Qin Juanru, he often found himself dining at Nan Xingwan's home, so she had no worries about his culinary skills. Both the original Zhang Chen and the current one possessed genuine talent in the kitchen, especially now, having cared for himself since childhood. He could whip up a delectable meal with ease. Cooking egg noodles was a simple task for him. Moments later, a fragrant bowl of egg noodles was ready, perfectly portioned, with the pot cleanly emptied. Here you go, madam. Please enjoy, Zhang Chen said as he presented the bowl to the dining table, arranging the chopsticks neatly with a respectful demeanor. Nan Xingwan sat at the table, smiled, and playfully pouted her lips while her feet beneath the table paddled like oars. Butler, your service is rather slow, she teased. Miss, your reprimand is duly noted, Zhang Chen replied, bowing slightly. Etiquette must be observed. Nan Xingwan stifled a laugh, picked up her chopsticks, and shot Zhang Chen a playful glare. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Saying this, she blew on the noodles before taking a bite. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen tidied up at the desk. Before long, praises of delicious. And how can your noodles be so good? Wafted from the dining table. Zhang Chen's nose lifted in pride. His culinary skills had received accolades in the previous world. Even aspiring chefs praised his talent, lamenting that he had chosen the wrong path and should have attended culinary school, for he would undoubtedly have become a 5-star chef. Seeing Zhang Chen bask in his own satisfaction, Nan Xingwan rolled her eyes at him. However, recognizing the noodles were indeed delicious, she refrained from chastising him and instead asked, If I want to eat this again in the future, will you cook for me? No, Zhang Chen replied without a moment's hesitation, only to be struck on the head by a pair of chopsticks that she flung towards him. How could I not cook for the valiant Miss Nan? He chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Humph. Nan Xingwan picked up another pair of chopsticks, puffing out her cheeks. At least you have a bit of conscience. With that, she resumed eating her noodles, her small feet swinging beneath the table. After a while, patting her pleasantly full stomach, Nan Xingwan sighed deeply as she looked at her bowl, which still contained a considerable amount of noodles. I can't eat anymore, she confessed, turning to Zhang Chen with an innocent expression. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow and quickly retreated. Who just claimed they could finish it all, and wouldn't he let me take a bite? Nan Xingwan's cheeks flushed as she took small steps closer to him. Oh, Zhang Chen. He turned his head away, ignoring her. I really can't eat anymore. And there's still egg left. We shouldn't waste it. Nan Xingwan tugged at Zhang Chen's shirt, stifling her laughter. Are you asking me to eat your leftovers? Am I a garbage bin? Aren't you quite the eater? Go ahead and eat, Zhang Chen retorted. Unfazed by his complaints, Nan Xingwan continued to giggle, playfully raising her chin. If I eat any more, I'll gain weight. You should finish it, so it doesn't go to waste. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth, finally poking her forehead in annoyance. This is the last time. If you can't finish next time, I won't cook for you. Nan Xingwan closed her eyes from the poke, nodding repeatedly. Okay. I won't do it again. Subsequently, Zhang Chen poured the remaining half bowl of noodles into his own bowl, eating without a trace of disdain. Nan Xingwan watched him with wide eyes, her face flushed as if she had just bathed. She thought to herself, if only it were more convenient. How wonderful it would be to enjoy his late-night meals every evening. Suddenly, recalling Zhang Chen's mention of moving, she inquired, when are you moving? As he slurped his noodles. Zhang Chen contemplated, probably this weekend or next weekend. This weekend? That's the day after tomorrow. Nan Xingwan exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Yes, indeed, Zhang Chen nodded. Nan Xingwan, deep in thought, then asked, what about that poor classmate of yours? Is she moving too? She's ahead of schedule. I haven't even told her yet. Zhang Chen said with a slight pout, noting that he still needed to settle in before worrying about Bai Xiruo. Oh, Nan Xingwan mused. If you're moving this weekend, I could come help you. I don't have much to move, he replied. Nan Xingwan bit her lip. Well, if your classmate moves in with you, you must tell me. Huh? Why? Oh, just make sure you tell me, she said, exasperated, as she walked towards her backpack. After securing it, she turned back, warning him with a serious tone, if I find out you didn't tell me, you're in big trouble. Chapter 38, Grading Math Tests. After the joint examination, teachers from various schools began to grade the papers. Typically, for large-scale tests like citywide joint exams, even if the next day is the weekend, teachers must stay at school to grade the papers promptly, ensuring students receive their results as soon as possible. In prestigious schools like No. 7 Middle School, the teachers had already worked overtime to grade the Chinese and math papers that had just been completed yesterday, while the students had just finished their comprehensive science exams and were enjoying a brief break. The teachers responsible for grading had already received the freshly completed papers from the afternoon. At this moment, in the math grading group, all the math teachers were grading students' test papers, sighing as they did so. What on earth are these students producing? One teacher lamented. The teachers at No. 7 Middle School really don't treat students from other schools as equals. How can they set these tricky questions? Every time it's No. 7 Middle School writing the exams, it feels like they're trying to mess with the students' minds. The last physics exam was also set by them, and it was ridiculously difficult. Only their own students could score well. The math teachers continued to grumble about the No. 7 Middle School teachers' antics as they graded. At that moment, the head of the math department, Zhou Jiwei, gently tapped the desk to calm them. All right, regardless of the circumstances, this reflects the capabilities of our students, and we cannot blame others. He suggested, for the remaining large questions, let us ease up on the grading and give students a few extra points. We don't want the average score to look too dismal, as that could discourage them. Before he could finish, a teacher interjected. If we don't want to discourage the students, that might be a bit tricky. Given the difficulty of this exam, our school's average score might only be around 60. As for the papers I've graded so far, not a single student has managed to score even 60. The large questions are a complete mess. Upon the release of the results, one can only imagine the extent to which the student's confidence has been shattered. What of Yan Zifan from your class? How did he fare? The mathematics teacher from the rocket class 1 inquired of the teacher from class 2. Do not mention it. I lost 15 points just on the fill-in-the-blank section. Achieving 120 points is now a challenge. The teacher from class 2 shook his head and retorted, what about Guokai from your class? He remains quite consistent, likely scoring over 130, though he too lost 10 points due to the fill-in-the-blank. The only two mathematics teachers from the esteemed rocket classes of the first high school were discussing their students, whose performance essentially represented the pinnacle of academic prowess at their institution. Yan Zifan and Guokai were recognized as the top mathematics students in their classes, consistently nearing perfect scores, and they had practically dominated the mathematics rankings of the entire grade. If even they performed poorly, it was likely that the others would not fare much better. Thus, the highest score in the school was expected to hover around 130, while students from the 7th high school would likely yield several perfect scores. There was no remedy. The penalties for incorrect fill-in answers were excessive, with each incorrect answer costing 5 points, leading to significant discrepancies. So, is it true that not a single student in the entire grade managed to answer all fill-ins correctly? Certainly, both of ours lost 10 to 15 points. Listening in on the conversation between the two teachers, Jia Wei furrowed his brow slightly. He was responsible for teaching the key and regular classes, thus lacking the prestige of his esteemed colleagues who taught the rocket classes. However, upon hearing the mention of a student answering all fill-ins correctly, he immediately thought of Zhang Chen's paper. During the exam, he had observed Zhang Chen's paper closely, and while he could not recall the answers precisely at that moment, he now returned to the grading process with the answers in hand and compared them to his memory of Zhang Chen's responses. They were virtually indistinguishable. Including the first major question he had seen Zhang Chen tackle, which was worth 10 points and fully earned. Zhang Chen's score stood at 60 points for multiple-choice questions, 20 points for fill-ins, and 10 points for the first major question, exactly 90 points, the minimum passing mark. Considering Zhang Chen's previous wager with Old Deng, Jia Wei was eager to confirm whether Zhang Chen truly scored exactly 90 points, but alas, the papers had been shuffled upon collection. It had been quite some time since the grading began, and he had yet to hear any teacher mention a student answering all fill-ins correctly. Could it be that he had misremembered? Was Zhang Chen not perfect after all? Just as he began to doubt his memory and refocused on grading the papers, the mathematics teacher who had monitored Zhang Chen during the exam, Tian Yuan, interjected, was there not a single mistake on question 123,456? Jia teacher, is this not your student? He truly answered all fill-ins correctly. Upon hearing that a student had answered all fill-ins correctly, the nearby teachers straightened their necks to look at Tian Yuan and then at Jia Wei. The two rocket class teachers beside Jia Wei looked astonished as they turned to him. They had been discussing how their own students could not achieve a perfect score on fill-ins, and suddenly, one emerged who had. Jia Wei offered an awkward smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed as all eyes fell upon him. Let me see, he said, immediately rising to approach Tian Yuan. As Jia Wei stood, the surrounding teachers also rose, curious to follow him and verify whether a student had indeed scored perfectly. After all, they had spent the entire day grading. And since they were all assessing students from their own school, there was a significant chance they were grading students they had taught, yet none had performed notably well. Naturally, the appearance of a high-achieving student was a welcome surprise that brightened the spirits of all the teachers. With a sense of excitement, Jia Wei leaned over to the mathematics teacher and flipped to the back of the paper. Aside from the first question, the rest were blank. A smile crept across Jia Wei's face as he felt reassured, yet to be certain, he carefully examined the handwriting. How is it? Is it Zhang Chen? Tian Yuan recalled the name well, as Jia Wei had nearly caused his CPU to overheat with excitement when he mentioned it was his student. Yes, I teach class 8. And his name is Zhang Chen. Jia Wei chuckled softly, astonished that the boy had indeed managed to score perfectly. Let me see, class 8, quite impressive? Another teacher nearby quickly reached out to have a look, and Jia Wei handed over the stack of papers. The neatly bound papers circulated among the teachers, with approving remarks echoing around the room, which somewhat satisfied the collective yearning of all the teachers who had spent half the day without encountering a dream paper. Even Zhou Jiwei took a glance, considering this a positive development, ensuring that the school did not lack for a single student who had achieved a perfect score on the fill-in section. Impressive. But why are the rest of the answers blank? The paper reached the two rocket class teachers, who nodded in approval, yet soon expressed their confusion. Tian Yuan explained. He submitted the paper early, having only worked on it for half an hour. What? Half an hour to complete the exam. And he just so happened to answer everything correctly? Exactly 90 points? This was no jest. They had uncovered a mathematical prodigy. Why had no one heard of Zhang Chen before? I do not recall seeing his name among the top 100 in the school. Once Tian Yuan's words were uttered, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the teachers, who began to sense that there was something rather suspicious about this score. Jia Wei, too, was caught between astonishment and skepticism as he recounted Zhang Chen's prior performance. He had consistently been among the lowest, scoring in the 30s and 40s, and now, suddenly, he had excelled. It was indeed a remarkable leap. As the conversation continued, all the teachers turned their attention to Tian Yuan, who had monitored Zhang Chen. I did not see him cheat. I was overseeing exam room 12, where all the students performed similarly. Who could he have copied from? Tian Yuan chuckled. That is also true. Perhaps there was a leak of questions? After all, it was not our school's paper. And the 7th High's exam papers had not even been delivered before the test, so where would the leak come from? What if it was indeed a leak from the 7th High, and he just happened to have memorized those answers, leaving him unable to tackle the rest? Otherwise, how could he have coincidentally finished on time and submitted early? One cannot jump to conclusions. How can we be certain he cheated? If a student who usually scores in the 30s suddenly achieves 90 points, it is not entirely unfathomable, yet the circumstances surrounding this 90 points are rather peculiar, akin to having memorized the answers. Moreover, this was an exceptionally challenging exam. In an instant, the teachers were predominantly skeptical regarding Zhang Chen's score, feeling it was rather odd. Had he completed all the questions, and then erred significantly on the later major questions, one might attribute his perfect fill-in score to sheer luck. Yet, the fact that he answered all the questions he attempted correctly, coupled with his early submission, created the impression that he had intentionally limited his responses. Very well. Let us check the surveillance footage from exam room 12 to clarify. Zhou Jiwei waved his hand, signaling an end to the discussion. He was not overly concerned with the score of an average student. Instead of fixating on whether a student had cheated, it would be more productive to reflect on how to elevate the mathematics scores of our students, as it was alarming that out of over 1,000 students, not a single one could achieve a perfect score. Upon hearing this, all the mathematics teachers fell silent, returning to their respective stations to continue grading the mathematics papers. Meanwhile, at the premier sect of Sweet City, the 7 sects, Wei Kongming, 114, ranked 443 in the school. Liang Jingna, 121, ranked 333 in the school. Lu Yicheng, 134, ranked 78 in the school. Nan Xingwan, 130, ranked 109 in the school. Shen Tianyi, 145, ranked 32 in the school, having just completed the comprehensive science examination. The mathematics results were announced yesterday. Upon hearing the teacher on the podium declare the scores, Liang Jingna collapsed onto her desk, bubbling with despair. Why must they announce the entire school ranking every time? How am I supposed to live with this? Wei Kongming also slumped over his desk, a look of near lifelessness on his face. Nan Xingwan was somewhat surprised by her score, which exceeded her expectations, yet her ranking had fallen compared to the last exam. Wasn't this test supposed to be more difficult? How did everyone perform better? Even Tianyi didn't achieve a perfect score. Lu Yicheng raised an eyebrow, curious as he approached the group. Shen Tianyi shook his head, admitting, I missed one question. He realized that he had erred on the final multiple choice question. Liang Jingna shrugged. Thank goodness you got one wrong. Otherwise, it would have been a perfect score. Shun Tianyi chuckled lightly, raising his middle finger at Liang Jingna. I also missed one fill-in-the-blank. Losing 10 points. Quite harsh, Lu Yiqing remarked with a smile. Had I gotten everything right, I would have only been a point behind Shun Tianyi. He turned to Nan Xingwan, inquiring, how many fill-in-the-blanks did you miss, class representative? Nan Xingwan lowered her head, calculating her score, and did not respond. Liang Jingna interjected. She missed one. Stars lost a lot of points on the big question, haha. Impressive. Just like Tianyi, only missing one question. A true genius. Lu Yiqing laughed. Shun Tianyi, however, shook his head, stating, ranked 32nd, and I'm still no genius. There are plenty ahead of me. That's different. If you had a bit more luck, you might have achieved a perfect score. How many perfect scores do you think there are this time? Liang Jingna asked curiously. Probably around 20. At least half from class 1, Shun Tianyi speculated with a grin. First place will surely be my sister Tong. Is Xia Xintong still maintaining her perfect scores? Absolutely. Who do you think my sister is? She has never left the first position in the examination hall. Although Shun Tianyi had never been in the first examination hall, he had been in the second, witnessing the true genius that is Xia Xintong. Since the beginning of their first year, she had consistently been the top student at their school, excelling in all subjects. The second and third ranks had seen countless name changes, yet hers remained unaltered. A testament to her supremacy. Incredible. The true pinnacle of excellence. I wonder how far ahead she will be from the second place this time. Who do you think will be second this time? Tang Bing or Zhou Yu? Wasn't it Tang Bing last time? This time, it should be Zhou Yu. Then I bet on Tang Bing this time. Let's wager a bottle of cola. As the group gossiped about scores, Nan Xingwan calculated her own score, estimating it to be around 650. With this result, she likely would not make it into the top 50, judging by her current mathematics ranking. She needed at least 660 to squeeze into the top 50 of their school. I'll have to go back on my promise to my mother about making it into the top 50. With my performance like this, how did Zhang Chen do? Is he at risk of being expelled? Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was approached by Li Juanhao, who kicked a basketball towards him. Come on, bro, let us go play ball. I'm not going. I'm going online, Zhang Chen replied, waving him off as he packed his bag, also intending to fetch Bai Xiruo, who was still engrossed in her homework. Going online again. What game is so captivating that you play every day? Typing, Zhang Chen mumbled, a hint of exasperation in his tone. What is that? Chapter 40. Don't just stare at me. Say something. Li Juanhao recalled. Nian Nanhan is coming too. Oh, hearing that Nian Nanhan is going, Zhang Chen perked up. Students like Zhang Chen and Li Juanhao, who were somewhat troublemakers, had established a network within the school. Through acquaintances in different classes, they learned that Nian Nanhan was in class 13 and had quickly become the leader there. It was rumored that she had dominated the boys during physical education class, displaying prowess while maintaining a friendly rapport with her peers, earning their admiration. Moreover, she was quite attractive. This aspect baffled Li Juanhao. How could a girl who could easily overpower him also be considered beautiful? She looked fierce and often wore an expression of disdain. However, he kept those thoughts to himself, knowing better than to cross her. Shall I go take a look? Zhang Chen approached Bai Xiruo, covering the book she was reading. She looked up at him, ready to speak, but he silenced her with a finger. At that moment, the noisy classroom fell silent. The homeroom teacher, Deng Xianbing, entered. His expression stern as he caught Zhang Chen in the act of bullying Bai Xiruo. Zhang Chen, come to my office. After issuing the command, Deng Xianbing turned and exited, leaving Zhang Chen bewildered. Pack your things. Come find me later, Zhang Chen whispered to Bai Xiruo. Okay, she nodded. Li Juanhao and Duan Qinshu were equally perplexed. What happened to Chenggu? I don't know, Zhang Chen muttered, wishing to see Nian Nanhan play basketball. He had heard many stories of her impressive skills and wanted to witness her prowess firsthand. However, he had to follow Deng Xianbing to the office. The teacher's office was at the far end of their floor, connected to an extra classroom typically reserved for repeat students. As Zhang Chen approached, he noticed that the classroom closest to the office was indeed class 13, where Nian Nanhan was located. Coincidentally, he spotted her being scolded by a teacher in the hallway. Since the teachers in the office were preoccupied, Deng Xianbing didn't take Zhang Chen inside, opting instead to lecture him in the corridor. Nian Nanhan appeared to have heard it all before, her teacher reiterating the usual admonishments about not wearing the school uniform, not paying attention in class, and missing exams. She won't be here much longer. Why should she care? Zhang Chen thought, observing her impatience as she glanced around. Their eyes met, and she said, Hey, fancy seeing you here too. Zhang Chen pressed his lips together, not really listening to Deng Xianbing, instead sharing a smirk with Nian Nanhan. She seemed to understand his expression, her lips twitching slightly. This situation should have been awkward, akin to running into an acquaintance while using the restroom. Yet, from Zhang Chen's glance, she sensed a semblance of shared amusement. Deng Xianbing noticed Zhang Chen's distraction and, following his gaze to Nian Nanhan, admonished, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Where are you looking?" "Huh. I'm listening. Zhang Chen nodded vigorously. "Are you still bullying Bai Xiruo? Following her around like a shadow?" "No, I'm not. Why would I bully her? Then why do you always hang around her? Why has that person suddenly stopped attending evening study sessions? Just last night. We walked together, as it was on the way. Was it not on the way before? You mentioned that was in the past. Now it is convenient." Seeing Zhang Chen's shamelessness, Deng Xianbing struggled to suppress certain words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. If it were the old days, Zhang Chen would have confronted him directly, which would have been more comfortable. He could have simply told him to go home. Now, however, Zhang Chen resembled a fragile cotton ball. If he did not confront him, he could hardly contain himself. "I know for a fact that during yesterday's math exam, Bai Xiruo did not attend. And you submitted your paper early. What did you do?" "I didn't do anything," Zhang Chen exclaimed with a look of injustice. "Don't play innocent. You know full well. Let me remind you, our wager stipulates that you must not bully or disturb other students. If you persist in your old habits, then you might as well go home." "No, I truly didn't, old Deng," Zhang Chen pleaded with sincerity, realizing that Deng had mistakenly believed he had bullied Bai Xiruo again. When Zhang Chen still refused to admit anything, Deng Xianbing pressed on. "I just saw you bullying her again, Zhang Chen." "How did I bully her?" Zhang Chen found Deng Xianbing's accusations amusing. He merely helped Bai Xiruo pack her bag. How could that be considered bullying? He certainly could not allow her to be alone. If anything, he was fast becoming Bai Xiruo's personal bodyguard. "So what happened yesterday? Why did you submit your paper early? Was it sheer coincidence? Aren't you worried about the wager?" "Yesterday, Bai Xiruo was bullied by some ruffians outside, and I went to help her," Zhang Chen explained. "How did you know she was being bullied?" Zhang Chen momentarily lost his words. Li Juanhao saw it. Why would those ruffians single out Bai Xiruo? Deng Xianbing remained skeptical. Just then, Bai Xiruo, carrying her backpack, approached and noticed the two conversing. Deng Xianbing waved her over. "Bai Xiruo, tell us, why didn't you attend the math exam yesterday? What happened?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiruo froze, her eyes instinctively darting towards Zhang Chen. Her watery eyes exuded a sense of vulnerability. "Zhang Chen, don't just look at me without saying anything." Zhang Chen widened his eyes, urging her to speak up. "Old Deng, please don't look at me like that. I am truly innocent." Still trying to argue. What more is there to say? Zhang Chen found himself at a loss for words. "Wait, I have a lawyer. No, I have a witness. Look, she can testify for me." Zhang Chen pointed to Nian Nanhan, who was standing in the doorway of class 13. At that moment, Nian Nanhan stood casually against the wall with her hands in her pockets. Suddenly being called out by Zhang Chen, she turned around, puzzled. Chapter 41. The cold but warm-hearted Nian Nanhan. This classmate was present at the time. "She can testify that I did not bully Bai Xiruo," Zhang Chen confidently asserted, pulling Nian Nanhan over from the entrance of class 13. In the original story, although Nian Nanhan appeared unapproachable and indifferent, she was, in truth, kind-hearted and righteous. She would undoubtedly clear his name. Hearing this, Deng Xianbing cast a doubtful look at Nian Nanhan. "Can you testify for him?" "No, I don't know him," Nian Nanhan replied calmly. Zhang Chen was left speechless, nearly choking on his own frustration. This doesn't align with the original narrative, does it? "Come on, Nianjia. Don't do this to me now," Zhang Chen whispered to Nian Nanhan. She had just been reprimanded by her teacher and was feeling quite irritable. Having been called to testify for Zhang Chen, she was unwilling to cooperate. Moreover, she was unsure if the events unfolded as Zhang Chen described. The victim was right in front of her, so why should she testify? "Teacher, Zhang Chen truly went to help me," Bai Xiruo interjected in Zhang Chen's defense. Deng Xianbing waved his hand. "Xiruo, don't speak. The teacher knows you are threatened by him. Rest assured, I will ensure justice for you this time." Nian Nanhan, fine. Now she understands why she was asked to testify. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Chen felt entirely innocent. No. Deng Xianbing shot Zhang Chen a glare before turning back to his office to fetch the agreement. "Wait, teacher, I can testify for Zhang Chen. He truly did not bully this girl." Nian Nanhan quickly amended her statement upon seeing this. Deng Xianbing paused. "Why can you suddenly testify for him?" "I just didn't remember earlier. My memory isn't great," Nian Nanhan explained, "and if you don't believe me, you can ask my teacher." Although Deng Xianbing did not teach class 13, he was familiar with the teachers and the class next door to his office. He had heard of this recently transferred student, who seemed to have some health issues. While he still did not fully trust Zhang Chen's words, he at least took a step back. Zhang Chen finally sighed in relief. internally bowing to Nian Nanhan. So what exactly happened yesterday? Deng Xianbing inquired. Nian Nanhan then recounted everything she knew and had witnessed, which generally aligned with what Zhang Chen and Bai Xiruo had said. After listening, Deng Xianbing was grudgingly convinced. To be cautious, he decided to send Zhang Chen away and speak with Bai Xiruo privately for a moment, just to be sure. Though Zhang Chen found Deng Xianbing's suspicion frustrating, he recognized that it stemmed from a sense of responsibility for his students. With a clear conscience, he left without hesitation. As he departed, he gestured towards the playground, indicating for Bai Xiruo to meet him there later. Nian Nanhan seized the opportunity to follow Zhang Chen to the playground. Thank you, Nian Jia. On the way, Zhang Chen clasped his hands together and expressed his gratitude. Nian Nanhan responded coolly. In the face of her indifference, Zhang Chen did not feel deterred like most would. Instead, he found his feelings deepening. For Nian Nanhan was not always like this. Her current demeanor was a result of her illness, which no treatment seemed to alleviate. She had once been optimistic and strong, but enduring such hardships had worn her down. Furthermore, her family could not afford her medical expenses, and she had to watch her parents worry and scrape together money for expensive treatments. It was through the trials of her illness that she had honed her body and practiced martial arts, gradually becoming an adept fighter. Even her short hair was a testament to her desire to grow it out after enduring the burden of a buzz cut. She truly liked long hair. Unfortunately, she might never reach the point of growing it out fully. Nian Jia, who did you learn martial arts from? Zhang Chen continued, disregarding Nian Nanhan's cold demeanor. I learned it myself. Nian Nanhan glanced at Zhang Chen, slightly furrowing her brow. Consider this a warning. Is that so impressive? And what about basketball? I heard your male classmates were no match for you. I learned it myself. Nian Nanhan sighed deeply, rolling her eyes in annoyance. That's warning number 2. Well, I heard you have some heart issues. Is that true? You're quite bothersome. Can you leave? Nian Nanhan sighed, having already issued 2 warnings. Yet this guy still wouldn't take the hint. She had never encountered anyone as persistently clueless as Zhang Chen. Didn't he notice her obvious irritation? Just as she was about to express her frustration, she realized what Zhang Chen had said. How did you know I had heart problems? Zhang Chen chuckled mysteriously. Nian Nanhan twitched her lips. Are you foolish? Hey, how can you insult me? Zhang Chen retorted. Hurry up and tell me. Nian Nanhan frowned, impatient. I've mentioned it before. Your name has long been renowned in my circles. Zhang Chen cleared his throat, upholding justice, aiding the weak, robbing the rich to help the poor, being helpful and charitable, assisting old ladies across the road, transforming oneself, a veritable hero. My admiration for you flows like an unceasing river. Nian Nanhan observed Zhang Chen, who appeared somewhat frenzied, his features contorted, yet inexplicably amusing to her. For someone who had recently entered this world, it was natural to have a plethora of aspirations and quirks. Unlike her, who yearned to leave an imprint upon the world, desiring to be remembered by others, her behavior, cold and distant, contradicted her longing to make a mark, leaving her ensnared in her own contradictions. Thus, she pondered whether she could adopt an alternative approach, perhaps as a bully, to ensure her existence was acknowledged by more people. However, her attempts at intimidation failed, as she ended up dismantling the school's bullies instead, becoming a champion of the weak, earning the affectionate moniker Sister Nan from all. Though her ambitions of becoming a bully were thwarted, she nevertheless succeeded in being remembered. Yet, after transferring schools, most people no longer recognized her. Yesterday, Zhang Chen, upon encountering her for the first time, called her name and referred to her as Sister Nan, claiming familiarity, which brought her a flicker of joy. Now, he wore an expression of admiration and understanding that was difficult for her to suppress, despite her efforts to maintain a neutral demeanor. Seeing that his persistence bore fruit, Zhang Chen coughed lightly to bridge the gap. Sister Nan, could you do me a favor? Nian Nanhan felt a surge of good spirits and patiently inquired. What is it? My friend is a bit weak-willed. Could you perhaps give him a talking to? Chapter 42. Brother Chen is in. Brother Chen has been defeated. Given Nian Nanhan's character, anyone who had interacted with Bai Xiruo would know that should Bai Xiruo face further harassment from Su Yu, she would undoubtedly intervene. In the original narrative, it was Nian Nanhan who, while returning home with Bai Xiruo, was intercepted by Su Yu and others. Unaware of Nian Nanhan's prowess, the group was swiftly subdued, leaving Su Yu with a psychological scar from this failed bullying attempt, which deterred him from further harassment. Zhang Chen now contemplated that, before acquiring irrefutable evidence of Su Yu's bullying, it would be preferable to let Su Yu experience the sensation of being bullied himself. Your friend isn't Nian Nanhan, is he? Nian Nanhan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yes, that's her, Zhang Chen affirmed. Observing his reaction, Nian Nanhan's expression remained unchanged, yet she did not decline. They walked to the basketball court, where Nian Nanhan finally spoke again. Since you are acquainted with me, I shall grant your request. However, you must first defeat me, and then I will comply. With that, Nian Nanhan strode into the basketball court, and a classmate familiar with her promptly passed her the ball. The boys who had been engaged in play vacated the court, reluctant to face Nian Nanhan, as most had previously experienced psychological trauma at her hands. At that moment, Li Juanhao, already present on the court, approached Zhang Chen. Having noticed Zhang Chen and Nian Nanhan's arrival, he was unaware of their conversation. He merely encouraged, "Brother Chen, go for it. Take her down." Zhang Chen felt a surge of trepidation. His basketball skills were hardly superior. "You want me to go up after hearing what I said to her?" He retorted. "We've all faced Sister Nan before." Li Juanhao dismissed his concerns, insisting, "You're the only one left." Nearby, Wang Su and others nodded eagerly. Zhang Chen frowned. "Why do I feel so doubtful? Come on. The dignity of our boys rests on you, Brother Chen. A true man goes 1v1. Students from other classes, drawn by the commotion, began to gather. Zhang Chen bit his lip, glancing at the composed, almost disdainful Nian Nanhan. How audacious she was. With a resigned spirit, he decided to take the plunge. "Yes, Brother Chen, go for it," Li Juanhao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "You must show her who's boss." As the crowd grew louder, Zhang Chen released a deep breath, relaxed his shoulders, and removed his jacket. Li Juanhao, quick to act, took the jacket from him and playfully massaged his shoulders, assuming the role of an overly enthusiastic coach. "Brother Chen, you can do it. Go." With that, Zhang Chen entered the court, the surrounding crowd chanting in unison, "Brother Chen is formidable. Brother Chen is powerful. Brother Chen will crush her 10-0. What? The head coach is warming up?" The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as Nian Nanhan, calmly flicking her long hair, regarded Zhang Chen with an inscrutable gaze. "Do you have confidence?" "I must." Zhang Chen opened his arms, attempting to mask his internal doubts with bravado. Nian Nanhan nodded, her expression turning icy in an instant. Zhang Chen entered the fray, preparing to shoot. He was quickly defeated. Laughter erupted from Li Juanhao and Wang Su, reveling in Zhang Chen's misfortune. "Pathetic. How dull." The spectators began to voice their disdain, witnessing the one-sided match. Soon after, Zhang Chen, breathless and exhausted, found himself utterly outmatched, as Nian Nanhan remained unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. "Hey, Brother Chen, it's over. You're about to be crushed 10-0. Li Juanhao called out from the sidelines. "We can't let this slide, Brother Chen. We've never faced such humiliation." With his hands on his knees, Zhang Chen realized the true meaning of a shattered spirit. Nian Nanhan approached him, dribbling the ball, and slowly crouched down. "All right, regarding your earlier request, I agree." "Really?" Zhang Chen lifted his head, surprised. "You just need to bring her to me." Nian Nanhan gestured toward a distant spot where Bai Xiruo sat, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding. Zhang Chen sighed in relief. At least the ordeal hadn't been entirely in vain. However, Nian Nanhan continued, "Initially, I thought I would agree if you won. Unfortunately, your skills are simply too lacking. Continuing would be a waste of my time." "That's quite insulting." Zhang Chen finally understood why so many avoided challenging her. After being thoroughly humiliated, he felt his desire to touch a basketball evaporate. He had come merely to watch Nian Nanhan play, only to end up as the ball in her game. With his enthusiasm extinguished, he chose to leave this disheartening place. Approaching Bai Xiruo, he found her looking up in confusion. "Are we done? Not playing anymore? What is the point?" Zhang Chen glanced back at the commanding Nian Nanhan and smirked. "She is practically superhuman." Bai Xiruo, oblivious to the context, responded obediently, "Oh," and promptly began to pack her bag, following Zhang Chen out of the school. "Are you heading home?" Zhang Chen inquired, handing his bag to her. Bai Xiruo hesitated at the question, clutching the bag tightly. "If not, want to join me at the internet cafe?" Zhang Chen suggested. Just then, his phone rang. It was Nan Xingwan. "Hello?" Nan Xingwan had just exited the school, where Nan Jianfeng was waiting to take her home. "Are you coming back this week?" "My dad is picking me up. You could join us." "I just returned last week. I won't be back," Zhang Chen replied. "Oh," Nan Xingwan's tone turned somewhat disappointed. "I wanted to ask how your exams went." "Don't worry, everything's fine." "Are you moving this week? Maybe I should stay back?" "No need. I'm not moving this week." "We'll see." Zhang Chen glanced at Bai Xiruo. "Okay then." After hanging up, Zhang Chen blinked a couple of times, realizing, "Oh, so you're coming to the internet cafe with me?" Bai Xiruo blushed, and Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised, but could guess she was likely going there to complete her assignments and conduct research. "All right, let us go." On the other end of the call, Nan Xingwan hung up. "Dad, can I not come back this week?" Chapter 43. If nothing's going on, why not take a nap here? Throughout the week, every time Li Juanhao invited Zhang Chen to play basketball, Zhang Chen invariably declined. Without exception, he would say he was going online, but in truth, he was merely writing. After a week, Zhang Chen had officially embarked on his writing journey. Currently, the data from the backend indicated he was earning around 100 yuan a day. Although it wasn't an instant masterpiece that catapulted him to fame, earning 3,000 yuan in a month was quite substantial for a high school student. While Zhang Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied with this achievement, he acknowledged it was acceptable, considering it was his first attempt. Once he fully grasped the intricacies of this endeavor, with his exposure to numerous exemplary web novels, it was only a matter of time before he penned a profitable book. After publishing what he had written today, Zhang Chen glanced at Bai Xiruo, who was diligently working on her homework nearby. It was already past 7. 2 hours had elapsed since school had ended, and the sky was beginning to darken. So late. Aren't you going home? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had been so engrossed in his writing that he had forgotten about Bai Xiruo. She, however, remained quietly waiting beside him, not uttering a word. Sensing Zhang Chen seemed to have finished his task, Bai Xiruo released a sigh of relief. Yes, I'm going back. Then why didn't you tell me? It's so late. Won't you get scolded? Zhang Chen stood and shut down his computer, glancing apologetically at the foolish girl. Did you not say that a subordinate should have some perceptiveness? Bai Xiruo stood up as well, her voice barely audible. When the boss is busy, the subordinate should wait quietly. Did I ever say that? Zhang Chen asked, raising an eyebrow. Bai Xiruo nodded, too timid to meet his gaze. Zhang Chen retrieved his backpack and waved his hand, quickening his pace. All right, let's go home. I'll walk you. 10 minutes later, Zhang Chen accompanied Bai Xiruo to the entrance of her apartment complex. All right, go inside. He pointed towards the stairwell door. Her uncle's house was actually on the first floor of this old residential building, and Zhang Chen could see the lights in the living room through the window. Bai Xiruo murmured softly, her steps appearing somewhat hesitant. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave? Zhang Chen teased. Bai Xiruo's face flushed, and she lowered her head further. Tomorrow. What do you want to eat? I'll bring it for you. No need. Zhang Chen waved his hand, frowning. Earlier that morning, Bai Xiruo had already brought him freshly made meat buns. I was just joking. You really don't have to bring anything, he said, turning to leave with a flourish. At that moment, a few playful elementary school students came running towards them. One particularly short and chubby boy fixed a piercing gaze on Zhang Chen and Bai Xiruo. Zhang Chen furrowed his brow, puzzled by the boy's challenging stare. In the next moment, the boy dashed past them and began banging on the stairwell door. Mom, Bai Xiruo is dating. Bai Xiruo glanced nervously at Zhang Chen and hurried after the boy into the stairwell. Moments later, a loud noise of a door opening resounded. A middle-aged woman, whose face was lined with wrinkles, emerged alongside the boy, casting an angry glare at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen had intended to greet her politely, but the woman quickly turned back, not uttering a single word to him, and roughly pushed Bai Xiruo inside. Soon after, the sound of a door slamming echoed through the stairwell. Zhang Chen surmised that this was Bai Xiruo's fearsome aunt, and the boy was likely her troublesome cousin. It seemed Bai Xiruo's earlier hesitation had less to do with reluctance and more with fear of entering the house. Zhang Chen stepped into the stairwell, contemplating whether he should offer an explanation. Just as he reached the doorway, a torrent of angry shouts erupted from within. Why did you come back so late? Where have you been? At such a young age, going out with a boy? Who taught you that? There are so many chores waiting for you at home. And you run off to fool around? How dare you think of early romance at your age? That boy is clearly not a good influence. If you don't finish your chores today, you won't be allowed to sleep. And you can't go out tomorrow either. Standing at the door, Zhang Chen's hand froze mid-knock, his heart heavy with a sense of helplessness and oppression. Although he was familiar with the original story and had prepared himself mentally, hearing those venomous words struck him deeply. If he hadn't dragged her to the internet cafe, perhaps she wouldn't be facing such punishment. Resolute, he decided he would move out tomorrow. The following day, early on the weekend, Zhang Chen was awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Who is it? So early in the morning? Zhang Chen, clad in shorts and rubbing his eyes, groggily made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he found Bai Xiruo standing there, holding a bag of soy milk and fried dough sticks. Hey, why are you here again? Zhang Chen snapped to attention, surprised, but then frowned. Didn't I say you didn't need to bring anything? Bai Xiruo, with her wide eyes peering through her bangs like two black jewels, spoke softly. I wanted to bring you breakfast. It's what a subordinate should do for their boss. I certainly never said that. Zhang Chen took the breakfast from her hands and pulled her inside, closing the door behind them. You're quite perceptive. After saying that, he gestured for her to sit down while he headed to the wash basin to freshen up. Bai Xiruo found a chair and patiently waited, glancing around curiously. Moments later, Zhang Chen joined her at the desk to eat the breakfast she had brought. Bai Xiruo finally asked in a timid voice, Are you moving? Call me boss, and I'll call you. Zhang Chen tossed her a bottle of pure milk. Drink it, don't waste it. Oh, Bai Xiruo stammered, nervously fiddling with the milk carton. Boss, are you moving? Where would I go? Zhang Chen replied, savoring the fried dough dipped in soy milk. Have you packed everything? Bai Xiruo looked around, noticing the tidy room and luggage, starkly different from the mess she had seen yesterday. Oh, that? I'm moving. Would you like to come with me? Moving? Where to? Bai Xiruo asked, her fingers tracing the edges of the milk carton, aligning them perfectly. Just today? I have plenty of empty rooms at my new place. Would you consider it? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, adding, since you're my subordinate, I can give you a discount on rent. Bai Xiruo continued to fidget with her milk carton, lowering her head without responding. Zhang Chen noticed her hesitation and chose not to press further. Then, where are you moving to? Bai Xiruo mustered the courage to inquire. Zhang Chen casually sipped his soy milk. Not far, just over in the old district. Quite the opposite, Bai Xiruo thought to herself quietly. Do you have any plans today? Zhang Chen suddenly asked. No, nothing, Bai Xiruo instinctively replied. Yet, in reality, her aunt would certainly make her work. Zhang Chen gestured towards the bed. If you have nothing to do, why not take a nap here? Chapter 44, Caught in Bed? I won't talk to you anymore. Sleep? Here? Bai Xiruo's eyes widened in surprise. Zhang Chen's bed was already quite tidy, with merely a thin blanket, sheets, and a solitary pillow remaining. What are you thinking? Zhang Chen wiped his mouth and approached Bai Xiruo, gently lifting her bangs. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Without a doubt, you were up late last night and woke up early to bring me breakfast. Bai Xiruo had grown accustomed to Zhang Chen's touch, though her gaze evaded his as she remained silent. As he brushed aside her bangs, Zhang Chen continued, After you wake up, could you help me move a bit? I'll pay you for your assistance. Consider it a job. No, that's unnecessary. Upon hearing about the payment, Bai Xiruo shook her head vigorously. She felt she couldn't be of much help to him, so why should she be compensated? Just as she opened her mouth to decline, Zhang Chen pressed her face gently, forcing her to silence. Bai Xiruo let out a muffled sound as he pinched her soft cheeks. The money isn't for you directly. If you accept it, you can say you're working part-time, not just loafing around. This way, your aunt won't make things difficult for you, understand? Is it truly enjoyable to torture yourself by losing sleep? Do you have a penchant for self-harm? Tears soon glistened in Bai Xiruo's eyes, shimmering as she gazed at Zhang Chen, her lips pressed tightly together. Perhaps it was the discomfort from his grip that led Zhang Chen to scold her a few times. Upon seeing her pitiful expression, he finally released her. From now on, you cannot allow yourself to be treated this way while under my roof. As my little subordinate, you mustn't suffer, do you understand? With that, Zhang Chen pointed to his bed. Now, immediately, go take a nap. You'll need your energy to work later. Bai Xiruo blinked, obediently rising to approach the bed. You don't have to take off your shoes. You'll be changing them anyway, Zhang Chen remarked. But Bai Xiruo still dutifully removed her shoes, revealing a pair of clean white socks. She hadn't slept much the previous night and was now overwhelmingly tired. Or perhaps she had always been exhausted, merely pushing through it. Silently, she encouraged herself. Just a little nap will do. Soon, Zhang Chen noticed that Bai Xiruo, who had initially been somewhat stiff on the bed, gradually nestled into his pillow, curling up and instinctively covering herself with his blanket. This silly girl is indeed very tired, truly persevering, he mused, moving softly to tidy up the luggage he had left unorganized from the night before. After some time, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Strange, who could be visiting this early? Zhang Chen murmured, glancing at the clock. It was not even 9 a.m. Bai Xiruo remained peacefully asleep, lost in her dreams. Could it be that Li Juanhao had come to invite him for basketball? Surely, it was too early for that. As he approached the door, he heard a voice from outside. Zhang Chen, are you awake? Open the door. Nan Xingwan, with one hand on her hip and the other carrying freshly bought bread and milk, called out while knocking. Today, she wore a delightful outfit of cool, attractive shorts paired with a green and white t-shirt, her signature braid styled into a high ponytail that resembled a flower atop her head. Compared to the monotonous school uniform of No. 7 high school, her ensemble showcased her naturally pure and lively aura to perfection. When Zhang Chen opened the door, he was momentarily taken aback by Nan Xingwan's appearance. Then, he glanced at himself, flip-flops, floral shorts, and a loose t-shirt. Didn't you say you were going home? He asked, perplexed, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. Nan Xingwan tilted her chin defiantly. I told my mom that since the grades are not out this week, I'd wait to go home until next week when they're released. In truth, the results from No. 7 high school were expected to be published today. So even if she returned home, she could still find out her scores. Oh, I see. Zhang Chen nodded, not giving much thought to her staying behind. Nan Xingwan noticed he remained in the doorway, seemingly uninviting. Why are you just standing there? Let me in. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment and honestly replied. Keep it down, someone is sleeping. Nan Xingwan paused, then recalled how many friends Zhang Chen usually had over and shrugged it off. Who's out sleeping at your place? She boldly walked into the room, and upon catching sight of Bai Xiruo's back, her expression froze in surprise. Why is there a girl? Zhang Chen closed the door behind her. Bai Xiruo, she didn't sleep well last night, so she's taking a nap here. Didn't sleep well? Nan Xingwan turned to Zhang Chen, her gaze piercing. What do you mean by that? What did you two do last night? No, you're only hearing half of it. She didn't sleep well, so I let her catch up on sleep. Oh. Nan Xingwan looked at Bai Xiruo, still peacefully slumbering, and pouted. She hasn't even slept on this bed. Then she inquired, why did she come to your house so early? She brought me breakfast, see. There's still a sip of soy milk left, Zhang Chen said, walking to the table to finish the remaining soy milk. I initially told her not to bring it, but she insisted. She's quite considerate as my little subordinate. Nan Xingwan shot a cold glance at Zhang Chen, her previous joy dissipating. Then I want to share my food with you. She stuffed the bread and milk into her bag, pouting in annoyance. Zhang Chen quickly snatched the items from her hands. Don't. I'll eat it. You gave it to me, and I never said I wouldn't eat it. You've already had breakfast. Why eat mine? I didn't know you were coming. Zhang Chen took a bite of the bread and a sip of the milk, looking at Nan Xingwan with sincere eyes. You said you were going home, and besides, I can't refuse breakfast that's brought to my door, can I? Nan Xingwan gazed at Zhang Chen with an air of resentment, but upon reflection, she realized he had a point. Still, she remained upset, diverting her gaze. At that moment, she noticed that Zhang Chen's room appeared to be quite tidy, with his luggage neatly arranged. Where in you supposed to be moving this week? Did you lie to me? No, it's not like that. Let me explain. Zhang Chen, I'm not talking to you anymore. After some time, following Zhang Chen's explanations and embellishments about Bai Xiruo's unfortunate circumstances, Nan Xingwan's anger finally subsided. Learning about Bai Xiruo's plight made her feel guilty for her earlier reaction, prompting her to warmly invite Bai Xiruo to stay for lunch together. Later, the trio helped Zhang Chen with his move. By noon, after completing the relocation, they found a nearby restaurant to have lunch. Throughout the meal, Nan Xingwan took great care of Bai Xiruo, engaging her in conversation and serving her food, while Bai Xiruo, though somewhat shy, complimented her well. It was the first time Bai Xiruo experienced such genuine concern from what she considered friends. After their meal, Bai Xiruo felt it was time to return home to work on her assignments. Zhang Chen reminded her to be safe on her way back and insisted on giving her some compensation. Although Nan Xingwan was no longer upset about Bai Xiruo, she remained annoyed with Zhang Chen for concealing his moving plans. Thus, throughout the morning, she only spoke to Bai Xiruo, avoiding any conversation with Zhang Chen. Now that Bai Xiruo had left, she stood up to depart. Not wanting to let her go, Zhang Chen quickly blocked her path. What are you doing? Nan Xingwan turned her head, presenting Zhang Chen with her sulking back. Still upset? Zhang Chen teased, playfully tugging at her ponytail. I'm not upset. Despite feeling Zhang Chen gently tugging her hair, Nan Xingwan didn't pull away, allowing him to play with her braid. Earlier, she had refrained from showing her irritation in front of Bai Xiruo, wanting to maintain the image of an exemplary student from No. 7 high school. But now that Bai Xiruo had left, she felt free to express herself. The morning's events aren't over yet. Zhang Chen ruffled Nan Xingwan's hair, bending slightly to her level. Don't be mad. I didn't mean to hide it from you. If I had known you weren't going home, I would have definitely called you. The situation unfolded quite suddenly. It was a last-minute decision. Besides, you never told me you were staying. Nan Xingwan stood with her hands on her hips, her annoyance from the morning having faded significantly, only to be rekindled by Zhang Chen's mention of it. She felt a pang of injustice. It was not her intention to keep him in the dark about her not returning. After a lengthy conversation with Nan Jianfeng yesterday, he had reluctantly agreed to let her stay. This morning, she had rushed to see him as soon as she woke up, bringing him breakfast and expressing concern for his performance in the upcoming joint examination. Yet, despite her efforts, he chose not to inform her about his moving. And now he brought it up again, as if it were her fault. Even if she hadn't told him, he shouldn't have kept such a significant matter from her. He had promised that he would inform her whenever he moved. What if one day she decided to visit him unexpectedly, only to find no one there? Would he really not intend to tell her after moving? Girls often find themselves spiraling into a whirlwind of emotions, conjuring up a series of unhappy scenarios in their minds. Zhang Chen, while trying to comfort her, noticed that Nan Xingwan's expression was increasingly one of grievance. as if she were on the verge of tears. Hey, please don't cry. I'm sorry, Zhang Chen said, bending down in a flurry of concern. It's not my fault, is it? Nan Xingwan looked up at him with red-rimmed eyes and a furrowed brow. No, it's my fault. My fault. Zhang Chen slapped himself lightly on the cheeks, earnestly insisting. I truly had no intention of hiding anything from you. Then why didn't you tell me last night after you decided? She pouted, her lips protruding like a stubborn child. I thought it would be the same to tell you after I moved, he replied softly, looking at her slightly adorable demeanor. He realized that girls could be quite hard to appease. The morning's anger lingered, only to resurface in the afternoon. He playfully pinched her cheeks, making her pouty lips bounce like rubber. Look at you. Your lips are so pouty they could hang something from them. No more anger. I promise there won't be a next time. Nan Xingwan huffed a couple of times, but Zhang Chen's coaxing had softened her anger. He continued. What do you want to eat for dinner? Shall we go buy something later? I want noodles, with tomato and egg soup, she declared, still pouting. All right. Let us tidy up the room first. Then we'll head to the supermarket, shall we? After a brief moment of silence, she replied, okay. Great. No more anger. I promise there won't be a next time, Zhang Chen said with a light laugh upon hearing her concede. Soon after, Zhang Chen moved all his luggage upstairs into the room he had initially chosen. You'll stay in this room, he announced. However, Nan Xingwan tugged at his luggage, leading him to another bedroom. Zhang Chen blinked in surprise, glancing at the room she had entered. It was one of the two rooms he had dismissed during his earlier inspection. The reason was simple. Both rooms were rather small. When his parents had the place designed, it seemed they were intended as children's bedrooms. Although the two rooms had near proximity with a shared balcony, perfect for sunlight and study, they lacked essential private bathrooms. Naturally, he wouldn't choose a children's room when he could have a spacious master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom. But that room doesn't have a bathroom. He reasoned gently, careful not to offend her considering he had just managed to soothe her. But as soon as he spoke, he received a warning glare from her pouty expression. I like this room, she insisted, pointing out the spacious balcony. Isn't it wonderful? Zhang Chen, realizing he had said the wrong thing, quickly adjusted his stance. A man in the world must be adaptable. Staying in any room is fine. It won't matter if I have to walk a bit further to the bathroom. Seeing him drag his luggage into the room he had selected, Nan Xingwan quietly smiled to herself. The balcony of this room was very close to the neighboring one, almost connecting. If she moved in later, she could easily traverse over to his side for tutoring sessions. If only she weren't still sharing a place with Xia Xintong, she would have moved in already. Chapter 46. Results announcement. Before long, after cleaning the room and organizing everything, Zhang Chen and Nan Xingwan headed to the nearest supermarket to purchase fresh ingredients and fruits. In addition to eggs and noodles, Nan Xingwan selected an array of snacks. Why so many snacks? Zhang Chen asked, puzzled as he observed the large bag of junk food she carried. I'll eat them, she replied, raising an eyebrow and quickly hiding her carefully chosen snacks behind her back. This is mine. All this. Zhang Chen's lips twitched. Yes, don't just stand there. You don't have to pay, she said, pushing him aside as he prepared to check out. She pulled out her cute white wallet and paid for both the snacks and the cooking essentials he had picked out. Zhang Chen didn't mind. It was nice to have someone else pay. He readily grabbed all the items. With all this, are you planning to take it back? Isn't there a supermarket near 7 Middle School? No, I'll leave it here for now, she replied, taking the snacks back from his hands. You better not sneak any. Zhang Chen scoffed. Who would eat that stuff? He chuckled dismissively, heading towards the supermarket exit. Then, he processed her words. You're leaving it here, which means you'll come back. Nan Xingwan playfully shoved a cheese stick into his mouth, nodding. Of course, I'll come back. Oh. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, managing a silent smile. It was quite sweet. You better not sneak any. I'm keeping track, she warned, unwrapping a cheese stick for herself. All right. Who is going to eat your snacks? Only kids crave junk food, he teased, waving his hand dismissively. Let us hurry back. I'll make you some noodles. Humph. Nan Xingwan pouted, somewhat unconvinced, but her ears perked up at the mention of noodles, and she nodded eagerly. Then, she grabbed Zhang Chen's hand and began to dash home. Why are we suddenly running? Zhang Chen asked, perplexed. Last time, when she bounded away like a rabbit. He chased after her, but this time she was pulling him along. Hurry up, she urged, seemingly triggered by something he had said, making her suddenly cheerful. Before he knew it, Zhang Chen found himself running back home with her, facing the setting sun. Jiang Minghua, Chinese 93, Math 88, English 120, Science 203, Total 504. Class rank 13, School rank 277. Suyu, Chinese 102, Math 82, English 124, Science 199, Total 507. Class rank 12, School Rank 250. Bai Xiruo, Chinese 118, Math 0. English 133, Science 263, Total 514, Class Rank 10, School Rank 211. Truly my sister Bai. Even missing a subject, she still scores above 500. Impressive. Duan Qinshu praised. Chuckling at the rankings. Bai Xiruo's science score is astonishingly high this time. Incredible. The monitor barely scored 248. She must be among the top in the school for her science. Upon hearing the discussions about her performance from the crowd gathered at the podium, Bai Xiruo lowered her head gloomily. In contrast, Su Yu, who had also heard about her scores, despite having missed a mathematics exam, which Bai Xiruo had surpassed, was fuming. Gripping the pen tightly in her hand, Li Juanhao surged to the front, elbowing his way through the throng to snatch the report card. After echoing a remark praising Bai Xiruo, he began scanning the rankings from the bottom upwards. After a prolonged search, he failed to find his friend Chen Ji's name, but instead stumbled upon his own. Duan Qinshu, noticing where Li Juanhao's finger was pressed, read aloud his scores. Li Juanhao, Chinese 75, Mathematics 0, English 68, Comprehensive Science 144. Total 277, Class Ranking 67, School Ranking 1236. Impressive Juanhao. Following Bai Xiruo's lead and skipping a subject to play it cool, Duan Qingsu patted him on the shoulder. With only 74 students in the class, Li Junhao's score placed him 7th from the bottom. Where's Chen Gu? Li Junhao brushed aside Duan Qingsu's hand, fixated on finding Zhang Chen's name. Logically, with Chun Ji's score exceeding 200, he shouldn't be ranked lower than Li Juanhao even without the mathematics score. As Duan Qingsu continued to scan upwards, the scores rapidly climbed from Li Junhao's 277 to 400. After a few more names, a hand from behind pointed at a ranking on the report card. Whoa, Zhang Chen is ranked 22nd. Wait, what? A chorus of astonishment erupted as the students turned to the name ranked 22nd, gradually shifting their gaze to his scores. Zhang Chen, Chinese 93, Mathematics 90, English 91. Comprehensive Science 181, Total 455, Class Ranking 22, School Ranking 530. 455? Li Junhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he mechanically turned to Duan Qingsu. Didn't you say Chen Gu sleeps through every class? At that moment, Duan Qingsu felt his heart shatter, also turning to Li Junhao with a vacant expression. I'm certain he was asleep. What is this? Li Junhao exclaimed. Something's off. Duan Qingsu responded. Last time Chen Gu scored what? 216? Where was he ranked? Over 1,300? No way. Zhang scored 90 in mathematics? Is that even real? This math exam was so difficult. How many in our class even scored above 90? Tan Jian, Huang Yiyuan, Yang Tianyu, who else? Su Tingwan. Oh wait, she didn't even reach 89. At that moment, Su Tingwan, sitting in the front row, heard this devastating news and buried her head in her hands, beginning to sob quietly. The students around her quickly fell silent. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Deng Xianbing, entered the classroom, urging everyone to maintain silence while he addressed the exam results. The students at the podium returned to their seats, and it was only then that Zhang Chen awoke from the classroom's quietude, lifting his head to see Duan Qingsu regarding him with a strange expression. After locking eyes for a moment, Zhang Chen couldn't resist delivering a slap to Duan Qingsu's face, redirecting him towards the podium. Deng Xianbing surveyed the class. Have you all checked your scores? How do you feel about the mathematics exam? Chapter 47. Su Tingwen's breakdown. It was so difficult. This mathematics exam was torturous. The students lamented in unison. I understand. This exam was indeed challenging, especially mathematics. Not a single student from our class scored 100. Deng Xianbing glanced at the report card. Having already reviewed the scores in the office prior, many of you may feel disheartened by these results. Even the math class representative was brought to tears. Su Tinghuan continued to hide her face, unwilling to look up. Deng Xianbing, noticing her distress, cleared his throat and reassured the class. But there's no need to lose heart. The average score across the school is low, and most students performed poorly. The difficulty of the questions does not reflect your abilities. As long as you surpass the average score, you've done well, so don't be discouraged. For instance, in the neighboring class, their average score was only 62, while ours was 67, which is quite commendable amongst parallel classes. As Deng Xianbing offered words of encouragement, the mood among the students who had been affected by their disappointing scores began to lift. Although many students feigned indifference towards the exam, they were still quietly impacted by the disheartening results, except for students like Li Juanhao, who completely disregarded their grades. As the homeroom teacher, such words of consolation were essential. Of course, when compared to the elite classes, it was evident that a significant gap existed. Just look at how difficult this exam was. Yet, Guofan from Class 1 scored 130. Their average score is still above passing, around 96 or so. 500 words omitted. Despite the overall difficulty of the exam, there were still students in our class who made significant progress. For instance, Luo Hao improved by more than 100 places compared to last time. Zhao Jiayin secured the highest score in English across the school, and Bai Xiruo achieved a score of 263 in comprehensive science, with full marks in physics. Moreover, I would like to commend another student who demonstrated remarkable improvement. At this point, nearly the entire class turned their heads in unison to look at one individual. Yes, you all know it's true, Zhang Chen. Compared to his previous score of 216, this time Zhang Chen achieved 455, an astounding improvement of 239 points. He advanced from over 1,300 in school ranking to over 500, a leap of 800 places. The classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause as every subject saw a doubling of scores compared to the last exam. Given how difficult this mathematics exam was, Zhang Chen still managed to pass. Last time, he scored just 34, ranking near the bottom in the school, and this time, he scored 90, placing him among the top 200. Duan Qingsi chimed in, "Wow, impressive, Chen Ge." Upon hearing that Zhang Chen had outperformed her, Su Tinghuan buried her head once more, continuing to cry. Li Juanhao was so excited that he felt as though he himself was being praised, nearly standing up to applaud. However, he soon remembered the mathematics exam. Hadn't he gone with Chen Ge to find Bai Xiruo? How could both he and Bai Xiruo end up with zeros? While Chen Ge managed 90 after working on it for just a little while. If Su Tinghuan found out, she might not just cry, but contemplate jumping off a building. Zhang Chen listened to Deng Xianbing's praise without a flicker of emotion, even feeling a hint of amusement. Indeed, the ruins could not collapse further. Starting from a low point had its advantages, allowing even minimal progress to be celebrated. He had never experienced this before. It turned out that receiving recognition for improvement was quite delightful. Achieving an improvement of over 800 places was the largest leap in the school. Deng Xianbing continued to speak, his gaze on Zhang Chen now filled with the warmth reserved for high achievers. Downstairs, the rankings of progress for all students were displayed, and Zhang Chen was recognized as the student with the most significant improvement in the entire school. He could go down to view it. Zhang Chen nodded, feeling little interest in the rankings, but he did want to see this progress list for the first time. He planned to take a photo to show his parents when he returned home this week. It would surely bring them joy. Deng Xianbing then discussed some additional exam details before gesturing for the various subject representatives to follow him to the office to collect the exam papers. Once he left, the classroom buzzed with chatter once more. The students surrounding Zhang Chen, not having performed well, immediately gathered around him, calling out for him to share his secrets. Chen Ge, how did you do it? Share a secret with us. The secret? Zhang Chen quipped, it's simple, just be quick and observant. That's the difference between passing and failing. In response to their meaningful glances, most believed he possessed some form of cheating technique. He was too apathetic to offer any explanation. The crowd erupted into laughter, convinced that Zhang Chen was merely jesting, while secretly suspecting he had some clandestine method. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Chen's results had already been scrutinized by the mathematics department, confirming their legitimacy. Jiang Minghua was still comforting Su Tinghuan, saying, "Well, I didn't pass either. I'm just 1 point below you. There's no need to compare with someone who achieved high scores through cheating." Su Tinghuan, already fuming, was further incensed upon hearing Zhang Chen shamelessly proclaiming his so-called secrets to others, seemingly proud of his actions. Unable to restrain herself, she stood up, her eyes still red from tears, and marched over to Zhang Chen's seat, exclaiming, "Do you really think scoring so high is something to be proud of?" Instantly, the previously raucous classmates fell silent. Zhang Chen was taken aback, pondering, "Who is this? You know full well how you scored so highly. Why must you boast about it in class?" Su Tinghuan said, exasperated. Beside her, Li Junhao contemplated retaliating but found himself at a loss upon seeing Su Tinghuan's tearful fury. He opted for verbal dismissal. "What are you talking about? It's none of your business. I am the mathematics class representative." Su Tinghuan wiped her tears, asserting, "Anything related to mathematics certainly concerns me. You scoring 0 has already dragged our class down." Li Juanhao kicked over a stool. "So what?" Zhang Chen perceived that Su Tinghuan was clearly distressed due to this math test, and felt it was natural for her to seek justice. After years of schooling, he had encountered many academically ambitious students who were exceedingly confident, believing that hard work was rewarded and that they were uniquely gifted. Consequently, when faced with setbacks, they tended to crumble. Su Tinghuan, though not a top student, bore the pride of one, subconsciously considering herself the pinnacle of mathematics in Class 8. Her recent performance had unfortunately clashed with her shattered self-esteem. Zhang Chen did not find her words off-putting. Rather, he felt a sense of paternalistic amusement. He intervened, "Hey, she's crying. Don't make it worse." Although Li Junhao was restrained by Zhang Chen, he continued to taunt, "If I'm not mistaken, you, the math class representative, also failed this time, right? Perhaps you should step down for someone more capable." Su Tinghuan, struck by his words, burst into tears again, crouching down and sobbing. "Look at you," Zhang Chen sighed, nudging Li Junhao. "You really have no idea how to be gentle with girls. If old Deng comes over, I won't take the blame for this." He had passed all his subjects and still needed to resolve their betting agreement at the office. Su Tingwen's close friend, Zhao Jian, hurried over to console her, but her efforts were futile. She then frowned and said, "Zhang Chen, I'll go tell the teacher. You're bullying a classmate." "Not my problem," Zhang Chen shrugged. "What does it have to do with me?" Zhao Jian, a top student in Class 8, was adored by all teachers, especially old Deng. Her uncle, Zhou Jiwei, was the head of the entire second-year grade. Such individuals were typically avoided by Zhang Chen and his group. At this moment, Zhang Chen, who hadn't uttered a word, was inexplicably bearing the blame. "I'm not bullying her. You can report me if you want," he said. Zhao Jian, undeterred by Zhang Chen, asserted, "You instigated it." Li Junhao made Su Tinghuan cry. "So you're responsible." Zhang Chen turned to Li Junhao, incredulous. "Is this really on me?" At that moment, Su Tinghuan stood up, wiping her tears. "Zhang Chen, if you're capable, let us compete. If you win, I won't be the math class representative anymore. Do you dare compete in next month's city math competition?" Zhang Chen smirked. "I have no interest in your position as class representative. You must prove you're better than me. It's not my problem." Su Tinghuan retorted defiantly. Zhang Chen shook his head. "I can simply refuse your challenge." "Refusing is an admission of defeat," Su Tinghuan exclaimed angrily. "All right, you're right. Bring evidence," Zhang Chen replied with a smile, unfazed by her provocation. "What if I say you're too afraid to enter the global math competition and are cheating?" Seeing that Zhang Chen was unfazed, Su Tinghuan bit her lip. "If you enter the math competition and beat me, I will apologize. However, I have no interest in your apology," Zhang Chen said. "Brother Chen, the teacher wants you in the office," a classmate called from the podium. "Again? They must have complained about me," Zhang Chen mused as he stood up. Su Tinghuan piped up again. "If you win, I'll take your duty for a semester." Zhang Chen glanced at her. That was an intriguing offer. But he chose not to respond and headed to the office. After he left, Zhao Jian continued to soothe Su Tinghuan, leading her back to her seat. Tan Jian and Huang Yuan quickly approached. "Why are you upset? What's the point of being angry with him?" "I simply refuse to accept that he achieved his score through cheating while flaunting it," Su Tinghuan sobbed, feeling bitter. She had dedicated 2 years to mathematics, only to score lower than someone who typically ranked at the bottom. As the math class representative, she devoted nearly all her study time to the subject. Yet she barely passed the exam, leaving her heartbroken. "He won't compare with you. He'll likely reveal his true colors in the next exam. You don't need to waste your energy on this," they reassured her. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office. "What? You want me to participate in the math competition?" Jiao Wei grinned broadly. "What? With your math skills, you can't miss this opportunity." Zhang Chen scratched his ear, "But I only scored 90. How you got that 90 is something you know well." Jiao Wei raised an eyebrow. "Informing rather than consulting, I've already registered you, and I'll cover the registration fee." Zhang Chen hesitated. "Wait. Just show up on time and perform to the best of your ability so I can see your true potential." Jiao Wei expressed his earnest expectations. After encouraging Zhang Chen, Deng Xianbing and the other teachers in the office praised him for his significant progress. "Keep up the good work. Your improvement is remarkable, though you still tend to doze off in class. That needs attention. Complete your homework diligently, study seriously, and your grades will surely rise. I truly didn't expect you to fulfill the agreement. This math was particularly challenging," Deng Xianbing remarked, tearing up the betting agreement in front of Zhang Chen. Just then, another teacher quipped, "You're not trying to manipulate your scores, are you?" Zhang Chen pursed his lips. Emerging from the office, Zhang Chen held several competition practice papers given by Jiao Wei and was instructed to visit the math club at noon for tutoring. However, Zhang Chen had no time for the math club. He still needed to take Bai Xiruo to the martial arts club to meet Nian Nanhan. As fate would have it, just as he was contemplating this, Bai Xiruo approached him. "What are you doing?" Zhang Chen stepped in front of her. I'm joining the competition too." As Bai Xiruo caught sight of the mathematics competition problems in Zhang Chen's hands, she looked up at him with a charming innocence, her bangs grazing her full forehead. Zhang Chen gently swept her bangs aside, revealing her large, doe-like eyes adorned with long eyelashes. "Are you participating in the mathematics competition too?" he inquired. Bai Xiruo shyly replied, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Didn't you score a 0 on the last test? Zhang Chen teased. Will teacher Jia allow you to participate? I didn't do it on purpose, Bai Xiruo stammered, shielding her forehead and once again smoothing her bangs to cover her eyes. Observing her response, Zhang Chen mischievously blew at her bangs, exposing her startled eyes. Your score in the comprehensive science exam was impressively high. You wouldn't be holding back on your scores. Would you? Let us make a bet then. I didn't hold back. Bai Xiruo's eyes flickered nervously. Really? She dodged the question twice before quickly fleeing behind Zhang Chen. You say you didn't, but clearly you did, Zhang Chen chuckled, watching her retreating figure. In the original text, Bai Xiruo's performance later proved to be consistently the best in the school, whereas her previous score barely exceeded 600. Even if one high school couldn't compare to number 7 high school, the top scorer there would have at least 650. Thus, Bai Xiruo's true capabilities must surely exceed what she had shown. Could it be that she was now afraid of claiming the top spot and having to give a speech before the entire school? Upon returning to the classroom, Duan Xingsu inquired, Hey, what did the office want with you? Nothing much, Zhang Chen replied, putting several competition papers into his drawer. Su Tinghuan, noticing Zhang Chen's return, approached him once more, still unwilling to give up. Before she could speak, Zhang Chen raised his hand to stop her. All right, I agree. Is that enough? After all, they were both going to participate in the competition, so why not take advantage of the benefits? If he didn't agree, this girl would likely not let it go easily. Su Tinghuan, taken aback by Zhang Chen's sudden change of heart, didn't overthink it. It was just as she desired. With a sense of determination bubbling within her after failing her last math exam and losing confidence, she was resolute to reclaim her spirit through Zhang Chen. Okay, if you score higher than me, I'll take your duties for the semester and apologize to you. If you lose, I'll apologize. And I'll even admit my mistakes to the teacher. Zhang Chen smiled. The two of them had just established yet another wager. That evening, due to having moved houses, Zhang Chen no longer shared the same route with Bai Xiruo, and he found no suitable excuse to continue following her. At most, he walked her a few extra steps. And when they reached the fork in the road, Bai Xiruo took the initiative to bid him farewell. Zhang Chen pouted, unsure of how to continue trailing her, and could only remind her to stay safe. Upon returning to his villa, Zhang Chen noticed the lights on the second floor were on from a distance. Is there a thief? He mused, dismissing the thought as he calmly opened the door. Nan Xingwan was already waiting in his room. Upon seeing Zhang Chen finally return, she excitedly leaned over the second floor railing and asked, So, how did it go? She had already inquired over the phone if his results were out, and, upon receiving confirmation, she chose to address him face-to-face instead of asking how he performed. Zhang Chen frowned, deliberately feigning a troubled expression. Seeing this, Nan Xingwan descended the stairs, her heart racing with concern. Is it bad? If so, I'll plead with your teacher. As she spoke, she began to grab her backpack. At that moment, Zhang Chen suddenly produced a photo of the progress list he had taken with his phone, pulling her back to show her. Tada, look at this. I ranked first in progress in the whole school. Nan Xingwan paused, reaching for the phone. Although the picture was somewhat blurry due to the old phone's poor resolution, it prominently displayed Zhang Chen's name in clear view. Progress of 831 ranks. Zhang Chen, Class 8 of Year 2. Nan Xingwan's eyes sparkled with disbelief as she gazed at him. What did you score this time? Well, Zhang Chen said, pinching his thumb and forefinger together, 455. 455. Nan Xingwan exclaimed, her joy surpassing even her own score of 650, bouncing on the spot in excitement. Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. She was truly like a little rabbit. Yes, indeed, 455. Really? Of course it's true. I have proof. You want to get expelled? Of course not. I passed all my subjects. What could old Deng do to expel me? Nan Xingwan felt a burst of joy for Zhang Chen, mixed with astonishment at his remarkable improvement. A whirlwind of happiness surged within her, her gaze shining brightly upon him. Am I really that impressive? She murmured, dazed. Hey, don't be so shameless. Can you really take all the credit for this? Zhang Chen tilted his head, widening his eyes. Humph. Did my contribution to your improvement not count for anything? Nan Xingwan, hands on her hips, declared with a touch of pride. Zhang Chen squinted, thoughtfully pondering. Is there really a contribution? What? No contribution? Nan Xingwan lunged at him for a playful spar. Zhang Chen easily dodged and ran upstairs. All right. There was a contribution. I'll concede that. How dismissive. Nan Xingwan chased after him, both exasperated and amused. Once in his room, Zhang Chen suggested, I'm feeling happy today. Shall we skip studying? Skip studying? That won't do. I didn't do well this time. I'll surely hear it from my mom when I get home this week, Nan Xingwan pouted. Pulling out fresh study materials from her backpack, Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Do you really have to be this diligent? What did you score? 653. And you're not satisfied with that? Zhang Chen inquired, surprised. I didn't make it into the top 50 in school, Nan Xingwan replied, a bit disheartened. The cutoff for the top 50 was 657. I just missed it by 4 points. I see, Zhang Chen nodded. Reaching into the materials Nan Xingwan had pulled out to examine her paper. Hey, you said you passed all your subjects? Even math? Nan Xingwan didn't stop him, but rather expressed her surprise. Zhang Chen nodded, flipping through her paper to check for points deducted. Math was really tough. You actually passed. Nan Xingwan smirked, resting her chin on her hand. Little Chun, quite impressive. Was it really that tough? It was just average, Zhang Chen stated candidly, spreading her paper to show its flaws. Oh, Nan Xingwan rolled her eyes, accustomed to his audacity, then resumed her focus on her studies. What about the top scorer in school, your roommate, Xia Xintong? What did she score? Zhang Chen asked curiously while reviewing her paper. Xiaodong is incredible. Nan Xingwan tapped the pen against her lips, considering before sighing. I think it was 704. She outscored me by a whole 50 points. I don't even know how she managed it. She has quite something. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but praise, stroking his chin. She could barely match me in a competition. Nan Xingwan stuck out her tongue. You better not fail again in the next exam. How could that happen? Next time. I'm aiming for your school, Zhang Chen declared, setting aside Nan Xingwan's paper. All right. Enough boasting. She waved her hand dismissively. TCH, you don't believe me. Zhang Chen retorted. Isn't the math competition next month? You must have signed up, right? Yes, I signed up. What about it? Xia Xintong surely signed up too. Right? Of course, she finished the high school curriculum last semester and is now preparing for various competitions every day. You think you can compete with her? As Nan Xingwan scribbled down problems, she looked up. You're not participating too, are you? Zhang Chen tightened his invisible tie. Nan Xingwan's eye sparkled. Her mouth slightly agape. Hey, what's with that look? Nothing. I just want you to realize what it means to be as limited as a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the sky. Zhang Chen scoffed. Then, an idea struck him. Hey, let us make a bet. Chapter 50. The daily life of the martial arts club on Thursday, as agreed. Zhang Chen arrived at the school gate to settle the remaining balance. All right, it checks out, Cheng Hu grinned, his face a mass of joviality. You are far more generous than her, judging by the group's attire. It was evident that they had feasted well over the past couple of days with the money from Zhang Chen and Suyu. Zhang Chen maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded the group, accepting the cigarette offered by Cheng Hu. By the way, did you receive Suyu's money last time? Of course, she seemed quite pleased. I owe you a thanks for that. Here is your 200 back. No need, Zhang Chen waved dismissively, exhaling a plume of smoke. If she approaches you again, just give me a heads up. Absolutely, Cheng Hu replied, retracting the 200 with a cheerful acquiescence. After a few casual exchanges, Zhang Chen casually inquired, were you last here when she paid you? Not at all. She insisted we go to Beishan Park instead. Too timid to risk being seen doing such things, Cheng Hu chuckled. He, unlike Zhang Chen, had no qualms about being spotted in shady dealings. However, Suyu was a different story. Oh, Zhang Chen nodded thoughtfully. Well, if there is nothing else, we'll take our leave. Cheng Hu laughed, patting Zhang Chen on the shoulder. Let us meet up again, brother. Sure. As Zhang Chen watched them depart, he discarded the cigarette, but, crushing it beneath his foot. Bang. Clang. The sounds of punches, kicks, and various strikes mingled within the martial arts clubroom. Upon returning to the classroom dedicated to martial arts, Zhang Chen found, aside from Nian Nanhan and Bai Xiruo, a few students who resembled Nian Nanhan's admirers engaged in training. Nian Nanhan waved Zhang Chen over as soon as he entered. I thought you had sneaked off to the internet cafe again, she remarked, her gaze fixed coldly on his approach. How could I? Zhang Chen replied with a smile, promptly removing his shoes and stepping onto the padded floor. Nian Nanhan turned to Bai Xiruo and said, watch closely. I'll demonstrate how to execute that wrestling move we practiced earlier. Bai Xiruo blinked, meekly responding, oh, okay. Zhang Chen interjected, wait, I'm not your punching bag. Am I? Stop whining, you asked for this. Nian Nanhan advanced toward Zhang Chen with an assertive demeanor. Zhang Chen instinctively stepped back. I'm starting to regret this. The next moment, the world spun, and a muffled grunt escaped him as the surrounding admirers applauded. Bravo. Zhang Chen lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling. Oh, I think I just saw my great-grandmother. Nian Nanhan returned to Bai Xiruo after completing her demonstration. Did you see that? You must be swift, precise, and ruthless. Identify weaknesses and strike decisively. Unlike your gentle approach. Bai Xiruo, concerned for the fallen Zhang Chen, craned her neck and offered a half-hearted nod to Nian Nanhan's words. Oh. Nian Nanhan paid little heed, pointing at the still-lying Zhang Chen. Get up and show me what I just taught you. Bai Xiruo's eyes widened slightly beneath her bangs. And though apprehensive, she slowly stood and approached Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen slowly rose, exchanging a knowing glance with Nian Nanhan, understanding what was to come. Bai Xiruo, shyly and timidly, grasped Zhang Chen's hand to position him correctly. That's not wrestling. You're just being cute. Zhang Chen grimaced. Put some effort into it. I'm afraid I might hurt you, Bai Xiruo mumbled softly. What are you worried about? If you manage to throw me, I'd be thrilled. Zhang Chen smirked. To bolster Bai Xiruo's confidence, Zhang Chen, with Nian Nanhan's help, exaggeratedly fell to demonstrate, showcasing an ostentatious 360-degree spin before collapsing dramatically. A nearby admirer, nearly choking on his water, was taken aback by Zhang Chen's flamboyant performance. Nian Nanhan, resting her forehead on her hand, usually pretended not to notice such theatrics. Bai Xiruo knelt beside Zhang Chen, her concern evident. Are you all right? Zhang Chen feigned pain, clutching his waist. Ouch. You're quite the formidable opponent, aren't you? Bai Xiruo, bashfully lowering her gaze, bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she regarded Zhang Chen. She wasn't oblivious. She knew he had staged the fall. Quickly, she helped him to his feet. All right, I'll take a break. You keep practicing, Zhang Chen said, supporting his waist. Okay. Nian Nanhan observed Zhang Chen as he settled beside her, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, preparing to light it. Not indoors. Zhang Chen swiftly snatched the cigarette from Nian Nanhan's hand. Frowning, she protested, What's the harm? Smoking triggers my cough, he retorted, handing her a piece of gum instead. You have no business telling me what to do, Nian Nanhan said, rolling her eyes. I'm your little brother. You're my big sister, Zhang Chen shot back. Nian Nanhan shot him a disbelieving glance, then tore open the gum wrapper, popping one into her mouth. Chapter 51, A Mysterious Woman in the Dead of Night. The following month passed rather leisurely for Zhang Chen. With no daunting examinations from his senior year and no peculiar incidents at school, he found himself at ease. Although he participated in competitions, he never attended additional tutoring sessions and returned home promptly after class each day. During this time, Nan Xingwan was preoccupied with specialized classes arranged for her students participating in the competition, often working late. She would occasionally visit Zhang Chen to catch up on lessons. Until the May Day holiday, Nan Xingwan remained at school, while Zhang Chen indulged in a few days of complete relaxation at home. Upon learning that Zhang Chen's grades had surged by 800 places, both Chen Jianru and Zhang Lijun could hardly contain their delight. Even Zhang Lijun, who typically wore a stern expression in front of Zhang Chen, couldn't suppress a smile. Consequently, when Zhang Chen expressed his desire to move his computer to the villa, they readily agreed, provided it didn't interfere with his studies. Unbeknownst to Nan Xingwan, who opposed the idea, Zhang Chen had secretly relocated the computer to the villa while she was away. After the holiday, the competition dates approached. That evening, as usual, Zhang Chen and Bai Xiruo parted ways at the crossroads. After a shower at home, he nestled in his room, typing away in the comfort of the air conditioning. After diligently working for about 2.5 hours, nearing 12:30 a.m., Zhang Chen finally completed his writing and felt a pang of hunger. He decided to head downstairs for a quick meal. Suddenly, he heard strange noises outside his room. Whimper, crash, clatter. Is there a thief? Zhang Chen's first thought was whether someone had broken in. Could it be that Nan Xingwan had come over so late? Cautiously, he opened the door a crack and peered outside. The second floor was shrouded in darkness, but the lights downstairs were unmistakably on. Grabbing a clothes-drying rod from his room, Zhang Chen stepped out, his senses heightened as he leaned over the railing to survey the lower level. He saw no one. Strange. Zhang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, clutching a self-defense weapon as he descended the staircase. At that moment, a woman's sobbing echoed behind him. What the? Is there a ghost? Dad! Monsters, begone! Zhang Chen's hair stood on end, and he nearly slipped and tumbled down the stairs. However, upon turning back, he caught a glimpse of a woman huddled at the bottom of the staircase, her arms wrapped around her knees, softly weeping. She was adorned in an elegant camisole, her long, fair legs curled up almost entirely obscuring her figure. Her golden locks cascaded down, and she wore shimmering earrings that accentuated her beauty. From her attire and physique, Zhang Chen perceived her as a model. Yet, why would such a woman be in his home? Zhang Chen cautiously approached her as he descended the stairs. The woman noticed him approaching but did not react, continuing to sob softly, completely oblivious to his presence. As he drew closer, he could finally see her face. Strikingly beautiful and reminiscent of a celebrity. Even though her makeup was smudged from crying, it did little to conceal her flawless features. In comparison to the innocent beauty of the likes of Bai Xiruo and Nan Xingwan, this woman exuded a captivating allure, albeit limited to their comparison. Judging by her age, she appeared to be no more than 20, at most a mature older sister rather than a seasoned woman. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Chen noticed her cheeks were flushed, and beside her lay an unfinished bottle of seemingly expensive red wine. So she was drunk. Zhang Chen grimaced, glancing toward the door to ensure it was securely locked. How on earth did she get in? All right, stop crying, sister. Zhang Chen crouched down and gently poked her shoulder. Where did you come from? The woman, barefoot and with her shoes lost somewhere, continued to gaze vacantly ahead, her golden hair in disarray. Seeing she wasn't responding, Zhang Chen waved his hand in front of her eyes, and she momentarily met his gaze, appearing somewhat lucid. However, after that brief moment, she returned to her tears, pouting. Sis, please, where do you live? Zhang Chen inquired, but the woman remained silent, seemingly lost in her sorrow, her left hand reaching for the wine again. Hey, don't drink anymore. Zhang Chen quickly intervened. Let me drink, she protested, pushing him away, her words slurred. Come on, enough already. Zhang Chen managed to snatch the bottle from her grasp, fearing she might vomit and make a mess of the entire house. Upon realizing her wine was taken, the woman stared at him wide-eyed, then burst into even louder sobs, akin to a child whose toy has been snatched away. All right, I'll give it back. Zhang Chen hurriedly returned the bottle to her, trying to soothe the distressed girl. Nan Xingwan cried, Bai Xiruo cried. And now this unexpected stranger was crying too. Zhang Chen felt he was witnessing a peculiar spectacle. The irony was that each of these girls had their own unique style of weeping. Women were truly complicated. Once the woman had the wine bottle back, she quieted down, although her tears still glistened in her eyes. Almost immediately, she attempted to showcase her charm to Zhang Chen. After a while, Zhang Chen finally managed to coax the unfamiliar woman into the bathroom, adjusting her position so that she was leaning over the toilet. He didn't bother with the sofa, having a premonition that she would inevitably be sick. Returning to the living room, he began tidying up the mess on the floor. It was then that he noticed one of the two bedrooms on the first floor was ajar. Oh, had the tenant returned? Zhang Chen cautiously approached, knocked on the slightly open door, and peered inside. There was no one there. The room wasn't particularly tidy, but it was clean enough, with a faint scent lingering in the air, suggesting it belonged to a woman. The walls were adorned with various lovely decorations. And a rack beside the wardrobe held women's shorts and skirts. By the window, a white elongated desk was home to a pink laptop and numerous albums, with a guitar resting nearby. On the bedside table lay a photograph, presumably of the room's owner. On the bed, covered with cartoon-themed sheets, lay a designer handbag seemingly carelessly tossed aside. Excuse me, is anyone here? I'm coming in, Zhang Chen announced as he quietly stepped inside. The moment he opened the door, he sensed something behind it. Upon entering the room, he spotted a glimmering high-heeled shoe on the floor. Zhang Chen's heart raced. Could it be? Glancing around the room, he checked the bathroom, confirming it was empty. Returning to the bedside, he picked up the photograph to take a closer look. Indeed, it was her. Chapter 52. Yan Xiuo, she was the tenant. Zhang Chen's lips twitched. Hadn't his mother said it was a male tenant? Turns out, it was a woman. Having lived here for a month, he was finally meeting this mysterious tenant. What did she do for a living? As he pondered, he set the photograph down. Just then, a retching sound echoed from the bathroom. Almost forgot about you in there. Zhang Chen rushed out of the room. Dear lady, please don't come out. After a while, he watched the beautiful woman sprawled on the sofa, clutching a cushion, soundly asleep. Her long legs occupied most of the sofa, golden hair partially obscuring her face. As she murmured some unintelligible incantation, Zhang Chen, hands on his hips, felt utterly exasperated by the turn of events. Checking the time, he realized it was already 2 a.m. His stomach, already hungry, had grown even more so after this chaotic episode. Thankfully, he could skip class tomorrow and catch up on sleep. If he were a typical high school student, staying awake at 2 would feel like the world was collapsing. Returning to the kitchen, he began heating oil, finally embarking on the original task of preparing a late-night snack to satiate his hunger. While busy in the kitchen, he kept an ear out for any disturbances from the sofa, ensuring the woman remained undisturbed. Moments later, Zhang Chen returned to the living room, holding a simple bowl of egg noodles with 2 sausages. To keep an eye on the woman, he chose to sit beside the coffee table. Wait for me to finish my noodles, and then I'll carry you back to your room, he said, placing the bowl down and glancing at her. He then settled onto the floor, slurping his noodles, as the delightful aroma of the dish filled the air. As if drawn to the scent, the woman, who had been facing away from him, turned over, letting out a soft, uncomfortable groan. Hey, Zhang Chen paused, quickly putting down his chopsticks to check on her. When he saw she wasn't about to fall off the sofa, he slowly withdrew his hand. Don't scare me like that, dear lady, he thought, still rattled. Picking up his chopsticks again, he glanced at her face. At that moment, the woman had opened her eyes, appearing dazed and unfocused as she stared at Zhang Chen. Wow. Zhang Chen nearly dropped his bowl. You're awake, sister? The woman remained silent, her eyes half closed, fixated on him. It seemed she wasn't fully awake. Zhang Chen smirked, scrutinizing her with suspicion. After a while, seeing no reaction, he continued devouring his noodles. Meanwhile, the woman remained half reclined on the sofa, gazing intently at him. Sister, do you want some? After being watched for so long, Zhang Chen felt a bit uneasy and tentatively asked. The uncertain. Zhang Chen shook the bowl of noodles in front of the woman. Her eyes followed the bowl's movement, as if contemplating the prospect of being struck. Unwilling to take chances, Zhang Chen picked up his chopsticks and offered her a bite. The woman, acting as if programmed, automatically opened her mouth. All right, now I am convinced. Wait a moment. I shall fetch you a bowl, but please remain still. Zhang Chen moved the bowl away to prevent her from knocking it over and swiftly returned to the kitchen to grab a set of bowls and chopsticks. Upon his return, he found the woman sitting on the floor like a little girl, somewhat dazed, awaiting her meal. Is it instinct to eat, even while inebriated? Zhang Chen mused with a chuckle, quickly serving her a bowl of noodles and neatly arranging the chopsticks for her. I'll add you a sausage. But that is all I have. The woman observed as he placed another sausage into her bowl, remaining silent as she grasped the chopsticks and began to eat. Zhang Chen watched her with a smile, utterly fascinated. After she finished, he decided not to clear the bowls just yet, thinking he could do that tomorrow when he had more time. Noticing she was nearly done, he waved his hand in front of her eyes, but she showed no response. Can you find your way back to your room? He asked gently, as one would to a child. The woman replied, Don't you understand? Go home. Return to your hometown. Zhang Chen mimicked a dismissive gesture, as if shooing away chickens and ducks. Still, she remained unresponsive. Forget it. I might as well carry you. The following day, Bai Xiruo awoke in her room. Due to the previous night's drinking, her head throbbed slightly, yet her body felt invigorated. It seemed she had dreamt of a boy who had been speaking to her, caring for her, and even carried her to bed, staying by her side. In the dream, he had cooked her a steaming bowl of noodles, complete with an additional sausage. Why do I remember he added a sausage? It felt so real. A blush crept across her cheeks as she pressed her lips together. Vaguely, she could recall the taste of those noodles, delicious and the most heartwarming meal she had ever had. Rising from her bed, she approached the window and drew the curtains open. It was nearly noon, and warm sunlight streamed in. If only there were such a man to accompany me when I drank too much, she mused, but quickly corrected herself. Bah, men are no good. Chapter 53, Under the Streetlight, Bai Xiruo, Qiao. Qiao. Who is Qiao, Brother Chen? Li Juanhao raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhang Chen with a smirk. Get lost. Zhang Chen wiped his nose, puzzled by who might be thinking of him. Could it be Bai Xiruo? Duan Qinshu chuckled. What nonsense are you spouting now? Aren't people saying that Brother Chen has fallen for Bai Xiruo? Wang Su chewed on his gum. Since Zhang Chen had forbidden Li Juanhao from smoking, it had influenced others like Wang Su, who now only chewed gum when Zhang Chen was around. Who spread such rumors? Zhang Chen frowned. Not sure. But Brother Chen, you've been with Bai Xiruo every day, eating lunch and dinner together. You can't be dating her, can you? Care to share with your brothers? Get lost. Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. He had merely been escorting her, and now it had spiraled into something ridiculous. I wondered why Bai Xiruo seemed to lack confidence lately. Turns out it's due to these absurd rumors. She is completely innocent. Zhang Chen declared earnestly, his gaze firm. Besides, I am a good student now. Absolutely no early romances. Anyone who says otherwise will face my wrath. With that, Zhang Chen navigated through the group, casually swiping a pack of cigarettes from Li Juanhao's pocket. Wang Su and the others gave him a thumbs up. Is this really our brother Chen, the rebellious one? It seems the rumors are indeed false. He has been deeply wounded by Su Yu, causing a transformation. After Zhang Chen left, the group gathered in a corner, smoke swirling around them. Indeed, the current brother Chen's state of mind can be perfectly summed up in one phrase. Li Juanhao suddenly had a revelation. What phrase? I will make her regret it. Don't say. It could very well be true. Brother Chen has changed so much, no longer smoking or dyeing his hair. And his grades have improved dramatically. He likely wants Su Yu to regret her actions. Li Juanhao felt around in his pocket. Hey, where's my cigarette? This is the 4th time this month. Payday is on Friday. As Zhang Chen walked back to the classroom, he pondered the upcoming payday. Last month, he hadn't written much, and his earnings from traffic monetization totaled only about 1,000 yuan. Though it wasn't a lot, He felt satisfied as it covered a month's living expenses. On the way, he spotted Nian Nanhan and her little brother in the corridor. Sister Nan. Nian Nanhan frowned slightly. I was just looking for you. Someone is waiting for you at the school gate. Huh? Nian Nanhan asked. Have you gotten into trouble? Do you need me to come with you? It was said that once you spent time with Nian Nanhan, her loyalty meant she would never stand by and watch you be bullied. Zhang Chen truly felt he had benefited from the months spent in the martial arts club. No need for you to intervene. I'll go check it out, he said, waving his hand with a smile while offering her a box of fresh gum. No smoking. Nian Nanhan accepted it reluctantly, making a face. Really no need? If I get beaten up, don't say I didn't help. Please, who would dare to hit me? Zhang Chen boasted. Nian Nanhan looked at him disdainfully. Cough, cough. Zhang Chen coughed a couple of times. I'm going to check it out. With that, he dashed down the stairs of the teaching building. Seeing this, Nian Nanhan exchanged glances with her little brother and followed behind him. At the school gate, Zhang Chen spotted a familiar head of green hair from afar, and it suddenly clicked. Brother who? What brings you here? You said last time, if Suyu came looking for you again, you would let me know, Cheng Hu stated directly. Indeed. Zhang Chen nodded. Has she approached you again? Yes. Next week you have some competition, right? She wants us to find a way to prevent your friend from participating. I see. Understood. Thanks, Brother Hu. Zhang Chen slipped 2 packs of cigarettes into Cheng Hu's hand. Don't mention it, but I've already given you a heads up. See you. Cheng Hu waved his hand. Next time, I'll treat you to something online, Zhang Chen called after him, squinting slightly. Wasn't he the one bullying Bai Xiruo? Nian Nanhan suddenly interjected. Her voice calm. Zhang Chen stumbled. Sister Nan, you followed me? What does he want with you? Nian Nanhan asked directly. Didn't you say you had nothing to do with him? Well, that is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. Nian Nanhan raised an eyebrow. Sister Nan, you must help with this. After explaining the situation, Zhang Chen implored Nian Nanhan fervently. Nian Nanhan replied, you want me to beat them up for Bai Xiruo? No. The plan is for you to take care of another. Zhang Chen shook his head and whispered his plan into her ear. After a while, once Zhang Chen had laid out his scheme, Nian Nanhan pushed him away in disdain. Isn't that's still making me beat them up? What is the difference? It's not the same. If you confront them, it's merely self-defense, and no one will know. In my endeavor to uphold righteousness and achieve renown, will your esteemed name not elicit a raised eyebrow and an exaggerated compliment from Zhang Chen, proclaiming your fame far and wide? Nian Nanhan furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation for a considerable time before ultimately turning away, calling him foolish. Hey, Nanjia, why are you cursing again? You really need to change this habit. It's unbecoming of a good student, Zhang Chen remarked as he chased after her. Foolish, 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 Nian Nanhan retorted, turning back to repeat the word thrice while defiantly raising her middle finger and sticking out her tongue at him. Later that evening, at the crossroads, Bai Xiruo bid farewell to Zhang Chen, adhering to her usual custom. Goodbye, big brother. No need for a goodbye this time. I can walk a few more steps with you, Zhang Chen replied, playfully poking her forehead. Bai Xiruo blinked her sparkling eyes in surprise. Oh. Zhang Chen continued to accompany her until they reached the intersection of Zhongxing Road. Well, this is it. You can head back now, he stated, halting his steps and gesturing for her to enter the alley. Okay, big brother, goodbye. Bai Xiruo obediently waved her hand in farewell. As she walked away, her figure gradually vanished into the shadows of the alley. Zhang Chen finally turned to make his way home. However, he soon recalled a matter from earlier in the day. Nian Nanhan had urged him to mention something to Bai Xiruo to prepare her mentally. Almost forgetting the important task, Zhang Chen tapped his head and hurried back into the alley, hoping to catch her before she entered her home, lest he be seen by her formidable aunt. Upon entering the alley and passing beneath the shade of the locust tree ahead, he did not find Bai Xiruo, who was supposed to be walking deeper into the alley with her backpack. Instead, he spotted a small figure trembling beneath the orange glow of a street lamp. Resembling a winter hamster, one hand cradling a book while the other scribbled notes for her homework. Chapter 54. Would you come to my house? Bai Xiruo had not gone inside, but was squatting under the street lamp, engrossed in her book and diligently completing her assignments. It suddenly dawned on Zhang Chen that his well-intentioned act might not have been so benevolent after all. During Bai Xiruo's stay at her uncle's house, she had to endure 3 evening study sessions before returning home. With the altered schedule given by Xiruo's character, she likely lacked the courage to confess to her aunt. If she was too timid to speak up about being bullied at school, how could she possibly justify returning home early? How could he have forgotten such a crucial detail? Having grown up under similar circumstances, feeling a pang of sympathy, Zhang Chen walked over to her. Bai Xiruo, with her head bowed, was completely unaware of his approach. It wasn't until a pair of shoes appeared before her, casting a shadow that obscured her reading light, that she looked up with an innocent expression. When did this start? Zhang Chen frowned, brushing aside her bangs to gaze into her eyes. Aren't you going back inside? Bai Xiruo bit her lip, shaking her head. No, not really. Then why are you still here? Is it more comfortable with all the mosquitoes? She shielded her arms with her clothing, revealing the bumps on her skin. Zhang Chen, noticing her discomfort, seized her hand, his tone escalating uncontrollably. Why are you being so foolish? Why wouldn't you tell me? He had thought that, despite her timid and self-effacing nature, Bai Xiruo would at least express some thoughts in his presence. Yet, it appeared she had not changed at all in the past month. Bai Xiruo's brow furrowed in distress. Sensing Zhang Chen's growing frustration, her body trembled nervously, and tears began to well in her eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Chen felt his heart tighten, an overwhelming sense of compassion washing over him. Please don't be angry, all right? Bai Xiruo tugged at Zhang Chen's clothing, lowering her head in apology. Then why didn't you tell me? Zhang Chen sighed, striving to control his tone. I thought I was your little brother. Zhang Chen fell silent. I want to thank you, Bai Xiruo said, tears trickling from the corners of her eyes. Zhang Chen crouched down beside her. That was before I moved. After I moved, we hardly walked a few steps together, and you could have just told me. Did you fear being a bother to me? So instead, you troubled yourself? Zhang Chen pressed his lips together, wiping away her tears. Come to my house, will you? Move in with me. Huh? Bai Xiruo's eyes widened, her expression pleading as she gazed at Zhang Chen. I'm not joking. You've been to my home, and we have plenty of rooms. If you're short on money, I can waive the rent for now, and you can pay me back later when you can. Zhang Chen endeavored to not bruise her pride as he urged her. Bai Xiruo clenched her small fists nervously, momentarily at a loss for words. The thought of leaving her uncle's house had never crossed her mind. Aside from her uncle's family and her grandmother, who else would take her in? Though her circumstances were difficult, at least due to familial ties, she could stay until after her college entrance examinations. But if she chose to live with Zhang Chen, it would mean entrusting her entire future to him. If there came a day when Zhang Chen decided to expel her from his home, she would have nowhere to go. This was a decision that could determine the course of her entire life. I don't know. Bai Xiruo shrank back, trembling like an injured fawn. Unsure of how to respond, she feared Zhang Chen would pressure her into making a choice. Zhang Chen, noticing her distress, frowned slightly. What is there to be uncertain about? Living here is already affecting your studies, isn't it? If you don't trust me, we can sign a contract, okay? Can you give me some time to think about it? Please don't pressure me into moving to your house. Bai Xiruo quickly tugged at Zhang Chen's clothing, her eyes glistening as they reflected his face. Zhang Chen felt a lump in his throat. Looking into those eyes, even the fiercest volcano would be extinguished. He sighed deeply, softening his tone once more. I'm not forcing you. Just think it over, all right? Okay, Bai Xiruo nodded earnestly. I'll go back and inform my uncle and the others. Why do you need to tell them? Zhang Chen's previously restrained tone rose again. As soon as he spoke, he found himself staring into Bai Xiruo's pitiful eyes, placing his hands on his chest, as if to calm himself. Stay calm, stay calm. He resumed his soothing tone. What will you tell them? I need to let my grandmother know that I'm doing well. Bai Xiruo's fingers nervously intertwined, her voice barely audible. Zhang Chen paused. Oh, your grandmother, indeed. He realized that in his eagerness, he had overlooked this aspect. If Bai Xiruo truly decided to move in with him, her uncle's family would undoubtedly inform her grandmother about the situation. Knowing her aunt's character, she might exaggerate the details and say something unpleasant in front of her grandmother. Then, don't mention it to your aunt. Zhang Chen gently ruffled Bai Xiruo's hair. This week, I'll accompany you to the countryside to see your grandmother, and I will personally explain to her, all right? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiruo's eyes widened in astonishment as her bangs failed to conceal her shock, and her ears turned red with embarrassment. What did it mean to bring a boy back to her hometown? My home is in the countryside, quite far away. I know it's all right. My grandmother is in poor health. I'll have to cook for myself. That is fine. I can cook. Yes, but it's an old stove. Who do you think I look down upon? Who can't cook over a fire? But that has settled then. Zhang Chen interjected, patting Bai Xiruo's head. I believe that when I talk to your grandmother, she will surely agree. At that point, you mustn't go back on your word and say you want to move. Zhang Chen continued, squatting down beside Bai Xiruo. I estimate that I'll need you to visit my home too. To meet my parents in case you want to sign a contract. He spoke without noticing that Bai Xiruo, listening to his words, had already turned beet red. Her head bowed, tears streaming down her cheeks. However, her tears were not born of coercion but rather of profound gratitude. How long do you usually squat here before going in? An hour. An hour. You're so foolish. Why are you crying again? No, I'm not. No more crying. How many times have I told you to be tougher? Repeat after me. One must say no to things one dislikes. Indeed, one must dare to resist the forces of evil. Yes, stand tall and unashamed. Ah, my legs have gone numb from squatting. Chapter 55. The Gluttonous Star Strange. Where did these fresh vegetables in the fridge come from? Did that fellow Yezi deliver something to me this afternoon without mentioning it? Yan Lixue awoke from her slumber around noon, her stomach growling, and casually sought out some snacks to quell her hunger. After indulging, she returned to bed and slept until evening. Upon waking once more, her hunger returned, prompting her to rise and rummage through the kitchen fridge for something to eat. After a prolonged search, she settled on a cucumber, washed it, and took bites, enjoying its crispness akin to fruit. As she passed through the living room, a sudden sound caught her attention. Someone was unlocking the door. Yan Lixue immediately grew vigilant. Zhang Chen, upon seeing the light in the house as he returned, noted it was different from the usual scenario when Nan Xingwan visited. When Nan Xingwan came over, his room would invariably be illuminated, but now, it was evidently the living room wall lamp that shone. He deduced it must be the female tenant who had returned after a night of drinking. It seemed the bliss of living alone in the villa had come to an end. The tenant was back. A wave of pity washed over Zhang Chen. Had he known the previous times would be so fleeting, he would have cherished them more. He opened the door and peered into the living room. There stood Yan Lixue at the center, clad in a delicate nightgown that revealed her long legs. Her feet adorned with black flip-flops. One hand held a partially eaten cucumber, while the other brandished a kitchen knife. What a peculiar sight. Who are you? As she pointed the cucumber at Zhang Chen like a weapon, her expression turned serious. Zhang Chen instinctively raised his hands, his backpack thudding to the ground. I am the landlord's son. The landlord's son? Yan Lixue narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing at the fallen backpack and Zhang Chen's uniform from the high school. A student? The danger level diminished. What is your landlord's name? My father is Zhang Lijun, and my mother is Qin Junru. Yezi did indeed rent this place under that name, Yan Lixue murmured. And what is your name? Zhang Chen. You are a student from the high school? Yes. Just finished school? MHM. What class? Class 8. Gradually lowering the cucumber, she had pointed at Zhang Chen. Yan Lixue moved towards her room. Wait for me to ask something. Don't move. Ah, all right. Zhang Chen, just as he was about to lower his hands, nodded and kept them raised. With a knife in her hand, he felt a twitch in his right eyelid. Surely, this woman wasn't he prone to violence? That could be perilous. After a moment, Yan Lixue emerged from her room, appearing to have made a phone call. She placed the knife on the coffee table alongside the half-eaten cucumber. Stealing a glance at Zhang Chen, she said, "Come in." Oh, okay. Zhang Chen understood and picked up his backpack. The cucumber, I didn't know it was yours, so I ate it. Yan Lixue coldly gestured towards the half-eaten cucumber on the table. No worries, you can have it, Zhang Chen replied generously, walking directly to the coffee table. Upon seeing this, Yan Lixue warily stepped back. Picking up the knife from the table, Zhang Chen's lips twitched. Perhaps that should not be consumed. Yan Lixue observed Zhang Chen placing the knife back into the kitchen, and a sense of familiarity washed over her. Well, I'll head back to my room now. Zhang Chen indicated towards the upstairs. Oh, sure. After saying this, Yan Lixue grabbed the cucumber and hurried back to her room. Zhang Chen, puzzled, thought, what an odd woman. Once back in her room, Yan Lixue took a moment to steady her racing heart, then cautiously opened the door a crack to watch Zhang Chen ascend the stairs. How could he resemble the boy from my dream last night? No way. Suddenly, it dawned on her, and her cheeks flushed with heat. Could it be that he was the one who had been taking care of me last night? Internally, she scolded herself. Yan Lixue, as a star, how could you expose such vulnerability before a stranger? She covered her face, squatting on the floor. However, judging by his reaction, it seemed he did not recognize me. This thought invigorated her, and her eyes sparkled anew. Yes, if he knew me, he certainly would have taken the opportunity to engage with me last night. Biting into her cucumber, she turned once more to peer through the door crack, gazing at the serene living room outside. Zhang Chen had finished showering and returned to his room, removing the freshly donned clothes and sitting bare-chested at the computer to begin typing. With an additional person in the house, especially a female, he could no longer indulge in the same carefree manner as before. 2 hours later, Zhang Chen stretched, and his stomach rang like a bell, reminding him it was time to head downstairs for a late-night snack. Opening his door, he craned his neck to glance downstairs. Seeing that the woman was still in her room, he tiptoed down the stairs. In the kitchen, he surveyed the fridge and ultimately decided to prepare himself some fried noodles. Meanwhile, Yan Lixue, ever attentive to the sounds outside, immediately sprang up from her bed at the noise. She set her notebook aside and approached the door, cracking it open to sneak a look. What is he doing at this late hour? Sniff, sniff, how delightful. He is actually cooking at this hour? Gurgle, gurgle, oh. I'm so hungry. Yan Lixua patted her empty stomach. She had hardly consumed any energy today, save for that cucumber. No, Yan Lixua, you are a star. One must maintain an image. It's merely one meal. Consider it a chance for dieting. But it smells so good. The noodles he prepared last night were simply divine. Yan Lixua smacked her lips, her eyes filled with longing for the delectable dish. Stay calm. Stay calm. How could you, a prominent star, mooch off your neighbor's food? But didn't I do just that yesterday? After all, doesn't he even know you? A mental battle ensued, with an angel and a devil arguing incessantly within her mind, each trying to sway her thoughts. Zhang Chen, carrying a fragrant plate of fried noodles, this time added 2 sausages, sat at the dining table and returned to the kitchen for chopsticks and a drink. The dining table was closer to Yan Lixua's room than the coffee table. To her, that enticing bowl of fried noodles seemed almost within reach, wafting an irresistible aroma. Come and eat me. I'm delicious. In a daze, she could almost hear the bowl of noodles calling out to her. Angel Yan Lixua, no, I can't. He only made 1 serving. Devil Yan Lixua, step aside. Ultimately, the devil within her triumphed over the angel, taking control of her thoughts. Zhang Chen returned with chopsticks and a drink, preparing to pour himself a glass and indulge in the delightful meal. Yan Lixua had already seated herself at the opposite end of the dining table, resting her chin on her hands, gazing eagerly at the bowl of noodles before her. Returning to his seat, Zhang Chen caught sight of the beautiful Yan Lixua across from him and felt a tug at the corners of his mouth. For some reason, he had the distinct feeling that if he were to politely inquire, "Would you like some?" the lovely girl before him would dash into the kitchen, extending an empty bowl towards him without hesitation. Yet, under her unwavering gaze, Zhang Chen could only feel a mix of resignation and amusement. "Would you like a bit?" "Yes." Yan Lixua's eyes lit up, and the next moment, she indeed dashed into the kitchen to retrieve a bowl and chopsticks. "What about a drink?" "Thank you." As Yan Lixua savored a mouthful of fried noodles, she closed her eyes in delight. This boy's culinary skills were truly impressive. If he weren't a boy, she would hire him to be her personal chef. Zhang Chen, sensing her enjoyment, asked, "By the way, I still don't know your name." "Huh. You can call me Yan Yezi." Yan Lixua began to answer, but quickly realized he truly did not recognize her, so she corrected herself. "Oh, Yan Yi? Cough, cough. It's not Yan Yi, just Yezi. I'm called Yi Qinxin." Yan Lixua frowned, making the correction. Chapter 56. Reality strikes. Yi Qinxin is, in fact, Yi Zi, the assistant of Yan Lixua. Yan Lixua, of course, wishes to keep her identity concealed. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to reside in a third-tier city like Sweet Town. The advantage of living in such a city is that there are not many individuals who recognize a celebrity of her caliber. Currently, Zhang Chen is one of those who does not know her. Oh, Zhang Chen nodded. Yi pondered the original text, realizing she had no recollection of this name. It seemed he was merely a character from this world. "Then I shall call you Sister Yi," Zhang Chen said, looking at Yan Lixua, who could indeed be considered an elder sister in front of a high school student like him. "Sure, that works," Yan Lixua replied, finding the situation rather amusing. The allure of delicious food had temporarily diverted her attention from Zhang Chen's gender. "Sister Yi, what do you do for a living?" Zhang Chen inquired curiously while enjoying his fried noodles. "Me? I'm involved in creative work," Yan Lixua said, her eyes sparkling as she thought for a moment. "Creative work? Music?" Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, recalling the numerous music-related items in Yan Lixua's room, including a guitar. "Yes, that's right," Yan Lixua smiled and nodded, momentarily forgetting her celebrity status. "That's impressive," Zhang Chen chuckled, contemplating his own creative endeavors, albeit on a much smaller scale. "Not really, it's nothing to brag about." Yan Lixua waved her hand dismissively. The two continued to eat in silence. Zhang Chen wanted to say something more, but recalled how Yan Lixua had returned in tears the previous night and cast a worried glance her way. However, he refrained from asking, knowing that bringing it up might reopen old wounds. Soon, Yan Lixua finished her meal first due to the smaller portion. "Thank you for the treat. Tomorrow, let me invite you to dinner," she said, draining her glass of orange juice. "No need. It was just a bowl of noodles," Zhang Chen replied. Yan Lixua wiped her mouth with a napkin, narrowing her eyes playfully. "Not at all. What about last night? I haven't thanked you for that yet." Though she was not fond of men, she was fair, and just when it came to repaying favors. Moreover, Zhang Chen had shared a portion of his fried noodles with her, just like the previous night. Oh, Zhang Chen understood. He had been contemplating the impact of last night's events on her, and it seemed she was all right now. "You're at Dijon. Should I come to pick you up from school tomorrow?" Yan Lixua stood up, meaning what she said without mere empty pleasantries. Are we eating out?" Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback by her eagerness. "Well, Unless you would prefer a meal I prepare myself. Yan Lixue raised a delicate brow, but I must confess, I'm not much of a cook. Yan Lixue continued, if you'd rather not eat out, I could arrange for someone to come to the house and cook. What would you like? Zhang Chen's mouth opened slightly, surprised at the thought of someone cooking at her house. Wasn't he that something only the wealthy could afford? Sister Yi, are you quite wealthy? Well, it's manageable. Treating you to a meal is certainly no issue. Yan Lixue answered candidly, revealing that she rented a villa by herself, which implied her financial stability. Zhang Chen nodded, suddenly realizing how astute his earlier decision to call her sister was. Calling her sister was indeed a wise choice. Perhaps a sweeter title like elder sister would have been even better. Have you made up your mind? Should I come to pick you up, or shall I arrange for someone to cook at home? Yan Lixue asked again. Let us not complicate things. Let us eat out. Zhang Chen replied, feeling comfortable with the arrangement. No one wishes to owe anyone anything, and Sister Yi certainly didn't mind treating him to a meal. After all, he had indeed been quite troubled by her the previous night, so he graciously accepted. Thank you, Sister Yi. Don't mention it. It's getting late. And you have class tomorrow, right? Yan Lixue turned to head back to her room, glancing back to inquire. Yes, then get some rest. Good night. With that, Yan Lixue returned to her room and shut the door. Zhang Chen finished his remaining fried noodles, washed the bowl clean, and then returned to his room. The next day, Duan Qinshu, stand up. Mr. Sun shouted angrily from the podium, approaching Zhang Chen's and his companion's seats. Zhang Chen jumped in surprise, glancing at the plump boy beside him. What are you looking at? Dragon Clan. Hand it over. Mr. Sun confiscated the item, storming back to the podium, visibly upset. Zhang Chen witnessed the entire scene, smirking slightly. He could doze off without consequence, but Duan Qinshu had been caught peeking. Is it really that captivating? Even you, a model student, can't resist sneaking a look during class. After class, while walking out of the school gate, Zhang Chen teased, Brother Chun, don't you want to walk with Bai Xiruo today? I have something to do today. She asked with Nan Xingwan. Duan Qinshu nodded, realizing Zhang Chen was accompanying him to lunch. As they approached the school gate, Duan Qinshu suddenly turned to look outside, excitedly exclaiming, Hey, Brother Chen, it's a Ferrari. Oh my. Zhang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. There, parked in front of the school gate, was a striking red Ferrari. During the peak school dismissal time, students passed by in droves, all casting envious glances. Duan Qinshu eagerly dragged Zhang Chen toward the Ferrari, sneaking a touch as they passed. The woman in sunglasses at the driver's seat noticed Zhang Chen walking by and promptly flashed the headlights. Wow! Duan Qinshu exclaimed, thrilled, believing the driver was greeting him for touching the car. However, the next moment, Yan Lixue rolled down the window, revealing her cascading golden locks and beautiful profile. Zhang Chen, get in, Sister Yi. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Duan Qinshu's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 57. Truly, Sister Yi is impressive. Wealth is wonderful, Xiaoyuer. How are things going with Guokai from class 2? Gao Manyu asked with a teasing smile. What is there to talk about? Su Yu replied, her lips curving into a slight smile, yet her tone seemed casual. Every time during lunchtime tutoring, you sit next to him, someone chimed in. You've abandoned us. Su Yu chuckled lightly. I'm only sitting beside him to ask questions. He's good at math. Who among you can score higher than him? Is that so? Just the other day, I saw his family drive him to school, and you got in the car with him. Gao Manyu exclaimed. That was just on the way. He was giving me a ride. Su Yu seemed to explain, but was secretly boasting as they walked toward the cafeteria. I've heard Guokai's family runs a company, right? He is handsome, does well in school, and comes from a good family. The cafeteria of Yizhong was not located within the school, but beneath the boys' dormitory, which was diagonally across from the school gate. To reach the cafeteria, one must cross a footbridge. At that moment, Su Yu and her friends were on the footbridge, able to see the lively scene at the school gate below. It was not difficult to spot the most eye-catching red Ferrari. Gao Manyu squinted. Isn't that Zhang Chen? It should be. The chubby one next to him is Duan Qinshu, right? Upon hearing this, Su Yu followed their gaze and immediately saw Zhang Chen waving goodbye to Duan Qinshu. He's getting in the car. A red Ferrari. Zhang Chen's family must be well off. Gao Manyu turned to Su Yu, seemingly seeking confirmation. Su Yu pursed her lips. His family is indeed quite well off. I recall they own a villa, though they might have sold it. Wow, what a pity. Given such circumstances, Xiaoyuer, you don't find him appealing? Gao Manyu's mouth formed an shape. If it were me, I'd be thrilled. Su Yu frowned slightly. I've already said. There's nothing between us anymore. Gao Manyu quickly clamped her mouth shut. The other girls in their group hurried to smooth things over. Zhang Chen is just riding on his family's coattails. He spends all day in class either sleeping or playing. If I were to choose, I would undoubtedly select Guokai. He excels academically, possesses striking good looks, comes from a well-off family, and treats others with kindness. Most importantly, he is ambitious. Unlike Zhang Chen, who spends his days idling around with Li Juanhao and has never attended a single tutoring session. Suyu gazed at the rapidly departing Ferrari, feeling somewhat displeased. She then spoke slowly. I believe that if a young man lacks ambition, even if he comes from a privileged background, he is not particularly impressive. At this stage in our lives as students, our foremost priority should be academic achievement. Despite his significant progress last time, he still sleeps in class and plays basketball during breaks, showing no real growth. Are we supposed to wait until after the college entrance examinations to pursue our studies from afar? She spoke with earnestness and a sense of superiority, making no mention of her prior rejection by Zhang Chen. His progress remains uncertain. But little Yuer possesses depth. Meanwhile, Yan Lixue brought Zhang Chen to a private dining establishment. The true Yi Qingqing had been waiting there, having already ordered dishes for both Yan Lixue and Zhang Chen. Upon seeing Yan Lixue, she promptly stood up. Xue, are you well? I'm perfectly fine. Did you order everything? Yan Lixue's eyes widened slightly, displaying an expression of utmost well-being. Yi Qingqing looked at her with slight concern, then replied, well, about Han Ge. Don't mention him. Yan Lixue's gaze suddenly turned frosty. Yi Qingqing fell silent, having previously assured her that everything was fine. Yan Lixue took a seat, picked up the menu, and gestured for Zhang Chen. Please, sit down, don't be shy. She is my assistant. Zhang Chen nodded thoughtfully. Sister Yi even has an assistant? He then looked at the genuine Yi Qingqing, who was dressed in a relatively standard professional outfit, her youthful black round-frame glasses lending her a somewhat naive appearance. Wearing black sneakers, she appeared quite young, likely in her 20s, her demeanor clashing with her attire, giving off the impression of a college intern. Hello. What should I call you? Zhang Chen asked, nodding to Yi Qingqing and extending his hand. Just call me Yi Qingqing. As Xue has already mentioned me, she replied. Sister Qingqing, Zhang Chen greeted politely. The fact that both the boss and her subordinate shared a name was amusing. Yi Qingqing smiled. Please, have a seat. All right. Zhang Chen chose a position 2 seats away from the 2 women. Is there anything else you'd like to eat? Yan Lixue turned the menu towards Zhang Chen. He picked it up. The private menu bore no prices, but from the entrance to the table, he could tell it was quite costly. He wondered how much an entire meal would actually cost. Truly, Sister Yi is fortunate to have such wealth. Why do you drive such a conspicuous car? Are you unaware of your current situation? What if someone recognizes you? If I don't drive it now, I may never have the chance again. Don't worry, I brought sunglasses. Not many here will recognize me. After all, you're a celebrity. You should be more cautious about such matters. Yi Qingqing replied with a hint of exasperation. I need to return to school later. I have matters to attend to at the company. What about you? I'll just stay at home, Yan Lixue said, casually brushing her hair aside, her expression calm. Seeing her demeanor, Yi Qingqing sighed, feeling sympathetic. Being sidelined by the company, betrayed by her manager, and stripped of resources, she was left to return to a small third-tier city. When her contract expires, the company will reclaim most of her assets. Now, aside from herself, hardly anyone remains to accompany her. The waiter began serving the dishes. Zhang Chen, my younger brother? During the meal, Yi Qingqing suddenly spoke up. Zhang Chen, not one to eavesdrop, was unaware of their prior conversation, engrossed instead in his meal, treating Yan Lixue as though she were family. I heard from Yi that you can cook? Yi Qingqing said somewhat awkwardly. Yan Lixue raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Yi Qingqing. Yes, I can manage a bit, Zhang Chen modestly replied. Then, while Yi is at your home, I would appreciate it if you could look after her. Yi Qingqing said with an apologetic smile. Yan Lixue, halfway through her meal, bit into her noodles and glared at Yi Qingqing. No, it's not a bother. Zhang Chen quickly waved his hands. That's not what I meant. I meant it would be a favor to look after her. She doesn't usually cook, and I may not have time later. If you're making something at home, could you make an extra portion for her? It doesn't need to be extravagant. Just enough to sustain her, Yi Qingqing explained, knowing that Yan Lixue must always maintain her image. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's mind momentarily froze. And before he could respond, Yan Lixue interjected, I can take care of myself. Zhang Chen smirked, recalling her inebriated state from the previous night, casting doubt on her assertion of self-sufficiency. I will arrange for someone to deliver meals to your home daily, so you won't need to worry about grocery shopping. Yi Qingqing continued, disregarding Yan Lixue's statement and addressing Zhang Chen. No need for grocery shopping, Zhang Chen exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. I assure you, my agreement isn't based on the prospect of free meals. I genuinely enjoy helping others. Of course, I generally eat at school, but I will likely return home to cook later. It's just a matter of adding an extra pair of chopsticks. Indeed, it may be a bit of an imposition. I will compensate you monthly. How does 10,000 sound? No need. Zhang Chen waved his hand, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face. 10,000 for merely cooking 2 meals. A swift way to earn money. Then let us make it 15,000. Thank you. And I will bring the contract from the company later. The contract clearly states the rights of the artist, as long as it is within reasonable limits. Once the contract expires, it won't be valid anymore. One should utilize it while they can. Yi Qingqing decisively took charge on behalf of Yan Lishui. Zhang Chen's heart soared with elation. Yan Lishui's value suddenly surged to an unattainable height. Truly, Yi Qingqing's assistant is formidable. I admire that. Chapter 58. You are even unwilling to call me big brother. After school on Friday, the math competition tutoring class was still in session. The venue was a large classroom capable of accommodating several classes of students. All students participating in the math competition gathered in this classroom, relying on self-discipline rather than teacher supervision to maintain an atmosphere conducive to learning. This was Zhang Chen's first unprecedented visit to the tutoring classroom, primarily to find Bai Xiruo, as they had arranged to visit her grandmother's house over the weekend, and he wanted to confirm the plans to avoid any misunderstandings. At this moment, the students in the classroom were still engaged in lessons, and Zhang Chen, being a rare visitor, drew curious glances before they resumed focusing on the teacher. Duan Qinshu, among the students attending the supplementary class, spotted Zhang Chen in the math club and waved enthusiastically, "Brother Chen, over here." However, the very next moment, his smile froze as Zhang Chen ignored him and went straight to sit beside Bai Xiruo in the back row. Duan Qinshu, in a certain sense. The tutoring classroom was also marked by a strict hierarchy. Those with good grades effortlessly occupied the front row, bearing the pressure of competition awards, while those with average or poor grades, or those merely wishing to play, were forced to sit at the back, often neglecting the lesson to do homework or daydream. Bai Xiruo's grades were decent, yet she too sat in the back row. In contrast, Suyu, whose grades were inferior to Bai Xiruo's, managed to sit in the front row alongside Guokai. She noticed Zhang Chen and witnessed him sitting next to Bai Xiruo, causing her to frown slightly. Seeing this, Guokai became curious. What's wrong? Didn't I hear he was pursuing you? Why did he go sit over there? Zhang Chen has never been one to adhere to rules. He consistently skips mandatory classes, and seating arrangements are of no concern to him. Suyu turned her head, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I rejected him, and he immediately pursued another girl. Oh, has he been chasing you since the first year? It's been a year already. Indeed, but his grades seem rather poor. Not just poor, he hasn't even scored half of your marks. Suyu chuckled softly. That's quite exaggerated. I hadn't noticed. He even made a bet with our class's math representative, aiming to prove his superiority in the competition. Suyu pointed towards Su Tinghuan and Zhao Jiayin, seated a few rows back. Oh, Zhao Jiayin. She's old Zhou's niece. Guokai knows the head of the grade, Zhou Jiwei. He was the one who led the team when he reached the finals of the math competition. The girl next to her? Oh, I see. I haven't heard much about Zhao Jiayin's math prowess. Guokai laughed. Only Yin Zifen from class 1 can compete with me. I made a bet with him too, to see who could win a prize or score higher. Suyu giggled. Then I bet on your victory. Are you done yet? Zhang Chen propped his chin on his hand, his lips curling up due to the pressure. Wait, just a moment. I'm almost done, Bai Xiruo requested softly, stealing a nervous glance at Zhang Chen as she continued to work on her problems. Zhang Chen leaned in closer, squinting at her thought process. Your reasoning is sound, but this method is too slow. You should be finishing 2 problems by now. Zhang Chen has always been straightforward with Bai Xiruo, never fearing her disbelief. With her not-so-bright mind, she wouldn't ponder his words too deeply. But this is the method the teacher taught us, Bai Xiruo said, momentarily stunned, halting her calculations. Let me show you a more efficient approach. This method can be applied to similar problems as well. Zhang Chen took her draft paper, swiftly jotting down formulas and methods, demonstrating them to her. In mere minutes, he returned a neatly written draft to her. Here, check if it's correct. Bai Xiruo, slightly dazed, took the draft. You finished it? Yes. I completed a whole lesson's worth, she muttered, studying Zhang Chen's steps. Hearing this, Zhang Chen teased. That's why I say you're not the brightest. You should listen to me more. Bai Xiruo let out a soft hum, shyly lowering her head to hide her flushed ears beneath her bangs. After a moment, she finished reviewing Zhang Chen's calculations, suddenly surprised. Right, it's correct. Of course it's correct. I was just teasing you. Zhang Chen smirked, playfully poking her forehead. Bai Xiruo closed her eyes at the poke, defensively shielding her forehead with her hands. How did you come up with this? It's impressive. Zhang Chen teased. A younger brother should show proper respect to an elder brother, don't you think? You won't even call me big brother. Be big brother, Bai Xiruo complied, showing her understanding. Good, come. Let me teach you. Zhang Chen grinned, noting that the technique of big brother was traditionally passed only to males, but he was making an exception today. Allow me to elaborate. Chapter 59. I admit that I spoke a bit too loudly at the beginning. On Saturday, Zhang Chen said to Yan Lixue, I need to head back for a couple of days. There's food in the fridge, just heat it up. As he descended the stairs with his backpack, he reminded her. Yan Lixue was lounging on the sofa, her head tilted back, her hair cascading like silk onto the floor, lazily fiddling with her laptop. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's departure, she straightened up. What? Are you saying I won't have supper for the next few days? There's nothing I can do, Zhang Chen chuckled. No way. I can't live without your supper. Yan Lixue protested, rolling on the sofa. Zhang Chen's lips twitched. Weren't you just saying you didn't want me to take care of you? It hadn't been long since her attitude had completely shifted. Fine, I'll make you 2 servings of fried noodles. Just heat them up later. Zhang Chen sighed, observing Yan Lixue's squirming antics on the sofa with exasperation. At this moment, he was unaware of how rare it was for her, as a star, to display such an adorable side. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's offer, Yan Lixue lifted her head from the cushion, pouting as if weighing her options. Before her expression brightened as she looked at Zhang Chen. All right, hee. Zhang Chen shot her a glance, setting down his backpack and heading to the kitchen to begin cooking. No choice. If you take someone's money, you must work like a horse. Add sausage, 2 pieces. No, only 1 at most. Qingqing has instructed me not to let you eat too well, or you'll gain weight. Who is your boss, her or me? Of course it's you. But I have a contract with Qingqing. Soon, after the sounds of the range had filled the kitchen, Zhang Chen prepared 2 servings of fried noodles. The aroma wafted over, prompting Yan Lixue to rush over, her eyes shining as she watched Zhang Chen place the food in the fridge. Can I eat now? Haven't you just had breakfast? Zhang Chen smirked, closing the fridge after placing the noodles inside. I'm leaving now, Yan Lixue. You can manage on your own. There are only 2 servings. Once they're gone, they're gone. Yan Lixue gazed at Zhang Chen with a forlorn expression. You said 2 servings, so why not make a little more? I always keep my word. Zhang Chen replied. With that, he shouldered his backpack and exited the door. Yan Lixue pouted, and once Zhang Chen departed, she turned her gaze towards the fridge. Zhang Chen turned back one last time to reiterate. Only 2 servings, remember to manage it wisely. Got it. Arriving at the bus station where he had agreed to meet Bai Xiruo, Zhang Chen casually purchased some cooking essentials. Initially, he intended to buy fruits, but upon reflection, he thought it wiser to acquire more practical items for his visit to Bai Xiruo's home. Bai Xiruo was already waiting at the station, carrying a somewhat worn pink backpack. Upon seeing Zhang Chen approach, she shyly lowered her head, her hands filled with items. This was her first time inviting a classmate to visit her grandmother, and it was also the first time a classmate had expressed the desire to go to her grandmother's house. Has the bus not arrived yet? It can't have been long, right? Zhang Chen inquired as he reached Bai Xiruo. Bai Xiruo nodded, then shook her head, indicating she hadn't waited long. Zhang Chen was always punctual. Tardiness was not in his nature. She reached out to carry the items Zhang Chen held, and he did not refuse her assistance. Check if there's anything else we need to buy. Let us get it now rather than realizing later we need something inconvenient to procure. Zhang Chen's thoughtfulness was evident. Bai Xiruo glanced into her pocket and then thought for a moment. No, nothing else to buy? Zhang Chen scanned the surroundings and spotted a pharmacy. Should we buy some medicine? What about cold medicine for your grandmother? No, that's not necessary. There are doctors in town. Bai Xiruo waved her hand, blinking her eyes hastily. Oh, then have a seat while we wait. We'll be standing for quite a while, Bai Xiruo suggested, tilting her head towards the benches at the station. It's fine. We should arrive before noon, right? Zhang Chen replied dismissively. Roughly, but we need to transfer buses. All right. But still, let's sit for a moment. I won't sit. You should. It's just a 3-hour journey. I've stood for an entire day. This is nothing. Bai Xiruo relented. Fine. 3 hours later, Zhang Chen felt utterly drained, staring blankly out of the window. How much longer? Bai Xiruo glanced outside as well, noticing that they still had a considerable distance to go, gently patting Zhang Chen's back. About another hour. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen felt as if he might choke. Bai Xiruo's grandmother lived deep in the mountains, where there were no roads. Hence, after transferring, they found themselves on an old bus model that had been phased out. The destination is not displayed on an electronic screen cycling on the vehicle's exterior, but rather affixed to the driver's window, indicating the journey from one place to another. The fare is not collected through self-service coin dispensing. Instead, a seasoned ticket collector navigates the jostling terrain of the winding mountain road, personally collecting payments from each passenger. Such vehicles typically aim to be filled to capacity before departing, maximizing the value of each trip. The entire cabin is packed with people, let alone the seating arrangements. Zhang Chen and Bai Xiruo find themselves standing towards the rear of the vehicle, experiencing even more turbulence compared to those seated at the front or in the middle. Initially, standing for a few hours posed no issue for Zhang Chen. However, he now concedes that his earlier bravado was somewhat misplaced. From protecting Bai Xiruo from being jostled upon boarding to now gasping for breath, in just 3 short hours, the roles have reversed, with Bai Xiruo tightly clutching his arm. She frequently glances up at him, her small hand gripping his forearm. How are you feeling? Do you need to throw up? With her other hand clutching a plastic bag borrowed from an elderly lady in the adjacent seat, she stands ready to assist should Zhang Chen succumb to nausea. Zhang Chen forces himself to swallow, his eyes reddening with tears as discomfort renders him speechless. He simply shakes his head. Would you like some water? Bai Xiruo inquires again. Zhang Chen again shakes his head. She can only look on with concern. She is accustomed to this journey and no longer suffers from such adverse reactions. Xuanyang Town has arrived. Those disembarking may do so, announces the ticket collector. At last, a few seated passengers rise to prepare for their exit. Observing this, Bai Xiruo quickly positions herself to block a seat and pulls Zhang Chen along. Sit down. We still have about half an hour. Hastily, Zhang Chen takes a seat, leaning by the window to feel the breeze, and finally begins to feel somewhat better. Yet, the next moment, ugh. Upon arrival at the terminus, Tongxi village, Zhang Chen and Bai Xiruo disembark. Zhang Chen squats on the ground, struggling to regain his composure, while Bai Xiruo discards the plastic bag that had contained Zhang Chen's earlier discomfort. Fortunately, she was quick-witted enough to catch the bag just in time. Without an ounce of revulsion, she stood by him, gently patting his back as he heaved. Now that they have alighted, she approaches him again. Her tone soft. Are you feeling any better? Not really, but a little, Zhang Chen replies after a lengthy pause, though he knows he hasn't improved much. He has experienced motion sickness before, but never to such an extreme degree. The cramped cabin, unpleasant odors, stifling heat, and jarring bumps felt more akin to being a sailor for 4 arduous hours than a mere passenger. Let us go? After regaining some strength, Zhang Chen rises and gestures for Bai Xiruo to lead the way. With her belongings in hand, she walks beside him, guiding him through a grove of pines and along the rugged country path until they finally arrive at Bai Xiruo's grandmother's home. The clock now reads 2 in the afternoon. From a distance, Zhang Chen spots a stooped old woman sitting in a yard at the top of a slope, basking in the sun. Upon seeing her, Bai Xiruo rushes forward. Grandma. The elderly woman squints in their direction, her eyesight failing her, but upon hearing Bai Xiruo's voice, she stands and approaches the makeshift gate. A simple barrier to keep the chickens in. Grandma, this is a gift from my classmate, Bai Xiruo announces, holding out her hands. Zhang Chen steps forward, politely greeting. Hello. Grandma. Bai Xiruo's grandmother pauses, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinizes Zhang Chen, then smiles warmly. Come in, come in. You've traveled so far, it must have been tiring. Have you eaten yet? I'll prepare something for you. Oh, no trouble at all. Zhang Chen shakes his head, chuckling. I almost didn't survive the journey. I'll take care of it. You just rest, Bai Xiruo insists, helping her grandmother into the yard. Turning to Zhang Chen, she adds shyly, I'll go prepare the meal. Zhang Chen's stomach growls in protest. Sure, he agrees, following her into the yard. As they ascend the slope, several homes come into view, with Bai Xiruo's grandmother's house situated at the highest point, the closest to them. By now it is midday, and it appears the other families have either gone out to work or are resting at home. In the distance, a tethered dog barks at the unfamiliar Zhang Chen. He feels relieved that they did not encounter a pack of wild dogs at the village entrance. Upon entering the yard, Zhang Chen notices that the large area has been meticulously cleaned by Bai Xiruo's grandmother. There are some chili plants growing in the front yard, and a few chickens meander about. While there are no dogs, a cat, a standard tabby with distinct markings, watches lazily. Mimi, Bai Xiruo, who seldom sees her grandmother's cat, exclaims joyfully upon spotting it. The tabby immediately scurries over, purring at her feet. Country cats tend to be wild and self-sufficient, returning only occasionally to check on their human companions. This one seems to have sensed a good thing was afoot, as it returned early that morning and has yet to venture out. Ha, Bai Xiruo's grandmother chuckles, settling into a chair to soak up the sun. Zhang Chen observes the tabby, its tail held high as it circles around Bai Xiruo. He crouches down, slowly inching closer. To his surprise, the cat does not flee as most would when encountering a stranger. Instead, it approaches him, meowing inquisitively. Wow, it's not afraid of people at all, Zhang Chen remarks, stroking its back from head to tail. That's unusual, It usually runs away from strangers. Her grandmother shakes her head. Bai Xiruo gazes at Zhang Chen in astonishment. Indeed. Mimi is usually quite timid. Could it be that it knows I have food? Zhang Chen retrieves a leftover sausage from his pocket, teasingly waving it in front of the cat. No, that's not for you. It's mine. Cats can't eat this. The tabby continues to pester Zhang Chen, meowing for attention. I'll go prepare the food first. You wait here, Bai Xiruo instructs. Okay, Zhang Chen nods. After she enters the kitchen, he tears open the sausage package, enticing the cat to play. Please, have a seat. Her grandmother gestures kindly towards a nearby bench. Zhang Chen responds, picking up the cat and settling next to her, feeding it pieces of sausage while petting it. This child, Bai Xiruo, has never brought a classmate home before. Her grandmother remarks, casting a glance at Zhang Chen. You've come quite a distance. Is there something special happening with Bai Xiruo at school? Zhang Chen pauses in his stroking, shaking his head. No, Grandma, Bai Xiruo is doing very well at school. She is excellent. There's nothing to worry about. That's good, her grandmother replies with a gentle laugh, continuing, since she was little, without parents, her disposition has been quite fragile. I've always worried she might be bullied at school. She tells me she is doing well, that no one bothers her, and that the family of her uncle treats her kindly. I've always been concerned, but now it seems she has made friends. Such is the nature of elders. When no one is speaking, they can talk endlessly when someone arrives. Zhang Chen listens intently, though a slight tension creeps into his smile as he lowers his eyes. Tossing the sausage onto the ground, the cat immediately leaps down to retrieve it. Glimpsing the smoke rising from the dilapidated stone chimney, Zhang Chen responds to her grandmother. Yes. She has always been fine. The cat darts off with the remaining sausage, disappearing into the chili patch, leaving no trace behind. A wild chrysanthemum, caught in the cat's path, sways slightly but continues to reach for the sun, resilient as ever. Very strong, Zhang Chen murmurs softly. And what brings you here? Her grandmother inquires, noting Zhang Chen's attire, which suggests he does not share the same humble background as her granddaughter. It is clear he has come with gifts for Bai Xiruo. Her grandmother smiles with satisfaction, sensing that Zhang Chen is likely there to take Bai Xiruo away. Zhang Chen paid no heed to his grandmother's smile, his gaze fixated on the yard, wrestling with how to persuade her to agree. Grandma, I have a friend who wishes to sponsor Bai Xiruo, enabling her to relocate to the school dormitory. This way, she won't have to share a cramped room with her uncle anymore. However, Bai Xiruo was rather reluctant to accept this offer. With a knowing laugh, Grandma cut to the quick. Is it your friend, or is it you? Although her eyesight and mobility were waning, Grandma retained the sagacity of one who has encountered countless individuals in her lifetime. If it weren't for Zhang Chen's desire to assist his granddaughter, why would he toil to travel so far, visiting a stranger's home and spending money? In truth, she had secretly visited Bai Xiruo on Zhongxing Road, met her uncle's family, and was acutely aware that her granddaughter's existence there was far from pleasant. She understood the situation clearly. Her granddaughter was always considerate, never uttering a word about her suffering. As for the school's environment, as Bai Xiruo described, Grandma, with her limited mobility, could not ascertain its truth. Yet, from the boy's demeanor, it was evident that he was looking after her granddaughter at school. Zhang Chen blinked twice, momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Grandma would see through him so effortlessly. His thoughts were clear to him, even if his words faltered. Noticing his reaction, Grandma chuckled and continued. Since her parents left, Cici has been particularly fearful of being a burden. She tends to suppress her feelings, shouldering everything alone. I know her life with her uncle isn't easy, but there's little we can do. She is a pitiable child, yet resilient. Among the children in our village, she is the only one who managed to enter the city through her own efforts. Initially, she was set to attend the 7th middle school, but due to financial constraints, the first middle school offered her a waiver. The scholarships and grants she received serve as her living expenses. She insists on not staying in the dormitory to save money, and the school provides her with a stipend. Zhang Chen nodded, realizing how flawed his earlier statement had been. Actually, it's not about the dormitory. My family just happens to have a vacant room. If it's not being used, why not? Are we not friends anymore? Grandma smiled knowingly. At that moment, Bai Xiruo emerged from the kitchen, bearing a steaming bowl of pork fat fried rice, adorned with 2 fresh fried eggs. Here, eat this to tide you over. I'll go gather some mushrooms in the mountains for dinner, she said softly, handing Zhang Chen the bowl along with a small dish of spicy sauce. Zhang Chen accepted the bowl and the sauce, noting the fiery chili paste that appeared devoid of oil or the thickness of bean paste. It was evident that this fried rice was a special treat. If she had returned alone, she would likely have settled for leftover rice and spicy sauce. Bai Xiruo then returned to the kitchen to fetch her own bowl, standing at a distance, pretending to search for her cat. deliberately avoiding Zhang Chen's vicinity. As Zhang Chen conversed with Grandma, he noticed her bowl was nearly empty, prompting him to rise and approach her. Upon inspecting her bowl, he found it disappointingly bland. "You are truly foolish," he chided her, frowning as he transferred a fried egg into her bowl. "But, you are the guest," Bai Xiruo protested, shrinking back. "Then I want to eat," Zhang Chen retorted, feigning indignation. "I'll starve here. I'll leap off this spot. I refuse to touch your food." "All right, fine," she relented. "That egg can go. I'll consider it fair if you've bitten it. I can't eat this much." "Even a bite is acceptable," Bai Xiruo muttered softly. Grandma observed the two from the eaves, her eyes squinting with delight, feeling a sense of reassurance knowing her granddaughter was under someone's protection. The rural night was tranquil. Seated in the yard, they watched the sun sink slowly, enveloping the world in darkness like a curtain. Bai Xiruo prepared fresh linens for Zhang Chen's bed, then poked him gently in the back. "The bed is ready." Zhang Chen replied, turning to acknowledge her while continuing to gaze at the distant sky. The sounds of frogs and crickets began to resonate, accompanied by a gentle breeze rustling the leaves of the trees behind. The villagers, returning from their afternoon labors, cast curious glances at the young stranger, most of whom were elderly, as the youth had largely migrated to the cities. As Zhang Chen savored the evening breeze, he mused that such days were rather pleasant, albeit with an abundance of mosquitoes. "Damn it," he exclaimed, swatting yet another buzzing mosquito from his face. "With so many mosquitoes, let us head inside." "I've lit some incense," Bai Xiruo suggested, returning to the kitchen to fetch warm water for Grandma's face and feet. Earlier, she had taken Zhang Chen to search for a type of wild mushroom, which she called mountain horse mushroom, though Zhang Chen was unfamiliar. The mushroom soup Bai Xiruo prepared that night was exceptionally delicious, prompting him to consume several bowls. Bai Xiruo, having worked hard all day, had tied her hair back, appearing much more confident and composed than before, embodying the qualities of a diligent homemaker. The only aspect that remained unchanged was her soft-spoken demeanor. Following her, Zhang Chen approached the old-fashioned water pump, still in use in some rural areas. He had to pump the handle repeatedly for water to flow from the spout. "I suppose I should wash my face and feet too. Where are your slippers?" he remarked, opting for the fresh water instead of hot. Bai Xiruo soon emerged from the kitchen, blushing as she presented her worn-out pair of flip-flops. Zhang Chen smirked slightly. "Didn't you say you'd remember to buy something new?" After slipping off his shoes and putting on Bai Xiruo's flip-flops, he found his heels dangling. "How small are these? How old were you when you wore these?" Bai Xiruo bit her lip, initially embarrassed by the shabby slippers. But upon seeing Zhang Chen struggling to walk in them like a monkey in high heels, she couldn't help but laugh. "Are you laughing?" Zhang Chen widened his eyes, noticing her amusement and joining in the laughter. "It's all your fault." Bai Xiruo quickly pressed her lips together, watching Zhang Chen tiptoe through a swift rinse, resembling a duck in high heels as he awkwardly dashed back into the house. Unable to restrain herself, she turned away, fighting back tears of laughter. "Could you bring my shoes in?" Zhang Chen's disdainful voice echoed from inside. "Oh right." Bai Xiruo hurriedly fetched his shoes and entered the house. That night, Bai Xiruo shared a bed with Grandma, while Zhang Chen occupied the room she typically slept in. Though he usually struggled with unfamiliar beds, fatigue overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber the moment he lay down. When Bai Xiruo returned to the room for something, she found Zhang Chen sprawled out, deep in dreams. Seeing this, Bai Xiruo gazed at him softly before tiptoeing out with her belongings. "Is this boy really asking you to stay at his home?" Back in Grandma's room, both were still awake as Bai Xiruo gave her grandmother a back massage. As Bai Xiruo toiled, Grandma inquired softly, "Will he treat you well? Do you want to go? Do you trust him?" "I trust him," Bai Xiruo replied. Upon mentioning this, Bai Xiruo paused her actions and solemnly nodded. After leaving her uncle's house, she would have to rely entirely on herself. Her grandmother could offer no assistance, yet judging by the demeanor of the young man from today, he appeared genuinely concerned for her. Her grandmother was willing to place her trust in him. "Bai Xiruo, grandmother, all you wish is for me to live without excessive burdens. Yet I find it difficult to share my troubles with you. Having a boy who truly cares for you can at least alleviate some of your worries. However, I still harbor some concerns. What if, upon visiting his home, he treats you poorly?" Bai Xiruo bit her lip and resumed her tasks, stating, "He mentioned he would introduce me to his parents and sign a contract. I am not worried about that, silly child," her grandmother sighed, turning her kind gaze towards Bai Xiruo. "I am worried about you, my dear girl. By the way, does he really live alone?" Bai Xiruo replied, "Yes. I have been there. He does not live with his parents, which alleviates many of my concerns." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiruo's face flushed, and she shyly said, "Grandmother, what are you talking about?" Are you not?" "Absolutely not," Bai Xiruo retorted. Then how could he go through the trouble of coming to our village? In unfamiliar territory? The following morning, Zhang Chen was awakened by the crowing of a rooster, while Bai Xiruo was already working outside. She had filled the water reservoir, gathered sufficient firewood from the mountains, and returned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. When Zhang Chen washed his face and entered the kitchen, Bai Xiruo had already set out 3 bowls of noodles. Observing the once empty reservoir now brimming with water and the stove piled high with firewood, Zhang Chen blinked in realization and suddenly approached Bai Xiruo, who was ladling soup into the bowls, and pinched her cheek. Ouch! Bai Xiruo closed her eyes in pain, letting out an innocent hum. Are you doing this on purpose? Zhang Chen grumbled. What do you mean on purpose? Bai Xiruo's eyes filled with tears from the pain, looking at Zhang Chen with a pitiful expression. It's only 6:30. How early did you get up? Zhang Chen sternly glared at her. Yesterday afternoon. You didn't do any of this work and took yourself to pick mushrooms. I even asked if we were out of firewood, but you said nothing. I figured you had your plans. Yet today, you quietly completed all these tasks upon waking up. This can't be a coincidence. I got up at 5:05. Bai Xiruo answered, feeling wronged. Are you powered by nuclear energy? Where do you get all this energy? Zhang Chen released her, leaving a red mark on her cheek that quickly faded. Bai Xiruo, feeling guilty, pouted and changed the subject. Let's eat breakfast. This bowl is yours. She picked up the fullest bowl. What? I haven't done any work, yet I get the largest portion? Am I a pig? Zhang Chen defiantly chose the smallest bowl. Then that bowl is mine, Bai Xiruo insisted anxiously. I don't care. You should eat from my bowl since you worked so hard. Zhang Chen waved his hand, taking the bowl and walking out the door. Bai Xiruo bit her lip. So she agreed? Zhang Chen chatted with her grandmother while holding his bowl, and Bai Xiruo ate noodles on the embankment, teasing a cat. Her grandmother slowly nodded. Yes. That's good, Zhang Chen sighed, feeling that this trip was not in vain. If Bai Xiruo had not agreed, he would have resorted to stubborn tactics. I don't care. If you don't agree, I will stay here and not leave. Indeed, Zhang Chen had genuinely intended to use this tactic as a last resort, knowing Bai Xiruo's personality would compel her to relent. Xiruo, you are gentle, as you know. So please treat her kindly, all right? Rest assured, grandmother, I will not allow anyone to bully her. Well then, grandmother, we are off. Bai Xiruo held her grandmother's hand. I will visit you again soon. Zhang Chen emerged from the inner room, shouldering his backpack, leaving 500 yuan under the pillow, his recently earned manuscript fee. Hurry along. We might miss the bus, her grandmother waved, watching the two descend the slope until they vanished from sight. Grandmother said it, so don't go back on your word. Zhang Chen reminded. Bai Xiruo walked beside him, shy and silent. When we arrive, you can choose whichever room you like. Zhang Chen pondered, but when will you move? Can we wait until after the competition? Bai Xiruo quietly suggested, lowering her head. That works. The competition is imminent, so let us ensure it doesn't affect your performance. Zhang Chen replied. Upon reaching the town, they spotted the familiar old bus. A wave of nostalgia surged within him, recalling the image of himself donning a scarf, becoming an exceptional sailor navigating the seas. Bai Xiruo noticed Zhang Chen's momentary daze. What's wrong? Zhang Chen swallowed hard, turning to her with a forced smile. A calm sea does not make for a skilled sailor. So, did you bring the plastic bag? Chapter 63, Nan Xingwan. I miss him. I should see what he is up to. Despite it being the weekend, a time typically reserved for students to rest, the 7th middle school that Nan Xingwan attended still adhered to voluntary supplementary classes. Tong Tong, I have something to attend to. I need to leave first. As Nan Xingwan packed her bag, she realized it had been several days since she last visited Zhang Chen. Even with exams approaching on Wednesday, she felt compelled to check on him. The weekend's supplementary classes were voluntary, so the two of them arrived at the classroom together. Xia Xintong sat beside her, while several boys approached, inquiring about math problems. Normally, the weekend would not see so many students attending supplementary classes, but given it was the last week, many likely felt the need to cram. Additionally, word had spread that both Nan Xingwan and Xia Xintong were attending classes together. With Xia Xintong being the top student in the school and possessing remarkable looks, her fame at the 7th middle school was undeniable. She often spoke under the national flag, earning her the title of the true saintess of their sect. Although Nan Xingwan's fame was somewhat lesser, she too had her unique and admirable qualities. With a sweet appearance, gentle demeanor, lively charm, and kindness, she was the only student who could be considered a sister to the saintess. Some boys, whose grades were not too shabby, attempted to converse with Nan Xingwan under the guise of asking questions, but their intentions were rather obvious, leading them to feign casual interest in the two girls instead. Unlike Nan Xingwan, Xia Xintong was not adept at managing social interactions. She naively believed these boys were genuinely seeking her help with questions. responding to them as if she were a straightforward AI customer service agent. Occasionally, when faced with simple foundational questions, she would mistakenly think they were trying to cause trouble and would angrily refuse to answer. Only when speaking with Nan Xingwan did she display any semblance of normal emotional variation. Observing Nan Xingwan rapidly packing her bag, Xia Xintong paused and tilted her head in concern. What is going on? I need to go over there for a bit, Nan Xingwan replied, locking eyes with her. Oh. Xia Xintong blinked, realizing that over there referred to the residence of the boy who had consumed 2 ice creams last time. She looked at Nan Xingwan with a hint of grievance. Why don't you come with me? Seeing her reaction, Nan Xingwan responded with a wink. Xia Xintong's expression immediately changed, and she quickly turned away. This should be. She certainly did not want to sacrifice another 2 ice creams. Nan Xingwan smiled, pressed her lips together, and then shouldered her bag, leaving. Watching the 2 girls interact playfully and adorably, the boys who had posed questions couldn't help but smile. Once Nan Xingwan departed, the boys turned their attention solely to Xia Xintong. As Nan Xingwan exited the school gates, she took a path opposite to her usual route home, walking for 10 minutes until she arrived at Zhang Chen's villa. She had always been the one to seek him out. Why couldn't he come to see her? Yet it seemed he lacked a reason to visit her. Well, then I shall take the initiative to find you, she thought, pouting as she justified Zhang Chen's absence while rummaging for her keys to unlock the door. Curiosity piqued. She wandered through the upstairs rooms and stole a glance at Yan Lixue in Zhang Chen's bedroom. With her keen ears, Yan Lixue perked up at the sound of the door opening. Zhang Chen was back. She dashed out from an empty room, standing by the second-floor railing to gaze down at the entrance. Soon, a charming girl with a ponytail, dressed in a high school uniform and a skirt, made her entrance. Nan Xingwan hesitated for a moment, her attention drawn not to the upstairs, but to the subtle changes in the living room. Was there a hint of fragrance in the air? A hint of femininity? In stark contrast to Yan Lixue's acute hearing, Nan Xingwan's nose twitched as she discerned an alluring scent wafting through the space. It was undoubtedly the fragrance of a captivating woman. In the next instant, her eyes met Yan Lixue's. Who are you? They both inquired simultaneously. Are you here to see Zhang Chen? Yan Lixue, clad in a simple camisole that barely covered her bottom, displayed her long, fair legs. While she typically dressed casually at home, she would have made an effort had she known Zhang Chen would be present, perhaps donning some white socks for added flair. Nan Xingwan assessed the woman upstairs, recognizing her beauty, especially her figure, attributes she herself lacked. A wave of envy washed over her. Yet, there she was in her nightwear, as if she had just emerged from Zhang Chen's bedroom. Is he in his room? Nan Xingwan stammered, her eyes widening. Oh no, he isn't home. I was just curious to come up and take a look, Yan Lixue replied with an understanding smile, beginning to descend the staircase. And you are? I live here. I'm a tenant. What? Nan Xingwan was taken aback, having completely forgotten that Chun Juanru had mentioned there was another tenant in the villa. At that time, Chun Juanru had described the tenant as a male. The stunning beauty before her bore no resemblance to a girl in need of assistance. Blinking in disbelief, Nan Xingwan lowered her head, a mix of anger and grievance surging within her, compelling her to confront Zhang Chen directly to clarify the situation. This elegant woman hardly seemed like someone who required his help. At that moment, Yan Lixue spoke again. Are you Zhang Chen's classmate? Noting the uniforms, she concluded they were from different schools. I'm his friend. Do you know where he went? Nan Xingwan asked, her hands clenched tightly together, halting her advance into the house. She had come to see him, and now, infuriated, she contemplated turning on her heel and leaving, vowing never to seek him out again. He said he was going back for a while. I don't know where back is, perhaps to his hometown? Yan Lixue mused, tilting her head. Oh, Nan Xingwan bit her lip, feeling slighted that he hadn't mentioned it to her. Even if he was busy, he could have at least asked her if she was available to join him. Well, then, I'll take my leave and not disturb you further, she said, nodding and turning to exit. Wait a moment, Yan Lixue inquired curiously. How did you get a key? Did he give it to you? Nan Xingwan faltered, struggling to find the words. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from outside. After enduring over 4 exhausting hours, Zhang Chen weakly opened the door to his sanctuary. My dear, let me cherish you, he exclaimed upon entering, only to be met with the simultaneous gaze of 2 young women. Hey, Chapter 64, Yan Lixue, I'm hungry. What was with that peculiar expression on Nan Xingwan's face? On the way back from Bai Xiruo's grandmother's house, Zhang Chen felt somewhat better, as he could sit down right away at the terminal instead of standing for several hours. However, the bumpy mountain roads had still left him feeling nauseous. Although he didn't vomit this time, it felt as if half his life had slipped away. Upon disembarking, he refrained from accompanying Bai Xiruo back home. focusing solely on getting home quickly so he could comfortably collapse onto his bed. The thought of enduring another bout of car sickness was unbearable. Yet, upon opening his front door, he found Nan Xingwan waiting in his home. An odd atmosphere hung in the air, making him feel something was amiss. "What brings you here?" Zhang Chen stepped inside, shutting the door behind him. Nan Xingwan glared at him, her silence laden with unspoken frustration. Meanwhile, Yan Lixue had greeted him with enthusiasm. "You're finally back. I finished the meal. I'm hungry." "Wait a moment, sister, let me catch my breath," Zhang Chen replied, attempting to smile as he noticed Nan Xingwan's discontented expression. He approached her. "What's wrong?" Nan Xingwan pouted, turning her head away, continuing to ignore him. Zhang Chen, perplexed, nudged her back. "Come on, sit down. Why are you standing here?" Though Nan Xingwan shifted slightly at his push, she stubbornly returned to her original stance. Zhang Chen glanced at Yan Lixue, who had plopped onto the sofa, tilting her head back and exposing her elegant neck, gazing at the ceiling, awaiting Zhang Chen's attention. It seemed he wouldn't get any answers from her. Zhang Chen pondered the reason for Nan Xingwan's displeasure, but decided to coax her. "Have you eaten? Would you like me to prepare a bowl of noodles for you?" Dinner time had arrived, and if it were Yan Lixue, he might have gone upstairs to rest for a while before preparing a late-night snack. However, with Nan Xingwan present and visibly upset, the situation called for a different approach. Although he was unsure of the cause of her anger, he knew she must have come to see him. He had to pacify her. After all, she was his childhood friend, and he had to treat her well. He decided to offer her an olive branch, a gesture they both understood. Upon hearing his words, Nan Xingwan shot him a sideways glance, her temper subsiding somewhat, yet she still stubbornly murmured, "I want it with an egg." "Of course," Zhang Chen replied with a smile. "I can add as many as you like." But what was the issue? Why was she upset? "Why didn't you tell me you were going home?" Nan Xingwan turned her head away defiantly. "I didn't go home." Zhang Chen blinked in surprise. "Then where did you go?" "I went to a classmate's house, Bai Xiruo. The one you've met before," Zhang Chen explained candidly. "Why did you go to her house?" Nan Xingwan frowned at the revelation. "I told you. Her family is in a difficult situation. I went to her grandmother's house to discuss her coming to live here," Zhang Chen stated. "Wait a moment," Nan Xingwan blinked, piecing together the information from Zhang Chen's words, then pointed at Yan Lixue on the sofa. "And her? The impoverished classmate you mentioned is the same Bai Xiruo I met before? Who else could it be?" "I've told you several times," Zhang Chen shrugged. "Then who is she?" Nan Xingwan's confusion dissipated, leading her to ask. "Yes, the tenant." Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. "A tenant? You've rented it out?" "No. My mother mentioned that the first floor was rented to a tenant, and that's her. She goes by Yezhijia." Yan Lixue heard Zhang Chen seemingly calling her, but chose to ignore him, merely tilting her head back like a fish and blowing bubbles, expressing her desire for a meal. Zhang Chen leaned closer to Nan Xingwan and whispered that she was quite wealthy. Nan Xingwan was taken aback, only to feel a sense of clarity wash over her. Especially after hearing Zhang Chen's whisper. She leaned in to whisper back, naively questioning, "Didn't Andy say she was a boy?" "I don't know either. She just came back a couple of days ago, and since you weren't here, I didn't mention it," Zhang Chen replied, his breath tickling Nan Xingwan's ear. A Ferrari was parked in the garage. It belonged to her. Nan Xingwan widened her eyes, glancing at Yan Lixue, sensing no trace of poverty in her demeanor. However, the fact that Zhang Chen was living alone with her still made her uneasy. Zhang Chen continued, "I now serve as her full-time caretaker, earning 10,000 a month." Nan Xingwan nearly gasped. "What? She pays you?" "Yes, we signed a contract. I'm considered her employee now." Instantly, her previous apprehensions dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. If she was being paid, then everything was fine. "Being a caretaker is good. One should take the role seriously," Nan Xingwan said, covering her mouth and patting Zhang Chen's shoulder earnestly. "You should earn well. If you're not good at taking care of people, I can help." "Are you trying to take my job?" Zhang Chen regretted saying that. "Hee," Nan Xingwan chuckled, her earlier irritation vanishing, leaving her in a cheerful mood. The two of them chattered behind Yan Lixue's back, who, even if she didn't hear them, could roughly guess their conversation. Her forehead creased with annoyance, and her brows twitched. If she's hungry, shouldn't you, as her caretaker, hurry and prepare her meal? This involved specific contract details. The agreement merely stated that she shouldn't starve. Being hungry for a while was permissible. Zhang Chen waved his hand dismissively, and seeing Nan Xingwan smile, he felt relieved as he headed upstairs with his backpack. "Huh." Nan Xingwan followed him, muttering softly, "Are you raising a pet? Can you just feed it whenever?" "You know, it does seem a bit like that." Zhang Chen scratched his ear. Yan Lixue cried out, "I want to eat." Zhang Chen responded, "I know, Sister Yezi. Wait a moment. I'll be right down." Upon returning to the room, Zhang Chen tossed his backpack aside and collapsed onto the bed, burying his head in the comfort of the blanket. What were you doing at Bai Xiruo's place to be this exhausted? Nan Xingwan asked, closing the door behind her. Nothing much. Just spent a few hours as a sailor on the way, Zhang Chen mumbled into the blanket. A sailor? Did you have to take a boat to her house? Nan Xingwan asked innocently. Zhang Chen suppressed a laugh. Yeah, by boat. Is it that far? Where does she live? Nan Xingwan sat beside him, shifting her weight towards the center of the bed, her feet dangling in the air. You wouldn't know if I told you. Oh, she replied, nodding thoughtfully. Has she agreed to move in? Yeah. When will she move in? Nan Xingwan pressed. After the competition, Zhang Chen answered. Oh, Nan Xingwan nodded, pondering. So soon after the competition. She's mostly worried about affecting next week's exam. Otherwise, I would have let her move in right away. Zhang Chen sighed, feeling as if he had gained a bit of strength. Seeing him sigh, Nan Xingwan frowned and wiggled her dangling feet. Oh, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Chen. She teased. Are you eager for her to move in? Yeah, she's living with her relatives, and they're not treating her well, Zhang Chen confessed, rising to tidy his backpack and placing it on the desk. Oh, I see. Nan Xingwan pouted, mumbling softly, if that's the case. Wouldn't you be living with two beautiful girls? What? Zhang Chen, by the desk, didn't he hear clearly as he walked past Nan Xingwan. Nothing, she said, pouting. All right. It's time to head down. If we don't, Sister Yezi will be starving, Zhang Chen remarked. Oh, what does Sister Yezi want to eat? He called out from the kitchen, noting there were leftovers in the fridge that Yan Lixue hadn't touched much. Anything, as long as it's food. Hurry up. Yan Lixue replied, sprawled on the sofa, weighed down by the large object in front of her. All right, then let us eat together, Zhang Chen, feeling hungry after his exhausting day, decided not to cook again. Boiling noodles was the quickest option, and since he was already going to prepare some for Nan Xingwan, he simply cooked them together. Nan Xingwan didn't stay in the living room, but stood quietly beside Zhang Chen, watching him. Upon noticing he was cooking her noodles alongside someone else's, she secretly gritted her teeth. How could a non-special treatment of noodles count as a step between the two of them? She thought to herself. Soon, after the noodles were ready, Zhang Chen turned to Nan Xingwan, asking her to come over and serve. Reluctantly, she approached, only to see that 2 of the 3 bowls were garnished with green onions, while one was not. Which bowl is mine? She pointed at Zhang Chen, feigning innocence. You don't like green onions, do you? Zhang Chen, washing the pot, tilted his head in surprise. Oh, Nan Xingwan pouted, finally taking her bowl and swaying her ponytail as she exited the kitchen. During the meal, Yan Lixue did not join them at the table, but sat cross-legged on the sofa, eating noodles while immersed in her own world with headphones on. Zhang Chen, seeing her lost in her music, chose not to disturb her. He was curious why she had suddenly gone to her room for headphones. He and Nan Xingwan sat at the dining table, eating noodles and chatting. How is your competition preparation going? Nan Xingwan inquired. It's going exceptionally well. Zhang Chen replied confidently. You're not actually going to bet with me, are you? Nan Xingwan squinted her eyes, speaking with her mouth full of noodles. Hey, the exam is next Wednesday. Are you thinking of backing out now? Zhang Chen smirked. Who is backing out? I'm just worried someone might back out, Nan Xingwan said, biting off a piece of noodle, her cheeks puffed up. We agreed. If you can't even surpass me, you'll have to listen to me regarding studies in the future. Scoring 455? Let us see if you can really do it, Nan Xingwan scoffed, her chopsticks poking disdainfully at her bowl. I said, as long as you can make it to the preliminaries, I won't medal in your studies anymore. That doesn't count. That's not the same thing. Zhang Chen shook his head. How is it not the same? Aren't you just afraid I'll stop managing your studies? Nan Xingwan shot him a knowing look, pouting. You just dislike me forcing you to study every day. Zhang Chen offered her a fried egg, attempting to silence her. When did I ever say that? Didn't you? Nan Xingwan raised an eyebrow, taking a bite of the fried egg. Look, once I open my meridians, my grades soar. Surely, I have my merits, Zhang Chen said, loosening his chopsticks. I can't hold on to my chopsticks. Nan Xingwan pinched the fried egg with her chopsticks as Zhang Chen retracted his hand. I just feel that some of your study techniques might not be as good as mine. I can correct them. Nan Xingwan chewed her food, replying. Let us see if you can surpass me first. Look at you. Your arrogance is a sin. I won't believe you unless I crush you completely. If you make it to the preliminaries, I'll believe you. Is that all right? Nan Xingwan poked the bottom of her bowl with her chopsticks, discovering 2 more noodles hidden beneath. Why is there still a fried egg? I added it for you. I can't eat anymore. You take it back, Nan Xingwan smirked, playfully returning the remaining bite of fried egg to Zhang Chen. You? Returning a leftover bite? It's not like I've never eaten your leftovers. Nan Xingwan moved her bowl away to prevent Zhang Chen from reclaiming it. Zhang Chen's brow twitched. I can't eat this either. Nan Xingwan took another bite of her fried egg, then offered it to Zhang Chen. Hey, was that intentional? Hee hee. Nan Xingwan hurriedly lifted her bowl and left the table. Before outsiders, she always appeared as a graceful and gentle class monitor. It was only in front of Zhang Chen that the girl would reveal her mischievous side, which outsiders could hardly imagine. Zhang Chen, holding a bowl, found himself utterly helpless against her. After dinner, Nan Xingwan lingered in Zhang Chen's room to supervise his studies, before departing when the time felt right. Once she left, Zhang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly turned on his computer to write. To prepare for unforeseen circumstances, he needed to stockpile his manuscripts diligently. At present, he could only manage to save a little over the weekends. With just 10,000 words in reserve, he had already consumed 8,000 in the last 2 days. If he did not write tonight, he would face a bare update the following day. After writing for a while, a sudden sound of guitar strumming wafted up from the balcony below. Zhang Chen thought, what on earth is Sister Yi doing at this hour? He approached the balcony and looked down into the villa's yard, where Yan Lixue sat on a peachwood bench, gently playing her guitar. The soft orange lights in the yard illuminated her, creating an intimate spotlight. Owing to the villa's location in an old district with houses spaced far apart, there were few passers-by, ensuring that she would not be disturbed or draw attention. Zhang Chen was her sole audience. Lacking an appreciation for music, he simply stood quietly on the balcony and watched. When the song came to an end, he, as the only spectator, erupted into applause for Yan Lixue. Bravo! Yan Lixue jumped in surprise and looked up to find Zhang Chen gazing at her with excitement. She had worried about disturbing him and had come outside to play, only to find him witnessing the entire performance. What a bravo, at this late hour. Aren't you going to sleep? She called up, her face reddening as she put away her guitar. Hey, shouldn't that be my line? Chapter 66, Childhood Sweethearts? How enviable the price of a concert by Yan Lixue could easily reach hundreds of thousands. And in a first-tier city, it could be even higher. However, in this profession, to earn more, one must navigate through some darker aspects. Yan Lixue had rejected the unspoken rules of the industry, resulting in her expulsion from her team and subsequent obscurity. Lacking absolute prowess, achieving fame and breaking free from their control seemed nearly impossible. Now, she no longer considered the financial aspect of her concerts. The unexpected presence of Zhang Chen as her audience while she played felt rather pleasant, especially since he never let the atmosphere become dull. He would engage in banter when needed, but when it was time to yield, he was quicker than anyone to read the room and comply. The so-called great man can bend and stretch. Since the first day, she learned that he was the one taking care of her while she drank. After a few days of interaction, she found herself harboring no dislike for him, since her manager betrayed her and sold her out to the company. It had been a long time since she had interacted with a boy without feeling disdain. Perhaps it was due to his caring demeanor on that first night. Perhaps because he cooked so well, or perhaps because he was just a naive high school student. What else with the late-night antics, Sister Yi? Feeling emo? Zhang Chen descended to the yard and took a seat opposite Yan Lixue. Such a scene was rare, and he wanted to observe, especially since he was experiencing writer's block and needed inspiration. Emo? Yan Lixue raised an eyebrow, surprised. It means feeling melancholic and moody, Zhang Chen explained. Oh, she responded, realizing. Then tilted her head in distress. Indeed, I am feeling emo. What should I do? Tell me about it. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, eager for gossip. He was in dire need of material to write about. You wouldn't understand. You're just a little brat, Yan Lixue replied, cradling her guitar and strumming intermittently. But you're only 20, just 3 years older than me, Zhang Chen retorted, his lips twitching. That still makes me older, she insisted. Come on. Just tell me what's bothering you, and let your younger brother cheer you up. Yan Lixue shot him a look, as if to say, do you really want to know? Otherwise, why would I come down? Zhang Chen shrugged. Then I'll ask you a few questions first, she smiled slightly. You answer me. And then I'll share. What? The girl who visited you today. Your relationship seems quite good, she observed, fixated on Zhang Chen's reaction. Well, I know her parents. And she lives right above me, he admitted candidly. Oh, so you're childhood sweethearts. She leaned back, her posture relaxed. Could you drop the overly inquisitive tone? Zhang Chen's eyes twitched slightly. Who asked the older sibling, then? Yan Lixue asked teasingly. That's obvious. I'm definitely her elder brother, he replied confidently. I doubt you would dare to say that in front of her, she smirked. Why wouldn't I? I am older than her, he laughed. Yan Lixue chuckled knowingly. Aren't you in the same school? No, she's at the 7th middle school and does exceptionally well, Zhang Chen confirmed. Maintaining such a good relationship despite not being in the same school is impressive, she remarked, surprised. Indeed, he winked. Do you often visit her? Where does she come to see you? Yan Lixue squinted, momentarily lost in thought. Zhang Chen fell silent for a moment. Well, let us talk about you now, Sister Yi. You've asked me so many questions. Oh, I can guess. It's likely that you visit her often, she smiled, as if she had unraveled a mystery. Right. Zhang Chen replied vaguely, pondering inwardly that he had only gone once. Perhaps he should pay her another visit, but with Xia Xintong at her home, it might be inconvenient. Yan Lixue began to share her own story. Once, I also had a childhood sweetheart. Zhang Chen perked up, intrigued, setting aside his thoughts to listen intently to her tale. Our situation was different. He was several years older than me. When I was in middle school, he was already in college, she reminisced, gazing at the night sky as she spoke. By the time I reached high school, he had already started working. Wait, you were just 20 and already working? Did you not attend university, Sister Yi? Were your scores not high enough? Zhang Chen asked, pulling out some snacks from his pocket. What do you mean not high enough? What do you think of me? How many points did you get? Yan Lixue retorted sharply. Over 400, he admitted sheepishly. Humph. Here before you stands someone who scored 638 in cultural subjects, and you dare to mock me? She declared proudly, lifting her chin. Wow, I've hit a wall. You're amazing, sister, Zhang Chen said, pretending to applaud. Yan Lixue flicked her golden hair, and, seeing him munching on snacks, extended her hand. I want some too. Sure. You can have some. Zhang Chen reluctantly handed her a handful, adding, these are yours. I'll just say you ate them later. Yan Lixue accepted the snacks, knowing she could easily afford such treats, but she simply didn't care for them. However, receiving them from Zhang Chen made her feel like they must taste exceptional. And then what happened? Zhang Chen asked eagerly. Yan Lixue tore open the packaging, letting the candy melt in her mouth as she contemplated how to continue. I was only temporarily working while retaining my student status. Ah, understood. Zhang Chen feigned understanding with a smile. We started a business together, but due to various reasons, he and I had a falling out, Yan Lixue said casually, as if it were a mere breeze passing by. Chapter 67. Sister, I want to learn iron sand palm. Oh, I mean guitar. Why was that? Money? Zhang Chen asked, smacking his lips, ready to dig deeper. Yan Lixue shot him a warning glance, silently urging him to refrain from prying too much into sensitive matters. Zhang Chen shrugged, his mind racing as he wondered if that first night's tears had anything to do with this. As soon as the thought left his lips, he was met with a murderous glare from Yan Lixue. He hastily changed the subject. How about some drinks, Sister Yi? Should I get you some beer? Yan Lixue closed her eyes, lazily leaning back in her chair as she considered. Sure, why not? Haha, okay, I'll go buy some. Thus, Sister Yezi, your childhood sweetheart essentially sold you to the company? Under the cover of night, the two engaged in a profound conversation about life in the courtyard. Yan Lixue sipped her beer while gently strumming her guitar, occasionally humming a delightful tune. Zhang Chen sat beside her, having listened attentively to all of Yan Lixue's experiences. It seemed that witnessing his own connection with Nan Xingwan evoked emotions within him. However, he genuinely felt sympathy for her plight. Why don't you stop drinking? Don't you have class tomorrow? Zhang Chen inquired, noticing her slightly flushed cheeks and the mist of breath escaping her lips, revealing a mild inebriation, yet clarity of mind. It's nothing. Don't you know that alcohol is quite beneficial for studying? Just look at those literati. Who doesn't indulge in a drink? A little intoxication leads to a splendid state the following day. Zhang Chen cracked open a can of beer, clinking it against the one resting on the chair beside Yan Lixue before taking a hearty gulp. Yan Lixue tilted her head, watching him drink, and with a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth, she accepted. All right, then let us share a drink, shall we? Of course, cheers. Their cans clinked together. May that scoundrel suffer. Curse his ancestors for generations. Zhang Chen raised his beer can toward the night sky, venting Yan Lixue's frustrations. Exactly, let him perish. Yan Lixue echoed. All men are scoundrels. Hey, that's unfair. I'm here to support you, and you drag me into this? Zhang Chen turned to face Yan Lixue, who realized her mistake of including him in her lamentation. She chuckled lightly and waved her hand dismissively. You're exempt. You don't count. That's more like it. Zhang Chen averted his gaze, but then noticed something amiss. What do you mean I don't count? Come, let us forget about that. I'll perform a song for you. Others would give anything to hear it. Yan Lixue's interest piqued. She finished her beer, tossed the can to the ground, and began her performance. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback as she started to play. A melancholic tune emerged as she delicately plucked the strings of her guitar. Gradually, she began to sing softly, her entire melody steeped in profound sorrow. Under the tranquil ambience of the night, she resembled a wounded golden-haired sprite, forsaken by the world, both lonely and beautiful. And now, This sprite had fortuitously crossed paths with Zhang Chen. This was the first time a girl had sung so passionately before him. He sat quietly beside her, witnessing this grand concert from a remarkably close distance. Yan Lixue was fully absorbed in her singing, brimming with confidence in her vocal abilities, never once glancing at Zhang Chen. When she reached an emotional crescendo, she would frown and shake her head, lost in her own world. As the final notes faded, she swiftly returned to her usual demeanor. The melancholy that had enveloped her moments before vanished, transforming her into the carefree big sister next door. So how was it? Not too shabby, right? She asked with a confident smile. It was just okay, Zhang Chen replied, feigning indifference while playfully plugging his ears. He chose not to flatter her, deliberately teasing. I'll give it a meager 60 out of 100. Yan Lixue playfully slapped Zhang Chen's shoulder. HP 10. Oof, I think I might be losing health here. She joked. Sister, you're too harsh. Just kidding. It was good. Zhang Chen covered his shoulder, grinning as though he were gravely injured. You could have said that sooner. Yan Lixue shot him an exasperated look, struggling to suppress a smile, realizing her earlier slap had indeed been a bit too forceful. Sister, I would like to learn from you. Learn guitar? Yan Lixue's lips curled into a smile. Then you must bow to me and offer a cup of tea. Or perhaps some alcohol. No, I want to learn the iron sand palm technique, which requires at least 20 years of practice. How does one even begin? Yan Lixue's brow twitched slightly. Come here a bit closer, and I'll teach you. Sister, I was just joking. I genuinely want to learn the guitar. Guitar is wonderful. You should indeed learn it. On Tuesday, at Beishan Park. Brother Chen, I found them. Over there, I took a picture. Let me see. Zhang Chen took Li Juanhao's phone to glance at the photo, which prominently featured Su Yu and Cheng Hu together. Just as Cheng Hu had said. Su Yu would pay a day in advance, and then Cheng Hu and his group would trouble Bai Xiruo during the competition tomorrow. What should we do about Sister by tomorrow? Li Juanhao asked. Don't worry about that. Just avoid alarming the snake. By the way, is everything all right with old Deng's side? Zhang Chen returned the phone to Li Juanhao and turned to Duan Qinshu and Wang Su. Don't worry, Brother Chen. Just as you instructed, I'll handle it, and old Deng will surely believe me. I'll be in charge of gathering evidence. So we're the bait team? Wang Su and the others chuckled. Zhang Chen joined in their laughter. Then Duan is the whistleblower team? Duan Qinshu shrank back slightly. Then I'm responsible for reporting. So you want to come after me, right? Who told you to be the one old Deng trust the most? Li Juanhao laughed heartily. Rest assured. So you wouldn't dare to act. Zhang Chen shook his head, for there was still one crucial person in the mix. It wouldn't be Sister Nan, would it? Hee. Li Juanhao remarked. In the past, we would simply fight without question. Brother Chen, are you employing strategies this time? What do you know, brute? Do you think this is like dealing with Cheng Hu's gang? Then what will you do? Me? I'll naturally be in charge of tidying up afterward. Chapter 68. The competition. The 7 sacred maidens will make their grand entrance. The venue for the mathematics competition was set at Qizhou. Nan Nanhan. You didn't register for the competition? Bai Xiruo inquired, somewhat surprised as they walked towards Qizhou. Can't I come to take a look even if I didn't register? Nian Nanhan replied succinctly, her hands tucked in her pockets, chewing gum. Oh, I see. Bai Xiruo nodded quietly, glancing back. Then why bring so many people? Behind them, Nian Nanhan's followers had gathered, including Wang Su and others. I already said we're just here to take a look. Nian Nanhan stopped, turning back. Immediately, the crowd dispersed like a flock of startled birds. At this moment, near Qizhou, Cheng Hu and his group lay in wait along the path. Today, students from numerous schools in Sweet City participated in the competition, with several teachers from Yizhong overseeing the event, including Deng Xianbing. Zhang Chen had arrived at the venue early, keeping a watchful eye for Su Yu, but he didn't see Cheng Hu and his group anywhere. The students from Class 8 participating in the competition were few in number, with only a handful present. Besides Duan Qinshu, most of them had little in common with Zhang Chen. Students like Su Tinghuan, Zhao Jiayin, and Su Yu had their own little circles. With Duan Qinshu yet to arrive, Zhang Chen remained on the sidelines, isolated and without anyone to discuss the problems with. Seeing this, Su Tinghuan's group didn't seem inclined to invite Zhang Chen over. Instead, they stole glances at him, whispering behind his back. Look at him. He's clearly from a different world than us. Jiang Minghua remarked, looking down on Zhang Chen. Come on, you're not in a much better position. We might not even pass the preliminary round, all right? Tianjin chuckled. It's different, though. Just look at him wandering around, lost, Jiang Minghua snickered. Doesn't he resemble a monkey that has strayed into the forest and can't find its way home? Su Yu glanced at Zhang Chen, amused by Jiang Minghua's vivid description. She then shifted her gaze to the other side, toward Guokai and Yen Zifen. As the top 2 seed candidates from Yizhong were currently engaged in a spirited discussion with several other students who were also seed candidates, surrounded by a throng of curious onlookers. In stark contrast to the desolate scene surrounding Zhang Chen, Su Tinghuan, having wagered a bet with him, remained engrossed in her studies, paying little heed to Jiang Minghua's jokes. A flicker of sympathy for Zhang Chen crossed her mind, yet she swiftly returned to her books. Determined to excel in her examinations regardless of his presence, the actions of others held no relevance for her. Zhao Jiayin shared a similar sentiment, feeling a tinge of compassion for Zhang Chen. In such an environment, only those students who approached the examination with a casual, playful attitude would associate with him. However, even those who treated the exam lightly usually possessed decent grades. Those who typically fared poorly would not engage in such a meaningless endeavor. They would prefer to register and then vanish to an internet cafe. Consequently, Zhang Chen felt somewhat out of place among the ranks of the first high school, evoking pity from those who observed him. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chen, who remained oblivious to the whispers of ridicule and sympathy, his gaze wandered about the surroundings. Just then, the previously bustling crowd turned their attention toward a singular direction, the arrival of the team from the 7th high school. The mere sight of their poised stance was intimidating. The number of competitors from 7th high school surpassed that of other institutions, with nearly half of the second-year students participating. Led by the head of their mathematics department, they donned neatly arranged uniforms that set them apart from the other schools. Most students sported black-rimmed glasses, their narrowed eyes radiating an aura of superiority, indicative of their scholarly prowess. Perhaps this epitomized the distinction between elite institutions and those of lesser renown. Ma Hongjun instructed the various team leaders from 7th high school to escort their students away, causing the once mighty throng behind him to dwindle rapidly to just a handful. Leading the remaining students were Tang Bing and Zhou Shi, representing the top echelon of 7th high school's mathematics team. They were the seed players, the backbone of the competition's potential victories. "Where is Xia Xintong?" Ma Hongjun inquired, glancing back at Tang Bing. "It seems she is residing with Nan Xingwan and has yet to arrive." Before Tang Bing could respond, Zhou Shi interjected, "Ah, I see." Apart from Xia Xintong, Ma Hongjun was also familiar with the academically accomplished Nan Xingwan. Checking his watch, he noted there was no rush. He pondered that Xia Xintong's presence would serve little purpose in listening to his ramblings, so he turned to address the remaining members of the team, sharing some important notes. Meanwhile, Guokai nudged Yan Zifan and raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that Tang Bing and Zhou Shi from 7th high school? They never scored below 150 in mathematics, right?" Yan Zifan chuckled. "Of course, they are the top contenders. Do you really think you can compete with them?" "I'd rather not humiliate myself. I might just squeak into the preliminary rounds, while they are destined for the finals," he replied, eyeing the 7th high school contingent. Guokai shook his head. "Hey, isn't there is Xia Xintong from their school? Isn't she even more impressive than the two of them, scoring over 700? Indeed. Have you seen her?" "I haven't, but I've heard she's quite beautiful, a true paragon of 7th high school. Look, she seems to be arriving now." Yan Zifan pointed across the street where 2 girls clad in 7th high school uniforms strolled towards the team. "Those students from 7th high school truly possess an extraordinary aura," remarked Deng Xianbing, the homeroom teacher, chuckling self-deprecatingly with his class. Huang Yuan raised his hands in a playful expression. "Even the teacher leading them exudes a different charm." "Haha." Su Yu chimed in. "Those 2 boys in front must be Zhou Shi and Tang Bing. Their math skills are evident." Su Tinghuan, eyes sparkling with admiration, asked, "I heard there's a girl from 7th high school who scored 700. Is that true, teacher?" "Yes, I believe her name is Xia Xintong," Deng Xianbing replied. "She's impressive, indeed, 700 points, a true prodigy. Why haven't I seen her? Isn't she among the seed players?" "That's her, isn't it? The girl beside Nan Xingwan?" As Nan Xingwan and Xia Xintong crossed the street, they approached the 7th high school team and reported to Ma Hongjun, signing in alongside Nan Xingwan. Immediately after signing, Nan Xingwan cast her gaze toward the 1st high school team and, pulling Xia Xintong along, made her way towards them. "Where are you going?" Ma Hongjun inquired, not obstructing them but expressing concern. Xia Xintong, munching on an ice pop, blinked innocently. "I'm not quite sure." As they passed other competing teams, unfamiliar students exchanged curious remarks. "Which one is Xia Xintong? The girl with the ponytail?" "No, she's with Nan Xingwan, who's quite impressive herself. The one with the high ponytail is Xia Xintong. How could you not recognize the second saint of 7th high school? They are the twin stars of 7th high." "Oh, in that case, you can handle the first saint. I believe the second is equally remarkable." "Well, she scored 650 last time, placing her among the top ranks of 7th high. What about you?" Yan Zifen recalled. Wasn't Nan Xingwan here before? I think I've seen her at our school. Yes, we encountered her in the office once, right? Guokai remarked as he watched the two girls approach. What a shame. That was a perfect opportunity to get acquainted. And you didn't seize it, he chided. Just then, Zhang Chen, seated on a step with his back turned, yawned. Despite the raucous arrival of the 7th high school team, he merely glanced back, lacking any desire to seek out Nan Xingwan. He was there to keep an eye on when Wang Su and Duan Qinshu would arrive. From a distance, he could vaguely hear snippets about the Saint girl Xia Xintong, but paid little attention to the specifics of their chatter. Instead, he absent-mindedly gazed across the street, lost in thought, unaware of the many eyes that were now upon him. Two graceful figures had already approached him from behind. Nan Xingwan cheerfully patted him on the shoulder. Leaning in slightly, "What are you up to?" Zhang Chen turned around, surprised to see Nan Xingwan and Xia Xintong standing there. His expression lit up with joy. "What brings you here?" "I came to see what you were doing," Nan Xingwan replied, lifting her chin in her usual proud demeanor. Zhang Chen chuckled lightly and glanced at Xia Xintong, who squinted slightly, displaying a hint of hostility as she tucked her popsicle behind Nan Xingwan. "Is this the Imperial engine?" he thought to himself, sensing Xia Xintong's obvious animosity. Although he found it amusing, he knew what kind of person she was. He then stood up, jokingly bowing to the two girls. "Greetings, holy maidens. Our humble abode extends its respects to you." Nan Xingwan, accustomed to Zhang Chen's style of speaking, couldn't help but feel delighted despite his peculiar tone. "Are you a eunuch?" She laughed, playfully tapping Zhang Chen's shoulder. He swiftly evaded her touch, having developed a reflex after suffering an injury from Yan Lishue's earlier slap. You cannot judge by appearance. A slender girl's hand could bear an unexpected weight. When Nan Xingwan missed her target, she widened her eyes, exclaiming, "What are you dodging for?" Zhang Chen guarded his shoulder, replying, "I fear your strength may be unrestrained." "You're dead." Nan Xingwan, initially not intending to strike hard, rolled up her sleeves, exposing her fair arms. Now, she was determined to land a hit. She swung twice, but Zhang Chen nimbly evaded each time. Seeing this, Nan Xingwan focused her gaze and quickly seized the fabric of Zhang Chen's clothing. "Hey, in front of so many people, you're pulling at my clothes. What kind of decorum is this?" he protested. "Can't you handle it?" Zhang Chen shrugged, revealing a glimpse of his pale shoulder. With a soft thud, Xia Xintong, sitting quietly on the steps while enjoying her popsicle, couldn't resist adding, "Now he is subdued. Look, he's blushing." Zhang Chen glanced at his shoulder, feeling wronged. "What strength you possess. Struggling to open a bottle cap, yet your hits are like daggers. That's what you get for dodging," Nan Xingwan said, positioning herself between them, her tone dripping with delight. Noticing Zhang Chen's pitiable expression, she suppressed a laugh and leaned in to peek inside his shirt. "Let me see. Is it really red?" Zhang Chen covered his delicate shoulder, exclaiming, "Pervert." This scene evoked a sense of envy among their classmates, who admired the playful banter between Zhang Chen and such beautiful, exceptional girls. Particularly, those closest to Zhang Chen, like Huang Yiyuan and Jiang Minghua, suddenly fell silent. Having just engaged in light-hearted conversation moments before. "Zhang Chen is also your classmate from middle school?" Huang Yiyuan inquired, eyeing Jiang Minghua, who nodded. "Yes. I just found out Zhang Chen seems quite familiar with the holy maiden from the 7th middle school." "Yes, I suppose," Jiang Minghua replied, glancing at Suyu, who simply stared coldly at Zhang Chen. From the moment Nan Xingwan approached, she had guessed she was there for him. What of it? It doesn't affect his poor grades. He remains at the bottom, unlike those two holy sons from the 7th middle school, who consistently rank 2nd and 3rd. Just then, the two holy sons, Tang Bing and Zhou Shi, approached the group, weaving through the crowd to join Zhang Chen and the girls. For reasons unknown, they began discussing various topics. The 5 of them, representing the top tier of the 7th middle school, engaged in what could only be described as a high-level academic exchange. Soon after, Zhu Yu, Xia Xintong's close friend, rushed over to find her, while Liang Jingnao, Nan Xingwan's friend, joined the gathering, eager to hear the discussions of genuine academic elites. As the crowd grew, the previously solitary scene around Zhang Chen transformed dramatically. Amidst the throng of 7th middle school scholars, only Zhang Chen stood out, clad in the uniform of the 1st middle school. "So, morning brother prefers not to mingle with us novices?" Tianjin remarked, somewhat bewildered. He felt intimidated by the gathering of such top-tier scholars, hesitant to join for fear of not comprehending the discussions. Yet, Zhang Chen appeared to converse effortlessly with them. Chapter 70, Tang Bing. "For some reason, I feel he is exceptionally strong. He would dominate." Zhang Chen, bewildered by the sudden influx of unfamiliar faces, wondered how they all gathered so quickly. The catalyst for this assembly was Nan Xingwan retrieving her unique notes, an invaluable resource for the recent competitions at the 7th Middle School. Seizing the opportunity for review, she intended to quiz Zhang Chen, assessing his knowledge. Xia Xintong, seeing this, also produced her first-place notes from the 7th Middle School, generously sharing her insights. As they delved into discussions about various problems, Zhou Shi and Tang Bing recognized the significance of this first-rate sharing session and could not afford to miss out. In the past, whenever Xia Xintong shared her insights in class, the teacher would have her present at the podium. Now, they sought to join the conversation. However, their departure left a void in their group, and with Nan Xingwan and Xia Xintong's captivating presence, the crowd swelled, forming an elite gathering of the brightest minds. Zhang Chen, meanwhile, had to keep an eye on Duan Chenxiu, as the crowd obstructed his view. He could only engage half-heartedly with Nan Xingwan while glancing outward. Zhou Shi, focused solely on Xia Xintong's notes, attempted to nudge Tang Bing for his thoughts on a problem, only to find Tang Bing fixated on Zhang Chen. What are you doing? Zhou Shi frowned. I have a feeling that Zhang Chen from the 1st Middle School is quite formidable, Tang Bing whispered earnestly. When they first approached, they introduced themselves to Zhang Chen without any airs of superiority, despite being among the top students of the 7th Middle School. Tang Bing sensed that Zhang Chen, although seemingly distracted, could respond to Nan Xingwan's questions with remarkable composure. While the questions were not particularly challenging, Tang Bing could discern Zhang Chen's potential. This was a mutual recognition among scholars. Zhou Shi furrowed his brow further. Strong? How can you tell? The highest score from the 1st Middle School was barely over 130. With no perfect scores. I don't know. I just have this feeling, Tang Bing replied, unable to articulate his intuition. It was as if Zhang Chen wore his 1st Middle School uniform like a cloak of vulnerability, yet Tang Bing believed that in a confrontation, he would emerge victorious. There was an air of relaxed confidence about Zhang Chen, reminiscent of a sense of dread he had only felt during elementary school. When faced with his math teacher's formidable presence, the anxiety of receiving a test paper, only to be stumped by the first question, left him sweating profusely while time slipped away, as others flipped pages effortlessly, their pens never halting. Zhou Shi cast a glance at Zhang Chen, sensing nothing amiss. I don't know. I asked you a question. How do you solve this problem, Xia Xintong? Let me see. Not bad. Xiao Chen, your mind is quite agile. Nan Xingwan remarked, pleasantly surprised by Zhang Chen's ability to answer each question with ease. She was happier than anyone else about his academic improvement. Did you think I was just playing around? Zhang Chen replied casually, his demeanor nonchalant. So easy. Wow. Nan Xingwan clapped her hands, as if coaxing a child. Pulling out a cheese stick, tearing open the wrapper, and directly offering it to Zhang Chen. Here is a reward, a treat. Wait, is this for real? Zhang Chen wondered. Turning his head, are you treating me like a fool? Nan Xingwan cast a fleeting glance at him, ignoring his presence as she resumed distributing candy to Xia Xintong and the others. At that moment, someone approached, calling for Nan Xingwan. Her homeroom teacher was looking for her. I'll be right back, she said, rising and greeting Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen nodded, feeling somewhat out of place with so many people around him. Soon after, Nan Xingwan and Liang Jingna departed, leaving a significant portion of the crowd behind. Xia Xintong remained seated, deeply engrossed in discussing problems and showing no sign of leaving. Zhang Chen turned his head to glance at her. She blinked and then narrowed her eyes conspicuously. What was this? A battle stance? Zhang Chen suppressed a laugh and redirected his attention. Then I'll sit in the middle. Upon noticing an available spot, Zhou Shi stood up from the other side, unceremoniously claiming the center seat. However, just as he rose, Xia Xintong squinted and shifted closer to Zhang Chen, swiftly occupying Nan Xingwan's former position. Zhou Shi, seeing this, touched his mouth and, recognizing the situation, sat back down. Zhu Yuqing, looking perplexed, also scooted to the left. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, observing her approach. What are you doing? Trying to occupy my space? How do I solve this problem? Xia Xintong asked directly, handing Zhang Chen her meticulously organized notes for assistance. Zhu Yuqing stood by, momentarily stunned as she glanced between herself and the others, including Zhou Shi and Tang Bing, before looking back at Zhang Chen. For a moment, she was unsure who truly belonged among the top students of the school. Zhang Chen hesitated, raising an eyebrow as he accepted Xia Xintong's neatly written notebook. The handwriting was elegant and neat, almost identical to Nan Xingwan's notes. Although Zhang Chen wasn't entirely certain if all girls' notebooks looked alike, it certainly appeared far more orderly than his own. I can't do this either, he said with a smile, looking at Xia Xintong. At that moment, her brows were slightly furrowed, her eyes half closed, exuding an unmistakable yet non-threatening hostility. Why would you think to ask me? You can do it. You're quite impressive. Xia Xintong asserted confidently, pulling out the candy Nan Xingwan had given her. Last time, when I couldn't solve that problem, you helped me. The ice cream is gone. So I'm giving you candy instead. Teach me how to solve this. She placed the candy atop the notebook Zhang Chen was holding. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, somewhat exasperated. She was quite thoughtful, understanding the principle of not receiving without giving. Then what does that look in your eyes mean? Chapter 71, Automatic Battle Mode Activated? Hockey Tong, what kind of questioning attitude is that? Zhang Chen imitated Xia Xintong's gaze, returning it to her. What kind of look should I use then? At least a smile, right? Xia Xintong immediately forced a smile. Awkward yet charming, but undeniably cute. Fine, fine. I suppose you've passed. Zhang Chen waved his hand, glancing at the notebook in his hand. Stop smiling. It's a bit unsettling. Xia Xintong reverted to her neutral expression. Subsequently, Zhang Chen picked up his pen and began solving the problem, while Xia Xintong watched intently, showing no signs of shyness. Why do I feel like you might dislike me? Zhang Chen asked, writing as he split his attention to inquire. Xia Xintong continued to gaze at the notebook. Not at all. You're a friend of Xingxing, and I don't dislike you. Besides, you teach me how to solve problems. You're a good person, not bad. Zhang Chen shot a glance at Xia Xintong, noting her eyes were surprisingly sincere. He smiled helplessly, wondering why she was handing out good person cards so readily. Well, I know I'm a good person, Zhang Chen continued writing. But you still seem to harbor some hostility towards me. Am I not a good person? Should a good person let someone point a gun at them? You're impressive. I feel like I can't compete with you, Xia Xintong remarked, wrinkling her nose as she regarded Zhang Chen. Then, her eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a purring, battle-ready cat. What was this? Had her battle mode truly been activated? Zhang Chen blinked, finally comprehending her meaning. It seemed her innate sense of threat had triggered a defensive mechanism, entering a state of alertness. Hockey Tong, please don't give me that look. Zhang Chen paused his writing, feeling intimidated. Xia Xintong blinked, looking somewhat displeased. In the original narrative, Xia Xintong was indeed a naive and adorable girl. Comparable to Bai Xiruo, yet unlike Bai Xiruo, she possessed an unusual sense of pride regarding certain matters. This pride manifested primarily in her academic endeavors. For instance, she aspired to be first in exams. Anything less would leave her discontented. This mindset had been instilled in her by her mother since childhood. Currently, she was not yet a senior and did not live with her mother. Once they lived together, this pride would likely be exacerbated by her mother's immense pressure. At present, her pride was only beginning to surface, having remembered solving a problem previously. However, it was clear that it hadn't yet reached a critical level. Her mother's foundational code of pride still automatically activated. She was aware of her limitations, yet boldly approached Zhang Chen for help. Therefore, she exhibited a clear yet begrudging hostility while still obediently seeking assistance, starkly contrasting her otherwise naive demeanor. Unlike Su Tinghuan, who was strong-willed and equally prideful about her grades, resulting in a particularly aggressive demeanor. All right, I'll teach you. I never said I wouldn't. Zhang Chen yielded, uncertain of her feelings but certainly feeling compelled to assist. You're good-looking, you have a point. Look, this cannot be substituted. Try a different approach. What can you think of? Xia Xintong shook her head. You could directly use trigonometric functions. The problem gives a condition of 1, which can be equivalently replaced using Taylor expansion. Zhang Chen patiently explained to Xia Xintong how to approach the problem. Observing this, Zhu Yuqing widened her eyes, astonished that Zhang Chen was genuinely teaching Xintong. Tang Bing also noticed, nodding towards Zhou Shi. Zhou Shi turned and, intrigued, approached them. Why can this jump directly to Xia Xintong? She asked, without reservation. Xia Xintong directly inquired about any unclear steps, her single-threaded CPU not engaging in any internal conflict. Lagrange? Xia Xintong inquired. Oh. Zhou Shi stared in disbelief. He was familiar with this knowledge, having grasped a fair amount from university calculus. However, Zhang Chen's approach was refreshingly novel, and his proficiency was impressive. He certainly couldn't replicate it. As Tang Bing approached, Zhou Shi suddenly understood her earlier comments. He really does seem quite capable, doesn't he? Oh, you noticed too? Tang Bing smirked mischievously. I can't believe his approach. If I were in an exam, I'd be stuck for ages while he's already flipped the page. Zhou Shi exclaimed, feeling a wave of admiration. All right, got it. Zhang Chen turned to Xia Xintong after finishing his explanation. Xia Xintong nodded, her eyes sparkling. Yet Zhang Chen sensed her internal engine roaring like a powerful machine. You're so kind. Thank you. Haha, you're welcome. Zhang Chen's mouth twitched, realizing she had indeed grasped the material, yet her underlying instincts seemed to compel her to bite back at herself. How could anyone be this impressive? However, Standing before her was someone who had consistently dominated the provincial rankings in an intensely competitive nation, besting countless top talents. Don't challenge my position by relying solely on your efforts. Isn't it enough to simply have hands to attend Tsinghua or Peking University? A genius from Jiuzhou. The top of every iteration. An otherworldly demon. Zhang Chen was also a force to be reckoned with. Little Xintong, you're quite remarkable, but you still need to practice. Returning her notes, Zhang Chen suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, Xia Xintong had never faced defeat in any provincial examination during her senior year. This also led to a significant emotional collapse for her after that failure. However, now that she has traversed through time, the situation is different. Having experienced an initial failure, will she not possess a more resilient mindset during the impending provincial exam in her senior year? At the very least, she should not crumble under pressure after a single loss, right? Zhang Chen observed Xia Xintong's defiant demeanor, pondering this thought. Suddenly, he recalled something. Ha ha ha, Xia Xintong. Have you ever tasted defeat? At that moment, Zhang Chen glanced towards his team, where Duan Qinxiu had already arrived, accompanied by old Deng. Looking around for Su Yu, she had long since disappeared. Suddenly recalling his own intentions, he hastily rose, foregoing further pleasantries with Xia Xintong and the others, and hurriedly followed Duan Qinxiu and Deng Xianbing in a specific direction. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Shi noted the vacant seat. He left? Then I shall sit here. Just as he settled down, Xia Xintong stood up. Why hasn't he the star returned yet? Yuqing, let us head back. Tang Bing stifled a laugh, while Zhu Yuqing cast a sympathetic glance at Zhou Shi, biting her lip and stammering. Oh, fine. Zhou Shi, stop laughing. Let us go back. Zhou Shi stood up and elbowed his way through. Chapter 72. So many eyes witnessed you bullying Bai Xiruo. Dare you bully her again? And I swear I will end you. In a trash-laden alley, Cheng Hu and his gang were left bloodied and bruised, surrounded by Nian Nanhan and Wang Su. Preventing their escape, Nian Nanhan gripped Su Yu's hair, yanking her upwards, her gaze calm, yet exuding an unsettling coldness. I am destined to die. Do you wish to accompany me? Yes, I'm sorry I dare not. Su Yu, beaten to a pulp, lacked the strength to resist. Her face drenched in tears as she pleaded for mercy. She felt that this short-haired, volatile woman truly had the capability to kill, to take her life. I truly dare not. Please, spare me. Bai Xiruo stood at the alley's entrance. Witnessing this scene evoked an indescribable feeling within her. It was not compassion, rather. She saw herself being bullied, her fists clenched tightly. Could she not harbor hatred for Su Yu? Of course she did. Yet, she lacked the courage to stand against her tormentor. Now, however, those who once bullied her were being treated with equal severity, and while it brought her some satisfaction, it also left her heart aching for the pain she once endured. Nian Nanhan released Su Yu, who crumpled to the ground. After wiping her hands, she approached the alley's mouth, observing the trembling Bai Xiruo, and lit a cigarette. What's wrong? You wouldn't be feeling pity, would you? Bai Xiruo bit her lip, lowering her head in silence. If you feel pity, then don't look. Nian Nanhan cast a cold glance her way, exhaling a puff of smoke. If I were you, I would at least have kicked her a few times. Bai Xiruo shook her head, softly uttering, Thank you, Sister Nanhan. She was Bai Xiruo. If she were to kick, she would no longer be Bai Xiruo. Don't thank me. Thank Zhang Chen for orchestrating all of this. Nian Nanhan said while glancing towards the direction of Qi Zhong. They should be arriving soon. Bai Xiruo followed Nian Nanhan's gaze towards Qi Zhong, her eyes filled with anticipation. Soon, Zhang Chen and Deng Xianbing arrived. Upon reaching, Deng Xianbing was astonished to find so many of his own students present. In the alley, his students had surrounded Cheng Hu and several thugs, while Su Yu sobbed quietly in a corner. Upon seeing her homeroom teacher, she felt as if she had found a savior, rushing to Deng Xianbing and crying out her grievances. However, Deng Xianbing merely frowned. Prior to this, Duan Qinxiu had already informed him of the situation. It was Su Yu who had instigated Cheng Hu and his gang to bully Bai Xiruo, with photographic evidence to back it up. Yet, upon arriving, the scene before him was beyond his expectations. Zhang Chen approached Bai Xiruo and Nian Nanhan. Surveying the situation, it seems to be progressing quite smoothly. Indeed, Nian Nanhan replied, continuing to smoke. The next moment, Zhang Chen snatched the cigarette from her, replacing it with the candy he had earned while explaining problems to Xia Xintong. Enough with the smoking, have some candy. Nian Nanhan was taken aback, biting her teeth coldly. After all my hard work, I can't even relax a bit. Then smoke less. Zhang Chen chuckled, glancing at Su Yu, whose hair was in disarray from Nian Nanhan's earlier actions, her face marred with injuries. Sister Nanhan, you really are fierce. What? Can't you bring yourself to act like Bai Xiruo? Well, That is not the case. Zhang Chen looked at Bai Xiruo, who had grasped her own clothing tightly. Unable to act, have you perhaps forgiven her? Bai Xiruo nervously shook her head, whispering, no, I haven't forgiven her. That is more like it. Upon hearing this response, Zhang Chen felt slightly relieved. When dealing with such individuals, one should never forgive easily. A beating is merely a light punishment. Thus, Zhang Chen called over old Deng. Deng Xianbing summoned nearby classmates to interrogate them about the unfolding events. They all spoke in unison, claiming they had acted heroically, intervening upon witnessing Bai Xiruo being bullied. As for Su Yu, she was part of Cheng Hu's group. This was consistent with what Duan Qinshu had reported. Deng Xianbing then brought Su Yu over to Zhang Chen, questioning Bai Xiruo and Nian Nanhan. Though he was unfamiliar with Nian Nanhan as Su Yu's teacher, he bore responsibility for the incident. Yet, there were reasons behind the altercation, so he turned to his other student, Bai Xiruo. Deng Xianbing, Bai Xiruo, what exactly transpired? Bai Xiruo cast a nervous glance at Zhang Chen, who encouraged her with his gaze. She glanced at Su Yu, who was trembling and unable to lift her head. In front of Nian Nanhan, she no longer dared to intimidate Bai Xiruo with her demeanor. Thus, Bai Xiruo clenched her fists, summoning her courage for the first time. In the past, she had no one behind her. No one ever stood by her side, but now, she had someone. She pointed at Su Yu, her eyes reddening, her words resonating deeply. She had people corner us into the alley. It was Nian Nanhan who defeated them all. Other classmates can attest to this. Hearing Bai Xiruo finally muster the courage to stand up for herself, Zhang Chen felt a genuine sense of relief. The psychological groundwork laid during this period had not been in vain. She had indeed made some progress. Deng Xianbing furrowed his brow tightly, unable to fathom that such bullying existed among his students. Previously, it was always Zhang Chen who dealt with bullying, but now he had learned his lesson. As he continued to question the two, Zhang Chen moved over to the students surrounding Cheng Hu. Upon seeing Zhang Chen, Cheng Hu appeared as if he had found a savior. Zhang Chen? Quickly, is there any way for me to leave? Spotting Deng Xianbing, he noticed someone on the phone. Unsure if they were calling the police. He certainly did not want to end up in jail. Zhang Chen feigned surprise, as if merely passing by to witness the commotion. What? Brother Hu, what brings you here? Don't even mention it. That woman is too strong. Cheng Hu was entirely oblivious. That woman? Oh, I know. It's Nian Nanhan from our school, who just transferred this semester. I heard she transferred here after injuring someone badly at her previous school. I'm now mingling with her. Zhang Chen fabricated the story. I didn't know that. Please help me think of a way out. You're with her, so could you talk to her for me? Cheng Hu was becoming increasingly anxious. Sensing the situation unfolding was not favorable for him, Zhang Chen clicked his tongue, pointing outside, and reasoned with Cheng Hu. Brother, I'll give you money. You help me out, please. When the police arrive, I'm begging you. Do me this favor, okay? Chapter 73. Evil begets evil. The competition begins. Cheng Hu glanced outside, where Nian Nanhan's people filled the entrance, completely blocking the alley. He began to play the emotional card with Zhang Chen. The police will arrive shortly. Didn't I help you before? Right? Desiring nothing more than to swiftly depart from this tumultuous place, he hastily withdrew all the money from his pockets, along with the funds possessed by a few of his companions. Observing this, Zhang Chen noted the thick stack of cash, likely their entire fortune. Ah, Brother Hu. He feigned a troubled expression, gesturing with his lips, and then, in front of Nian Nanhan's subordinates, he reluctantly accepted the money. The subordinates of Nian Nanhan stared in bewilderment. What is going on? All right, I shall do my utmost to discuss this with Sister Nan. He replied, Thank you. Thank you. I remember, Zhang Chen, you are indeed a man of loyalty. Cheng Hu clasped his hands together, overwhelmed with gratitude. If this succeeds, should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall undoubtedly come to your aid. Let us not speak of such matters. Zhang Chen interjected, his face grave, as he exited the alley. Conducting their pretense in full, once outside the alley, he engaged in a few words with Nian Nanhan's surroundings before promptly returning. So how did it go? Cheng Hu inquired anxiously upon Zhang Chen's return. Brother Hu, they will certainly come to inquire about the situation. You must say that I am cooperating. Cheng Hu immediately understood, agreeing to whatever Zhang Chen suggested. Simply recount the events as they occurred. Sister Nan shall not make things difficult for you. Very well. I shall certainly recount it. Just as he finished speaking, they saw Deng Xianbing approaching with Su Yu and Nian Nanhan. Before Deng Xianbing could pose a question, Cheng Hu raised his hand and confessed. We were merely following orders for money. It was all Su Yu's idea. With evidence and witnesses at hand, Su Yu had no grounds for defense and was rendered speechless. You may return now. Do not let this affect the upcoming examination. I will handle this matter. Deng Xianbing instructed Zhang Chen to take Bai Xiruo back first. Understood. Zhang Chen exchanged a glance with Nian Nanhan, signaling her to release them. Just like that? Nian Nanhan questioned. Well, the objective has been achieved. They are now aware of your reputation, Sister Nan. There is no need to press too hard. If you let him off this time, he may be grateful to you in the future. As Zhang Chen spoke, he noticed Cheng Hu and his companions gazing at him expectantly. He had done as promised. Surely he could now let them go. Zhang Chen then handed Cheng Hu's money to Nian Nanhan in front of him. Why are you giving me money? Nian Nanhan furrowed her brow slightly. I am treating my classmates to a meal. You have worked hard, Zhang Chen replied, looking toward one of Nian Nanhan's subordinates. Ahem. This has nothing to do with us. Sister Nan acted alone. By the time we arrived to intercept, she had already subdued them all. That cannot be said. You all displayed commendable bravery and deserve this. Upon hearing this, Nian Nanhan accepted the money and inquired, are you certain that releasing them will not lead to further problems? No, he owes me a favor. On my account, he will not return. As for you, Sister Nan, he would not dare. Very well then. Nian Nanhan signaled to her subordinates and proceeded to distribute the money among her classmates. Bravery is commendable, and there is money to be earned. The news spread quietly among the students, who then approached Nian Nanhan to receive their rewards. Thank you, Sister Nan. Thank you, Sister Nan. Sister Nan is formidable. Sister Nan is impressive. The corners of Nian Nanhan's mouth could not help but rise as she watched Zhang Chen lead Bai Xiruo and Duan Qinshu gradually leave. Then, hey? They have escaped. Teacher, those ruffians have run away. Deng Xianbing exclaimed. How could so many of you allow them to flee? I don't know. How did they manage to escape? Upon returning to the entrance of the 7th middle school, what was once a sparsely populated square was now teeming with students. All gathered at the school gate. After a series of bell rings, the examination hall doors of the 7th middle school opened, and students began to enter the examination room one after another. Do well, Zhang Chen remarked to Bai Xiruo, flashing a charming smile. Bai Xiruo paused, then returned a gentle smile, nodding, yes. Taking a deep breath, she felt an unprecedented sense of freedom within her. Could you not offer me some encouragement? Duan Qinshu covered his face, twisting his body awkwardly. What could you possibly say, considering you can't even pass the preliminary round? Zhang Chen scoffed, slightly moving ahead. No matter what, Bai Xiruo has surely passed the preliminary round. Duan Qinshu secretly raised his middle finger behind him, his confidence waning. As if you can pass. Then I can surely pass. If you do not believe me, why not wager with me like Su Tinghuan did? Zhang Chen turned his head, narrowing his eyes. I shall not wager. It is meaningless, Duan Qinshu retorted, knowing he was merely participating to make up the numbers. TCH, he remarked, as the three entered the examination hall. The seating arrangement for this competition was randomized. Each of them was placed in different examination rooms. Zhang Chen was on the 1st floor, Bai Xiruo on the 4th, and Duan Qinshu on the 6th. Thus, upon reaching the teaching building, Zhang Chen separated from the other two. Entering his examination room, he verified his examination number and proceeded to find a seat. To his dismay, he found himself in the same room as Su Tinghuan and Zhao Jiayin. However, the two were seated quite far apart, separated by 2 aisles and 1 seat. Zhao Jiayin sat on the left by the window, while Su Tinghuan occupied the right, next to the outer corridor. Anyone sitting between them would surely endure great suffering, Zhang Chen thought, as he began to search for his seat. Just as he passed by Su Tinghuan, she suddenly spoke. You will sit in the middle. What? Despair struck him. This time, you will sit beside Jiayin and me. I shall see how you cheat. If you dare cheat, I will be the first to report you. Chapter 74. Enemies cross paths, leaving them stunned. Zhang Chen's lips twitched as he placed his unrelated belongings outside the corridor and returned to his seat. Su Tinghuan and Zhao Jiayin's eyes were fixated on him like headlights from an approaching vehicle, scrutinizing every move to catch him in any form of cheating. The intense scrutiny made Zhang Chen feel as if his very undergarments were being exposed. With a helpless sigh, he felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, wondering why he had chosen to sit between these two fiercely competitive adversaries. The supervising teacher conducted security checks on the last student to arrive before returning to the classroom to prepare for the examination. One teacher explained the examination rules while another demonstrated the sealed exam papers, cutting them open with a knife. As the bell rang again, the proctor began distributing the papers to each student's desk. During this time, after receiving their papers, Su Tinghuan and Zhao Jiayin finally ceased their intense scrutiny of Zhang Chen and focused intently on the questions. As the final bell rang, everyone began to answer the questions swiftly. What on earth are these questions? Time passed second by second, and Su Tinghuan began to sweat profusely. There were only 6 multiple-choice questions, yet she could not solve a single one. The angles of these questions were unprecedented for her. Following the notion of skipping what she could not answer, she hastily moved on to the fill-in-the-blank questions, finally finding one that seemed solvable. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiayin fared no better than Su Tinghuan. Although she ranked first in total scores in the class, significantly surpassing Su Tinghuan, she could not compete with her in mathematics. After all, Su Tinghuan was considered a top student in math, and her last exam was merely a result of an unfortunate performance. At present, having reviewed both the multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, she found not a single problem that she could approach. She attempted to write down a few formulas beside her paper to create the illusion of effort, but mathematics is brutally unforgiving. If one does not understand, one simply does not understand. All she could do was anxiously stare at the paper. What are these questions? Question 12. Given 10 table tennis players competing in a round-robin format, where there are no ties, and among any group of 5 players, one player has defeated the other 4, while another has lost to them. What is the number of players who have won exactly 2 matches? Zhao Jiayin, unsure of how to approach the problem, even sketched 5 little figures on her draft paper to help comprehend the question's meaning. As she was drawing, she noticed Zhang Chen to her right, furiously jotting down notes. At that moment, Zhang Chen was in a state of rapid-fire concentration. Question 12. Let S denote it as X, solving it. The answer is 1. The calculations are quite substantial. Has anyone managed to solve it? Zhang Chen shook his hand, deciding it was time to move on to the next question. Just then, he glanced sideways and locked eyes with Zhao Jiayin, who immediately averted her gaze and turned the page. Huh. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Is she already flipping pages faster than me? Could there be a hidden talent here? This world truly has an abundance of prodigies. My apologies, I seem to have wandered into the wrong scene. Su Tinghuan completed her problem confidently and filled in her answers. After opening her mind, she finally began to tackle the previous questions as well. However, while she was diligently writing, she noticed that Zhang Chen had not stopped writing at all. Furthermore, it seemed he was already on to the answer section. Was he writing aimlessly? That could be. After all, filling in the answers could be done casually. Yet, typically, the points for multiple-choice questions are quite significant. Here, for instance, a multiple-choice question is worth 8 points, and a fill-in-the-blank question is worth 7. Altogether, the points for just the multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank questions reached 90. According to previous year's qualifying scores for the preliminary rounds, 70 points would suffice. Thus, compared to the 60 points for the subsequent answer questions, this 90 points in multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank is indeed more cost-effective and easier for advancement. In her view, Zhang Chen's choice was utterly misguided. How could he possibly outperform her? Su Tinghuan adjusted her confidence and continued to focus on the exam. Outside, the sun gradually shifted from the shadows, moving onto the trees and casting rays of light through the leaves. Bai Xiruo was quietly writing, sitting upright. Nan Xingwan rested her chin on her pen, pouting and frowning. Xia Xintong continued to exude an aura of a top student in the classroom, her rapid writing causing unease among her peers who struggled to put pen to paper. The students, akin to verdant trees under the sun, exerted themselves in the classroom, thriving. Teacher, I'm done. A cold voice abruptly shattered the serene atmosphere. By the time Zhang Chen finished the entire exam paper, less than 20 minutes remained until the end. The competition paper was, in many ways, more challenging than the college entrance examination. However, since this was just the preliminary round, the questions were not excessively difficult, and Zhang Chen managed to complete them with relative ease. As for the subsequent answer questions, while he couldn't claim a perfect score, he was confident of scoring around 70 or 80. In total, achieving 140 points should be well within reach. Given the difficulty level alongside that score, it ought to suffice. After reviewing everything, he didn't feel the need to optimize his answers further. The teacher came to inspect Zhang Chen's desk, checking a series of items, and according to protocol, allowed him to leave. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiayin, still seated in the classroom feeling restless, and Su Tinghuan, equally stuck on the questions, were both taken aback by this scene. They glanced at the paper on Zhang Chen's desk, filled with densely packed problem-solving steps that did not appear to be mere hasty notes. He finished, but she didn't see him cheat. After a brief moment of daze, Zhang Chen had already slung his backpack and exited through the front door. There were still 15 minutes until the exam concluded. Manage your time wisely. The teacher's voice snapped Su Tinghuan back to reality, prompting her to hastily continue answering questions. Ding ding ding. The exam is over. Zhang Chen waited at the school gate. Despite submitting early, he didn't leave right away. He felt uncomfortable being watched by those two adversaries still in the classroom. Most of the supervising teachers had already departed, The 7th grade students needed to rearrange their classes for the afternoon, so they only had a half day off. The 1st grade students had a full day off, so Zhang Chen was in no hurry. He could wait for Nan Xingwan to come out before having lunch together. In the afternoon, he would help Bai Xiruo move. As the noise from the teaching building grew louder, more and more students rushed out. Duan Chenxiu, the little chubby boy, was the first to appear, somehow emerging faster than Bai Xiruo and the others, despite being on the 6th floor. Chengu, you're still here? Were you waiting for me? Spotting Zhang Chen, Duan Chenxiu covered his mouth, feeling touched, and then excitedly rushed toward him. Don't come over, chubby. You're like a truck. Zhang Chen's eyes widened as he swiftly dodged to the side, causing Duan Chenxiu to miss him entirely. Woo-woo, Chengu. How could you be so heartless? Get lost. I'm waiting for Bai Xiruo and the others. Zhang Chen playfully slapped Duan Chenxiu's plump cheek. Oh, should I leave first? Get lost. Woo-woo, are you really forcing me to draw my sword today? I could take you down. A 200-pound, bearded chubby guy whining in front of you is incredibly irksome. Seeing this, Duan Chenxiu quickly straightened up, covering his backside. Look, Bai Jia's out. Zhang Chen turned to look, but didn't see Bai Xiruo. Instead, he noticed a familiar figure, Xia Xintong. Chapter 75. Xia Xintong's engine switch. You tricked me? Realizing he had been duped, Zhang Chen turned back, but Duan Chenxiu had already vanished in a flash. What a nimble chubby boy. Several boys were conversing with Xia Xintong, mostly discussing the competition questions or asking her for answers. Upon hearing an answer, they couldn't help but pump their fists in triumph. If it differed, they would sigh in regret. After exiting the school gate, she stood by the stone lion, seemingly waiting for someone, likely Nan Xingwan or a friend. Zhang Chen approached her without hesitation. Sister Tong, how did you do? Shen Tianyi, who shared the exam room with Xia Xintong, had been inquiring about her score since leaving the classroom. I should score around 140, Xia Xintong replied candidly. Wow, impressive, Shen Tianyi exclaimed. I think I'll only manage around 120. Then you need to keep working hard, Xia Xintong encouraged, blinking her innocent eyes. All right, I will, Sister Tong. At that moment, Zhang Chen walked over and casually asked Xia Xintong, how did you do? His tone was relaxed and resonant, devoid of any hint of inferiority in the face of a formidable opponent. Unlike when he spoke to Xia Xintong, where he instinctively felt inferior and spoke more respectfully, not daring to raise his voice. Shen Tianyi, curious, turned around upon hearing Zhang Chen's voice. Isn't that the student from Nanjing? No. One high school we saw last time at Qizhong, the one with Nan Xingwan. The nearby students from Qizhong glanced at Zhang Chen, especially raising their eyebrows upon noticing his number 1 high school uniform. You're still asking about scores? Who here wouldn't score higher than you? They thought to themselves. But none of them showed it, merely watching quietly. Unexpectedly, Xia Xintong, who hadn't inquired about anyone else's scores, directed her question at Zhang Chen. What score can you achieve? Ah, is he a friend of Sister Tong? Yes, probably. Zhang Chen replied cautiously, 140 should be no problem. What? Shen Tianyi couldn't help but exclaim. He was only estimating 120, considering the possibility of the graders being lenient. That was a rather optimistic estimate. 140. Zhang Chen reiterated. In truth, he felt confident that, despite not optimizing his answers, his responses were likely correct, and a score of 145 should be quite stable. When reviewing, he was essentially grading himself. This score was indeed a conservative estimate he gave himself. There are still certain areas that require optimization, otherwise, one is bound to lose points here, leaving only a score of 145. It's best to appear modest, as he tends to report lower scores. Shen Tianyi was dubious, as were the classmates from Qizhong, all frowning with serious expressions as they looked at Zhang Chen. Just moments ago, Xia Xintong had claimed she scored 140. And now you say you did too? What a jest. Have you lost your senses? Who would believe that? Xia Xintong interjected. Oh, I only scored 140 as well. A classmate nearby responded. Wait, Xia Xintong, do you actually believe him? What was your answer to the last big question? Xia Xintong turned her gaze toward Zhang Chen, slightly furrowing her brow. In a daze, Zhang Chen seemed to hear the roar of the imperial engine once more, 3 out of 14. He smirked, thinking so. You're trying to compete with me, huh, Xintong? A nearby classmate remarked. What kind of answer is that? It sounds off. Upon hearing the same answer, Xia Xintong appeared disheartened, saying, I encountered some issues with my last question, though the answer was correct. Another classmate chimed in. Something seems off. It sounds like you matched up. Did you actually get it right? Is it possible the question lacked a condition? Zhang Chen could surmise where she stumbled and thought. And you couldn't work it out? Xia Xintong froze for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I used it directly, but I couldn't prove the condition. A classmate exclaimed. Are they actually communicating? Zhang Chen twirled his index finger near his temple, realizing that the first question was not merely applicable to the second question. The final condition was hidden within the first question. It was a cleverly laid trap by the examiner. Upon hearing this, Xia Xintong reflected on the problem in her mind and suddenly understood. No wonder I couldn't solve it after so long. Xia Xintong gazed at Zhang Chen, her expression a mix of admiration and disbelief that he had performed better than her. The imperial engine roared to life once more. Hey, calm down. What's with this ominous vibe? Zhang Chen, noticing her distress, gently patted her high ponytail, which was her weakness. Xintiani and several boys, having overheard the seemingly sophisticated exchange between Zhang Chen and Xia Xintong, began to question their own lives. Why did it sound somewhat credible? Did you manage the last problem? I didn't get anything right before that. Did Tiani manage it? Xintiani scoffed. I solved the first question, but I gave up on the rest. Didn't Xia Xintong mention that this guy must have figured it out? Impressive. Xia Xintong, with an adorably confused look, asked Zhang Chen, what are your hands doing? Zhang Chen placed his hand on the back of her head, calmly replying, nothing. Xia Xintong responded with a soft "oh" and turned her head away. We'll be leaving now, Sister Tong. Xintiani informed Xia Xintong as he and a few boys departed. Zhang Chen then asked, who are you waiting for? Waiting for the stars, Xia Xintong replied, gazing at the school gate, though her mind was still preoccupied with the last question, leaving her somewhat discontented. Oh, then how about we go to your place for lunch? Zhang Chen attempted to redirect her attention. We can't cook, Xia Xintong replied automatically. No problem, I'll cook. Zhang Chen assured her. We have no ingredients. Just buy some. Isn't there a supermarket right downstairs? Xia Xintong tilted her head, blinking innocently, but I have no money. Zhang Chen couldn't help but smirk. How did he feel like he had been duped? Who claimed she was clueless? She seemed quite clever. I'll pay for you. All right. Seems a bit sneaky. Hee. Xia Xintong's mood brightened. You cheeky thing. The stars are out now. Zhang Chen, upon hearing this, looked in the direction Xia Xintong pointed, surprised to see Nan Xingwan and Bai Xiruo emerging together. Chapter 76. Nan Xingwan. Tong, where's your switch? Zhang Chen was somewhat taken aback to see the two of them together and approached them. How come you two came out together? Nan Xingwan replied. Bai Xiruo and I were in the same examination room. Oh, what a coincidence. How did you do? I think I did quite well, Nan Xingwan boasted, lifting her chin. Do you really believe I scored better than Xia Xintong? Zhang Chen raised his thumb and pointed at Xia Xintong behind him. It was shameless to boast like that. Nan Xingwan shot him a glance. Xia Xintong strolled over, and the roar of the imperial engine, calmed by Zhang Chen, flared up once more at this remark. Bai Xiruo blinked in confusion. What sound is that? Is it coming from Tong? Nan Xingwan also heard it and approached Xia Xintong, grabbing her arm with wide eyes. It was the first time she noticed Xia Xintong had this capability. Yet, Xia Xintong was completely oblivious, merely looking at Zhang Chen with a defiant expression, making him feel slightly uneasy. Ahaha, Zhang Chen chuckled awkwardly, reaching out to pat Xia Xintong's high ponytail, giving it a couple of strokes to turn off the switch. It stopped? How fascinating. Tong, where's your switch? Nan Xingwan exclaimed. Do you have any manners? Zhang Chen's lips twitched as he quickly changed the subject. Let us head back and cook. You have classes in the afternoon. After saying this, he turned towards the direction of the apartment where Nan Xingwan and Bai Xiruo lived, hoping to avoid any more discussion about exam results. Oh, are you helping Bai Xiruo move this afternoon? Nan Xingwan nodded, clearly having been diverted from the topic and not probing further. She then pulled Xia Xintong and Bai Xiruo along to follow Zhang Chen. Yes. Zhang Chen walked slightly ahead of the three girls. It's a pity I have classes this afternoon. I want to be able to help. Nan Xingwan remarked to Bai Xiruo, sounding a bit regretful. Bai Xiruo shook her head, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the kindness shown to her. She didn't understand why Nan Xingwan was being so thoughtful, continuously checking if she would be uncomfortable moving or if she wanted to stay with her. She had already troubled Zhang Chen enough and didn't want to impose on anyone else. Yet, faced with Nan Xingwan's genuine warmth, a kindness she had not experienced before, she felt somewhat flattered. Whether it was Nian Nanhan or the current Nan Xingwan, she had met them all because of Zhang Chen. She would remember all of this and never forget it. Let us buy some groceries first. Is there anything in your fridge? Zhang Chen asked. Nan Xingwan pondered for a moment, then turned to Xia Xintong, and they whispered to each other. Afterward, she replied, yes. What do you all want to eat? I want braised pork ribs. Nan Xingwan declared first. All right, but that is not all. I also want sour fish, hairy crabs, and scallion beef. Zhang Chen exclaimed, all meat. How about something vegetarian? Xia Xintong blinked and added without hesitation, I want pig trotters and Argelander ice cream. How does a refined girl like you enjoy pig-esque trotters? And why specifically add Argelander ice cream? Zhang Chen squinted, casting a perplexed glance at Xia Xintong. The two girls, unblushing and unperturbed, turned to Bai Xiruo simultaneously. What do you want to eat, Xiruo? Bai Xiruo stammered. I'm fine with anything. Zhang Chen seized the opportunity and immediately chastised the two girls on moral grounds. Nan Xingwan, seeing this, pouted. Xiruo, he's treating us. We must make sure to enjoy a hearty meal. Bai Xiruo hadn't anticipated that the two girls were whispering about this and was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't they be thinking of ways to save him money? Hey, you shouldn't lead others astray. Zhang Chen shook his head in exasperation. Nan Xingwan laughed, rushing forward to give Zhang Chen a playful shove. Let us eat. You're so stingy. In the past, she would have never thought of taking advantage of Zhang Chen, even worrying about whether he had enough money. On several occasions, Zhang Chen had been unable to afford a meal, and it was she who had graciously picked up the tab. However, things had changed. Zhang Chen had turned over a new leaf. She was well aware that he was quite capable of earning money, a veritable fortune. Thus, a lavish feast was but a trifling expense for him, and naturally, he would seek to reciprocate generously. Moreover, there was a hint of pride in flaunting their relationship before other girls. The more she spent, the more it attested to her good rapport with Zhang Chen. The two playfully bickered as the four of them swiftly made their way to the supermarket downstairs. Zhang Chen led the way, selecting ingredients with empty hands. Since he was footing the bill, he did not indulge the three girls. They were tasked with carrying the items behind him. Nan Xingwan had the heaviest load, struggling to manage her bags, and Bai Xiruo, noticing her plight, stepped in to assist. You're buying so much. Can you even carry it all? Zhang Chen teased. Humph. Nan Xingwan pouted, gritting her teeth. Just don't slack off when we get home. The supermarket, being close to the school where Nan Xingwan and Xia Xintong resided, was bustling with students, many of whom had just finished their exams. Among them were boys who recognized Xia Xintong and Nan Xingwan, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of Zhang Chen accompanying three beautiful girls while having them carry the bags. I despise wealthy people. After checking out, Zhang Chen walked behind the three girls, each burdened with two large bags. Nan Xingwan bore the heaviest load, her slender arms struggling to manage the weight. In addition to groceries, they had also acquired a substantial amount of snacks, as well as essentials like tissues and sanitary products. You're really pushing yourself to the limit. However, seeing her struggle, Zhang Chen quietly approached and took half of her load. He knew that with Nan Xingwan's stubbornness, she would rather refuse help than accept it willingly. Fine, I'll concede to you, Zhang Chen grumbled as he took the bags. Whoever's the fool that gets taken advantage of still has to play the pack mule. With that, he ambled ahead. Watching his retreating figure, Nan Xingwan bit her lip, feeling a rush of sweetness in her heart. In the apartment, Zhang Chen donned a black cartoon apron and showcased his culinary skills in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Nan Xingwan wore a pink cartoon apron and assisted him. Bai Xiruo had initially settled in the living room, but found herself restless. In unfamiliar surroundings, she felt a bit constrained, and the presence of a familiar face would ease her discomfort. Thus, she followed Zhang Chen into the kitchen, hoping to lend a hand. Although she was also capable of cooking, there was no need for her to showcase her skills just yet. Xia Xintong changed into a different outfit after returning from her room, planning to have a meal and take a nap before her afternoon class. Upon emerging from her room, she realized the living room was empty, so she followed the sound of bustling activity into the kitchen, where she found the space crowded with 4 people. Why is everyone in here? Get out, get out, get out. Chapter 77, Xia Xintong. My stomach is getting bigger. Zhang Chen shooed all the girls out of the kitchen, including Nan Xingwan, who was stripped of her apron as the kitchen door was firmly shut. The 3 girls exchanged glances, resigned to return to the living room to await their meal. Cece, here's a bag for you, Nan Xingwan said, sorting through the snacks she had purchased, and handed a bag of goodies to Bai Xiruo. I don't need it, Bai Xiruo protested hastily. No way, Nan Xingwan insisted, puffing her cheeks. You must take it. After all, it's all thanks to our generous Zhang Chen. With a mischievous smile, she turned to the dazed Xia Xintong. Ting and I have both taken advantage of him, but you Haven Tea, don't you consider us friends? Not at all, Bai Xiruo exclaimed, her eyes wide with urgency. I'm just, enough, just accept it. I know you're worried about being a burden, but it's no trouble at all, Nan Xingwan said earnestly, grasping Bai Xiruo's hand. Not a bit of a hassle. In the future, we will be great friends. This is merely a small gesture among friends. All right, Bai Xiruo looked at Nan Xingwan, her lips pressed together, struggling to find the right words. Eventually, she nodded and replied, Thank you, Xingwan. Yay. Nan Xingwan gleefully pinched Bai Xiruo's cheek. That face was simply too endearing. even provoking a desire within her to tease it. Sensing the delightful atmosphere, Xia Xintong stood up, walked to the kitchen door, and stealthily opened it to retrieve the recently bought ice cream from the refrigerator. Zhang Chen was so engrossed in his cooking that he failed to notice the mischievous little thief behind him. Here, one for each of us. If we're friends, we should share, Xia Xintong said excitedly. Shall we have ice cream before dinner? Nan Xingwan was momentarily taken aback, as she had been wondering why Xia Xintong was sneaking around. Hurry, eat it before he finds out, Xia Xintong urged, her eyes gleaming with determination. Bai Xiruo, bewildered, accepted the ice cream but felt uncertain about the whole situation. However, the atmosphere was too festive for her to refuse. As she opened the packaging, the three of them transformed into three little hamsters, stealthily snacking before dinner, all while keeping an ear out for the sounds of cooking from the kitchen. For some inexplicable reason, Bai Xiruo found herself swept up in their antics and felt a surge of happiness. By the way, Tingting, this rental agreement for the house will expire at the end of this semester. Are you going to renew it? Nan Xingwan asked while licking her ice cream. I'm not sure. I probably will, Xia Xintong replied, her gaze fixed on the kitchen door without turning her head. I don't think I will, Nan Xingwan stated. Why not? Xia Xintong exclaimed. I should be moving in with Xiruo, Nan Xingwan explained. The previous house has been rented out, and now there's an available room. Of course, she hadn't yet confirmed this with Nan Jianfeng and the others, so she was unsure. However, ever since Zhang Chen moved in, she had been contemplating moving out when their lease was up. She believed her parents would not object, as they had discussed this arrangement before she started high school. Ultimately, the plan had fallen through due to Zhang Chen's initial reluctance, but now that he had changed for the better, all she needed to do was reassure her parents, and she could return to that ideal life she had envisioned before high school. Upon hearing this disheartening news, Xia Xintong stopped licking her ice cream, momentarily stunned. Before pouting in distress, Nan Xingwan, what will I do if you leave? Xia Xintong lamented, her ice cream forgotten. Why don't you come with me? Nan Xingwan suggested after a moment's thought. There would certainly be enough space in the other room, and she genuinely did not want to part ways with Xia Xintong. Having lived together for so long, they had formed a bond. This solution would benefit them both, and it could also save Xia Xintong a significant amount in rent. Really? Can I? Xia Xintong blinked in surprise. Why not? If you move in with me, we won't have to separate. We can still attend school together. Nan Xingwan replied, her eyes twinkling. Is the rent expensive? Xia Xintong pondered the practicalities. I'll ask Zhang Chen about it. After all, he's the one who decides whether or not his family is renting out the place, Nan Xingwan said, biting her lip and smirking. Oh, Xia Xintong said, taking a bite of her ice cream, as if she were beginning to understand. At that moment, Zhang Chen emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of food. He glanced at the three girls and announced, dinner is ready. Xia Xintong and Nan Xingwan quickly concealed their ice cream behind their backs, while Bai Xiruo, the most obedient, was caught off guard and was seen holding her ice cream just a moment too long. Upon witnessing her indulging in snacks before the meal and concealing them, Zhang Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. There was no doubt that this was the doing of the other two. Eating ice cream before dinner? Zhang Chen glared at the trio, exclaiming, you think I didn't see that? How outrageous. Sneaking food behind my back. Bai Xiruo feigned innocence as she revealed her hands from behind her back. Xia Xintong averted her gaze, pretending to be oblivious, like a thief covering her ears. Meanwhile, Nan Xingwan stepped forward and boldly licked an ice cream cone in front of Zhang Chen, exclaiming, hee, this is truly delicious. Go away. I'm busy in the kitchen while you sneak food behind my back. It's truly disheartening. Zhang Chen feigned anger and retreated to the kitchen. The irony was that he hadn't even noticed when they had taken it. Here, have a bite, Nan Xingwan called after him. No, go away. Hee. We won't do it again next time. Just have a taste, it's really good. She teased, leading Bai Xiruo astray. There's no such thing. At the dining table, Zhang Chen's culinary skills shone brightly. Although the three girls had indulged in ice cream before the meal, they still managed to devour 2 substantial bowls of rice each, showcasing their hearty appetites. Even Bai Xiruo, who typically ate the least, shyly consumed 2 bowls this time. Perhaps it was the ambience that influenced her, as she felt that eating just 1 bowl would set her apart from Nan Xingwan and the others. Xia Xintong was the first to finish, reclining in her chair and letting out a sigh. Suddenly, she remarked, my stomach feels so full. Zhang Chen, who was in the midst of his 3rd bowl, nearly choked on his food upon hearing her declaration. Zhang Chen, you must take responsibility for me, Xia Xintong asserted, patting her belly with confidence. You don't need to do anything else. Simply letting me stay at your house is sufficient.